Chapter 1. The prominent male protagonist in male-oriented novels. Hehuan Sect. Every 4 years, the realm of cultivation holds a grand competition among various sects, gathering hundreds of sects, both large and small, to select the most outstanding cultivators. The main event takes place at the Hehuan Sect, which is nestled atop the majestic Yuling mountain, primarily featuring disciples from the 5 major sections. This year, however, is different, as for the first time, a competition for Qi refinement stage disciples is also being held here. As the foremost disciple of the Hehuan Sect, Yuling naturally leads her junior brothers and sisters to participate in the contest. Despite the sect's less-than-stellar reputation, it undeniably ranks among the 5 major sections. Thus, she feels compelled to exude the commanding presence befitting a senior sister. On the viewing platform, the disciples of the Hehuan Sect take their seats one by one, with Yuling occupying the foremost position. The young woman is clad in a strikingly vibrant red garment, resembling a blazing flame, intense and radiant. Her beauty is captivating, eliciting admiration from all who behold her. Her long, lustrous hair, as dark as ink, is delicately gathered with a translucent jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading gracefully by her cheeks, adding an enchanting and spirited allure. Her petite, oval face appears as though it has been meticulously crafted by divine hands, each contour perfectly sculpted. Her fair, delicate skin is as pure and unblemished as freshly fallen snow, emanating a subtle glow that tempts one to reach out and touch the exquisite texture reminiscent of fine jade. Beneath elegantly arched brows, her large, expressive eyes shimmer like deep lakes, clear and bright. Brimming with emotion, her high, straight nose enhances the dimensionality of her facial features. Her cherry-like lips curve upward in a charming smile, as if ready to ensnare the souls of onlookers. Many are left in awe at this scene, silently marveling, truly, the most beautiful woman in the realm of cultivation. Yuling seems to have long acclimated to such attention, her demeanor composed and unruffled, effortlessly radiating the aura of a grand sect. Having been a top beauty in both her past and present lives, she no longer finds anything amiss with the gazes directed her way. Moreover, today she has pressing matters at hand. As a Yuanying stage cultivator, her participation in the Yuanying stage competition is assured. Yet, the memory of a dream from last night gnaws at her thoughts, prompting an unsettling suspicion. Could it be that she would be thoroughly bested by a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator? Regardless of the truth, she has resolved to be vigilant. Having painstakingly reached her current level of cultivation, she cannot afford to meet an untimely demise. Contemplating further, she muses that the luck of that Qi refinement stage cultivator in her dream was exceedingly extraordinary, so remarkable that she has never encountered such fortune in her life. Wait, could it be? A sudden epiphany strikes Yuling, and she feigns calmness as her gaze shifts toward the competition stage. In a serendipitous glance, her eyes meet those of someone across the way, none other than Wen Su Bai, the chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect. As both chief disciples and Yuanying stage cultivators, a confrontation between them is inevitable, and it is only natural for rivals to regard each other with heightened intensity. Yuling comprehends this sentiment entirely. She offers him a slight nod before diverting her gaze. The young man's eyes are pale, betraying no discernible emotion. Clad in a black robe that accentuates his tall stature, his long, slender fingers glide over the hilt of his sword, casually observing the competition. His demeanor is arrogant and nonchalant, yet his strikingly handsome face, complete with phoenix-like eyes tinged with a hint of blue and sharply defined features, captivates the onlookers. His dark hair is pulled back into a high ponytail, and upon closer inspection, one notices a small red mole at the corner of his eye. In summary, he does not present himself as the archetype of a virtuous gentleman. Indeed, when Yuling first encountered him, she thought such a beautiful youth should be cultivating under the Hehuan Sect, as he would undoubtedly fit the role of a leading figure there. Senior sister, please review the participant list for the first match. A voice suddenly calls out, jolting Yuling back to reality. It is her third junior sister, by Piao Piao. For the Qi refinement stage competition, Any one of our disciples could easily dominate them. You handle it as you see fit. Yuling responds dismissively, her expression nonchalant. Regarding the disciples of the Hehuan Sect at the Qi refinement stage, Yuling possesses unwavering confidence, as this batch of junior disciples has been personally trained by her. Bai Piao nods in agreement, secretly giving her senior sister a thumbs up, thinking to herself that her confidence is indeed commendable. The Qi refinement stage matches are brief, often lacking in substantial prowess. Should either side exhibit even a modicum of strength, the contest concludes rapidly. Thus, Yuling finds the matches rather uninspiring. The sole point of intrigue arises from an unexpected contender from the Hehuan Sect, a somewhat handsome, yet frail-looking youth, who, despite appearing weak, has carved a bloody path through the Qi refinement stage competition with his cultivation at the 4th level. Not only is Yuling astonished, but even his fellow sect members are taken aback, as he is merely a 5-element root servant disciple within the Hehuan Sect. As he secures first place in the Qi refinement competition and prepares to face a foundation establishment stage cultivator, a sense of unease begins to stir within Yuling. This individual is evidently the same cultivator from her dream who had bested her in the Yuanying stage competition. Her eyelids twitch involuntarily, and she feels an overwhelming urge to leap from her seat and confront him once more. Although it was merely a dream, her competitive spirit remains unyielding. Her fingers tighten slowly as her gaze lingers on the youthful figure on the stage. It seems she seeks to glimpse the visage of the dream's youth within him, until his techniques align precisely with those from her dream, prompting her to exhale in relief. Finding the culprit is certainly preferable to being at a loss. Though she did indeed lose to this youth in her dream, in the realm of reality, the outcome has yet to unfold, providing her with an opportunity to alter her fate. With the male protagonist possessing extraordinary abilities, he navigates through challenges with ease, and despite being at a lower cultivation level than the foundation establishment stage cultivators, he shows no signs of being at a disadvantage. Having only recently entered the Yuanying stage herself, and yet to solidify her foundation, Yuling feels a twinge of anxiety. She secretly resolves to return to her sect post-competition to consolidate her cultivation and avert any unforeseen circumstances. During the competition, she cannot privately return to the sect after all, as the chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect. With both her master and the sect leader absent, she must remain to reassure her junior disciples. This sect competition is crucial for securing a spot in the Fantian secret realm and significantly impacts the standing of the Hehuan Sect. Thus, no mishaps can occur. The subsequent matches hold little significance, primarily featuring disciples of similar cultivation levels, with minimal risk of severe injuries at most, a few internal wounds. With the male protagonist yet to make his entrance, Yuling finds the proceedings rather lackluster, as not everyone can emerge as an unexpected dark horse. Many spectators have already begun to drift off into slumber. With her stunning beauty, Yuling brazenly feigns disinterest, her enchanting eyes appearing misty and unfocused. Fortunately, most of the onlookers are seated in the stands, and few notice her demeanor. Chapter 2. Bai Piao is about to soar in a remote corner beneath the stage. A slender youth stood, his demeanor cool and composed, with features as striking as a painting and a gentle aura surrounding him. Su Lin slightly lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions flickering in his eyes, as his long fingers delicately brushed over the jade ring on his thumb, strands of hair tousled by the wind. Enhancing his chaotic beauty, slowly, he raised his hand to gently wipe away the blood trickling from his lips, his movements both tender and resolute. At that moment, an elderly voice unexpectedly resonated deep within his mind. Well done. Young man, prepare yourself diligently for the next stage. Aim to break through your cultivation, so you can participate in the upcoming foundation establishment competition. Upon hearing this, he nodded calmly, replying, "Yes, I understand." No sooner had he spoken than a frail figure of an old man gradually emerged within his consciousness. The old man stroked his white beard thoughtfully, his expression grave as he inquired, "Is your injury serious?" Su Lin shook his head without hesitation, indicating that he was not gravely harmed. Yet, in truth, his internal organs were experiencing subtle pangs of pain. After all, this battle was a life-and-death struggle across ranks, It was hardly as effortless as it appeared. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface lay nothing but a facade of forced composure. Nevertheless, despite the arduousness, this was a mission he must shoulder. Seeing Su Lin shake his head, the old man let out a slight sigh of relief and remarked, "That's good to hear. Remember, your family is eagerly awaiting your return for vengeance." Su Lin replied softly once more before discreetly turning to leave the bustling crowd below the stage. He had already formulated a plan in his heart, intending to seek a secluded place where he could focus on breaking through his cultivation. Before departing, he couldn't help but cast a silent glance at Yuling on the stage. His gaze was profound and intricate, seemingly harboring boundless emotions. But in an instant, he quickly averted his eyes and departed with steady strides. Step by step distancing himself from that place. Yuling, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, naturally sensed his gaze. Though puzzled as to why he would look at her, she could make an educated guess. Could it be that he had already set his sights on her? At this juncture, Yuling felt indifferent. After becoming aware, she resolved not to let him succeed easily. The next match would feature the third junior sister of the Foundation establishment stage, prompting Yuling to shift her focus back to the contest on the stage. Although the third junior sister belonged to the Hehuan Sect, her appearance was devoid of any seduction, radiating a sense of righteousness distinctly different from Yuling. Reflecting on this, Yuling couldn't help but rub her forehead, utterly bewildered as to where things had gone awry. For the third junior sister's demeanor increasingly resembled that of the self-important disciples from the Hehuan Sect. Before the match commenced, the charming and vivacious Bai Piao sprinted towards Yuling with fervor, her destination clearly marked. Upon reaching her, she unhesitatingly dove into Yuling's warm embrace, akin to a greedy kitten, desperately inhaling, as if trying to absorb every essence emanating from Yuling. Yuling was already accustomed to such affectionate gestures. However, at that moment, the chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect, not far away, casually cast a glance in their direction. His gaze was like a swift bolt of cold lightning, briefly cutting through the air before reverting to tranquility, leaving one puzzled as to his true intentions. Once upon a time, Yuling had curiously asked the third junior sister why she always acted in such a manner. Each time she posed this question, the third junior sister would break into her signature radiant smile, cheerfully responding, "Oh, I'm just trying to soak up your good fortune, senior sister." Hearing this, Yuling couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that she was indeed so fortunate? Reflecting on her past, Yuling had never considered herself favored by fate. If there was a single stroke of fortune in her life, it might have been the moment she drew her first breath, endowed with the enviable bone of charm and sword heart. Yet, since that time, luck seemed to drift further away from her down the long path of cultivation. Others, despite enduring countless hardships, often encountered rare opportunities, albeit occasionally. But what of her? She had never come across even a single one. Her ascent to the present nascent soul realm had been solely reliant on her ironclad willpower and her audacity to seize opportunities with determination and decisiveness. Thankfully, she had grown accustomed to this reality and had come to understand the reason. She was not a child of fortune, merely a supporting character in a tale, and supporting characters did not have access to numerous opportunities. Upon the high platform, sunlight cascaded down, illuminating a vibrant yet tense atmosphere. Bai Piao stood gracefully, her attire as white as snow, fluttering in the wind like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Firmly grasping a gleaming sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light, it seemed capable of severing all obstacles in the world. Bai Piao moved with agility, her swordplay fierce, each strike infused with powerful energy and precision. The razor-sharp tip of her sword darted forth like a flash of lightning, catching her opponent off guard. Her profound martial foundation was evident in her steady footwork, demonstrating a well-grounded understanding of combat principles. Though Bai Piao's innate talent was not the pinnacle among her peers, she possessed an exceptionally diligent heart. Since training under her senior sister, she had never faltered, regardless of the harshness of winter or the sweltering heat of summer. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard, she was already up, diligently practicing her skills that night. As the stars twinkled in the sky, she tirelessly delved into the mysteries of swordsmanship. Her senior sister, ever nurturing, devoted herself to teaching Bai Piao, imparting her years of experience and insights without reservation, patiently correcting every move and technique. Under her senior sister's meticulous guidance, Bai Piao's swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. It was nearly impossible not to improve. Yet, standing opposite Bai Piao was no ordinary adversary. He too had weathered numerous battles, his strength formidable. He faced Bai Piao's relentless onslaught. He swiftly adapted his tactics and launched a counterattack. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their swords dancing in a blur, each refusing to yield, the battle intensifying. Sweat dripped from their brows, soaking their garments, yet their eyes remained resolute and filled with fighting spirit. Just as the spectators anticipated a stalemate, Bai Piao suddenly seized upon a flaw in her opponent's defense and swung her sword with all her might. With a swift whoosh, her blade sliced through the air, creating a gust of wind. Ultimately, Bai Piao triumphed through her unwavering tenacity and exceptional performance in a critical moment, emerging victorious without incident. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating her spectacular display. Yuling, her face of ethereal beauty, couldn't help but smile faintly, the subtle curve of her lips blossoming like spring flowers in full bloom. Clad in a vibrant red garment, her figure was graceful and enchanting, her attire billowing in the gentle breeze, with the scarlet hem dancing like flames. Her silhouette, partially concealed beneath the flowing red, appeared as though she had stepped forth from a realm of deities, shrouded in mystery and allure, evoking an irresistible desire to draw nearer and uncover the enigma. Chapter 3. I am an ordinary person. I love cultivation due to Bai Piao's exceptional performance. Yuling, after careful consideration, decided to grant her a special reward, allowing her to return early for rest in preparation for the upcoming competition. This was undoubtedly momentous news for Bai Piao. Thank you, senior sister. I shall take my leave now. Bai Piao's face blossomed with a smile as radiant as spring flowers, her two adorable little tiger teeth playfully peeking out. That Yuling smiled and nodded, signifying her consent. With permission granted, Bai Piao was filled with joy, her feet seemingly taking flight as she hurriedly turned to leave. The conclusion of this competition came as a surprise, arriving much sooner than expected. And, much like previous years, it remained unremarkable and monotonous. Fortunately, Yuling had long since grown accustomed to this, finding it not excessively unbearable. After the morning's trials concluded, Yuling was preparing to rise and vacate the somewhat oppressive surroundings. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a searing gaze fixed upon her. Following her intuition, she turned to see when Shubai's eyes intensely focused on her. Yuling was immediately filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why he was regarding her so intently. Yet, when Shubai seemed to sense her gaze, he merely cast her a fleeting glance before swiftly averting his eyes. That moment, when Shubai lowered his eyelids, as if deliberately concealing the subtle coldness lurking within. Clad in a robe of dark gold and black, his attire billowed gracefully in the wind, accentuating his tall and imposing stature. Particularly noteworthy was the belt crafted from mysterious jade, perfectly adorning his waist, highlighting his broad shoulders and slender waist, while adding an air of austere mystery to his presence. Truth be told, when Shubai held a certain regard for Yuling, his rival, despite her previous inadvertent insults towards him, he sincerely acknowledged her strength. In a few days, they would face each other again in a contest, and then they could truly determine their prowess. Yuling paid no mind to the gazes of those around her. She merely allowed her long, fair fingers to move slightly, and in an instant, a dazzling white light flashed before her. Shortly thereafter, a black and red sword materialized out of thin air, seemingly without warning. The blade shimmered with an eerie and profound black-red glow, reminiscent of burning flames and flowing blood, emanating a potent aura of malevolence. The mere glance at the sword evoked an inexplicable sense of fear and reverence within the observer. Despite its ominous appearance, there was no denying the profound compatibility it shared with Yuling, the beautiful and aloof senior sister. Wielding such a sword steeped in darkness, exuded an aura akin to a fierce demon emerging from an endless abyss. Many present could not help but express their admiration, their eyes filled with awe at the spectacle. Just then, Yuling's figure swayed gently, and in the next moment, the graceful silhouette of the girl firmly stood atop the sinister blade. As she moved, the surrounding space seemed to ripple slightly, as if influenced by her formidable presence. In the blink of an eye, Yuling and the malevolent sword transformed into a streak of light. Vanishing from the spectator's sight, the sword beneath her feet, named Dawnbreaker, symbolized the light that pierces through the darkness. It belonged to the same ancient era as the divine sword acquired by the male protagonist in later stages, which is why she cherished it deeply, resulting in a temperament that oddly mirrored her own. Upon returning to her residence, Yuling eagerly began to meditate, seeking out a soft spot before commencing her daily cultivation. Being a mere mortal, she found solace in her practice, tirelessly dedicating herself day after day. Spiritual energy circulated within her body for an unknown number of cycles, until she finally sensed exhaustion enveloping her, prompting her to cease her meditation. This monotonous routine of sitting in silence had persisted for countless days and nights. Each time she concluded her practice, she felt a pang of reflection. There are no true geniuses. What exists is merely the relentless effort of day after day. Life is not a novel. The effort required must be genuinely exerted. After an extended period of meditation, Yuling gradually rose, stretching her weary body before promptly heading to the courtyard to practice her swordsmanship. With each stroke, the blade seemed to gather a layer of frosty energy, wisps of cold air swirling around it like serpents of ice. This chill did not merely linger on the surface of the sword. It radiated outward with the force of the sword's energy, freezing the very air it passed through, producing faint cracking sounds. In the quiet courtyard, numerous lesser demons with low cultivation levels, upon witnessing this scene, scattered in fright. Any creature that beheld this sight could not help but feel a bone-chilling dread, an icy sensation racing up their spines, compelling involuntary shivers. Their eyes widened in terror as they gazed at the endless cold sword light, silently praying not to become a target of this terrifying sword technique. Fortunately, Yuling sensed their panic and gradually retracted her sword energy. Why Yuling did not attend the afternoon competition. The reason for this was quite simple. She was entirely immersed in her sword practice, as though she had melded into the very blade she wielded. Each swing, each movement, was infused with her utmost focus and fervor, leading her to become increasingly invigorated as she practiced, rendering her unable to halt her actions. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed, until she finally returned to her senses, only to realize she had missed the thrilling spectacle of Su Lin's impressive performance in the competition. Calculating in her mind, she deduced that the events were proceeding as expected, and she saw no reason to attend further. Unbeknownst to her, night had quietly descended, the moon gradually climbing to the treetops. Resembling a silver disk suspended in the sky at this moment, the cool and gentle moonlight cascaded upon the earth, cloaking the entire world in a delicate silver sheen. Beneath the moonlight, the young girl remained fully engrossed in her practice. A gentle breeze swept through, fluttering her long skirt, causing it to billow chaotically in the wind. The vivid crimson hue, illuminated by the moon's glow, appeared even more striking, akin to a flame dancing in the air. With a swift motion, the young girl retracted her sword that moment. A voice as gentle and refined as a spring breeze wafted from behind her, truly worthy of being the senior sister. Your swordsmanship is nothing short of transcendent. Accompanying the voice, a figure clad in azure robes strolled gracefully into the courtyard. This individual was tall and slender, standing like a proud pine beneath the moonlight. His steps were light and steady, each one seemingly entwined with the moonlight, creating a breathtaking tableau. A warm smile, reminiscent of the spring sun, lingered at the corner of his mouth. Hearing the voice, Yuling turned slightly, casting a brief glance in his direction. Her eyes, clear as water, were devoid of any discernible emotion, making it difficult to discern the feelings concealed within. Perhaps it was her deep immersion in sword practice that caused a faint blush to bloom on her fair cheeks, akin to the dawn breaking on the horizon, adding a rare touch of charm to her otherwise cool demeanor. The red-clad girl raised her gaze, her crystalline eyes locking with the man before her. She gently lifted her hand, wiping away the glistening beads of sweat from her forehead, her movements as delicate as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Subsequently, she glided gracefully towards a nearby stone bench and took her seat. "What brings you to seek me out at this hour?" the red-clad girl inquired, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song. Before her words had fully dissipated, she reached for the teacup on the table, tilting her head back to drink it in a single gulp, her bold demeanor contrasting sharply with her delicate beauty. The man known as Yuife smiled faintly, but remained silent, choosing instead to take a seat directly across from the red-clad girl. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "I naturally come with a matter of utmost importance to trouble you, senior sister. However, The red-clad girl appeared unimpressed by his words, her brow furrowing in impatience as she retorted. Spare me your pleasantries. Speak plainly. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge in idle chatter. As she spoke, she shot Yu Yifei a fierce glare, her penetrating gaze akin to two icy beams piercing through the air. Yu Yifei, taken aback, awkwardly rubbed his nose and casually picked up an exquisite teacup from the table, slowly rotating it in his hands. A brief silence enveloped the scene. After a moment, Yu Yifei finally broke the stillness. Senior sister, may I secure a spot for myself in this upcoming expedition to the secret realm? Upon hearing this, the red-clad girl initially emitted a disdainful click of her tongue, then mercilessly mocked, Humph, regardless of whether I grant you this opportunity. Given your frail physique, even if you were allowed into the secret realm, it would merely be a path to your demise. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Yu Yifei from head to toe, clearly revealing her condescension towards him. Yu Yifei quickly donned a fawning smile. You know I am a healer. To advance, I need to find the herbs necessary for my breakthrough in this hidden realm. I find myself unable to entrust my quest to others. Hence, I aspire to venture into the depths myself. Yuling tilted her head, a frosty smile gracing her lips, her exquisite yet somewhat unsettling visage revealing a hint of disdain. Must you seek me at this hour? Could you not choose a time more befitting the mortal realm? Master sister, you are aware that my days are consumed with numerous obligations. Yu Yifei's expression faltered, adopting a demeanor of silent suffering. Yuling scoffed coldly, her tone laced with iciness. Let us not discuss this matter. Without my master's approval, you might as well abandon the thought. With that, she cast her gaze toward the horizon, seemingly disinterested in the presence before her. However, my master is currently quite occupied. She hardly has the time to concern herself with your trivial affairs. Yuling's eyes narrowed slightly, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips as she delicately lifted her teacup. Savoring a sip, instantly, a rich aroma of tea wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled its fragrance. Upon hearing this, Yu Yifei initially froze, then chuckled sheepishly, his previously refined demeanor vanishing in an instant. With a beaming smile, he inquired, Hee, might I ask if the sect master is still in seclusion? Yuling shot him a glance, her response tinged with exasperation. Of course. Is there any notion of her emerging to frolic in the mountains and rivers? As she rolled her eyes, she silently lamented the incessant chatter of this fellow. Yu Yifei raised an eyebrow, exclaiming in astonishment, Oh dear, how utterly unexpected. Who could possibly have harmed the sect master? One wonders what sort of person they are. The realm of cultivation is vast and boundless, teeming with phenomena beyond imagination. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Yuling's mouth as she idly twirled a silken strand of hair around her slender finger. As time passed, her once vibrant eyes grew increasingly frigid, as though enveloped in a layer of frost. Enough! Cease wasting my time here, and return to your training. It was not long before Yuling's patience waned, her tone turning brusque and impatient, issuing a clear dismissal. Yu Yifei, who had been quietly seated, rose leisurely at her words. Farewell, farewell, he said, first adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire before striding gracefully toward the door. The sect master's seclusion did not preclude him from receiving permission to proceed. With the answer he sought in hand, Yu Yifei felt an overwhelming affection for Yuling. After all, her consent meant that once he entered the vanishing heaven's secret realm, he would have her protection, ensuring his safety. Each step he took exuded an air of calm composure, as if he were entirely unfazed by Yuling's brusque dismissal. It is rather peculiar. Aside from the reclusive few who could harm the master, who else could possibly inflict injury upon her? The leaders of other sects were all in seclusion, providing them with solid alibis, leaving no rationale for assaulting the master. But Yuling's master, Hehuan, the leader of the Hehuan Sect, had recently returned wounded after a month away, and since then, she had remained in seclusion. Yuling worried for her master's safety, but felt utterly powerless, left only to await her return. Closing her eyes, Yuling endeavored to organize her chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Wuxing sect, the question loomed like a specter in the air. Is Yi Chang'e dead? Dead, came a cold voice, devoid of any emotional nuance. Not dead, another voice responded, tinged with uncertainty and doubt. In the servant disciples' quarters, a girl clad in tattered hemp garments lay with her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed, her complexion pale as a sheet. her body trembling uncontrollably, as if ensnared in a dreadful nightmare that in her dreams. The words surrounding Yi Chang's life and death echoed relentlessly in her mind, striking her fragile spirit like a relentless hammer. Each repetition intensified the sense of despair, the breath of death crashing upon her like a tidal wave, enveloping her completely, gradually consuming her consciousness until she was submerged in an abyss of darkness. Just as the suffocating terror threatened to crush her entirely, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! With that cry, Yi Chang'e was yanked from her nightmare by an unseen force. Sitting upright in bed, gasping for breath, she inhaled the surrounding fresh air as if it were the only thing that could calm her racing heart. However, at that moment, Yi Chang'e felt no relief. For her mind was inundated with a torrent of unfamiliar memories, galloping forth like a stampede of wild horses. These memories collided and intertwined, bringing waves of sharp, excruciating pain, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing her skull. Leaving her in agony, the intensity of the pain threatened to shatter her head, evoking a near-suffocating sensation. Once she finally regained her composure, Yi Chang'e opened her eyes to behold her small, dark hands, marred with wounds. Shocked, she accepted the reality of her rebirth. Chapter 5. The Daring Master. I have fallen for you. I am not dead. The voice resonated like a chilling howl from the depths of the abyss. Cold and hoarse, akin to a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. Yi Chang'e slowly lifted her head, her gaze dimmed, her eyes resembling an endless night, deep and impenetrable, obscuring her true emotions. A cruel smile crept across her lips, blooming like a blood-red flower in the frigid night, enchanting yet disquieting. She clenched her fists tightly, the pressure causing her nails to embed deeply into her palms. Crimson blood trickling down her fingertips, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain that moment. Her mind flooded with memories from her previous life, in her past existence. She had been diligent and loyal, devoting herself entirely to that so-called organization. Each time she received a mission, she would plunge in without hesitation, even if it meant sacrificing her precious life. Yet, she had met her demise at the hands of those she held dear. How utterly absurd. Each recollection of those loathsome faces and the smug grins of those despicable individuals ignited a furious blaze within her, nearly consuming her whole. At this juncture, she yearned to rend those two shameless wretches to pieces, to relieve her heart's resentment. However, her anger did not completely cloud her judgment. The memories in her mind grew clearer, revealing that she now inhabited a completely foreign world of cultivation. This realization loosened the taut strings of her heart. For here, perhaps lay countless opportunities and possibilities awaiting her exploration. If she could seize these chances, the path to vengeance would surely no longer be distant. This body was exceedingly frail, appearing as if it belonged to a mere child of several years. Yet, Yi Chang'e was unconcerned. She felt immense gratitude for the chance to live again. Her knowledge. She was in the Hehuan Sect, one of the 5 major sects in the realm of cultivation. With this knowledge, her path of revenge seemed imminent. The only drawback was that this body seemed ill-suited for cultivation. According to her memories, the original owner was merely a servant disciple with 4 spiritual roots. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi Chang'e silently prayed for the original owner. The original owner's demise was not a trivial matter. She had suffered from bullying, which ultimately led to her death. Since she had taken over the original owner's body, she would undoubtedly avenge her. Slowly, she would take her time. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her palm, causing Yi Chang'e to frown instinctively and lower her gaze. Upon looking down, her eyes widened in disbelief. The blood that had spread across her palm appeared to possess a life of its own, gradually diminishing at a visible rate that seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, flowing slowly until it converged upon the back of her hand, where it coalesced into a small red mark. This mark shone like a flickering candle in the dark, becoming increasingly alluring against the backdrop of obscurity. It emanates a peculiar and enchanting glow, compelling one to gaze upon it repeatedly, yet simultaneously dissuading with its palpable aura of danger. Yi Chang'e remains oblivious to its nature and lacks the inclination to investigate further. She is physically and mentally exhausted, yearning only to close her eyes and rest. In truth, she does just that. In the secret chamber of the Hehuan Sect, the sect leader, Huan, whose once porcelain white visage now lacks any hue, appears as pale as parchment, with the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth starkly eye-catching. Her hair, typically flowing like a waterfall, now loses its luster, disheveled and cascading behind her, swaying lightly with the breeze. Adding to her disheveled demeanor, observing her pristine white attire, it is now marred by large patches of dark crimson blood, resembling a red plum blossom blooming in the snow, tragic and heart-wrenching. Each breath she takes is laborious, accompanied by subtle tremors, as if her entire being is enduring immense suffering. Gently, she opens her palm. In that instant, a black wound materializes before the onlookers. Around the wound, tendrils of eerie black mist swirl. Akin to serpents, greedily devouring the spiritual energy within her. It is known that Mo Hehuan possesses formidable self-healing abilities. Ordinarily, injuries are trivial to her, easily mended in a short span. However, this black wound, regardless of her attempts to harness her spiritual power for restoration, remains unhealed and continues to worsen, exhibiting a fierce repulsion towards her inner energy, as if they are destined adversaries. Previously, she ventured into the Fanteon secret realm to investigate and eliminate potential dangers, ensuring that the disciples who would follow would not meet untimely fates. Yet, unexpectedly, she encountered such a predicament. No one could have anticipated that within this seemingly insignificant realm lay a divine sword originating from the Pengu era. Merely approaching it would inflict harm upon her. Deep within her mind, the image of this ancient and mysterious sword vividly emerges. Compared to the dawn sword wielded by her disciple, this sword appears far more sinister and malevolent. It is shrouded in a dense black aura, reminiscent of a demonic breath that chills one to the bone. As this black mist spreads, it seems to envelop the entire cosmos in its overwhelming pressure, causing all living things to tremble in fear, as if revering the existence of this terrifying weapon. Fortunately, her expenditure of spiritual power was not in vain. She has cast restrictions around the sword, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover it without exceptional skill and luck. This sword's degree of strangeness is beyond imagination. Should it be allowed to emerge into the world, the consequences would be dire. Under no circumstances must such a perilous weapon be allowed to resurface, nor should it become an instrument of malevolence in the hands of wicked individuals. With her gaze lowered, she silently contemplates this moment. She sits quietly in the secret chamber, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath weak and erratic. It is evident that her injuries are exceedingly grave, rendering it impossible for her to recover and emerge from seclusion in the near future. This matter is of utmost significance, far beyond what the young and inexperienced disciples can handle. Hastily sending them to investigate would undoubtedly place them in extreme peril. Contemplating this, she furrows her brow, and after a moment of reflection, resolves to entrust the matter to the Immortal Alliance. She gently raises her jade hand and waves it toward the void, causing a faintly glowing transmission talisman to instantly soar from her fingertips. The talisman dances through the air like a lively butterfly, swiftly making its way to the distance, destined to reach the Immortal Alliance without fail. Having completed these tasks, she feels a slight sense of relief, believing she has done all she can to arrange matters, and can now peacefully enter seclusion for healing. However, just before closing her eyes to enter this meditative state, she suddenly recalls an important matter. Hastily, she gestures, and before her appears a collection of treasures shimmering with various hues. These artifacts are her treasured possessions amassed over the years, each possessing formidable power and mysterious capabilities. Carefully, she selects a few of the most precious and practical artifacts, meticulously placing them into a pouch, reinforcing it with several powerful seals to prevent others from easily accessing them. Subsequently, she summons her beloved disciple, Yuling, solemnly presenting her with the storage ring filled with treasures. Admonishing, "Linger, this time of seclusion is uncertain in duration. These treasures are to safeguard your life. They will surely aid you in critical moments." With that, she affectionately ruffles her disciple's hair. Changing the subject, Mo Hehuan then earnestly inquires, "Do you remember what I taught you?" Yuling nods affirmatively, her delicate, fair face radiating obedience that I would never forget Master's words. "You said, if you can fight, then engage. If not, retreat. Essentially, survival is paramount." Mo Hehuan's eyes gleam with satisfaction. "Living is more important than anything else. Thus, I can rest easy. You may go now." After informing Yuling, Mo Hehuan completely conceals her presence, content to recuperate in her cave. Chapter 6. The essential challenge of surpassing limits. Yuling slowly steps out of the sect leader's chamber. Not hurrying to depart from the Snowfall Peak, but instead leisurely turning towards the location of the talent board, perched atop the summit. The talent board serves as a testament to the abundance of genius within the cultivation world over the past century. Anyone under 100 years of age who has reached the Golden Core stage has the opportunity to be listed. The rankings are updated every decade, and coincidentally, it is time for an update, which Yuling has fortuitously timed her arrival for. Clutching the storage ring bestowed by her master, she ponders quietly, realizing that her master's retreat must be due to significant challenges. Otherwise, such gravity would not be warranted. Previously, seclusions lasted merely a few months, but now it seems she may not see her master again for a year or more. After blooding the storage ring to establish her ownership, Yuling feels a modicum of calm settle within her. As she walks, many fellow disciples greet her, to which Yuling responds with a smile. Observing her vibrant, diligent juniors fills her heart with pride and contentment. Her hair is elegantly pinned with a delicate jade hairpin, while a few errant strands dance in the breeze, adding an unintentional charm to her appearance. Clad in a striking red garment, her slender waist cinched by a black belt, she resembles a fairy from a painting. Standing before the massive stone tablet, Yuling faces the wind, her garments fluttering. The foremost name emblazoned upon the board is hers, followed closely by the name Wen Su Bi Ai. Yuling is not the least surprised by this outcome. Appearing as though she had anticipated it all along, her expression calm and unruffled, the surrounding crowd buzzes with excitement. Many disciples rushing forth to congratulate her. After a cursory glance around, she finds no trace of the male protagonist's name on the list. A momentary relief washes over her. Having discreetly inquired about his name and background, her concerns diminish somewhat. Nevertheless, she resolves to keep a closer watch on him in the future. As for the narrative's plot, she does not possess complete clarity. However, as the child of destiny, he bears great fortune, making it no easy feat to deal with him. Troubling matters lie ahead. Having obtained the results she sought, Yuling does not linger further, gracefully turning to leave. Although the Hehuan Sect primarily practices dual cultivation, not everyone is required to follow this path. Individuals are free to pursue their own specialties and interests. Yuling exemplifies this, as she not only studies the ways of Hehuan, but is also proficient in swordsmanship. After all, she is a true swordswoman. The orthodox Hehuan methods starkly contrast with those of evil cultivators. They do not steal the yin and yang energies of others, but rather facilitate mutual benefit in cultivation. This method not only prevents the emergence of inner demons, but also does not hinder one's cultivation realm. However, it necessitates the willingness of both parties. Otherwise, if one side is unwilling, the consequences of dual cultivation can lead to backlash. Yuling has always approached her cultivation endeavors wholeheartedly. Regrettably, she has yet to complete a single session of dual cultivation in her 2 decades of life. The drawback of being a swordswoman is the volatility of her spiritual energy, which makes few willing to engage in dual cultivation with her. Thus, she has been unable to find a suitable partner all these years, forcing her to toil away in relentless training. A sense of frustration wells within her. Had she found a partner, her current cultivation would surely be at a higher level. Yet, she quickly steadies her mind, revitalizing her spirit, for there is a competition awaiting her in the afternoon, and she cannot afford to falter now. Simultaneously, Su Lin, who has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, has also commenced his subsequent trials. His successful breakthrough is attributed not only to his experiences and tempering during the Qi refining stage competitions, but also to a stroke of rare fortune. Who would have guessed that an item he casually acquired in the market would contain the blood of a divine beast? After refining it, his cultivation surged directly to the mid-foundation establishment stage. To maintain a facade of modesty, he had requested the assistance of Lin Lao within the soul locking ring to conceal his cultivation to the initial stage of foundation establishment. After all, in this realm of cultivation, excessive ostentation would only invite unnecessary troubles. Following several rounds of competition, Su Lin had made further progress. His mind recalled the image of the girl in red upon the high platform, who appeared as a proud deity, both cold and formidable. It was the first time he had encountered such a radiant individual, and the scene was deeply etched in his heart. Was it admiration? Or was it sheer astonishment? Perhaps it was a blend of both. Nonetheless, this moment would forever remain an eternal memory within him. Su Lin had undeniably made a striking impression, catching the attention of several elders from the Seeking Sword sect, who awaited the moment he claimed first place in the Foundation establishment competition, allowing them to openly accept him as a disciple. However, Su Lin seemed indifferent to whom he would pledge his allegiance. His singular focus was to triumph in each contest, undeterred by the prospect of injury. It seemed that only by doing so could he honor every individual who had supported him, fellow cultivator. Please, Su Lin's voice was gentle and courteous, his demeanor humble, as if he were not engaging in a life-and-death struggle, but rather a friendly spar. His eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom, revealing his respect and seriousness towards this battle. The opponent before him was no ordinary individual, but rather a direct disciple of a highly esteemed elder from the Hehuan Sect. This person exuded an extraordinary aura, with an air of remarkable vigor emanating from his brows, tightly gripping a resplendent spiritual sword whose blade seemed to harbor boundless power, shimmering with a disquieting brilliance, clad in an immaculate white robe that flowed gracefully. He resembled an otherworldly being, imparting an ethereal presence. The clashes of their attacks resembled two dragons emerging from the sea, with a titanic momentum that threatened to rend the very air above the competition arena. Each encounter was accompanied by the piercing sound of blades slicing through the air, generating waves of force that shook the surrounding space. Their movements were as fluid as shadows, darting through the arena with such agility that it left onlookers awestruck. Were it not witnessed firsthand, one would find it hard to believe that such commotion was born from a mere contest between Foundation establishment practitioners. In Su Lin's hand, the sword was but a common iron blade, appearing plain and even somewhat shabby when compared to his opponent's spiritual sword. Yet, in Su Lin's grasp, this iron sword seemed to be imbued with life. Each swing was accompanied by a fierce wind, aiming directly at his adversary's vital points. His swordsmanship was exquisite, with every move executed with precision, devoid of any superfluity or flaw, despite the vast disparity in quality between the iron and spiritual swords. Su Lin managed to extract the utmost potential from the former through his solid foundational techniques and profound cultivation. His swordplay flowed like clouds and water, unbroken and relentless, with every strike catching his opponent off guard. The iron sword in his hand transformed into a lively dragon, soaring and spiraling, displaying powers that transcended the Foundation establishment stage. His footwork was light and nimble, as if he were walking on the wind, each movement deftly avoiding his opponent's strikes. Although his enemy was highly skilled, they could find no openings in Su Lin's elusive form. Su Lin's gaze was unwavering and resolute, his heart brimming with a thirst for victory and a passion for the sword. As time progressed, the battle escalated into a fevered climax. Their assaults grew increasingly fierce, each clash seemingly intent on annihilating the other. However, Su Lin maintained his composure and poise, his swordsmanship becoming ever more remarkable, each strike leaving the audience in a at last. During one intense exchange, Su Lin seized upon a flaw in his opponent's defense. His iron sword slashed through the air like lightning, piercing through the protective spiritual light surrounding his foe, inflicting a grievous wound. In that moment, the light of triumph flickered in Su Lin's eyes, his heart swelling with joy and pride. This contest not only allowed Su Lin to demonstrate his prowess, but also solidified his reputation within the Foundation establishment competitions. His opponent was at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, while he was merely at its nascent phase, yet he had triumphed against all odds. Chapter 7. An unspoken understanding in the blink of an eye. They had arrived at the nascent soul competition. The Golden Core contest had concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. However, curiously, Su Lin had suffered a defeat during this stage and did not advance to the nascent soul level. When Yuling encountered Su Lin once more, she could only observe his cultivation still at the Foundation establishment stage. This stark contrast from the dream left her pondering the causes behind it. Which version was the truth? Yuling had grown weary of such thoughts. Her focus was now solely on the nascent soul competition. The rules for the nascent soul contest differed from the previous rounds. They were to begin together on the competition platform, with only the last 10 remaining participants advancing. Those who qualified would then compete in a series of matches until all rankings were established. The atmosphere on the platform was heavy with tension. Numerous nascent soul cultivators had gathered, yet the ambience among them felt subtly charged. Some of the cultivators exuded confidence, their eyes scanning the surroundings with an air of certainty. as if victory was already within their grasp. Most of these cultivators occupied their own spaces, evidently preparing for a solitary confrontation. Amidst this throng of cultivators, one figure stood out remarkably. Yuling. She was adorned in a vibrant crimson robe, the sash at her waist accentuating her delicate and graceful silhouette. Her breathtaking visage was unforgettable, especially her striking eyes, which now bore a serious expression. From the outset, Yuling's gaze had been fixed upon Wen Shubai, the one deemed most likely to challenge her. She barely acknowledged the other competitors, for in her heart, only Wen Shubai was considered a worthy adversary deserving of her full effort. Yet, aside from Wen Shubai, the remaining nascent soul cultivators seemed reluctant to confront Yuling and Wen Shubai directly. After all, both were renowned figures on the talent rankings. Their strength unfathomable. To engage them recklessly would likely result in a dismal defeat, a fruitless endeavor. Consequently, the other nascent soul cultivators had conspired early on. They decided to unite their forces, striving to eliminate Yuling and Wen Shubai from the competition. By doing so, the remaining few could resume their contest without the overwhelming pressure of facing these two formidable powerhouses. For these two, who were the foremost disciples of their respective esteemed sects, the minuscule reward for first place in the nascent soul competition likely held little value, as pivotal figures within their grand sects. The resources and opportunities they encountered far surpassed what ordinary cultivators could imagine. Yet, for those hailing from smaller sects and humble backgrounds, such rewards were treasures they could only dream of. These lesser sects often faced resource scarcity and harsh conditions for cultivation. Thus, every additional gain was of immense significance. That seemingly trivial reward could very well be the key to breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks and enhancing their power. Thus, this contest held vastly different meanings for cultivators of diverse backgrounds. Such a scene was commonplace for Yuling, who merely smiled faintly, her expression as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, soft and natural. The slight upward curve of her lips formed a serene arc, as if nothing in this world could disturb her inner tranquility. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes resembled crescent moons, sparkling with mirth, yet concealing a profound stillness beneath, akin to a deep lake, difficult to fathom. Unbeknownst to her, her slender fingers had firmly grasped the black and red sword, its blade shimmering with an enigmatic glow. The intertwined colors of black and red resembled flowing flames and surging blood, emanating a chilling sword intent that pressed against the heart, evoking a sense of coldness that crept up the spine. Meanwhile, Wen Shubai had silently taken his place beside Yuling since their participation in the Foundation establishment competition. They had inevitably found themselves besieged by others, resulting in a tacit understanding between them to team up without the need for verbal communication. The young man was clad in an ornate black and gold robe, his long black hair tied into a high ponytail, with a few loose strands playfully dancing in the wind. His waist was adorned with a striking red belt that not only accentuated his already impressive stature, but also added an alluring charm to his demeanor. The moment when Shubai's handsome face emerged, it instantly captivated the attention of numerous female cultivators below. They cast admiring glances, whispering to one another in hushed tones, their praises echoing in waves. Such overwhelming popularity stands shoulder to shoulder with the equally attention-grabbing Yuling. His pair of pale blue eyes exudes a chilling aura, reminiscent of the frost that forms in the depths of winter, endowing him with a pronounced sense of aloofness that deters strangers. Especially his slender, sharp phoenix eyes, which, when narrowed slightly, emanate a disquieting intimidation that discourages anyone from daring to meet his gaze. When Yuling turned her head, she caught a glimpse of the red mole at the tail of Wen Shubai's eye. A flicker of astonishment crossed her features, and fearing he might notice, she hastily feigned indifference, directing her attention forward at that moment. It became evident that Wen Shubai was tightly gripping a high-grade spirit sword that radiated a mysterious brilliance. While this sword could not rival the legendary Yuling sword, it undoubtedly qualified as a rare treasure in the world. It is said that this spirit sword was meticulously crafted by Wen Shubai's esteemed master, who devoted countless efforts and precious materials to its creation. Alas, despite the sword's remarkable qualities, it ultimately was not Wen Shubai's fated spirit weapon. Typically, once a cultivator enters the nascent soul stage, they forge a bond with their destined spirit weapon, establishing a profound connection between the two. However, It is perplexing that when Shubai has yet to discover that which resonates with his spirit and could become his true weapon. Even the well-informed Yuling could only resignedly attribute this matter to when Shubai's unfortunate luck. Just then, a thrilling battle was poised to erupt, ready to ignite at any moment. This contest between nascent soul experts was unbound by the numerous constraints typical of ordinary duels. Once one party made the first move, the rest would scatter like startled birds. Yet, as they fled, they were not idle. Occasionally, they would hurl formidable spells in an attempt to create minor disturbances for their opponents. Seeking to disrupt their rhythm in an instant, everyone on the field raised their swords in unison, launching a fierce assault toward the two at the eye of the storm. This onslaught was overwhelming, akin to a torrential wave, leaving no room for evasion. Fortunately, both Wen Shubai and Yuling displayed remarkable agility, narrowly evading the perilous onslaught. Observing Yuling, her swordplay was indeed exquisite. Each swing was imbued with an unparalleled ferocity and sharp intent. The immense pressure she exuded seemed capable of subduing the spirits of those around her, making it impossible for anyone to approach within 3 feet of her. The vivid crimson of her attire and the deep inkiness of her black robes intertwined like 2 agile dragons, occasionally colliding with one another. However, at this moment, the two were wholly absorbed in their confrontation, their gazes locked onto the enemy, and their moves increasingly fierce, each clash resonating with the force of thunder. The surrounding air appeared to be stirred by their intense combat, forming invisible whirlwinds that howled past. A resounding clang echoed as several swords clashed violently in midair, instantly igniting a shower of sparks. Dazzling like fireworks, the force of the impact seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space apart, the deafening sound reverberating through the stillness, lingering long after. This sharp and jarring noise, akin to a demon's roar, instilled a sense of dread and shivers in all who heard it. The contest not only left those on the stage trembling with excitement, but even the spectators below could not help but break into a sweat. Indeed, the contest of the nascent soul stage was enough to ignite fervor in all present. Chapter 8. The heart's treasure of the Dragon Lord disappeared. Yuling cast a cold glance at Wen Shubai, her expression as frigid as a millennium-old glacier, rendering her gaze difficult to meet. Then, she slightly shifted her form, appearing before several nascent soul cultivators like a specter. Before they could react, she leaped into the air, her movements as graceful as a swift swallow. Following this, her feet unleashed a flurry of kicks, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The dull thuds of impact echoed as the nascent soul cultivators were sent flying like kites with severed strings, landing clumsily on the ground below the contest stage. Clad in a strikingly vibrant red garment, Yuling danced through the air, her movements fluid and seamless, resembling a butterfly in flight. Her speed was so astonishing that the onlookers were left bewildered. Entirely overshadowed by Yuling's formidable prowess, the ensuing battle unfolded without a hint of suspense. Yuling and Wen Shubai worked together flawlessly. One attacked head-on, while the other flanked from the side. Their synergy impeccable. Faced with such a fierce offensive, the few nascent soul cultivators found themselves utterly powerless, forced to retreat step by step. Before long, what was supposed to be an intensely competitive match concluded swiftly under the overwhelming advantage of Yuling and Wen Shubai. Ultimately, with another nascent soul cultivator sent flying off the platform by Yuling's kick, only the figures of Yuling and Wen Shubai remained on the stage. Undoubtedly, they had triumphed over all their adversaries. Claiming victory in this contest in an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers. After all, both were prodigies on the talent rankings, coupled with their striking appearances, which easily stirred up a commotion among the masses. Following the conclusion of the contest, the two parted ways to rest, for the next encounter would be between them. Hehuan Sect, Long Aotian Pavilion, in the vast and desolate palace, a profound silence prevailed. A chilling aura permeating every corner as if capable of freezing one's very soul. Amidst this stillness, a tall figure gradually entered from outside the pavilion, clad in a black and gold robe. The interplay of colors shimmered with a mysterious brilliance under the cold moonlight. The young man was tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his proportions nothing short of perfection. His features were sculpted with a beauty that seemed crafted by a master artisan, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a straight nose, and slightly upturned corners of his eyes that hinted at an air of coldness and defiance. At this moment, his long hair, cascading like a waterfall, was tied into a sleek high ponytail, with a few errant strands dancing in the wind, enhancing his roguish charm, embodying a battle-worn yet strikingly handsome youth. However, it was disheartening to note that despite his extraordinary looks, his once rosy lips now appeared pallid and devoid of color. Unbeknownst to him, without any warning, two shadowy figures emerged behind him, as if phantoms quietly descending. Both figures were clad in robes as dark as ink, seemingly merging with the night. One of them slightly bowed in respect and spoke with deference. "Young master, we have been dispatched by the Dragon Lord to assist you in dealing with these troublesome matters." This individual was none other than the left protector, Long Aotian, whose face was obscured by a fearsome ghostly mask, rendering it difficult to discern his true visage. Moreover, his imposing figure was entirely concealed under the voluminous black robe, leaving only a pair of eyes that glinted with a cold light. Standing beside him, the right protector, Long Aotian, bore a similar appearance, and together, they exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, in the face of such a scene, the young man named Wen Shubai displayed disdain, clicking his tongue in contempt before casually retorting, "What? Do you think I cannot handle a mere Yuling?" As he spoke, the boy's once bright eyes dimmed, the depths reflecting an icy chill. Long Aotian quickly clarified, "Certainly not. Young master possesses extraordinary talent. However, as a member of the Dragon Clan, you are inherently subjected to the constraints of the heavenly path, especially on human territory that I fear for your safety. Thus, we wish to resolve this significant trouble on your behalf." After exchanging a glance, the two spoke in unison, their expressions resolute, as if they had already made a firm decision. However, before they could elaborate further on their intentions, Wen Shubai promptly and decisively rejected. No, his voice rang clear and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The young man tilted his head slightly, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he deliberately referenced past events. "Oh. Back when I was in the Foundation establishment stage and encountered her, and later during the Golden Core stage, where were you two, so eager to assist me?" he continued, crossing his arms and displaying an expression of resolute determination. As if no one could sway his decision at this moment. "In human terms, you are merely offering advice after the fact," Wen Shubai retorted. Long Aotian took a step forward, lowering himself further. He said, "The Dragon Lord wishes for you to undergo trials. Thus, Long Aotian and I dared not interfere with your training. She could never serve as my trial." Wen Shubai narrowed his eyes, his stunning phoenix eyes sparkling excessively. "No need for that, and you are not permitted to touch her." The voice of the youth was chilling, seemingly impervious to dissent. It was evident that the words of the young master brooked no opposition, leaving the two individuals with no choice but to acquiesce. With great care, Long Aotian produced an exquisite jade vial seemingly from thin air. The vial, entirely emerald green and translucent, emanated a faint luminescence, indicating it was far from ordinary. Cradling the vial in both hands, he approached Wen Shubai, bowing slightly as he presented the vial with utmost reverence, stating, "Young master, this is the healing elixir that the Dragon Lord specifically instructed me to deliver to you. Concerning the matter of your lost heart shield scale, the Dragon Lord is already aware and has dispatched capable personnel to seek it out. I trust news will arrive shortly." He maintained his bowing posture, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Wen Shubai, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly, parting his thin lips to utter a brief in response. He then extended his right hand and waved it gently. The action appeared casual, yet was imbued with an imperceptible force, causing the jade vial to vanish without a trace. Subsequently, he waved his hand once more, saying softly, "Very well, you may all withdraw." Although his voice was not loud, the authority it carried rendered it irresistible. Upon receiving the command, Long Aotian and another attendant quickly complied, bowing to Wen Shubai before their figures vanished from sight. The mention of the heart shield scale caused Wen Shubai's form to shudder involuntarily. It represented the second life of the Dragon Clan, and its removal from his body was indicative of immense suffering. Curiously, the heart shield scale had remained firmly in place at his heart until he entered the nascent soul stage, at which point it inexplicably disappeared. This left him momentarily bewildered, nearly costing him his life. Though he ultimately persevered, the darkness in the youth's eyes deepened. Should he uncover even the slightest clue, this matter would not rest. Chapter 9. Traps and Counterattacks. Yi Chang'e stirred from her slumber, seemingly acutely aware of the subtle changes within her body. Looking down, she noticed the once conspicuous crimson birthmark gradually dissipating, while her body acted like a voracious vortex, rapidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy that a soft sound, akin to an invisible barrier being quietly breached, resonated. Despite her unfamiliarity with the path of cultivation, she was certain that these peculiar physical transformations signified her formal entry into the realm of cultivation. Though she harbored doubts regarding the origin of the birthmark, she did not dwell on it excessively. After all, in this realm where strength reigned supreme, her current prowess was woefully inadequate, as insignificant as an ant. Easily obliterated by those powerful cultivators, the room was somewhat cramped, with scant furnishings that appeared rather rudimentary. After all, the original owner was merely a lowly disciple of the Hehuan Sect, living in poverty, where merely having enough to eat was a tremendous blessing. Dawai Changa gradually rose from her bed and, with a light step, approached the shattered mirror. Despite the mirror being riddled with cracks, it still reflected her wan and emaciated face with clarity. Her features, while not exceptionally exquisite, were nonetheless charming, though long-term malnutrition rendered her overly thin. With proper nourishment, she could certainly blossom into a beauty. She sighed softly, feeling a sense of resignation toward her reflection. In her previous life, despite enduring rigorous training, her outstanding foundation earned her the title of beauty wherever she went. Yet now, gazing at her frail form in the mirror, she silently vowed to eat more and swiftly regain her strength. Just as she was lost in thought, a gentle knocking came from outside the door. Knock, knock. Changa, are you in there? A girl's voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, as if deliberately pitched, making Yichanga feel somewhat uncomfortable. What is it? Do you need something? Yichanga did not open the door immediately, but instead stood behind it, her tone laced with caution. This girl was the original owner's close friend, who constantly took advantage of her, living off her meager resources, turning her already strained life into an even greater burden. Nothing major, just that there's going to be a duel between the two prodigies on the talent list shortly. It should be quite spectacular that I wanted to ask if you'd like to join me to watch. The girl spoke while attempting to push the door, only to find it wouldn't budge, forcing her to abandon the effort. That a derisive smile tugged at the corners of Yichanga's mouth as her gaze darkened. Both of them were lowly disciples. Attending would merely be for show, and they could very well be turned away. The girl's invitation was clearly not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps not. We're merely lowly disciples. Yichanga feigned a sigh, her voice filled with resignation. Probing for a reaction. As expected, a hint of urgency crept into the girl's tone. Why not? Lowly disciples are still disciples. We can go. Besides, Senior Brother Lin will be there. She emphasized Senior Brother Lin, seemingly confident that this would sway Yichangji. The mention of Senior Brother Lin. Yichanga's eyes dimmed for a moment. She was well aware that this so-called good friend harbored ulterior motives. Every disciple in the outer sect knew that Senior Brother Lin had affections for this very close friend, while the original owner remained blissfully unaware. After a moment's contemplation, Yichanga slowly opened the door. This sudden action startled Yuwen. Yichanga chuckled inwardly at the sight, yet maintained an impassive demeanor. I've decided. I will go. A flicker of anger crossed Yuwen's face, but she suppressed her irritation, forcing a pleasant expression as she linked arms with Yichanga and led her outside. Yichanga's eyes flashed with disdain, and she closed her eyes briefly, ultimately choosing to endure. Where are we headed? Yichanga's gaze darkened, locking onto Yuwen's eyes, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. Yuwen feigned calmness and explained, I'm taking you to find Senior Brother Lin. He's waiting for us. With that, she quickened her pace, her mind racing with plans to ensure that the prize she had set her sights on would not slip away, as she aimed to use Yichanga to shed her identity as a lowly disciple and ascend to the outer sect. All right, Yichanga responded with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, her waxen face displaying an oddly sinister grin. Eventually, they arrived before a sturdy tree, at which point Yuwen halted. Yichanga surveyed her surroundings, realizing the location was quite secluded, and she instantly grasped Yuwen's intentions. She too came to a stop, tugging at Yuwen's sleeve and feigning shyness, while her eyes remained frigid. Where is Senior Brother Lin? I don't see him. Before a response could come, a barely audible scoff escaped Yuwen's lips. In the next moment, she swiftly turned and scattered a handful of white powder. However, Yichanga had anticipated this and promptly exhaled forcefully. sending most of the powder back, where it landed squarely on Yu Wenwen's face. The next instant, a scream of despair escaped Yu Wenwen as she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Wei Chang'e covered her mouth and nose as she approached, kicking Yu Wenwen twice, confirming her complete lack of response. Does this potion take effect so quickly? Yi Chang'e marveled at the scene before her, that a sense of desolation welled within her. Had it been the original owner, she likely would not have escaped this calamity. If the original owner were to be rendered unconscious, her fate would surely be dire. Serves you right that Wei Chang'e delivered 2 more kicks for good measure. She then glanced down at her ragged clothes before shifting her gaze to Yu Wenwen's green attire. Though not of high quality, it was certainly superior to her own. Without hesitation, Yi Chang'e discarded her own garments and donned Yu Wenwen's clothing, seizing her storage pouch as well. Weighing the pouch in her hand, she thought, this can be considered karma. After all, you deceived the original owner. Realizing that her actions would likely result in her expulsion from the Hehuan Sect, Yi Chang'e resolved to flee. Yet, at this moment, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The faint trace of the drug she had inhaled began to take effect. Reluctantly, she abandoned the idea of an immediate escape. Lifting her gaze to the lush tree above, she formulated a plan. With agile grace, she swiftly climbed the trunk, the dense foliage concealing her slight figure, intending to recuperate and regain her strength before departing from this place. Chapter 10. From allies to rivals. As she closed her eyes to rest, a heavy footfall approached the base of the tree, causing Yi Chang'e to ponder, suspecting it might be Yu Wenwen's accomplices. This must be the place Yu Wenwen mentioned. The man's voice was greasy and lewd, and accompanied by his massive figure, he approached the spot where Yu Wenwen had collapsed. She had fallen face down, and their clothing had been switched. Fang Datong mistakenly believed that the person on the ground was Yi Chang'e. His eyes, small as mung beans, fixated on the petite figure below, his gaze gradually shifting to one of lewd desire. A nauseating smile appearing on his pig-like face, he rubbed his chubby, swollen hands, resembling steamed buns, while slowly crouching down, akin to an awkward bear. As he drew nearer, a foul odor wafted through the air, making the already tattered and patched clothing of the person on the ground appear even more pitiable. However, to him, who had completely lost his senses at that moment, such matters were of no consequence. He extended his plump hands and began to tear at the fabric. Given the already ragged state of the clothing, it tore easily with just a slight tug. With a swift motion, the fabric was effortlessly ripped apart. Yi Chang'e, lying against the tree trunk, could hear the commotion below, but she chose to remain oblivious. The noise escalated, punctuated by Yu Wenwen's soft gasps. Nevertheless, Fang Datong continued his vulgar tirade, and even when he finally recognized Yu Wenwen's face, he showed no intention of stopping. The disturbances below became increasingly bothersome, prompting Yi Chang'e to shut off her hearing and drift into a hazy slumber. When she opened her eyes again, the commotion had dissipated. She gracefully leaped down from the sturdy tree trunk, akin to a nimble swallow. However, upon landing, the sight before her caused her to furrow her brow. The ground was littered with familiar scraps of fabric, as if carelessly discarded. Among these fragments wafted a repugnant odor. How disgusting! Yi Chang'e couldn't help but curse inwardly. The two individuals displayed such a lack of civic responsibility. After committing such acts, they wouldn't even bother to clean up, leaving the place in utter disarray. With that thought, her stomach churned, and she quickly turned her head away, unwilling to gaze any longer. She hurriedly departed from Hehuan Sect, wishing to linger no longer, following the winding mountain path downwards. She soon arrived at a bustling town at the foot of the mountain. It was midday, and the shops lining the streets exuded enticing aromas, causing Yi Chang'e's stomach to rumble. She patted her flat belly, reflecting, I have only just begun my cultivation. I cannot go without food for long. That I should find a place to enjoy a hearty meal. Thus, she quickened her pace towards a lively tavern. Upon entering, Yi Chang'e chose a seat by the window, ordering several signature dishes along with a pot of fine wine. Before long, a variety of delectable dishes arrived at her table. She relished the food. Contemplating her future plans, Yi Chang'e understood that relying solely on her own efforts in her cultivation journey would likely lead to slow progress. In contrast, joining a powerful sect would undoubtedly be more reliable. Not only would she receive guidance from esteemed seniors, but she would also have the opportunity to acquire additional precious resources for cultivation. Yet, which sect should she choose? This question plunged her into deep thought. The most renowned sects in the cultivation world were the 5 great sects, among which Sun Jian Sect was the most famous, revered as the paradise for sword cultivators, though sword cultivators were the poorest among the 5. Then there were Hehuan Sect, Yaoguang Sect, Tianji Sect, and Suwu Sect. After much deliberation, Yichanga decided to cultivate for a while longer before attempting her luck at Yaoguang Sect. Being a spell cultivator would surely be more prosperous than being a sword cultivator. Sun Jian Sect that Yuling polished her sword and fed it a few high-grade spirit stones before leisurely making her way to the competition arena. This time, she wielded a different sword, one that, while not as imposing as the Dawn sword, shimmered with a brilliance that matched Yuling's aesthetic, just as the crowd held their breath in anticipation. A figure clad in vivid red descended from the sky like a ghost, landing gracefully on the competition platform. Upon closer inspection, it was she, adorned in a dress as bright as fire, the fabric billowing in the wind, making her appear as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Opposite her stood Wen Shubai, calm and composed, seemingly having awaited her arrival for quite some time. The sunlight illuminated him, enhancing his striking features and adding an air of mystery and aloofness. The young man held a spirit sword before him, raising it slightly as if to signal that he was ready. Yuling looked up at him, noting that his figure was truly beautiful. The black robe suited him uniquely, his enchanting features reducing his otherwise cold demeanor as she gazed at him. When Shubai met her gaze openly, easily catching the hint of awe in her eyes, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Just moments ago, they had been allies, yet now they were to become rivals, a thrilling prospect indeed. Neither was one to delay. They both understood each other's capabilities and had no intention of concealing their strengths from the outset. With a command, both figures vanished from the arena, appearing in midair. As the true contest of the nascent soul stage commenced, once a cultivator enters the nascent soul stage, they can master flight. Thus part of the competition would inevitably unfold in the air. Yuling bit her lip, wielding the Dawn sword as she began to strike at Wen Shubai from various angles. She did not intend to hide her strength, but chose to initiate with techniques that consumed relatively less spiritual energy, preparing for a counterattack later. Naturally, Wen Shubai would have anticipated this as well. However, he was not of the human race but a dragon, with naturally robust bones and abundant spiritual energy, giving him a distinct advantage in terms of energy quantity. The sword in his hand resisted the blade of the Dawn sword. Though it was a struggle, he managed to maintain equilibrium. Their clash endangered many around them, prompting several elders from the sect to erect barriers above them to protect the younger disciples. Below, the younger disciples watched with wide eyes, filled with admiration and longing for the powerful combatants above, while Yuling pondered why Wen Shubai had yet to show signs of exhausting his spiritual energy. But she couldn't approach him to question, leaving her with no choice but to switch tactics. Just as the crowd's attention was drawn to her, the girl in the striking red attire stood out like a blooming red lotus. With a delicate lift of her jade finger, she pointed forward, and in an instant, the Dawn sword, resonating with her intent, seemed to be infused with boundless strength, and it trembled slightly before soaring into the air, slicing through the air with its fierce sword energy towards Wen Shubai. Simultaneously, Yuling's other hand remained in motion, gradually raising her arm palm upward as time passed. A crystal-clear ice heart began to coalesce in her palm, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to frost the surrounding air. Soon after, streaks of icy blue flames ignited from the tip of her heart, spreading rapidly and ultimately forming a blazing ocean of ice and fire. In the next moment, this fiery sea, born of her ice heart, lunged at Wen Shubai like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs. Onlookers gasped in shock, unable to believe that the chief disciple of Hehuan Sect, Yuling, not only excelled in swordplay but also wielded spells with such finesse, making her a rare talent adept in both sword and spell. Cheers and gasps filled the arena, reverberating throughout the venue. Chapter 11. The competition concludes. Wen Shubai paused for a moment, but it was merely a fleeting instant. The next moment, he sprang forth like a phantom, leaping out of her controlled area. Without hesitation, he charged toward her, wielding his sword with the force of a thunderbolt. A sharp clang of steel rang out, slicing through the air as it hurtled toward her. At this critical juncture, the Dawn sword, seemingly sentient, swiftly returned along the path it had come, accurately intercepting Wen Shubai's formidable strike. Seizing this opportunity, Yuling reacted swiftly. She twisted her wrist, her body pivoting as she deftly slapped her palm against Wen Shubai's shoulder. Clearly taken aback by her quick response, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, in the realm of skilled combat, victory often hinges on the briefest of moments. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the tip of his sword inadvertently grazed the hem of the girl's skirt. In an instant, a vibrant swathe of crimson fabric cascaded gracefully from the hem of the maiden's skirt, reminiscent of a fluttering butterfly. That very moment, when Shubai's once brilliant, star-like eyes suddenly dimmed. As if shrouded by a heavy curtain of dark clouds, the swift transformation was so subtle that it nearly went unnoticed, yet Yuling perceptively detected this slight shift in Wen Shubai's gaze. The flicker of uncertainty resembled ripples disturbing the serene surface of a tranquil lake, brief and faint, yet sufficiently intriguing to evoke a sense of curiosity and alertness deep within Yuling's heart. This youth, typically brimming with confidence and poise, now displayed such vulnerability. He parted his lips slightly, as if about to utter something. From his expression and the glint in his eyes, Yuling could vaguely surmise that the words he wished to convey were likely an apology. However, before Wen Shubai could fully articulate those two syllables, Yuling seized the opportunity of his momentary distraction with ruthless swiftness. Her movement was akin to a flash of lightning, her hand firmly grasping the dawn sword, which she unhesitatingly directed toward the vulnerable flesh of Wen Shubai's neck. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, slicing through the air with a fierce arc, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind as it approached its target. In the blink of an eye, the dawn sword came to a poised halt before Wen Shubai's throat, poised to easily sever his life with the slightest advance. That moment, the maiden's eyes sparkled, as if to declare, "I have triumphed." The ferocity of the sword's wind grazed Wen Shubai's porcelain-like neck, leaving behind a shallow crimson mark upon his delicate skin, akin to a slender thread of red silk, starkly contrasting against his pallid complexion, rendering it all the more striking. In an instant, the boy's already colorless visage grew even more ashen, resembling a blank sheet of paper, while the bloodstain stood out like a solitary crimson star shimmering in the night sky. At this juncture, time appeared to freeze, enveloping the world in an eerie silence. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of birds, and even the rustling of leaves vanished, leaving only the two of them, wielding the dawn sword and the wounded youth, locked in an intense gaze. Their eyes met, devoid of any hatred or hostility, replaced instead by an ineffable tranquility and detachment. Thus, they regarded one another in silence, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Within the depths of the boy's profound eyes, a faint azure luminescence flickered, akin to a pearl hidden in the deep sea, radiating an aura of mystery and allure. His eyes, shaped like the mythical Fenghuang's, were elegantly elongated with gently upward-turned corners, a beauty that was truly breathtaking. Yet, within those exquisite orbs lay a coldness and distance, as if nothing in the world could capture his interest. Everything merely ephemeral. However, when his gaze met Yuling's, the usually tranquil depths of his eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of disarray, though this moment of turmoil lasted but an instant. It did not escape the keen perception of Yuling that in confusion, she turned her attention directly to the referee on the platform. The crowd, captivated by the intensity of their duel, took a moment to react. Ultimately, when Shubai conceded defeat, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant, yet chillingly melodious. "I admit defeat." The referee then began to announce the outcome of the contest. In an instant, the arena erupted in excitement. When Shubai sheathed his spiritual sword and turned to leave the stage, his expression impassive. Within, he had found his answer, leaving no room for despair, but rather a resolve. He had believed his prowess would overshadow Yuling's. For he hailed from the dragon clan, while she was merely human. It was now evident that this was not the case. Yuling was a formidable force, a singularly unique strength. The dragon clan revered strength, and for many years he had longed to stand as her rival. Without his heart-protecting scales, his power had diminished significantly. It seemed essential to seek out the lost heart-protecting scale. Yuling, too, had no intention of lingering. She recognized her narrow victory and held great respect for Wen Shubai's capabilities. Thus she harbored no concern that he would falter as a result. Upon hastily returning to her abode, Yuling began to prepare her belongings for the journey to the Fengtian secret realm. The peril level of the Fengtian secret realm was not particularly high, yet following that dream, her vigilance had heightened considerably. She could not afford any missteps. She opened the storage ring left by her master and, after sifting through its contents, placed the necessary spiritual artifacts within her storage bracelet for easy access, while the storage ring was carefully tucked away. After all, the treasures within were of considerable value, and each use made her feel a pang of regret. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her skirt had been torn, prompting her to change into another outfit, a flowing purple robe, cinched at the waist with a dark violet sash that accentuated her slender form. Before long, Bai Piao entered, cradling a box in her hands. "Senior sister, I have brought you your prize." Bai Piao's voice rang clear and melodious. She stepped inside, her ethereal presence accentuated by her exquisite purple attire, complemented by her strikingly beautiful features, flawlessly sculpted, with skin as white as jade, evoking an irresistible urge to leap into her embrace for a soft, fragrant hug. As Yuling accepted the box, Bai Piao enveloped her in a warm embrace, to which Yuling affectionately ruffled her hair. Upon opening the box, 2 identical white jade hairpins emerged, seemingly capable of withstanding the full force of a nascent soul cultivator's strike. For Yuling, they held little practical value. Thus, she casually inserted one of the jade pins into the bewildered Bai Piao's inky tresses. "Senior sister, I don't need this. You should keep it for yourself." As she spoke, she reached to remove it, but Yuling gently held her hand, smiling as she said, "I have already reached the nascent soul stage. It would serve me no purpose. Dai Ti is better suited for you as a decorative piece, especially since I possess two." "Very well then." Upon hearing that Yuling had two, Bai Piao finally exhaled in relief, a smile blossoming as she thought how perfect it would be to match with her senior sister. Chapter 12. Ominous dream. Yuling had never harbored high hopes for the prize awarded to the victor of the nascent soul competition. Rather, her primary concern lay with Bai Piao's safety. Although they were not disciples of the same master, Bai Piao had clung to her like a shadow since childhood, and over time, Yuling had come to regard her as a sister. "Senior sister, truly. I'm fine. I must return to my room to focus on my cultivation." Bai Piao cheerfully loosened her grip and tilted her head to gaze at Yuling, her eyes sparkling like the stars. How could Yuling not perceive her true intentions? The girl was clearly struggling to contain her desire to venture out for some fun, and her stated intent to return to cultivation was merely a pretext. Nevertheless, Yuling had grown accustomed to Bai Piao's nature and did not intend to impose restrictions. She nodded slightly in agreement while gently reminding her, "After indulging in your leisure, do not forget your cultivation tasks for the day." Her words were imbued with care and expectation. "Okay." With a swish, Bai Piao darted away, her figure vanishing in an instant, with some time still before embarking on the unknown and perilous journey to the Fengtian secret realm. Yuling felt no overwhelming urgency. Instead, she resolved to take a moment to rest, to adjust her state of being before wholeheartedly immersing herself in the arduous path of cultivation. Thus, Yuling found a comfortable position, crossed her legs, allowed her hands to rest naturally on her knees, and gently closed her eyes, exhaling a breath of impure air as she gradually calmed her mind. Yet, amidst this seemingly tranquil meditation, a barely perceptible oversight crept into her thoughts, sending them spiraling uncontrollably off course like a wild stallion breaking free. Unbeknownst to her, Yuling had stepped into a peculiar dreamscape of her own. In the dream, Yuling could distinctly sense that she was in a secret realm, existing in a soul form. From a divine perspective, she bore witness to a fierce contest for a treasure. In the heart of this intense struggle floated a divine sword, radiating an enigmatic glow. Although she existed merely as a spirit, the formidable aura emanating from the sword surged through her senses like a tidal wave. This power was vast and overwhelming, as if it could shake the very heavens and earth, instilling a sense of dread in all creation. Surrounding this captivating divine sword, 5 colossal sects engaged in a breathtaking competition. Each sect dispatched their most outstanding disciples, the elite of the younger generation, who stood resolutely at the forefront of their respective teams, forming an impenetrable defense around the coveted sword. Each of these chief disciples possessed remarkable skills and exuded a commanding presence, their powerful auras intertwining and colliding, thickening the air with tension. Every gaze was riveted upon the divine sword, eyes alight with fervent desire and resolute determination. Among them stood the one known as Yuling, clad in vibrant red, her figure tall and poised. However, Her complexion appeared slightly pallid, reminiscent of a delicate sheet of paper lacking in color, as if she had just emerged from a prolonged illness. Yet, her brows and eyes conveyed a profound indifference, akin to the frigid waters of a deep pool, chilling to the bone, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet her gaze. At this moment, she subtly curled her lips into a sardonic smile and uttered, "As for this sword, I propose we engage in a fair competition, shall we? I wonder what you all think." After speaking, her gaze slowly swept across the assembly that a palpable silence enveloped the crowd, rendering the atmosphere somewhat grave that instant, when Shubai, the chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect, who had remained taciturn, continued to hold his tongue. Yet, from the ranks of his disciples, one individual boldly interjected, "Not at all." Upon hearing this, when Shubai's expression betrayed a hint of impatience, and he turned to cast a dispassionate glance at the speaker. Nevertheless, the individual, undeterred by when Shubai's piercing gaze, leisurely stepped forward from the throng that as he approached, the crowd finally discerned his visage. This individual was named Yuling, his face adorned with a confident smile. He proclaimed self-assuredly, "This sword was discovered by me first. It rightfully belongs to our Hehuan Sect in both sentiment and reason." Upon finishing, he provocatively eyed Yuling, seemingly convinced that she could not contend with him. "Do you have any evidence to support that claim? If not, kindly remain silent," Yuling retorted, her frustration evident, her exquisite features contorting slightly with rage, yet enhancing her allure. Her lips, as red as blood, parted to reveal a row of pristine white teeth. And as her mouth curled into a cold smile, she resembled a rose blooming in the dark night, exuding a deadly allure that compelled admiration. At that moment, Yuling radiated a potent aura of bloodlust, akin to a malevolent spirit from the netherworld, instilling dread in all present. Her once clear and enchanting eyes were now bloodshot, glimmering with a madness and determination that suggested she might lose her reason at any moment. Plunging into an abyss of despair, it was evident that Yuling was enduring some immense provocation, her inner fury and hatred on the verge of breaching the final barrier, pushing her irrevocably towards the chasm of madness. The architect of all this turmoil was none other than Yuling, who persistently pressed and taunted Yuling, relentlessly challenging her limits, ensnaring her deeper into a quagmire of pain and struggle. Yet, despite everything, Yuling clung to her indomitable will, refusing to capitulate to the machinations of fate. In the blink of an eye, Yuling was oblivious to the struggle for dominance, only to witness the outcome. From a divine perspective, she stood silently in the center of a river of blood, her body marred by grotesque wounds, blood ceaselessly flowing from them. But Yuling, wielding the divine sword, looked down upon her, who appeared as insignificant as an ant, his eyes filled with disdain. Yuling could not comprehend why, in her dreams, she was so fixated on this divine sword, when she already possessed her own fateful sword, which was no less formidable. Even though the divine sword had been bound to Yuling, Yuling refused to relinquish her obsession, as if bewitched, under someone's control, bereft of her soul, ultimately, in an act of desperation. When Shubai struck Yuling with a palm, rendering her unconscious, allowing the disciples of the Hehuan Sect to carry her away, the moment Yuling was taken, the true Yuling in the void felt a pang in her heart, as if sensing an unyielding resistance from the depths of her being. Suppressing this sentiment, Yuling did not consider the unconscious version of herself as truly her. How could a being devoid of a soul be the real Yuling? Predictably, this secret realm was likely the forthcoming Hehuan secret realm she was destined to enter. So was this dream a warning for her? Who was the one controlling her? Could it be the creator of this world? Chapter 13. The great female protagonist faces adversity. Upon awakening from her dream, Yuling remained silent, lost in thought. In this life, the so-called male protagonist had not become her rival, nor had there been any contest at the nascent soul stage. So could the dream still hold any credibility? Regardless, she resolved to prepare thoroughly and keep some contingencies in place, for such measures could never be amiss. Ever since she realized that her fate was not entirely in her own hands, she felt compelled to consider her safety at every turn. Just as she was immersed in the ocean of her thoughts, a distant and ethereal voice resonated within her consciousness. The voice carried an undeniable authority and depth. "Dear friends, 3 days hence, the Hehuan secret realm shall reopen. However, take heed, there exists a forbidden area sealed by the Lord of the Amok Sect. it must not be trespassed. The remaining areas are open for your exploration. At that time, the Immortal Alliance shall grant you a month-long journey within the secret realm. May you all reap bountiful rewards. The transmission bore the unique spiritual energy of the Immortal Alliance's cultivators, instilling a sense of reverence. Upon hearing this, Yuling could not help but lower her gaze, softly murmuring, "Master." Did a wave of indescribable sorrow and concern surged within her. It turned out that her master had sustained grave injuries in order to venture into the Fontion secret realm for the purpose of sealing something. She began to ponder what her master had sealed that could yield such dire consequences. Could it be that divine sword, which had appeared frequently in her dreams? As this thought emerged, it clung to her mind, refusing to dissipate. In Lingyun town, beneath the Ask Your Heart Sect's mountain, having satisfied her hunger, Yichanga strolled along the bustling streets, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. All she felt was confusion. She realized that merely wishing to join the Hehuan Sect was futile. She needed an opportunity to do so. Yet, her understanding of this world was woefully insufficient, leaving her with no channels to pursue her goal. Most crucially, she lacked a trustworthy confidant, rendering her hesitant to place faith in others. Looking around, she noticed that the street was predominantly lined with vendors selling talisman paper and charms, a common sight given that the Hehuan Sect focused on spell cultivation. Cultivators could infuse spiritual energy into talisman paper, crafting charms to earn spirit stones. After feeling the contents of her storage pouch, Yichanga decided she should first earn some spirit stones. Without them, her inability to cook could very well lead to her demise by starvation. However, earning spirit stones proved far more challenging than anticipated. As a modern individual, her only skills lay in her martial arts and the scant modern knowledge that lingered in her mind. While this knowledge might provide her with some avenues to earn a living in ancient times, she now faced a crowd of practitioners skilled in spells. Surely, she could not simply walk into a restaurant and offer to wash dishes. She might not even be considered for the job. And even if she were, her pride would not allow her to demean herself in such a manner. Yet, there was another avenue available, one that required no exertion. In novels, it was often depicted that women who traversed worlds were once secret agents, and after their transition, they could rely on their thieving skills to thrive in their new environments. If other transmigrated heroines could achieve such feats, so could she. Resolute, Yichanga sought out a crowded street, deliberately squeezing her way in among the throng. Amidst the bustling crowd, her petite frame and modest cultivation made her unremarkable, ensuring that no one would pay her any mind. Thus, she began to seize the opportunity, stealthily searching through their belongings, her movements light enough to evade detection. Even if someone did notice, she would quickly apologize, claiming she had merely brushed against them, and the matter would be dismissed, for not everyone had the leisure to fuss over such trivialities. Those who chose to navigate such a crowded street were typically on a mission, hastily purchasing their wares before departing. Eventually, Yichanga's fingers brushed against a girl. The girl was elegantly dressed, adorned with items of considerable value, exuding an air of affluence. Immediately sensing someone probing her, she became incensed, her face darkening, and she swiftly drew her whip, ensnaring Yichanga's waist and flinging her to the ground. In an instant, the crowd parted, granting the two adversaries space to confront one another. "How dare you, little brat, attempt to pilfer from me?" The girl glared, her eyes wide with fury. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. Her hair styled in two braids, with an ancient jade ornament adorning her forehead. One glance was enough to ascertain that her background was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, how could she dare to dress so flamboyantly and attract such attention? It is evident that there are undoubtedly skilled guards lurking in the shadows, ensuring her safety. Yichanga, clearly unprepared for the girl to ruthlessly cast her aside, found her face betraying a fleeting expression of shock and bewilderment. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers displayed expressions of disdain, their gazes fixated on the fallen Yichanga, who appeared somewhat disheveled. This girl evidently possessed foundational cultivation, and for someone like Yichanga, who was merely at the chi training stage, any subtle movement would not escape her keen perception. It must be said that Yichanga's luck today was truly unfortunate. The fierce blaze of anger ignited within her, as she harbored an intense aversion to the condescending, indifferent gazes directed at her, as if she were but an ant to be toyed with and ridiculed. The sight of them, resembling monkeys in a zoo, further deepened her sense of humiliation and fury. She clenched her fists tightly, her joints turning pale and veins bulging, revealing the turbulent emotions she desperately sought to suppress. Her eyes, shrouded in darkness, mirrored the churning sea before a storm, a tempest of rage brewing beneath the surface. Yet, despite her seething anger, Yichanga pressed her lips together, striving to contain the fury that threatened to erupt. She was acutely aware that the current circumstances had drastically changed. She was no longer the illustrious, feared ace she once was. Now, she had lost all her luster and glory, with no formidable force backing her. Faced with such a reality, she had no choice but to endure. Nonetheless, the unmistakable defiance etched on her face was glaringly evident. Her stubborn demeanor reminiscent of a fierce beast trapped in a cage, refusing to submit. In that moment, Yu Shuiying found herself momentarily reminded of her insufferable half-sister back home. The similar expression, the same tenacity and unwillingness to concede, ignited a flame of anger within Yu Shuiying. She trembled with rage, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glinting with a fierce light, longing to raise her whip and strike Yichanga again to vent her pent-up resentment. "What are you staring at? How dare you steal from me? You must be seeking death." Yu Shuiying glared back fiercely, her complexion slightly reddened, as if the anger had warmed her to why Yichanga remained silent. No longer looking at her, only casting a disdainful glance at those around her, as if she wished to devour the laughter of those who mocked her. Before long, two burly men emerged behind Yu Shuiying, their formidable presence palpable. Two golden core cultivators. The arrival of the golden core cultivators silenced the crowd significantly, as if they merely wished to quietly enjoy the spectacle. "Third miss, would you like to deal with this one?" "You need not lift a finger. Leave it to us," one of the golden core cultivators respectfully suggested. That it turned out these were Yu Shuiying's guards, who had appeared in response to her voice. Chapter 14. The background of Yu Shuiying's "Stay by my side. I shall handle this personally, that I wish to see what audacity she possesses to dare steal from me." As she spoke, Yu Shuiying brandished her whip and approached. She placed a foot upon Yichanga's waist, gently lifting her chin with the handle of the whip, her eyes glimmering with menace and impatience. "How dare you touch me? Looking so hideous." A cold smile curled upon her lips, her fierce spirit evident despite her youth. "That I did not steal. You slander me. Is it a pastime for you noble offspring to bully commoners?" Yichanga lifted her somber gaze, embodying a fierce resolve, as if she were ready to battle the injustices of fate. Just as her words fell, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, enveloping everyone in a brief, solemn silence. No one expected that she would continue to argue after being so overtly singled out. However, it was clear the crowd had no desire to involve themselves in the matter. Each face reflected an indifferent demeanor, akin to a group of spectators, relishing the unfolding drama while casually munching on their snacks. Consequently, the once confident Yichanga, who had anticipated support from others, became the focal point of the gathering. Engulfed in profound embarrassment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she surveyed the apathetic crowd, her heart heavy with disappointment and confusion. She had envisioned that upon bravely speaking out, others would admire her tenacity and rally to her cause, standing together against the unfairness of fate. Yet, the harsh reality was starkly unkind, leaving her utterly unprepared. Did not every female protagonist have such moments? Why was her experience so different? Yu Shuiying seemed to find the situation utterly absurd, lightly flicking her whip, which swiftly left a crimson mark across Yichanga's face. "What are you? How dare you accuse me?" Yu Shuiying loathed that spirit of defiance, especially when the circumstances were laid bare before her, reminiscent of her unaccomplished half-sister, just as Yu Shuiying was about to deliver a severe lesson. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. "Hold on." The voice was gentle, yet tinged with a hint of anger. Why Yu Shuiying halted her poised strike, turning to identify the source of the voice. That a young man clad in a grayish-blue robe, adorned with a token at his waist, stood before them, his features striking and his eyes deep, exuding an air of sophistication. "That a disciple of the Hehuan Sect has arrived," someone whispered amidst the crowd, their tone brimming with excitement. It seemed that this group of unconnected bystanders delighted in witnessing the internal disputes among the self-important disciples of the sect. He revealed a hint of impatience, stating, "This is the jurisdiction of the Hehuan Sect. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Since you are here, you must abide by the rules and cease this folly." "My friend," he initially overlooked Yichanga, directing his gaze instead toward the evidently esteemed Yu Shuiying. "That won't do. She has stolen from me. How can I not discipline her? Yu Shuiying pointed disdainfully at the prostrate Yichanga. The young man in the grayish-blue robe appeared obstinate, repeating, "These are the rules." His gaze bore a chill, as if to imply that should Yu Shuiying defy him, he would not hesitate to intervene. "Those are your rules, not mine," Yu Shuiying retorted instantly. Having been spoiled since childhood, she regarded herself as the embodiment of the rules. "Very well. I am Gong Huanxin, an inner disciple of the Wenxin sect. May I inquire which sect you hail from, young lady?" He managed to suppress the anger simmering beneath the surface, shifting to a tone of inquiry. "Since you do not adhere to the regulations of the Wenxin sect, I must request that your backing come forth to speak on your behalf." That Yu Shuiying found his haughty demeanor laughable. Caressing her whip mockingly. "So, you are merely an inner disciple? With such bravado, one might assume you are a direct disciple." Mentioning direct disciples seemed to ignite Gong Huanxin's ire, and he clenched his fists. Had it not been for his inadequate aptitude, he would never have been bested by a woman of the same cultivation level. Suppressing his fury, he closed his eyes, wondering if she was perhaps from some obscure sect. Too embarrassed to reveal it. If she acknowledged her mistake, he would let the matter rest. With that, he adopted a magnanimous posture, as if proclaiming he would not stoop to the level of a woman. The two golden core cultivators behind him were ready to draw their blades, only to be halted by a mere glance from Yu Shuiying. In their eyes, the third Mrs. Command was an unassailable decree. "I dare you to seek," Yu Shuiying boldly challenged. "You are nothing but trash, not even a direct disciple, yet you strut about." She was known for her straightforwardness, never mincing her words. Her cousin was the top disciple of the Hehuan Sect, a genius ranked first on the talented list. She had never flaunted herself, yet here was a lowly inner disciple attempting to do so. "Then speak up." Seeing Yu Shuiying refuse to disclose her sect, Gong Huanxin had already surmised her background was not formidable, leading him to relax. That Yu Shuiying realized that mere words would not convince, so she unhesitatingly reached into her storage ring. That a flash of light emerged, revealing a mysterious dark purple token in her palm. The moment this token was revealed, Gong Huanxin's expression shifted to one of gravity, his sharp gaze narrowing, his brow furrowing involuntarily, an ominous feeling washing over him. For, in his years of experience, only those of significant standing possessed such a unique token. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yu Shuiying raised the token high, allowing all to see the prominent character inscribed upon it, "Yu." This character struck Gong Huanxin like a thunderclap, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Gong Huanxin felt a deafening roar in his mind, utterly astonished to discover that the woman before him was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Yu family. Simultaneously, the crowd around them took notice of the dark purple token in Yu Shuiying's hand, which instantly sparked a commotion. Whispers erupted among the onlookers, filled with awe and speculation regarding her noble status. While others began to ponder how they might forge connections with such a significant figure, the atmosphere transformed into a lively spectacle. In the realm of cultivation, where 5 major sects exist, there are also 5 prominent families, and the Yu family is undoubtedly one of them. Not only is their family renowned for its formidable power, but the mention of an 8th-tier alchemist within their ranks is enough to instill fear. Alchemists hold a prestigious position in the cultivation world, and an 8th-tier master is particularly revered. The Yu family, are they worthy? If not, shall I mention my cousin? A proud expression adorned Yu Shuiying's face, especially when she spoke of her cousin, Yuling, who had always been her role model. Everyone was well aware of who her cousin was, the prodigious Yuling, ranked first on the talent roster and the sole cherished disciple of the sect leader of the Hehuan Sect. To offend her would mean directly antagonizing 2 formidable powers behind her. That moment, Yichanga, who lay in a pitiful state on the ground, was enveloped in confusion, completely oblivious to the significance of the status being discussed. Nevertheless, as she observed the varying expressions and reactions of those around her, even someone as dull as she could sense that the situation was far from trivial, her instincts warned her that the Yu family, which commanded such fear and respect, was not an entity she could provoke lightly. Struggling, Yichanga lifted her head, her gaze cutting through the crowd and landing squarely on the silent Gong Huanxin. In this moment of life and death, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart, longing for Gong Huanxin to step forward and save her life. After all, at this juncture, she could hardly conceive of anyone else who might extend a helping hand. However, as seconds turned into minutes, Gong Huanxin remained silent, not even sparing her a glance. Yi Changa's heart sank gradually. The last vestige of hope flickered like a candle in the wind, ultimately extinguishing entirely. It seemed that this time, salvation was truly out of reach. Chapter 15. The candidates for dual cultivation. Yi Changa closed her eyes, contemplating that the sheltered young lady would hardly resort to taking her life. After all, such an act would tarnish her own reputation. Long Aotian found himself in a predicament. He did not wish to lose face, but could not afford to offend someone from the Yu family. As the steward of the area, failing to handle this matter properly would surely lead to gossip. Though they might not voice their criticisms openly, he knew they would certainly indulge in whispers behind his back. "Perhaps I should handle it for you," he suggested, recognizing that he bore the responsibility for this matter. The sudden idea struck him. Since Miss Yu had traveled from afar, she must have important business at hand. As a guest, it would be best to leave such burdensome tasks to me. His words were diplomatically phrased, leaving no room for Yuling to retort. Even if she found him distasteful, very well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuling nodded in agreement without a second thought. To be frank, she was reluctant to involve herself in such bloody affairs, fearing that she might soil her delicate hands. At this moment, all eyes were on Long Aotian. He cast a disdainful glance at Yi Changa, who lay sprawled on the ground in a wretched state. The instant their gazes met, Long Aotian was overwhelmed by disappointment. This woman's appearance was disappointingly ordinary, lacking any captivating charm. Thus, the last remnants of his hesitation swiftly dissipated. Without a moment's pause, he unsheathed the sword at his waist, its cold gleam slicing through the night like lightning. With a swift motion, a sharp crack echoed as 3 fingers from Yi Changa's left hand fell to the ground. In an instant, she stifled a groan, a wave of excruciating pain crashing over her. Yet astonishingly, despite the agony, she bit her lip, refusing to emit even a whisper of sound. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, evidence of her effort to suppress the scream that threatened to escape. In the face of this horrific scene, Long Aotian remained indifferent, as if he had not even registered Yi Changa's suppressed groans. Initially, he had come here drawn by an inexplicable sense of a mysterious force calling to him. However, upon seeing Yi Changa's unremarkable visage, that inexplicable pull vanished like a candle flickering in the wind. Noticing the crowd still engrossed in the spectacle, he explained, "Since she has stolen, she is a thief and deserves punishment. Thus, I shall take 3 fingers as retribution, and Lingyun town will no longer accept her. Come, throw her out." Just as his words fell, 2 figures clad in white darted forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, 2 white-robed cultivators had arrived at the scene. Without uttering a word, they seized the unconscious and helpless Yi Changa by her collar, turning on their heels without hesitation. Although Yuling did not entirely agree with such a mild form of punishment, she was not one to quibble over trifles. Therefore, she considered the matter concluded. Meanwhile, Long Aotian kept casting furtive glances at Yuling, his eyes brimming with concern and fear, seemingly apprehensive that she might take offense at this incident. Should she truly feel dissatisfied and report to her family elders, Long Aotian was acutely aware that he would face dire consequences. Yuling, noticing Long Aotian's unwavering gaze, initially misinterpreted his intentions as an attempt to ingratiate himself with her. However, she quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, she refrained from looking at the individuals any longer and strode away, her guards flanking her, with her head held high. She feared that if she lingered, she might truly act against that insufferable person. It would indeed be improper to strike someone under their own roof. So she chose to turn a blind eye and depart. In truth, she had come bearing pressing matters, namely participation in the forthcoming Fengtian secret realm in 3 days. Given the dangers of venturing there alone, her family had contacted her cousin Yuling, hoping she would provide some protection. Naturally, Yuling would not refuse such a small request. Consequently, Yuling set off in high spirits, merely passing through Hehuan Sect, but she was eager to reach the region where Hehuan Sect was located. "Cousin, here I come." Yuling's heart soared with excitement. Like her father, she was inherently drawn to strength. Meanwhile, Yuling had just received word from her father, learning that her cousin was also heading to the Fengtian secret realm, which gave her a headache. Why must all her companions be a bunch of children? She had intended to decline, but reconsidered, realizing it was indeed a valuable opportunity for experience, so she casually agreed. The thought of her arrogant little cousin, exuding the aura of a wicked supporting character, made Yuling want to laugh. After all, was there not a hint of villainous traits in the Yu family? None among them possessed a heart of true goodness and beauty. As long as nothing outrageous occurred, she could handle it. After practicing her sword for a while, Yuling soaked in the natural hot springs on the back mountain. Once she donned her attire again and dried her hair with spiritual energy, she settled into a rocking chair to read quietly. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, her unadorned face radiant and captivating. Clad in a flowing purple robe that made her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. Reflecting on her cultivation progress, which seemed stagnant, she felt a pang of disappointment. Without growth, what advantage did she have to compete with those favored by fortune for opportunities? Perhaps it is time for her to seek out a partner for dual cultivation. As she contemplated potential candidates, a figure suddenly surfaced in Yuling's mind. Yuan Ji. Reflecting on Yuan Ji brings her thoughts back to a secret realm she had ventured into upon entering the Golden Core stage. In that hidden domain, Yuling encountered a sect she had never seen before, which happened to be the Poison King Valley, the very sect to which Yuan Ji belonged. Initially, she was unaware that they were disciples of the Poison King Valley. Having only heard her master speak of its reclusive nature at that time, Yuling was accompanied by her fellow disciples, while Yuan Ji was similarly accompanied by his own. Their two groups fortuitously crossed paths and inadvertently developed a bond. The serendipity of their meeting was largely due to Yuan Ji, who, upon laying eyes on her, became utterly captivated, seeking her out almost daily, along with his sect members who likewise became entangled with the Hehuan Sect. Daily, he would flaunt his waist or showcase his pet before her, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, constantly devising ways to capture Yuling's attention. With his presence, Yuling experienced a life akin to that of royalty in the secret realm, even causing her fellow disciples to gain a bit of weight. During her time in that hidden domain, she never needed to lift a finger in battle. Whenever hunger struck, someone would eagerly provide her with food. And whenever thirst arose, water was readily offered. The Poison King Valley would handle any skirmishes that arose. Yuan Ji, with his striking looks, adorned in unique Miao attire that exuded an air of mystery, succeeded in piquing Yuling's curiosity, ensuring she was never bored by his company. It was only later that Yuling realized Yuan Ji might have fallen for her at first sight. However, by the time she came to this realization, their time in the secret realm had ended, and they had gone their separate ways. Reflecting on this now, she feels a twinge of regret. After all, a dual cultivation partner who aligned with her aesthetic and was obedient, not to mention free, was a rare find. Most importantly, Yuan Ji possessed the Tianshui spiritual root, a natural dual cultivation body. This thought, Yuling felt a pang of sorrow, realizing how many opportunities for cultivation she had missed. Had she recognized his potential sooner and engaged in dual cultivation with him, she could have surpassed Wen Shubai by now. Alas, it seemed fate had other plans for them. Before they parted, Yuan Ji gifted her a jade bone necklace, which she assumed was merely a defensive artifact and remains forgotten in her storage ring. Yuling still recalled his parting words. "We will meet again." She found herself looking forward to that day, as she had already contemplated taking a shortcut in her cultivation journey and hoped Yuan Ji would find her soon. Gently caressing the storage ring on her wrist, Yuling pondered the jade bone necklace left in a corner. Perhaps it was not as simple as it appeared. As a descendant of the Poison King Valley, any gift from Yuan Ji would surely be extraordinary, possibly concealing secrets or powerful spiritual energy. With this thought in mind, Yuling decided to set aside time to study it thoroughly. Poison King Valley. Master, I wish to explore the world beyond. The realm of cultivation is vast, and I do not wish to be a person with a narrow perspective. I certainly do not want to be like you. A frog at the bottom of a well. Yuan Ji gazed earnestly at his master, his voice as clear as a bubbling spring. The young man's straight nose and beautifully shaped lips, slightly upturned at the corners, possessed an innate warmth. His lustrous black hair cascaded casually over his forehead, adding a touch of untamed charm to his alabaster skin, which seemed so delicate that a gentle pinch might yield water. Stirring a flutter of admiration in others, the silver talisman adorned his forehead and neck, and his melancholic eyes sparkled with a flicker of light, making it hard to refuse him. "You ungrateful disciple." His master, a young man dressed in intricate Miao attire, bore a striking countenance, yet wore an expression of indifference towards worldly matters. "You dare call me a frog in a well? How charming of you. Yet your true intention is to leave the Poison King Valley to seek that girl." His master, named Qian Xian, gazed with a mix of disappointment and exasperation at the disciple he had raised since childhood. You sent the sacred treasure of the Poison King Valley away, and I am still seething with anger over it. The thought of his meticulously crafted sacred treasure being given away by his own disciple caused Qian Yan's heart to ache. He continued in frustration, and now you wish to leave the valley? Dream on, master. You must also consider the feelings of your obedient disciple. As we were parting, the only tangible item I had was that jade bone necklace. Yuan Ji sighed, tugging at his master's sleeve with a somewhat pitiful tone. Besides, you have punished me with solitary contemplation for so many years for this matter. Most importantly, I have completed all the cultivation tasks you assigned me. Now that I have reached the peak of the golden core stage, perhaps a single outing will grant me the insights needed to break through to the nascent soul stage. The more Yuan Ji spoke, the more he felt justified, and he could see his master beginning to soften. Prevent your disciple from gaining experience outside the valley. Do you wish to see me remain trapped in the golden core stage for eternity? Well, you didn't come to this conclusion without venturing out before, did you? Qian Yin attempted to defend his educational methods. Yuan Ji shook his head, the bells on his earrings jingling softly, with a playful glint in his eyes. He replied, times have changed. I am on the brink of entering the nascent soul stage, which is not comparable to the childish cultivation of the past. Reluctantly, Qian Yin relented, placing a serious hand on his disciple's shoulder. I do not prevent you from leaving the valley to pursue that girl out of malice. Upon hearing your description, I knew she was no ordinary individual. You may not win her heart. My intention is to shield you from heartache, foolish child. But what if I do not win her heart? I like her, and that should suffice, should it not? Yuan Ji questioned, unable to comprehend why his master insisted he must win her affection. Qian Yin fell silent, realizing that this young man had yet to fully grasp the essence of love. Liking someone without the ambition to win their heart. Could that truly be called love? You are truly naive. You do not understand. Why must you fixate on someone so extraordinary? Such prodigies are never lacking in suitors. Yet, he could not deny that his disciple had exquisite taste. For he had chosen the best. That girl named Yuling, despite her seclusion, was a genius in her own right. Blessed with a rare ice spiritual root and exceptional swordsmanship, supported by two formidable factions. Such a person was beyond Yuan Ji's reach. But now, whatever he said would likely fall on deaf ears. Young people must experience the bittersweet nature of love firsthand. Simply put, Yuan Ji had yet to face the trials of affection. As for the affairs of the young, Qian Yin decided to step back. You will not understand my concerns, so go ahead. Experience enough hardship, and then return to me. Thank you, master. Yuan Ji's heart brimmed with anticipation for their reunion. After disappearing for so many years, he wondered if she still remembered him. Scram, scram. Qian Yin could no longer bear the sight of his disciple's lovesick expression. Despite his own handsome features, Yuan Ji seemed entranced by someone even more remarkable. Yuan Ji, upon hearing his master's command, hurriedly gathered his belongings and departed. Chapter 17. The protagonist Golden Finger. After being ruthlessly expelled from Lingyun town, Yichanga lost consciousness in an instant, her body plummeting like a kite with severed strings. Blood flowed from the wound on her finger, and the pain surged like a tidal wave, striking her heart and causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead, dripping coldly down, deep within her heart. Resentment towards the Yu family blazed like a wild inferno, vowing to engrave this hatred into her very soul. She silently swore that when she became powerful enough to be invincible, it would mark the day of the Yu family's demise. She vowed to make every member of the Yu family pay a painful price, forcing them into a position where they could find no refuge, leaving them without a burial place. When she awoke from the chaos once more, everything around her appeared foreign and wondrous. Slowly, she opened her heavy eyelids, revealing opulent curtains, and she found herself languidly sprawled upon an incredibly soft bed. This unfamiliar environment compelled her to rise, yet she discovered that her body felt as though all strength had been drained. Rendering her immobile, her eyes widened in anger, confusion and chaos swirling within them as her thoughts intertwined like a tangled web. She was uncertain whether she had been fortunate enough to be rescued by kind-hearted individuals or if she had unwittingly fallen into yet another unfathomable trap. Do not panic. Host I am the face-slapping scum-abusing System 009. It is precisely because of my existence that you have been granted a new lease on life in this world. She found herself ensnared in a web of confusion and helplessness. A cold and mechanical voice suddenly resonated in her mind, guiding her like a celestial melody. Upon hearing the term system, fragments of the novels she had perused in her past life surged to the forefront of her thoughts. Those protagonists who traversed realms invariably possessed extraordinary abilities, and this system was undoubtedly her own divine boon. Suppressing the tumult of excitement within her, she calmly inquired, "You claim to be my system. Why did you not extend your hand in my moment of peril?" "I apologize to assist you in your revival. I expended a tremendous amount of energy. Since you entered this body, I have been in a state of dormancy. It was only upon sensing your injury that I was compelled to awaken and aid you through this tribulation." Night Changgu cast her gaze downward at her mangled fingers, though the wounds had been meticulously bandaged. 3 of her fingers were irrevocably lost. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, yet her tone remained composed. "What functions do you possess?" Sensing her despondency, the system refrained from answering hastily and instead offered her a soft reassurance. "Host, your injuries are not grave. In the realm of cultivation, as long as you complete tasks to accumulate sufficient points, you will be able to exchange for regeneration pills in the system marketplace. In due course, these minor injuries will surely heal completely. As for your inquiry, I am unable to provide a definitive answer at this moment. It is something you must explore and discover for yourself. I am a system designed for humiliation and retribution. As long as you acquire satisfaction from others, you can accumulate points. I believe this should be a simple endeavor for you." Intrigued by the system's words, Night Changgu pressed further. "Why are you so certain that I can effortlessly obtain satisfaction from others?" "Because you are the daughter of destiny in this world, endowed with unparalleled fortune. In terms familiar to your original world. You may consider yourself akin to the heroine of a novel." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile crept onto Night Changji's lips. Indeed, she was the heroine. She had always known that women like her, who traveled across realms, were destined to become the radiant protagonists, regardless of the world they entered. "Where am I now?" she pondered, lying on the bed, completely unaware of her surroundings, placing her hopes on the system. "This is the system space, a healing sanctuary I have specially designated for you." Night Changgu chose not to delve further into the details and instead shifted the topic. "All right, do you have any means to enhance my innate abilities?" "I wish to grow stronger," the system replied. "Not at present. However, you can change your innate abilities by seizing opportunities, as you are a wielder of great fortune, and such opportunities will undoubtedly be extraordinary." Feeling somewhat fatigued, Night Changgu lamented her current state of weakness and the challenges that lay ahead in seeking her fortune. Her gaze wandered vacantly into the void, tinged with a glimmer of hope. "Can you provide me with any clues?" The system fell silent for a moment before coldly responding. "Considering your current weakness, I will expend my remaining energy to transport you to your opportunity's location. Afterward, I shall enter a period of dormancy once more. I hope that during my absence, you will diligently cultivate and strive to accumulate points." "I will," Night Changgu replied, her eyes shimmering with hope, a smile gracing her lips. Though she might temporarily lack the system's assistance, she could seize this opportunity to transform her abilities and compete with the prodigies of this world. The prospect of humiliating them and accruing countless points excited her immensely. "Once the time arrives, I shall transport you to your destination." "Very well." Harmonious Sect. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, as Yuling diligently practiced her cultivation, a flash from the bracelet on her wrist caught her attention. She had just lifted her delicate wrist to check the situation when a voice, filled with youthful exuberance, rang out. "Cousin, I've arrived at the Harmonious Sect. I don't know the way. Could you send someone to escort me?" It was a message from Yuling, causing Yuling to chuckle at her own fright. The 2 sisters' storage artifacts had been crafted by the same master, who had specifically set up a communication array to facilitate their conversations at any time. However, Yuling was a busy individual. Even with the communication artifact, Yuling refrained from interrupting her training. "No need to trouble them. I will come to fetch you myself." After considering it, Yuling found herself unoccupied that day, so it was no trouble to pick up her cousin. As soon as she finished speaking, the cheerful voice of Yuling echoed back. "Cousin, you're the best. I've brought you many delicious treats from home." After hanging up, Yuling gracefully turned and donned a red, figure-hugging robe. The garment exuded a fiery warmth, reminiscent of the evening glow, splendid and profound. The fabric hugged her exquisite curves, the waist design artfully accentuating her slender waist and voluptuous figure, adding an indescribable allure to her appearance. She playfully narrowed her enchanting peach blossom eyes, securing her raven hair with a crimson phoenix tail hairpin. The dawn sword appeared in a flash, and in the next moment, Yuling's figure vanished like a wraith. Chapter 18. Yu Shuiying arrives main entrance of the Harmonious Sect. As Yuling hurriedly approached, her eyes were met with an unexpected scene. Her cousin, whom she hadn't seen in years, sat alone on a slightly weathered stone pedestal at the entrance, resembling a quiet little white rabbit, lost in deep contemplation, oblivious to the world around her. What drew attention even more were the two towering, muscular guards standing like iron pillars behind her cousin. Their expressions were stern, their gazes sharp as hawks, emanating an aura of formidable strength that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Such a sight caused the disciples of the Harmonious Sect, who had initially intended to investigate, to halt in their tracks, silenced by an instinctual fear, unwilling to disturb the seemingly fragile, yet heavily guarded girl. After all, no one could predict the dire consequences of inadvertently crossing her. As Yuling sheathed her dawn sword, she stood there, clad in fiery red, her peach blossom eyes brimming with emotion, resembling a celestial being that had stepped out of a painting, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Every gesture and glance radiated an irresistible charm, captivating all who beheld her. Yu Shuiying's gaze was drawn to her cousin like a magnet, instantly locking onto the striking figure amidst the crowd. There, standing gracefully in vibrant red, was a woman whose attire resembled a blazing flame, casting an undeniable glow that could not be overlooked in Yu Shuiying's eyes. Only her cousin could don such radiant attire with such splendor. "Cousin!" Yu Shuiying called out joyfully, her steps light and nimble, bounding toward Yuling like a jubilant fawn. However, just as she was about to leap into her cousin's embrace, she suddenly halted, gently grasping Yuling's slender, jade-like hand instead. Yuling, tall and graceful at over 1.7 meters, contrasted sharply with her petite cousin, who stood at only 1.6 meters. Thus, when Yuling gazed down at Yu Shuiying, she found herself bending slightly. The little girl before her was immaculately dressed, her face adorned with meticulously applied makeup, each detail perfectly executed, clearly the result of careful preparation. While an outsider might perceive Yu Shuiying as somewhat spoiled, Yuling believed her sister had ample justification for her demeanor. After all, she was the cherished jewel of their family, having been spoiled and cared for since childhood, her lively and innocent nature a testament to that affection. Dressed in a high-priced blue robe, with only a jade hairpin adorning her head, Yu Shuiying had become notably more understated compared to her younger self. "Cousin, here, this is for you." Gentle words flowed from her lips. Yu Shuiying beamed, carefully withdrawing a storage ring that emanated a soft, ethereal glow from her bosom. The surface of the ring was intricately engraved with elaborate and exquisite patterns, intertwining in a manner that seemed to harbor some ancient, mysterious power. Overall, it exuded an aura of both antiquity and elegance, imbued with an indescribable sense of nobility. "This is a gift from Uncle, who specifically instructed me to deliver it to you personally," Yu Shuiying exclaimed, shaking the ring lightly in her hand. "Within it, not only are there precious elixirs meticulously prepared by Uncle, but I've also included a variety of delightful snacks just for you." Having said that, she extended the ring toward Yuling, who hesitated to reach out. Yu Shuiying, unfazed, patiently stood her ground, ready to explain further. Finally, upon hearing that these treasures were gifts from their father, Yuling's previously hesitant expression softened considerably. She slowly extended her hand and gently accepted the storage ring from Yu Shuiying. Without a moment's pause, she slipped it onto her left hand. In stark contrast to the resplendent storage spirit ring, the bracelet worn on the left wrist of Yuling at this moment appeared particularly modest and unassuming. However, as Yuling was accustomed to wielding her sword with her right hand, she typically adorned her relatively less active left hand with various ornaments. After donning the ring, Yuling lifted her gaze to meet the smiling face of Yu Shuiying, her lips curving slightly in a gentle smile as she softly said, "Thank you, dear Shuiying." Before Yuling could finish her thought, Yu Shuiying eagerly blinked her eyes and asked with palpable anticipation, "Sister, does this mean I will be living here with you for the foreseeable future?" Clearly, for Yu Shuiying, who was stepping into the entirely unfamiliar environment of the Hehuan Sect. Being by her cousin's side rendered any place feel as comforting and secure as home. That why Yuling raised an eyebrow, not missing the glimmer of excitement in Yuling eyes, and replied, "Of course." To at that moment, two golden core stage cultivators emerged slowly from behind Yuling. They were the two burly guards. They first bowed respectfully to Yuling and then respectfully stated, "Miss, after our escort, we have successfully delivered the third miss to this location that we shall now return to report back as instructed." One of the cultivators added, "As for our journey to the enigmatic Fontian secret realm, we truly cannot accompany and protect the two young ladies any further. Nevertheless, we sincerely wish for both young ladies to have a smooth and safe return." Standing beside them, Yuling understood that the mission of these two cultivators had reached its satisfactory conclusion. Moreover, sending them back to report likely stemmed from an order given by her uncle. Perhaps her uncle intended to take this opportunity to allow Yuling to undergo some genuine training. After all, if one were to live perpetually in a realm of comfort and ease, how could true growth ever be realized? Fortunately, she would be accompanying Yuling into the Fontian secret realm, which might bring her uncle some degree of reassurance. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Yuling's face as she gently nodded and responded in a warm tone, "All right, thank you for your hard work." She then expressed her gratitude to the two cultivators. "I appreciate your efforts along the way." Once the two golden core cultivators departed, Yuling summoned the Dawn Sword. The Dawn Sword appeared with the striking brilliance of a lightning bolt splitting the night. Emanating an unparalleled aura, its blade surrounded by a dark crimson glow, reminiscent of hellfire, captivating the heart and soul. Upon its emergence, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to quake intensely, rippling like water in undulating waves. Dispersing outward, the dark sword body radiated an imposing presence that commanded respect, as if it were the sovereign of all existence. Until now, Yuling had only heard tales of the Dawn Sword and was witnessing her cousin's innate spirit sword for the first time. The moment her gaze fell upon the Dawn Sword, her eyes sparkled brightly, like two resplendent stars suddenly igniting. Yet, despite her curiosity and admiration, she refrained from reaching out to touch it, fully aware of the sword's formidable power. Instead, she exclaimed with a light-hearted tone, "Cousin, your innate spirit sword is simply magnificent. I doubt there exists another sword as powerful as this in the world." At that moment, Yuling's eyes brimmed with yearning for the Dawn Sword. And she continued, "If I could one day possess my own innate spirit artifact, I would aspire for it to be as awe-inspiring and commanding as this." With that, she cautiously approached the Dawn Sword, but hesitated to draw too close, fearful of being overwhelmed by its immense power. Thus, she nervously and excitedly circled around the Dawn Sword, her demeanor both timid and endearing, evoking a smile, perhaps sensing Yuling's sincere admiration. The Dawn Sword emitted a series of crisp and melodious sword sounds, as if responding to her praise. The sound resonated in the air, lingering for a while, as if narrating the pride and extraordinary nature of the spirit sword. "All right, we should head back now." With that, Yuling grasped the nape of Yuling's collar with one hand and placed her other elegantly slender hand on her waist, lifting her onto the Dawn Sword. In the next moment, their figures vanished from sight. Chapter 19. The opening of the secret realm. The place where Yuling resided could be described as serene. Within the Hehuan Sect, it was well known that the eldest sister was quite reclusive. Thus few dared to intrude upon her space. After arranging accommodations for Yuling, Yuling led her to sit on a stone stool in the courtyard, where they set out several plates of pastries and a pot of spiritual tea. The food Yuling brought was crafted from spiritual ingredients, ensuring it bore no impurities for cultivators, allowing both of them to enjoy their meal without any burden. As the setting sun cast its golden hues, the atmosphere warmed, and the two began to engage in light-hearted conversation. "Now that you've only reached the third layer of foundation building, you must not stray from my side once we enter the secret realm." Yuling's voice was clear, imbued with an appropriate gentleness, yet carried a hint of sternness that came with age. Why Yuling listened intently, a piece of pastry clutched in her hand, crumbs lingering at the corners of her mouth. After swallowing, she wiped her lips with a handkerchief and beamed, "I will certainly do my best. With you by my side, what do I have to fear? I fear nothing at all." "That's good to hear. By the way, how is my father faring these days?" The slight furrow in Yuling's brow relaxed a fraction, As if a heavy stone within her heart had lightened, a gentle breeze caressed the delicate face of the girl in red, lifting a few strands of her silky hair, inadvertently revealing her stunning visage. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes curved into crescent shapes, seemingly harboring endless warmth and delight. As for my second uncle, he remains as busy as ever with alchemy, tirelessly engrossed in the furnace without a moment's respite. Yuling remarked lightly, her tone feigning ease, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of undisguised concern. It was well known that for someone of her father's esteemed status as an 8th-tier alchemist, to be so consumed by his work, day and night, could only stem from either being ensnared in emotional turmoil or being lured by immense wealth. However, given the Yu family's substantial financial resources, lacking for spirit stones, the latter seemed improbable. Thus, the only reasonable explanation was that he was troubled by matters of the heart. Deep down, Yuling understood that despite her father's usual carefree demeanor, he harbored an unhealed wound deep within. Years ago, when her mother gave birth to her, she had suffered severe blood loss, and although her father had personally crafted precious elixirs to sustain her, she ultimately departed this world just a few years later, leaving the father and daughter behind. Though her father spoke little of it, he regarded the moment of her mother's passing as a lifelong nightmare, thereafter dedicating himself to the relentless pursuit of alchemy. Aside from the few days when she returned to the Yu family, he scarcely took a break, leaving the descendants of the Yu family seldom catching a glimpse of the legendary 8th-tier alchemist. Yet, it was fortunate that he had his pursuits. Had he been devoid of ambitions, he might have followed her mother into the afterlife upon her passing. That is, find out if it brings him joy. Then let him pursue it. After all, my uncle will support his interests. Yuling feigned indifference, offering a faint smile. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, forming a subtle curve that resembled a flower blooming in spring, a fleeting yet profound impression. This unguarded smile transformed her previously frosty demeanor, softening it with warmth and approachability. Beside her, Yuling gazed at Yuling, her eyes fixated upon that exquisite face, momentarily lost in admiration. After some time, she returned to reality as if awakening from a dream. "Sister, when will I be as formidable as you?" Yuling murmured, her words brimming with envy and reverence. Since her earliest memories, her cousin Yuling had been her idol and role model. Whenever she recalled her cousin's remarkable achievements throughout her life, a sense of inadequacy washed over her. Yuling was truly a favored child of heaven, endowed with extraordinary talents that set her apart. It was said that upon her birth, celestial phenomena graced the skies, attracting the attention of many. Even more astonishing was her innate ability to draw energy into her body and embark on the path of cultivation from the moment she was born. By the age of 8, she successfully established her foundation. By 14, she had ascended to the golden core stage, and now, not yet 20, she had already become a nascent soul cultivator. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of monstrous. In contrast, at the same age of 14, Yuling was merely an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. Though she stands out among her peers, she pales in comparison to her cousin. Yuling extended her slender fingers and gently tapped Yuling's forehead. "Why ponder so much? Just walk your own path. If you were as capable as I, you would have absorbed the essence of the world since birth. But you cannot." Yuling immediately wilted, supporting her face with her hands as she gazed vacantly at the clouds in the sky, which appeared to be ablaze. Observing her despondence, Yuling felt a pang of difficulty. She contemplated comforting her, yet she could hardly say that her exceptional prowess was merely to prepare for the male protagonist to forge her into an exquisite artifact, one that would invoke a celestial phenomenon upon its creation. Taking a delicate sip of warm tea, Yuling's gaze became somewhat indifferent as she too looked towards the magnificent horizon. "Do you believe in reincarnation and the cycle of life?" "I do not," Yuling replied without hesitation. "Why not? Cultivators are born to contend with heaven and earth, vying for the spiritual essence within. Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, there is no turning back. The heavenly path erases the cultivator's name from the cycle, thus rendering reincarnation impossible." This was what Yuling had read in books. That so? Perhaps. Yuling did not refute her. After all, if she had no memories of her past life, she might have thought the same. Meanwhile, time flowed quietly, like a silent river, gently advancing. After a prolonged wait, the exhilarating moment had finally arrived. The entrance to the Fengtian secret realm gradually unfolded with a slow, yet resolute grace. The instant that mysterious door fully opened, an overwhelming force, powerful enough to induce heart palpitations, erupted suddenly. Deep within the Fengtian secret realm, several hidden restrictions, once concealed in darkness, seemed to have been struck by a potent force. Shattering simultaneously in an instant, a colossal wave of energy surged forth like a tumultuous sea, upheaving everything in its wake, transforming the landscape into a chaotic tableau at that very moment, in a hidden chamber 1,000 miles away. The master of the Hehuan Sect, Hehuan, abruptly opened her eyes, her complexion turning as pale as paper. The unforeseen upheaval caused her spiritual energy to spiral out of control, colliding violently with her heart, forcing her to abruptly halt her cultivation. Following that, with a splatter, a jet-black blood erupted from her mouth, staining the ground with a shocking pool of crimson. However, as the leader of a sect, Hehuan's mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Despite sustaining such grievous injury, she quickly steadied her mind and resolutely extended her right hand, her palm shimmering with light as she rapidly conjured a dazzling transmission spell. Almost in the next instant, this spell transformed into a streak of light, shattering through the window and racing towards the direction of the Immortal Alliance like a bolt of lightning. After completing this, Hehuan gently wiped away the residual blood at the corner of her mouth, her expression grave as she gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, "Ah, the restrictions have indeed been breached. It seems that sword has its own intentions." Chapter 20. Entering the secret realm. At the moment the Fengtian secret realm was opened, the 009 system detected it and promptly transmitted Yi Chang'e inside, but to prevent her from being discovered by those powerful beings. It deliberately left an aura on her, thereby disguising the secret of her entering without a token. Before entering dormancy, the 009 system issued one final admonition. "Host, this world harbors more than just you as a wielder of great fortune, that in circumstances where strength is lacking, do not offend anyone. Among those you provoke, there is no guarantee that they are not also wielders of great fortune. Understood?" You can rest assured that Yi Chang'e surveyed the unfamiliar scene before her. Though apprehensive, the knowledge that the system had left an aura on her eased her fears. Good. As soon as the system's words faded, Yi Chang'e felt the peculiar energy wave from the system dissipate from her mind. The 009 system did not inform her that, although she was a wielder of great fortune and generally could not perish, when encountering another wielder of great fortune, the two could mutually extinguish each other. It refrained from sharing this knowledge, fearing it would cause her anxiety, and because this secret pertained to the distribution rules of heavenly fortune, revealing it could lead to her being rejected by the world's celestial order. Yi Chang'e found herself in a vast wilderness adorned with spiritual plants, pondering the system's purpose for bringing her here. Being a four-spirit root, in this realm where spiritual energy was scarce, it was inevitable that she would need to eliminate her excess roots to cultivate rapidly. With her limited knowledge of the cultivation world, Yi Chang'e surmised that she had likely been transported here due to the presence of cleansing spirit grass. The original owner had presumably contemplated removing her excess roots. Thus, she possessed considerable knowledge about the cleansing spirit grass, indirectly facilitating Yi Chang'e's search for it. Recalling her memories of the cleansing spirit grass, Yi Chang'e rummaged through the wilderness and managed to find a substantial amount. She collected each piece and stored it in the system space. While a storage bag could not guarantee the grass would not wither, the system space could halt time, thus preserving the cleansing spirit grass. Although she was unfamiliar with other spiritual plants, she still selected numerous ones to place in the system space, planning to sell them later when she had gained more knowledge. After all, this approach would yield more spirit stones than laboring for others. After digging for a while, Yi Chang'e wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze falling upon the mountain of spiritual plants in the system space. A satisfied smile finally broke upon her face. Feeling the pangs of hunger after not eating for a while, she retrieved a roasted duck from her storage bag, casually seated herself on the ground, and began to feast. Once satiated, she recalled the original owner's studies on cleansing spirit grass, which indicated that the grass would yield better results when refined into cleansing spirit pills before consumption. However, given her current circumstances, Yi Chang'e had to abandon that method. She was far too impoverished to afford an alchemist, and waiting until she exited the secret realm to cleanse her roots was not feasible. The treasures within this secret realm were abundant, and she was determined not to forego exploration. Thus, after much contemplation, Yichanga resolved to take a risk and try an alternative method, consuming the cleansing spirit grass directly. Although the probability of success would significantly diminish, she, as the heroine, possessed unwavering confidence in her ability to manipulate probabilities. Without further hesitation, Yichanga swiftly took out several fresh cleansing spirit grasses and began to chew them as if a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. After consuming several, she suddenly felt the world spin, her vision blurring. Before she could react, her insides felt ablaze, and then, as though encased in ice, the excruciating agony of her bones snapping surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming her and rendering her unconscious. Crashing heavily to the ground in that fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away, Yichanga seemed to witness her spiritual roots tumultuously churning within her, transforming like waves whipped by a tempest. Surging uncontrollably, a shiver ran through her, yet she understood that it was the cleansing spirit grass exerting its influence, forcibly altering her destiny. At the entrance to the secret realm, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, most of whom possessed foundational cultivation or higher, with a few chi practitioners teaming up with foundational cultivators. Each held a token, all of which had been earned by their own merit. Though the cultivators heading to the secret realm were a mixed lot. They could be broadly categorized into 5 major sects, for these were the sects with the strongest competitiveness and influence. As the spirit vessel of the Hehuan Sect approached, the entrance to the secret realm was already teeming with representatives from various sections. The opulent spirit vessel was filled with Hehuan Sect cultivators, all dressed in unified azure robes, with identity tokens emblazoned with the character he hanging from their waists. One glance revealed the vessel's grandeur, akin to a moving palace. Not only that, the brilliant banner above it resembled a radiant cloud, with the name Hehuan Sect boldly displayed, shining like stars in the night sky. Except for Yuling and Yuxuang, who were not donned in sect attire, the other disciples wore azure robes that projected an air of righteousness. This was precisely why the sect leader had designed the Hehuan Sect's attire in azure. Although it was a legitimate dual cultivation sect, rumors occasionally branded it as a demon sect. Thus, rather than wear flamboyant colors that would conform to the sect's image, it was more astute to don attire that appeared virtuous. Once everyone had gathered, a representative dispatched by the Immortal Alliance stood atop the highest platform and solemnly declared, "As you enter this secret realm, life and death are fated, and fortunes lie with the heavens. The previously mentioned restrictions have been breached. Those with the courage may venture forth and test their fates. However, the Immortal Alliance shall no longer guarantee your lives." Upon hearing his words, the crowd was enlightened. The ability to break through the restrictions set by the master of the Mo sect indicated that this object was indeed extraordinary. In the realm of cultivation, one must defy the heavens, and opportunities are to be seized through one's own efforts. Most cultivators had already formed their own decisions about whether to proceed or not, as it ultimately depended on their individual choices. With the crowd growing increasingly impatient, the representative of the Immortal Alliance finally cast a spell, revealing the entrance to the secret realm before them. In the following moment, the tokens in their hands gleamed with a radiant white light, which surged towards the entrance of the Fanteon secret realm. Instantly, the crowd vanished without a trace at the entrance. Thereafter, to prevent any external disturbances, the Immortal Alliance stationed dedicated personnel to guard the Fanteon secret realm day and night. Chapter 21. Trials for junior brothers and sisters within the Fanteon secret realm. The place of restrictions was a must-visit, for in that dream, the male protagonist obtained that sword, since it was fated that she would intersect with the heir of destiny. She must carve a path for herself. Going was essential, but not at this very moment. The Fanteon secret realm was vast, and none could pinpoint the location of the restricted area. They could only wander and hope for fortune. Under Yuling's guidance, the disciples of the Hehuan Sect formed numerous groups to efficiently seek their desired items. However, Yuling chose to keep Bai Piao and Yu Shuang by her side, joined by several junior brothers and sisters of slightly lower cultivation, thus forming a grand and mighty team. Seeing that Yuling had made arrangements but did not include him, Yu Yifei stepped forward and inquired, "Elder sister, may I join you?" "Certainly not. You are in search of some medicinal herbs, are you not?" "Our paths diverge, so it is only natural that we cannot form a team," Yuling replied, her beautiful face betraying no emotion. Unable to fathom Yuling's temperament, Yu Yifei feigned grievance, displaying an expression of deep sorrow. "Did you not promise to protect me? Are you abandoning me now? Yuling had not forgotten this matter. She casually retrieved a jade tablet containing a trace of her sword energy from her storage ring and nonchalantly handed it to him. I will fulfill my promise, she said lightly, upon realizing what it was. Yue immediately expressed profound gratitude. He took the jade tablet with both hands and solemnly placed it against his clothing. For him, a novice alchemist, this trace of sword energy was akin to a second life. Most importantly, since Yuling was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, he could rely on this sword energy to survive until the end of the secret realm. Thank you, elder sister. You are the best, Yue declared, enduring the disdainful gazes of his junior brothers and sisters to utter the most saccharine words of his life. That why Yuling shot him a calm glare and fell silent. A shiver ran through her at the thought of Yue's notorious shamelessness, which was why she never offered him any kindness. Point 1. He was bothersome. 2. She feared he would take advantage of her goodwill. I shall take my leave first, he stated, and without further ado, he hurried away. Indeed, he departed on foot. In the secret realm, one could not ride flying vessels, and as a mere alchemist, he could not fly with a sword. So he relied solely on his own 2 feet. After Yue left, Yue could no longer restrain herself and approached Yuling with a look of disdain, asking, "Cousin, why is this person so repulsive?" It's utterly nauseating. Yuling glanced at the map that had inexplicably appeared in her hand. It was a rough map of the Fanteon secret realm that she had purchased at a high price from a cultivator. Hearing Yu's complaint, Yuling remained unfazed, finding nothing amiss. She gently patted Yue on the head, saying, "Ignore him. He is just an old ailment. If you see him again, just take a detour." "Emichim," Yue replied, her lips curling into a smile that bloomed like spring flowers, nodding cheerfully to tea that moment. Bai Piao, who had been silent, glided towards them like a delicate butterfly, dressed in a flowing water-blue sect robe. Her attire swayed with the wind, seemingly merging with the surrounding sky and clouds. This outfit accentuated her already charming features, making her appear even more enchanting, akin to dewdrops rolling upon morning lotus leaves. Crystal clear and endearing. Bai Piao first curiously regarded Yu's adorable visage, then turned her gaze towards Yuling, and finally raised her head to look at Yuling, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Akin to a lark's song, brimming with unmistakable joy as she said, "Elder sister, this must be Sister Shuiying, am I correct?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yue frowned, a hint of displeasure creeping onto her face. She pouted, muttering, "Why call me Sister Shuiying? We clearly look the same age." In Yu's heart, only Yuling was worthy of calling her sister. With that, she swiftly approached Bai Piao, and while the latter was distracted, she quietly tiptoed and stretched out her right hand, gesturing between herself and Bai Piao, seemingly attempting to prove that they were indeed of similar age. All right, Shuiying, I am Bai Piao, elder sister's junior sister." Bai Piao responded, appearing quite fond of Yue, as they were of similar age and cultivation, naturally fostering a sense of familiarity. "I know. My cousin mentioned you," Yue remarked, scrutinizing Bai Piao's round, cherubic face while also touching her own pointed chin. Relieved, she noted that although they were of the same age, Bai Piao more closely resembled a younger sister, while Yuling had no specific objectives in mind. Thus she ultimately decided to lead her junior brothers and sisters forward, taking things as they came. They had barely walked a kilometer from where they were when a shadow suddenly flashed before their eyes. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a gigantic beast. The Xiantian wolf, its fur as dark as ink and shimmering with an eerie glow. Although this Xiantian wolf appeared to possess only foundation-level cultivation, the aura it exuded was still formidable enough to elicit caution. However, for the experienced and powerful Yuling, such an opponent barely piqued her interest. She merely cast a casual glance at the Xiantian wolf and had no inclination to engage in battle. Thus, she nonchalantly found a clean and tidy stump to sit upon to tea this moment. Her gaze fell upon the junior brothers and sisters trailing behind her, her eyes revealing an unspoken expectation. She then spoke. "Now is the time for you to showcase your skills. Go forth, for tonight's dinner shall be this beast." As soon as her words fell, Yue and Bai Piao dashed forward simultaneously, akin to arrows released from a bow, racing towards the Xiantian wolf. Following closely were the other junior brothers and sisters, each face devoid of fear, filled instead with determination and a fervent desire for battle. The Xiantian wolf's advantage lay in its speed. Both demon beasts and human cultivators defied the heavens in their training, making their paths arduous. However, low-tier demon beasts lacked intelligence and only knew that human cultivators' bodies were beneficial for their cultivation, leading them to attack irrationally upon spotting cultivators. This also meant that cultivators felt no psychological burden when slaying demon beasts. Yu Shuang wielded a 9-section whip to restrain the Xiantian wolf, while Bai Piao wielded a sword for the main assault, with the others responsible for flanking attacks. With such coordination, even the Xiantian wolf's advantages could not prevent it from being subdued by their combined efforts. Yuling watched with great interest, as such close teamwork in battle had been absent during her own cultivation at their respective levels. Sword cultivators were inherently combative, and she preferred to resolve matters with a single stroke. Hence, she had never needed to rely on teamwork to achieve victory. Observing their collaboration felt like a compensatory fulfillment of her own regrets. Chapter 22. The poor sword cultivator and the rich sword cultivator. The coordination among the group was impeccable. The originally weak Xiantian wolf soon succumbed to their seamless onslaught. Ultimately, it was Yu Shuang's fierce whip strike that sent it crashing to the ground, its body marred with ghastly wounds. Lying there breathless and devoid of any means to retaliate, its inky black eyes remained fixed upon the group, filled with resentment and fury. However, after Bai Piao swiftly delivered a lethal strike to its throat, all disputes were settled. The Xiantian wolf's body was soon meticulously dissected by the adept junior brothers and sisters, who cut the tender flesh into pieces and respectfully presented them to Bai Piao and Yu Shuang. Bai Piao and Yu Shuang took charge of roasting the meat, while the junior brothers and sisters busied themselves with the cutting, and Yuling leisurely sampled the delicious fare. See, these little fellows are not useless decorations. They are indispensable companions on my journeys, proficient in both combat and cooking. Under their skilled hands, the wolf meat was grilled to perfection, juicy and tender, and when Bai Piao sprinkled her meticulously crafted spices, the rich aroma rose to the heavens. Even Yuling, who was usually not very gluttonous, could not resist tasting a few extra pieces. After the group had their fill, they commenced their next course of action. Upon the somewhat rugged map of Yuling, there lies a region distinctly circled, indicating a natural mineral mountain. The very act of marking it suggests that the resources there must be exceedingly abundant. Thus, Yuling resolved to lead them forth to investigate, for every moment within the Bi-Entai and secret realm ought not to be squandered. Meanwhile, in another area of the realm resided the Hehuan Sect. Wen Shubai, clad in an elegant black robe of substantial worth, possessed an extraordinary countenance. His striking Rue Feng eyes conveyed a hint of aloofness and detachment, his stature tall and upright like a pine. A figure of grace upon the earth, the Hehuan Sect was also divided into various smaller groups, yet the majority chose to follow their most formidable disciple, Wen Shubai. However, the strongest among them, Wen Shubai, remained silent, neither instructing them to stay nor to leave. With a slight arch of his brow, he cast a detached glance at the disciples of the Hehuan Sect, unflinchingly exposing their intentions. What? Do you wish for me to protect you? The youth, with an otherworldly charm, exuded an air of rebelliousness. His sleek black hair was tied high, cascading 2 crimson ribbons that accentuated his devil-may-care demeanor. Senior brother, our cultivation is still lacking, one disciple timidly spoke. Although Wen Shubai often displayed gentleness in front of outsiders, the disciples of the Hehuan Sect were well aware of his inherent rebellious nature. For all his kindness publicly, he was a relentless taskmaster in private. Upon hearing this, Wen Shubai could not help but scoff. Have you forgotten that you are sword cultivators? As sword cultivators, do not cower. Once you do you think your precious swords will be well maintained? He surveyed the impoverished sword cultivators before him, inwardly muttering, so timid, yet you dare call yourselves sword cultivators? At the mention of sword maintenance, the sword cultivators sighed in unison. Among them, countless individuals regretted their choice to become sword cultivators. Though their combat prowess was indeed formidable, their lack of wealth was painfully evident. Wen Shubai, who preferred solitude, wielded the power to render the entire sect's sword cultivators feeling isolated and helpless, single-handedly alienating an entire sect of sword cultivators. Due to his authoritative presence, none within the Hehuan Sect dared approach him for conversation or to request a team-up. The fear of being ridiculed or chastised kept them at bay. Thus, This group of destitute sword cultivators embarked on a quest to acquire spirit stones. After all, their beloved swords awaited nourishment, allowing for no semblance of laxity. In contrast, when Shubai faced no such dilemmas. Firstly, he lacked a personal spirit sword. Secondly, he was far from impoverished, being renowned as one of the wealthiest sword cultivators within the Hehuan Sect and the entire cultivation world. Disciples of the Hehuan Sect had witnessed him lavishly feeding his personal spirit sword with various precious spiritual ores daily, a display of opulence bordering on the inhumane, when Shubai's singular purpose on this expedition was to contract that legendary sword. This task had been assigned by his father, a mission to be executed with absolute precision, leaving no room for error. After all, the sword's blade was forged from the dragon bones of their ancestral lineage. Should he fail to successfully contract it, when Shubai feared his father might consume him whole. Currently, his human cultivation level was merely at the nascent soul stage, his demonic form sealed by his father, rendering it temporarily unusable. Yet, within this realm where no one surpassed the nascent soul stage, it was more than sufficient. At times, he truly pondered how their ancestor could choose such a humble secret realm for confinement. It seemed beneath their stature. Such thoughts he dared only to vocalize within the confines of his mind, as outwardly he remained the gentle and courteous chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Uncertain of the exact location of the sword, he found his intentions aligned with those of Yuling. Meandering about, perhaps they would stumble upon that restricted area, for sometimes, luck is a manifestation of strength. As the subject of luck arose, when Shubai's gaze darkened, his expression turning notably colder. This competition indeed held intrigue, particularly with that outer disciple named Yuling. His cultivation had soared, presenting himself as a dark horse contender this year. One could not deny the young man's commendable strength, coupled with an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Throughout the trials, he had yet to encounter a rival of comparable prowess, while those of similar stature were systematically eliminated by their peers. Ultimately, Yuling effortlessly ascended to the coveted first position, securing his qualification to enter the BNTI and secret realm. However, when Shubai could not shake the feeling that Yuling was somewhat dubious. Despite his seemingly upright demeanor, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. Surely, he was not envious of him. Though their dragon lineage was perpetually oppressed by the heavenly laws, it was precisely their overwhelming strength that drew such scrutiny. Even with their fortunes waning, it did not impede their ability to thrive. Thus, when Shubai harbored no jealousy towards Yuling's fortuitous circumstances, the spirit soared beneath when Shubai's feet soared through the air with exhilarating speed, leaving almost a phantom trace in its wake. The wind tousled his scattered hair, revealing his stunningly exquisite features, free from the constraints and pressures of sect regulations, when Shubai experienced an unprecedented sense of joy and liberation. It was not until he nearly collided with a towering mountain that he gradually reduced his speed. Yuling, you truly are impressive, having captured this prodigy so swiftly. A woman's voice of admiration reached when Shubai as he soared through the sky. Upon hearing that familiar name, when Shubai's interest peaked instantly, he swiftly stowed his spirit sword, cast an invisibility spell upon himself, and brazenly eavesdropped. He casually found a sturdy tree trunk to lean against. Attentively listening to the exchange between the two. Chapter 23. Confrontation with the Blood Jade Spider Monarch. Yuling's voice was gentle, tinged with delight. Thank you, senior sister, for your praise. Clearly, his swordsmanship had seen significant improvement, as he could now discern a marked increase in his efficiency when dealing with demonic beasts. Then, junior brother, may I team up with you? The woman revealed a bashful visage, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yuling hesitated slightly. After all, he was not particularly familiar with this senior sister, and he feared that teaming up with her might impede his own progress. Just as Yuling was about to politely decline, the voice of an elder echoed in his mind. Do not refuse. Look at how others form teams to enter the secret realm, while you remain alone. The girl has expressed a desire to team up with you. Turning her down would surely hurt her feelings. Once the elder's words settled in his mind, Yuling, considering the dangers of traversing the BNTI and secret realm alone, made a swift decision to agree. Very well. He sheathed his sword, replacing it with a dagger, and approached the demonic beast, his movements fluid and graceful as he expertly dismembered the creature. The woman was a direct disciple of a certain elder within the Hehuan Sect, and she held great expectations for Yuling, the ambitious junior. Hence, upon their encounter, she proposed a temporary alliance out of concern for their safety. Once Su Lin had finished dismantling the demonic beast, he casually handed over a portion of its valuable parts to the senior sister. Meeting her gaze, he explained, "Senior sister, do not overexert yourself." "Thank you, junior brother." The woman no longer held back, promptly stowing the items into her storage pouch. If there were to be any blame, it would fall upon the sword cultivator's dire financial state, not her greed. "What are your plans next, senior sister?" Su Lin inquired, placing the remainder into his storage pouch. His gaze drifting towards the seemingly endless expanse of the demonic beast forest. Towering trees enveloped the entire forest, casting a perpetual shadow devoid of light, suffused with an eerie and sinister aura that instilled trepidation. "I intend to mine for spirit ore. I have inquired and discovered that there is a vein not far from here." The woman smiled, her hand brushing against her somewhat deflated storage pouch, her expression revealing a hint of hope. Su Lin, unaware that the most renowned site within the Bi-Entai and secret realm was indeed this very spirit mineral mountain, remarked, "Spirit ore, the more we extract, the better I can maintain my sword. Let us hurry." The woman promptly tidied her slightly disheveled appearance and led Su Lin towards the direction of the demonic beast forest, upon learning of their intent to mine for spirit ore. When Shubai was not surprised, having observed for some time, he found no particularly unusual behavior in Su Lin, and thus he decided to let it be. With nowhere else to go, he figured he might as well join the commotion at the spirit mineral mountain. He anticipated encountering many impoverished sword cultivators, most of whom would likely be his junior brothers and sisters from the Hehuan Sect. Meanwhile, Yuling and her group traveled eastward, eventually stumbling upon a seemingly bottomless cave. The entrance was tightly ensnared by a plethora of spider silk, resembling an impenetrable barrier. Upon closer inspection, Yuling realized that this cave could very well be the lair of the blood jade spider monarch. Uncertain of the blood jade spider monarch's rank among demonic beasts, Yuling opted not to allow anyone else to accompany her, deciding instead to venture inside alone. She turned to her companions and declared, "You all stay here. I will take a look inside." With that, Yuling retrieved a delicately crafted array plate from her storage ring, tossing it lightly into the air. Instantly, an invisible barrier enveloped the area where they stood. "Rest assured, await my return." Yuling raised an eyebrow, her actions resolute and unhesitant. "All right, senior sister, I will ensure their safety along with Shuiying." Bai Piao was the first to speak, gently grasping Shuiying's hand with one hand while waving at Yuling with the other. After Yuling nodded, she drew her sword and shattered the spider silk blocking the cave entrance with a single strike. The interior of the cave was enveloped in darkness, but fortunately, Yuling had brought a luminous pearl. Its radiance sufficient to illuminate the green slime clinging to the stone walls. She deftly avoided the viscous substance. She ventured deeper into the cave. The blood jade spider emperor, a rare beast, was an unexpected find within the Fantian secret realm, and since fate had brought her to this encounter, Yuling was determined not to squander the opportunity for exploration. Unlike other beasts, the most precious aspect of the blood jade spider emperor lay in its two pairs of blood-red eyes, which served as vital ingredients for crafting the spirit-nurturing pill. With her master gravely injured, likely due to harm to their soul, Yuling felt a rising tide of worry. Thus, she was resolute in her quest to obtain the necessary ingredient for the pill. She delved further into the cave. The humidity in the air became increasingly palpable. Before reaching the end, she heard faint hissing sounds, unmistakably emanating from the blood jade spider emperor. Yuling raised her hand, forming a seal to conceal her presence against the stone wall. It would not be an easy feat to acquire the eyes of the blood jade spider emperor. Should she recklessly attempt to incapacitate it, the creature would undoubtedly self-destruct to prevent a cultivator from claiming its precious eyes. It was evident that the spider possessed a degree of cunning, aware of what cultivators desired and determined to thwart their efforts. This posed a challenge for the usually brash Yuling, as the more methodical approach of waiting for the right moment was considerably more intricate than her usual strategy of dispatching other beasts with a single strike. The blood jade spider emperor's body shimmered like exquisite blood jade. Yet its most coveted feature remained its blood-red eyes, which sparkled with an otherworldly glow, seemingly capable of unraveling the secrets of the universe. A third-tier beast, it was equivalent to a cultivator at the gold core stage. A plan began to form in Yuling's mind. Facing a creature of lesser cultivation than herself brought her a measure of comfort. She cautiously approached the blood jade spider emperor, searching for the optimal moment to strike. Throughout this delicate process, she remained vigilant, fully aware that even the slightest lapse in attention could lead to her undoing. The blood jade spider emperor, colossal in size, moved with a rustling sound as its 8 long legs brushed against the ground. Each step echoing its majesty and might. Yuling pressed herself against the wall, slowly shifting her position. She could feel her heart racing and heard the persistent sound of the spider spinning its silk, while a pale blue ice sphere began to coalesce in her palm. Seizing the opportunity while the blood jade spider emperor was distracted, she stealthily touched a section of its half-woven web. Instantly, a chilling aura spread upwards, gradually freezing the web in place. In her approach, Yuling discerned a weakness beneath the seemingly impervious exterior of the blood jade spider emperor. A minute crack revealed itself. Although insignificant, it presented the long-awaited opportunity she had been yearning for. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength, preparing to unleash a decisive blow at the critical moment. However, just as she was about to strike, the blood jade spider emperor sensed the impending danger and abruptly turned, its crimson eyes locking onto Yuling. Startled, she quickly recalibrated her mindset and, utilizing her agility, rolled to evade and found a secure hiding spot. With swift precision, she formed hand seals, and a sharp ice needle shot forth from her fingertips, aiming directly for the crack. In an instant, the chilling sensation enveloped the area, and with the ice needle's impact, the blood jade spider emperor was completely immobilized by Yuling's icy prowess, ensnared in its own web, leaving only its blood-red eyes exposed. In that very moment, Yuling's ice energy also encased the creature's demon core in a frozen prison. Beast ranking. First tier corresponds to the Chi refinement stage of human cultivators, second tier foundation establishment stage, third tier gold core stage, fourth tier nascent soul stage, fifth tier out-of-body stage, sixth tier fusion stage, seventh tier spirit transformation stage, eighth tier great ascension stage, ninth tier tribulation transcendence stage, 10th tier god transformation stage. Chapter 24. An unexpected encounter with a strange group. In the next moment, Yuling formed a seal, and the 2 pairs of blood-red eyes of the blood jade spider emperor floated above her palm. She retrieved a jade box and carefully placed the eyes within. As she steadied her mind and prepared to exit the cave, she realized that she could no longer find the intersection she had entered through, forcing her to try various paths one by one. Outside the cave. Why hasn't my cousin returned yet? Yu Shuang rose to her feet, idly massaging her shoulders. Bai Piao glanced at the horizon, where the setting sun bathed the land in golden light, casting a scene of day and night in transition. Judging by the time, it was reasonable to expect that the senior sister would have emerged by now, yet she remained conspicuously absent. Bai Piao was equally in the dark about Yuling's situation. So she comforted her, saying, "The senior sister is surely fine. Let us wait a little longer." Never mind. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Yu Shuang mused inwardly, fully aware that Bai Piao shared her ignorance of Yuling's circumstances. With that, she slowly raised her hand to gently caress the mysterious ring of spirit communication adorning her left ring finger. Then, lowering her head slightly, she murmured softly to the ring, "Sister, when will you finally come out?" Her tone was tinged with both urgency and deep concern. At that moment, several onlookers noticed Yu Shuang's possession of the spirit communication ring, their faces reflecting curiosity and astonishment. However, recognizing the private nature of the matter, they tactfully refrained from probing further. Almost simultaneously with her words, a clear and ethereal voice belonging to Yuling emanated from the ring. "I have handled everything. I will be out soon." In truth, Yuling was still traversing the depths of the cave. Upon hearing this news, Yu Shuang's anxious heart finally settled, and she breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's wonderful. I can finally relax." Having spoken, she felt a wave of ease wash over her and turned to re-engage in animated discussions with the group of junior disciples regarding their cultivation experiences. Yet, unbeknownst to any of them, at that very moment, a completely unfamiliar group was silently drawing closer to their vicinity. It was not until a sudden exclamation from a woman pierced the air that the jovial atmosphere was interrupted. Ah! Could this cave possibly be the lair of the blood jade spider emperor? The woman was clad in white robes, her face veiled, revealing only her flawless forehead and a red mole at the center of her brow. With a green bamboo flute hanging at her waist, apart from her, The remainder of the group consisted of approximately 10 male cultivators. Initially, they had not spotted the individuals within the formation, but as they approached, they discovered the presence of several strangers at the cave's entrance. Upon seeing the spider silk scattered across the ground, they quickly understood that someone had entered the cave before them. One of the male cultivators, also dressed in white but without a veil, revealed a slightly sickly yet handsome face, sharing the same red mole at his brow. Upon noticing the presence of others within the formation, he politely clasped his hands in apology, stating, "I apologize for the disturbance, fellow cultivators. We will take our leave." "Senior brother, I don't want to leave," the woman in white protested, playfully tugging at his sleeve, a frown creasing her brow. The other woman, adorned in a gown of pristine white, furrowed her brows in evident reluctance, pouting, "Have you forgotten? My soul was gravely injured before and has yet to heal. Now that we have the rare opportunity to encounter the blood jade spider emperor, how can I simply give up?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if she would not relent until she achieved her goal. The white-robed male beside her wore a hesitant expression, his already pallid complexion now resembling that of a blank sheet of paper. He pressed his lips together, seemingly torn between conflicting emotions. At that moment, the other male cultivators surrounding them stepped forward, urging the white-robed man to reconsider. One of them eagerly remarked, "Indeed, Junior Sister's soul has yet to recover, and this rare opportunity should not be missed. Even if it costs a fortune, we must secure it." Another chimed in, "Absolutely, Senior brother, we cannot let this chance slip away." However, when one of them broached the subject of the past, saying, "Senior brother, think carefully. Junior Sister sustained such severe harm to her soul while trying to save you." Upon hearing this, the white-robed woman seemed to be touched at the most vulnerable part of her heart. She slowly released her grip on the male cultivator's sleeve, stepping aside with her head bowed, tears glistening like scattered pearls cascading down her fair cheeks. The white-robed male gazed at his sister, who was quietly shedding tears, and a wave of profound guilt and helplessness surged within him. With a long sigh, he ultimately resolved to assist his junior sister in acquiring the eye of the blood jade spider emperor, in gratitude for her past act of saving his life. The individuals within the formation silently observed the unfolding drama, while Yuling rolled her eyes, exasperated. She threw up her hands and approached Bai Piao, inquiring, "Do you know these people?" Bai Piao shook her head. It was indeed rare to encounter cultivators clad in white with a red mark on their foreheads, and merely based on their attire, she could not discern their sect or lineage. Not recognizing them simplifies matters. A sly smile crept onto Yuling's face as she produced her 9-section whip, intending to confront them directly. "That we mustn't act recklessly. It is prudent to wait until our senior sister emerges before we take action." Bai Piao maintained a level-headed perspective, noting that those across from them appeared significantly older, likely contemporaries of their senior sister. With this in mind, it was evident that their cultivation level surpassed that of the two of them. What is there to wait for? Since neither of us recognizes them, they cannot possibly belong to the 5 great sects or the 5 prominent families, so there is nothing to fear. Why Yuling attempted to move forward, but Bai Piao grasped her wrist, halting her impulsive advance. "That we cannot outmatch them," Bai Piao stated plainly. Why Yuling instinctively retorted, "How can we know unless we try? If they seek to seize what belongs to my cousin, they must first contend with me." Bai Piao sighed, acknowledging that while sword cultivators were often impulsive, there were those even more reckless, such as Yuling. "Are you foolish? Can you discern their cultivation levels?" Bai Piao scrutinized the group and found herself unable to gauge their power. Why Yuling also examined them and realized she was equally incapable. "But I cannot see," Yuling conceded, retracting her 9-section whip. "Given their superior cultivation, we should refrain from provoking them." Bai Piao gestured for the others to remain within the formation's protective boundary, while she and Yuling positioned themselves at the edge to observe the intentions of the group. Chapter 25. It turns out they are bandits. A few individuals huddled together, chattering animatedly, their voices rising and falling in a lively discussion. After an intense deliberation, they ultimately decided to send forth a handsome male cultivator clad in white to serve as their spokesperson. The white-clad cultivator approached with a light step, first bowing respectfully to the crowd, then smiling politely as he inquired, "May I ask which esteemed friend is venturing into the depths of the cave?" At that moment, Bai Piao, dressed in a water blue gown, stepped forward. She crossed her arms, standing gracefully before the white-clad cultivator, her gaze as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, embodying the image of a beautiful yet unapproachable woman. She replied frostily, "I am the senior sister. What business do you have with her?" The white-clad cultivator appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and continued, "Oh, I see. Please convey to your senior sister that upon her safe return, we wish to discuss a significant transaction with her." Upon hearing this, Bai Piao furrowed her brow and scrutinized the man before her. Although he possessed an attractive visage, his complexion was pale, bearing a sickly appearance as if he might collapse with the slightest gust of wind, undeniably a frail individual. Without hesitation, she pressed, "What transaction? Who are you? Do we know you?" "You wish to barter with my senior sister right off the bat." The white-clad cultivator's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment and frustration at her inquiry. With a resigned flick of his sleeve, he introduced himself sincerely. "I am Qin Shuren, a direct disciple of the Hehuan Sect. This is my junior sister, Yuling, that we hope you might grant us the courtesy of waiting here until we can negotiate with your senior sister." Bai Piao's demeanor softened slightly upon learning they were disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Known for their musical cultivation akin to that of alchemists, they occupied a supportive role, and while they did not rank among the 5 great sects, they were still a formidable sect that in light of this, Bai Piao felt compelled to project a semblance of goodwill for the sake of maintaining her own sect's amicable reputation. However, before she could speak again, Yuling seized Qin Shuren's arm, appearing eager to converse with him. Though Bai Piao could not discern their discussion, she noted that Qin Shuren's expression had darkened, revealing a hint of hesitation. "Senior brother, we brought hardly any spirit stones this time. If we aim to purchase the eye of the blood jade spider emperor from them, we simply do not have enough," Yuling explained gently. Her brow furrowed. Qin Shuren seemed to grasp his sister's concerns, yet he was reluctant to accept that reality. "Then we can simply defer payment." "Why defer payment? This is a secret realm. Only items taken out of here can be considered personal property. Anything seized here should rightfully belong to us," Yuling countered, disapproving of her brother's timidity. She believed that the opportunities afforded to the strong were earned through seizing them. "Moreover, I have observed that this group is merely at the foundation establishment stage. If we subdue them, we can use them as leverage once their senior sister emerges that we will demand the eye of the blood jade spider emperor as our price for their release." Yuling stated matter-of-factly. She was convinced that such actions did not violate any ethical standards. Indeed, as soon as Yuling concluded, many among the group nodded in agreement. "If we can obtain it this way, it demonstrates our capability. They cannot hold it against us. They are merely a bunch of foundation establishment children." Faced with the unanimous sentiment and resolution of the group, Qin Shuren, despite his reluctance and despair, ultimately could not resist the collective will. His brow furrowed, and a trace of helplessness crossed his face. Yet under the steady gaze of those around him, filled with determination and anticipation, he sighed deeply and slowly nodded in agreement with the course of action proposed. Though his heart remained heavy with doubt and concern, at this moment, he had no choice but to acquiesce and comply. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yuning's eyes as she elaborated on her plan. "However, the area they occupy is protected by a formation, albeit a low-level one. I believe with our strength, we should be able to break it." "All right." After the group concluded their discussion, several golden core cultivators approached the 4 corners of the formation, channeling their spiritual energy in preparation to work together to breach it. Bai Piao, witnessing their actions, was momentarily taken aback. Only when they attempted to forcibly dismantle the formation did she display an expression of astonishment. Drawing her sword, she pointed it at the group. Her expression darkened as she demanded, "What is the meaning of this? Are you intent on making enemies of us?" Qin Shuren's pallor deepened, yet his gaze remained resolute. His tone decisive as he addressed the assembly. "Rest assured, esteemed friends, we do not intend to harm you. We merely require you to serve as hostages. Indeed, just await your senior sister's emergence, and upon her providing the eye of the blood jade spider emperor, we will release you," Yuling chimed in, raising the bamboo flute at her waist to her lips. In the next instant, a melodious and clear sound of the bamboo flute resonated through the air. Accompanied by this enchanting melody, a rich green spiritual energy flowed forth from the exquisite bamboo flute like a lively stream. This verdant energy seemed to possess its own consciousness and life, swiftly coalescing into a surging torrent that charged towards the formation's barrier with tremendous force. Observing this scene, Yu Shuiying's fury ignited to its zenith. Her once delicate and captivating features flushed crimson with rage. Her beautiful eyes wide with indignation as she glared at the unfolding events. Unable to contain her inner turmoil any longer, she shouted, "Is this truly the so-called transaction you speak of? This is utterly outrageous." Before she could finish, she stepped forward, ready to confront them with fierce intent. Yet, Bai Piao intercepted her once more, maintaining a calm demeanor as she raised her voice towards the group. "We are disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Do you not fear retribution from us?" Anticipating that the name of the Hehuan Sect would instill some trepidation, she was taken aback when Yuling merely scoffed dismissively in response. A hint of disdain flickered in her beautiful eyes as she coldly retorted, "Oh, what of being disciples of the Hehuan Sect? What does that matter? This is the vanishing heaven secret realm. If you cannot safeguard your opportunity, and it is seized by others, even if you sought to appeal to the Celestial Alliance for justice, they would remain indifferent." That it became clear that their intentions were far from honorable. Bai Piao exhibited not a trace of panic. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, narrowed slightly, glinting with a barely perceptible cold light, indicating that she was swiftly formulating a strategy in her mind. She was acutely aware that in such a perilous moment, maintaining composure and poise was paramount. She could not afford to lose her wits. After all, the audacity of their adversaries to confront them so brazenly suggested they had some form of support. Furthermore, as they had stated, seeking justice from the Immortal Alliance after emerging from the secret realm would likely prove futile. However, this did not imply that Bai Piao and her companions would simply resign themselves to fate, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. Although, in terms of cultivation, they might indeed be outmatched by the formidable band before them, they were by no means to be underestimated, should it come to a fight to the death. The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 26. The manifestation of the spirit in an instant. As the group synchronized their efforts, the barrier suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash, and the array shattered into countless fragments. Scattering in all directions, Bai Piao, agile and swift as a soaring swallow, leapt forth, charging towards the assailants with the speed of a released arrow. Simultaneously, Yu Shuiying wielded her whip with ferocity, summoning a fierce gale that howled around them. Yet, the assailants were evidently well prepared. One cultivator, quick-witted, swiftly retrieved a circle of binding spirit ropes from his storage pouch and unhesitatingly handed them to Qin Shuren. Upon seeing this, Qin Shuren promptly infused the ropes with spiritual energy, and they soared into the air like a lively spirit serpent, darting towards the two primary targets. Bai Piao reacted with remarkable speed, deftly lifting the binding ropes with her sword, twisting her wrist to weave them into a tight knot. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, an abrupt sound of a flute pierced the air, its haunting melody striking the ears of the group, leaving them dizzy and faltering as they directed all their assaults towards Bai Piao. Yu Shuiying's heart burned with urgency. She was compelled to abandon the protection of her younger disciples, retrieving a long-preserved fifth-tier array from her storage pouch and casting it into the air, enveloping the young disciples within a protective barrier. Meanwhile, she swiftly leaped beside Bai Piao, ready to battle alongside her against the sudden crisis. However, an insurmountable chasm in cultivation levels persisted among the combatants. Even though Bai Piao was a formidable sword cultivator, she found it challenging to alter the tide of battle. The assailants were all at the golden core stage, possessing a far greater reservoir of spiritual energy than the two at the foundation establishment stage, creating a significant disparity in power. Ultimately, a flicker of resolve crossed Qin Shuren's eyes. He abruptly drew an ancient zither, and in the next moment, it seemed to possess a spirit of its own. Hurtling towards the two, breaching Bai Piao's defenses and crashing into their midsections. With two dull thuds, Bai Piao and Yu Shuiying crumpled to the ground like kites severed from their strings, dust swirling around them. Senior sister, fellow Taoist Yu, the younger disciples within the barrier watched in despair, powerless to assist. They yearned to break free and help, but found themselves trapped within the sturdy barrier, helplessly witnessing their senior's fall. Their hearts heavy with desolation and tears welling in their eyes. Bai Piao's lips bled slightly. She carelessly wiped it away, her gaze remaining cold and resolute as it fixed on the assailants. Yu Shuiying's 9-section whip had been flung aside, her hair disheveled, with a scrape on her forehead and a fresh wound on her palm, appearing rather disheveled. Bai Piao struggled to prop her sword against the ground, attempting to leverage its strength to rise and continue the fight. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could muster no strength, her body swaying precariously. She cast a worried glance at the equally disheveled Yushuang beside her, silently praying for their senior sister to arrive swiftly and rescue them from this dire predicament. Noticing that the two still seemed to possess some capacity for resistance, Yuling did not cease her flute playing. Instead, she intensified her efforts, producing an increasingly piercing and mournful melody. In Qin Shiren's incredulous gaze, the flute's sound grew ever more shrill, akin to a wailing specter. Just as he contemplated rushing to intervene, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A hauntingly sorrowful tune suddenly filled the air, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld, laden with endless grief and sorrow, evoking a chilling sensation in those who heard it. However, at that very moment, a fierce and formidable sword energy surged forth with astonishing speed, akin to thunder descending from the heavens, hurtling towards Yuling. With a thunderous crash, Yuling had no time to react before being struck by the icy sword energy. She was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string. The bamboo flute in her grasp shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. No one had anticipated that Yuling would be so violently propelled away. She raised her hand to her chest, feeling a surge of blood rise, a metallic taste filling her throat, and in the next instant, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her garments crimsoned. In disbelief, she turned her gaze elsewhere, her eyes wide with shock and fear, as if she had encountered something truly dreadful. The realization struck her. You are indeed the spirit of the immortal. She had assumed that the senior sister the children spoke of was not the spirit, for not everyone was so unfortunate as to cross paths with such a mad spirit. She had gambled. But fate had played her false. Before her stood the spirit, garbed in fiery red, wielding a sword aloft, resembling a blooming flower of the other shore, radiant yet perilous. The entire cavern trembled as her sword stroke caused a cataclysmic collapse. Dust billowing like a shroud, obscuring the light. Yet, not a speck of dust tarnished her. She appeared as though she existed in a realm apart, transcending the chaos around her. The young woman narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Her skin as pale as snow, her figure draped elegantly beneath her red attire, her black hair cascading behind her, dancing with the wind. Her gaze held a frigid indifference, as if it could freeze all in its sight. With a voice as cool and biting as ice, her proud eyes momentarily reflected a profound intent to kill. She let out a soft laugh, the disdain in her eyes nearly spilling over. What? Taking advantage of my absence to bully my junior disciples with such impunity? Upon witnessing the spirit's emergence, the younger disciples felt as if they had glimpsed salvation. Bai Piao and Yushuang's breaths caught in their throats. Momentarily disregarding their own injuries, their faces alight with pride. Senior sister, you truly are our savior. Senior sister, you have finally arrived. Why Yushuang felt a swell of grievance within her. She had never faced adversity before. And the one time she ventured out for training, she had been knocked to the ground by her opponents. Fortunately, her elder sister was there. She sniffled, her eyes growing slightly red, seeing the two sprawled on the ground. On the verge of tears, the spirit felt a pang of compassion. They truly were still children at heart. In her eyes, these two were the closest to her, and seeing them bullied ignited a fierce anger within her. Qin Shiren, witnessing the spirit's appearance, was momentarily incredulous, his gaze instinctively drawn to her. The memory of their encounter during a golden core competition years ago flashed vividly in his mind that he recalled her. Clad in resplendent red, like a blood rose blooming in the darkness, enchanting yet shrouded in mystery. Her beauty was unparalleled, enough to eclipse the sun and moon, stirring the very mountains and rivers, when she displayed her prowess in the competition. She radiated brilliance, unmatched by any. She moved with such grace and agility, each movement infused with boundless strength and exquisite technique. Among the many golden core cultivators, she carved her path through the ranks with ease. Claiming the top spot with undeniable dominance, the entire venue erupted in fervor, cheers and accolades echoing through the AIRT that moment. He, having triumphed over numerous golden core cultivators, ultimately fell to her sword. And though he had been defeated, he felt no regret, only admiration for the young woman. Now, they met again, but under such dire circumstances. one basking in glory at the pinnacle of the heavenly talents, while the other remained stagnant at the golden core stage, unable to progress for years. Chapter 27. Either death or surrender, as the crowd recognized the figure before them as the spirit. A flicker of panic swept through their eyes. They recalled the earlier conversation, wherein they had mentioned their senior sister was within the cavern, and in the Hehuan Sect, only the spirit was revered as the senior sister. The expression of one golden core cultivator turned troubled. Inwardly, he lamented their misfortune in encountering a team led by the Hehuan Sect's senior sister, the spirit. His heart tightened as he cast a hurried glance at the motionless Yuling on the ground. Noting her tightly shut eyes and pallid complexion, devoid of vitality, he dared not look any longer, fearing he might lose control of his emotions, and hastily shifted his gaze to the side at Qin Shuren. However, that glance plunged his heart even deeper into despair. The originally fair complexion of Qin Shuren had turned even more pallid, resembling a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any trace of color. His tightly furrowed brows and slightly trembling lips unmistakably revealed his inner turmoil and dread. "Senior brother Qin, what are we to do now?" he inquired softly, cautiously extending his hand to gently touch Qin Shuren's shoulder. Hoping to rouse him from his reverie, it seemed that this subtle contact drew Qin Shuren back to reality. His body jolting slightly, he slowly turned his head, gazing vacantly at the person beside him. After a moment, as if finally regaining his senses, he instinctively pressed his parched lips together, which were on the verge of cracking. Simultaneously, his right hand involuntarily began to clench tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. He was acutely aware that they could not afford to gamble on whether Yuling would let them off easily. Despite their party consisting entirely of golden core cultivators, while only one on Yuling's side had reached the nascent soul stage, and the rest were merely foundation establishment cultivators. A life-or-death confrontation could yield unpredictable outcomes. However, Qin Shuren had no desire to become an adversary of Yuling. This had been true in the past, and remained so in the present. Yuling let out a soft sigh, and once more tossed a formation plate into the air, this time enveloping Yu Shuiying, and by Piao within its radiant glow. She had never been one to instigate trouble. Yet she would not allow anyone to bully those dear to her, while Yuling immediately noticed Qin Shuren amidst the crowd. He stood out like a crane among chickens, his exceptional demeanor indicating he was the leader of this team. Qin Shuren waved his hand, signaling the others to lower their weapons that very moment. Not a single person dared to step forward to assist the fallen Yuling. Her fragile form appeared utterly helpless. Struggling to prop herself up with one hand, maintaining a stubborn yet heart-wrenching posture in an effort to preserve the last remnants of her dignity at this moment, Yuning's heart was already filled with resentment. The beautiful glint in her eyes sparkled with venomous fury as she fixed her gaze on the retreating figures. As time passed, her resentment coalesced, ultimately shooting forth like a sharp arrow directed at the Yuling standing not far away. In Yuning's eyes, her senior brothers, who usually showered her with care and protection, now chose to stand by idly, paralyzed by fear of Yuling's authority, even refraining from uttering a word of consolation. This stark contrast ignited an overwhelming sense of anger and heartbreak within Yuling, and she attributed all of it to Yuling alone. Consequently, her gaze towards Yuling brimmed with malice. Taking advantage of Yuling's preoccupation, she grew increasingly audacious, even beginning to secretly gather strength, plotting a surprise attack during the fight. That why Yuling, we were previously unaware that these individuals are your junior brothers and sisters. This is purely a misunderstanding. Clinging to the last shred of hope, Qin Shuren looked at Yuling and her teammates, who had placed their trust in him, and braced himself to explain. "Nonsense, Yu Shuiying." Hearing his ludicrous explanation from within the barrier, found it so absurd that she burst into laughter, her anger boiling over. Were it not for her upbringing, which taught her to remain calm and composed, she would have rushed out without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Yuling raised an eyebrow, her expression betraying a hint of disdain. "Do you not find your explanation utterly feeble?" she retorted. "Regardless, since you have harmed them, be prepared for my retaliation." Her voice was icy and resolute. Her patience had worn thin. The young woman clad in red fluttered gracefully in the wind, her dark hair cascading behind her, exuding an air of cold arrogance. Qin Shuren understood well that Yuling would show no mercy, so he lowered his gaze. Striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, he summoned an ancient zither, and as it materialized, a faint ripple of spiritual energy accompanied it, showcasing the player's refined character. When Yuling's gaze fell upon the zither, a flicker of acknowledgement appeared in her eyes. Seeing the zither, she suddenly recalled having encountered this individual during a sect competition several years prior. Few ventured down the path of music, and Qin Shuren had been among the standout participants in that competition. What had captured Yuling's attention about him? Perhaps it was the contrast between him and the righteous male cultivators she was accustomed to. Qin Shuren's delicate demeanor struck her as refreshingly novel. Intrigued, Yuling felt a surge of excitement. Having grown accustomed to her own solitary pride, she was inherently different from the virtuous sword cultivators. She was a sword practitioner, yet not one of unwavering righteousness. Rather, she had her own wicked streak. Facing a former rival again filled her with exhilaration. How did you lose to me back then? Let me give you another taste of defeat this time. She smirked coldly, elegantly sweeping her sword through the air, the dark red blade slicing toward Qin Shuren, with both hands poised over the zither. Qin Shuren calmly deflected the strike with the instrument's body. Following that, a melodious tune resonated, with spiritual energy transforming into blades aimed directly at Yuling. She gracefully evaded each assault, her wrist twisting as she unleashed her second strike. Though the zither was of exceptional quality, the player seemed too delicate. Why Yuling regarded him with disdain. There had only ever been one competitor worthy of her attention. When Shubai, the second sword strike, imbued with chilling intent, surged towards Qin Shuren like a flurry of blades. A massive vortex of spiritual energy, accompanied by an icy chill, swept through the feet of all present, crashing into their bodies. Newly initiated Golden Core cultivators could scarcely endure more than 2 seconds against the frigid onslaught before spewing blood. Meanwhile, Yuning, closest to the ground, had her veil fall away, revealing a complexion as pale as paper. Her lips turning purple, her hair disheveled, her entire body frozen stiff. Witnessing her plight, someone eventually took pity and infused her with spiritual energy, preventing her from being frozen to death by Yuling's power. As Qin Shuren's fingers danced over the zither, shadows of his movements emerged, frost and snow dusting his brows, his long fingers numbed, yet stubbornly continuing to play. Suddenly, with a snap, the zither string could no longer withstand the immense pressure and snapped, causing Qin Shuren to cough up blood. Yet he persisted in his struggle. Though the melody weakened, it retained a haunting chill, akin to the indomitable spirit of a cultured scholar, not to be dismissed lightly. Even before Yuling could unleash her third strike, victory was already firmly within her grasp. The disparity in cultivation levels often outweighed the advantage of numbers, especially when facing a prodigy like Yuling. At this moment, they faced a harrowing choice: to perish or to concede. Clearly, Qin Shuren and Yuling had no path of retreat left. Chapter 28. Humiliation. Yuling let out a cold, mocking laugh, akin to a nightingale's song, clear yet tinged with a chilling undertone. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, elongated and profound like crescent moons concealed within a hazy mist. The light within her gaze flickered, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling yet imbued with an air of inscrutable mystery. This moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a flower blooming in the depths of hell, exuding a deadly allure and danger. However, just as everyone anticipated her to unleash the next formidable strike, she unexpectedly halted her movements. Gently parting her crimson lips, she exhaled a breath of murky air, and an overwhelming aura of nascent soul pressure radiated from her. This pressure surged forth like a torrential wave, sweeping over the surroundings with an unstoppable force. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed by this terrifying power, and everyone present, save for those within the barrier, felt a profound sense of soul-crushing oppression. The weight of this pressure bore down like a mountain, suffocating, threatening to shatter their very spirits. Under this oppressive force, all began to tremble involuntarily, their faces paling to a ghostly white, beads of cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even the high-ranking Golden Core cultivators, who usually held themselves in high esteem, found it difficult to breathe, their legs turning to jelly, as if they might collapse at any moment. The one most acutely affected by this overwhelming pressure was none other than Qin Shuren. Standing opposite Yuling, he clenched his teeth, straining with all his might to withstand the dreadful force, yet ultimately found himself powerless. As time dragged on, his body began to sway, his once fair hands losing all color, turning ghostly pale. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his fingertips. A drop of bright crimson blood oozing forth, staining his fingertips red. Soon, more blood flowed down his fingers, quickly dyeing his hands a shocking shade of crimson. His face, already pale from illness, now appeared utterly devoid of color. Senior Brother Qin. As soon as the words fell, before anyone could react, Qin Xian's frail figure soared away like a kite severed from its string. He lay half-reclined on the ground, his hands stained with blood, and let out a bitter smile, whispering, "I have lost." Witnessing this, the onlookers realized that defeating Yuling was an impossible feat, leaving them to ponder how to make amends instead. In that moment, Yuling appeared like a bolt of red lightning. Instantly standing upon the firm ground, she was clad in a vibrant red dress, its flowing fabric dancing gracefully in the wind, untouched by even a speck of earthly dust. Her stunningly beautiful face radiated an irresistible allure. With a hint of seduction glimmering in her eyes, her ruby lips parted like luscious petals, the corners of her mouth curling into a barely perceptible smile, rendering onlookers utterly entranced. Yet, beneath this captivating exterior lay a heart of unparalleled malevolence. A wickedness beyond ordinary comprehension, often overlooked by those around her. Amidst the astonishment and dread of the crowd, Yuling remained indifferent to their reactions. With light, yet deliberate steps, she approached Qin Xian. Each stride exuded an invisible pressure that rendered the surrounding air heavy. At last, she stood before him, casting a condescending gaze downward. "Tissay," she scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. "Had I known this would be the outcome, why persist so stubbornly? Truly foolish." As she spoke, her right hand firmly grasped the hilt of her sword, the sharp tip gently pressing against Qin Xian's porcelain-like chin. The young maiden's eyes brimmed with contempt, akin to a queen surveying the insignificant ants beneath her feet. She scrutinized Qin Xian with keen interest, as if appraising a toy for its worth. In the face of Yuling's brazen actions and her provocative stare, Qin Xian slowly raised his head, meeting her gaze without a hint of fear. Though his complexion was pale to the point of transparency, the depth of his eyes revealed no sign of retreat. Instead, they sparkled with a steadfast and stubborn light. "If I do not give my all, how could you possibly notice me?" Qin Xian bit his lip, articulating each word with resolve. However, in response to his defiance, Yuling merely arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips, offering no reply. Suddenly, she raised her foot and, seemingly nonchalantly, stamped down hard on his waist. Though the force of the blow was not excessive, it was enough to elicit a muffled groan from the already wounded Qin Xian. Pain surged through his body, causing his once upright form to tremble involuntarily. The onlooking disciples of Qin Xian, witnessing this infuriating scene, were consumed by rage. Their faces flushed crimson, veins bulging on their foreheads, seething with indignation at Yuling's audacity to publicly humiliate their esteemed senior brother. In stark contrast, Qin Xian himself appeared remarkably calm and composed. He silently lowered his gaze, lying still on the ground, as if he had surrendered all vitality, resigned to the fate of being slaughtered. Seemingly having abandoned all hope of resistance, the few individuals within the barrier were utterly stunned by the unfolding spectacle, their mouths agape, as if witnessing an unbelievable event. Especially Yuxuang, whose eyes widened in astonishment, as though they might pop from their sockets. After a prolonged moment, she gradually withdrew her gaze, though her face remained etched with shock. Then, she murmured, "This feeling is truly exhilarating." Bai Piao, overhearing this, nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Yuling slowly retracted the foot she had just employed, a subtle expression of disdain crossing her face. Then, without a care for the crowd, she carelessly rubbed her toe against Qin Xian's snow-white garment, as if to wipe away any ill fortune that might have clung to her. "According to common sense, those who have harmed me shall not escape unscathed today," she stated, pausing momentarily with a faint smile that carried no warmth, instead exuding a chilling aura. That moment, Qin Xian, with the assistance of a few younger disciples, managed to rise to his feet with great difficulty. He coughed softly, seemingly in considerable pain, yet he steadied himself, meeting Yuling's gaze with calm determination. "You may speak," he replied. Yuling lifted her exquisitely pale chin, smooth as porcelain, and casually gestured for Qin Xian and the others to listen. In that case, there is room for negotiation. If each of you willingly surrenders a treasured possession of yours, then this matter may conclude here, and I shall no longer pursue it. Otherwise, however, before Yuling could finish her threatening remark, Qin Xian unhesitatingly nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall comply. Chapter 29. The spirit mind. The events that transpired thereafter unfolded with relative simplicity. Under the oppressive presence of Yuling, none dared to engage in deceit or trickery beneath her watchful eye. Thus, the matter passed without further incident. Once the others had departed, Yuling gracefully approached Yuxuang and Bai Piao. Her gaze brimmed with concern as she carefully examined their injuries that it's merely some superficial wounds. Nothing too painful, Bai Piao exclaimed upon seeing Yuling's caring expression, forcing a smile and waving her hands dismissively to indicate she was unharmed. However, at that moment, Yuxuang shot her a reproachful glare and unhesitatingly lifted Bai Piao's sleeve. In an instant, several shocking scars became vividly apparent, some even oozing blood, appearing quite alarming. Humph, I knew you were just putting on a brave front, Yuxuang chided, her brow furrowed. She understood that in the moment when they were violently thrown aside by a powerful force, Bai Piao had recklessly used her spirit energy to try and hold her back, to prevent her from sustaining even graver injuries. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Piao bore such numerous and severe wounds. Seeing this, Yuling was overcome with a sense of compassion. She gently raised her hand, tenderly stroking Bai Piao's head, as one might comfort an injured creature. Subsequently, she gracefully retrieved 2 bottles of restorative elixirs from her storage ring, handing one to each Bai Piao and Yuxuang. You two should focus on recuperating here. There's no rush to move on to the next location. Thank you, senior sister, Bai Piao and Yuxuang chorused. Receiving the elixirs with care, they exchanged smiles and then moved to a quieter corner to sit down, closing their eyes to meditate and recover. Yuling, having stored away a formation plate, brought the other disciples from the previous barrier into this one. After completing this task, she returned the formation plate to Yuxuang. Then, finding a suitable spot, Yuling began to close her eyes and restore her spirit energy. Though she held a cultivation advantage, the 2 swords she had wielded had drained a significant portion of her energy. Thus, it was an opportune moment for her to rest while the others healed. The spirit mine, as the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, Su Lin and Li Yunhe finally arrived at the legendary spirit mine. Towering into the clouds, the mountain appeared as majestic as 2 grand palaces stacked atop one another. At this moment, the area surrounding the spirit mine was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. After surveying their surroundings, Su Lin and Li Yunhe exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes betraying uncontainable joy, as they seemed to be the first to arrive here. Su Lin turned his gaze towards the colossal spirit mine. Contemplating the peak with a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, soon devising a plan, he then turned to Li Yunhe and spoke softly, Senior Sister Li, I believe we should split up. It may enhance our efficiency. Li Yunhe nodded without hesitation, responding, That suits me perfectly. As her voice faded, the fateful spirit sword at her waist suddenly shot forth with a swift whoosh, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning across the sky. Following closely, accompanied by the brilliance of the sword, Li Yunhe's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Su Lin gazed in the direction of Li Yunhe's departure, momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained his senses and hurriedly followed suit. When he turned his gaze back to the spirit mine, he spotted a busy figure in the distance. It was none other than Li Yunhe. That moment, she gripped a silver pickaxe tightly in her hands. Fully engrossed, tirelessly excavating spirit ore, not daring to pause for even a moment. Seeing this, Su Lin hesitated no longer and promptly joined in the fervent and intense mining effort. As time ticked away, while Su Lin and Li Yunhe labored diligently, other eager sword cultivators, equally desperate to unearth spirit ore, rushed to the scene. However, upon finally arriving at the foot of the spirit mine, they could only witness the relentless toil of Su Lin and Li Yunhe. With no sign of the spirit mine diminishing, in truth, the task of mining spirit ore was far from the simple and effortless endeavor it appeared to be. Each swing of the pickaxe demanded a considerable expenditure of both physical and spiritual energy. And extracting high-quality spirit ore from the hard rock was an arduous challenge. Yet, despite the difficulties, these cultivators would not relent. At that moment, an aged and resonant voice suddenly echoed within Su Lin's mind. Young man, you've been mining for quite some time, but how much have you actually obtained? With what you've gathered, you couldn't even fill my gaps. Hearing this, Su Lin could only shake his head with a resigned smile. Sighing in response, "There's nothing I can do. I'm truly destitute at the moment, nearly unable to sustain you." The mysterious elder seemed undeterred, promptly continuing, "I say, young man, when do you intend to take action for revenge? Once you manage to wipe out those enemies, won't we have a bountiful harvest of spirit stones?" In reply, Su Lin simply uttered a single word, "difficult." Just as the words left his lips, he hastened the swing of his pickaxe, as if to vent all the frustration and dissatisfaction pent up within him through his labor. Indeed, it was an unavoidable predicament, for the pressures of life weighed heavily upon Su Lin's shoulders like an insurmountable mountain. Not to mention that his adversary was none other than the formidable Mo family, one of the 5 major sects with immense power and a notorious reputation. Given Su Lin's currently meager cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, rashly seeking revenge would be akin to delivering his life into their hands. The elder, residing in that peculiar realm, stamped his foot, and upon sensing Su Lin's underlying despondence, his tone softened, offering words of solace. "Oh dear, my young friend, do not despair. In my view, you possess extraordinary talent and a natural affinity for fortune. If you persistently devote yourself to your cultivation, I assure you that it won't be long before you achieve your revenge." Su Lin, however, did not exhibit much excitement in response to the elder's encouragement. He merely replied noncommittally, perhaps. With a hollow smile, he reflected on how, after encountering those truly gifted individuals, he had come to understand the essence of genius. What did it matter that he possessed chaotic 5 spirit roots? Without ample resources for cultivation, he was still outmatched by those prodigies at the same age. They could reach the nascent soul stage, a feat that would take ordinary cultivators an entire lifetime to achieve, while he remained merely at the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 30. The battle with the ghost-faced spider. After enduring a long and torturous ordeal, Yichanga seemed to have slept for a century, finally emerging slowly from her unconscious state. At this moment, her body was marred with mottled blood, the once red fluid now dried and congealed, adhering tightly to her garments. What had once been passable attire was now tattered and worn, utterly unrecognizable, rendering it impossible to wear any longer. Yet, in the desolate and remote mountains, Yichanga had no choice but to make do with this ragged clothing. Lowering her gaze, her eyes involuntarily fell upon her hands, which were ravaged and scarred. 3 of her fingers were missing, and the wounds were a gruesome sight, a shocking tableau of blood and flesh. Yichanga bit her lower lip, her eyes clouded and dim, on the verge of succumbing to unconsciousness once more. However, she understood that she must not relax at this moment. Thus, she bore the pain and fiercely pinched her arm. The sudden sharp sting surged through her body, forcing her consciousness to sharpen once more. Seeking to assess the effects of the cleansing spirit herb she had consumed earlier, Yichanga painstakingly shifted her body and sat cross-legged on the ground. She gently closed her eyes, regulated her breathing, and began to channel her spiritual energy, allowing it to circulate through her meridians as time elapsed. Yichanga gradually entered a state of introspection. When her focus settled on her dantian, she was astonished to discover a fire spirit root pulsating with a purple glow. This fire spirit root radiated a scorching and potent aura, reminiscent of a blazing flame. Simultaneously, she realized that she had completely purged the remnants of her other spirit roots, leaving no trace behind. Gazing upon the resplendent fire spirit root before her, a smile of relief and contentment finally graced Yichanga's face. The arduous journey she had traversed, marked by countless trials and tribulations, now seemed worthwhile. After circulating her spiritual energy a few times within her body, she stood up and departed from that place. With the extraneous spirit roots eliminated, she naturally sought out her destiny. Surprised at how smoothly the removal had gone, she felt as though even the heavens favored her. She was indeed destined to be the chosen one. In the swampy wetlands, the night was as thick and dark as ink, impenetrable and profound. At Yichanga wandered aimlessly, her mind adrift, until she inadvertently arrived at this mysterious and eerie swamp. The surroundings were exceptionally dim, as if shrouded in a heavy black veil. The faint moonlight trickled through the clouds, casting a weak glow that rendered the entire swamp ominous and foreboding. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of green moss, intricately intertwined like a vast green velvet blanket. Yet, without approaching closely to examine, One could hardly discern the deadly peril hidden beneath this seemingly soft and harmless moss. The unfathomable depths of the swamp's mire that a moment's carelessness could lead one to be mercilessly engulfed. Ensnared in its clutches. Fortunately, Yichanga was quite experienced. Her years of survival in the wilderness allowed her to recognize this place as a swamp at first glance. She casually surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately landing on a plant emanating a green luminescence. This plant was clearly out of place amidst its surroundings, possessing a deadly allure that incessantly beckoned Yichanga to approach and touch it. Yet, deep within her, a force of resistance surged, warning her against the perilous temptation that in truth, she intended to turn and leave this treacherous ground. However, just as she prepared to pivot away, a faint and eerie rustling sound emerged from behind her. This sound seemed to emanate from the depths of darkness, sending shivers down her spine. In an instant, a razor-sharp black claw, exuding a chilling aura, lunged at her from behind like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Yichanga, relying on her years of training and honed reflexes, narrowly evaded this lethal strike by deftly sidestepping. Heart racing and still shaken, she quickly darted behind a nearby tree. Gasping for breath as her heartbeat quickened, once her heart rate began to settle, she cautiously peered around the tree, finally catching a glimpse of the creature that had attacked her. It was the ghost-faced spider. As she beheld the object before her, her pupils abruptly contracted, revealing an unmistakable fear in her eyes. It turned out that during her days of diligent cultivation at the foot of the mountain, she had not squandered her time, but rather devoted countless hours to perusing various texts and materials from the realm of cultivation to broaden her horizons. Among these was an ancient tome dedicated to the myriad of demonic beasts, which contained detailed accounts of the terrifying ghost-faced spider. This monstrous creature was colossal, its entire body cloaked in a thick layer of fur. However, one must not be deceived by its seemingly soft exterior, for those plush strands were, in fact, sharp and venomous barbs. Its ghastly visage was adorned with 10 pairs of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of flames that could ignite the very soul. Its gaping maw, dripping with blood, was lined with a multitude of jagged teeth, rendering it both horrifying and repulsive. Unbeknownst to her, she was no match for the ghost-faced spider with her current cultivation level, if she were to fight with all her might. Perhaps her skills could afford her a chance to slay the beast, yet the cost could be catastrophic, and failure would surely lead to her demise. What to do? Yichanga extracted a subpar spirit sword from her storage pouch. Gripping the hilt with both hands, before the ghost-faced spider could draw near, she thrust the sword fiercely into its leg. However, despite her utmost effort, the blade barely penetrated the creature's tough hide. Failing to inflict any significant damage on the remarkably resilient beast, the ghost-faced spider reacted with astonishing swiftness, pivoting sharply as its 8 powerful legs lashed out like whips, striking Yichanga with tremendous force. In an instant, she was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against a sturdy tree trunk. With a dull thud, she felt as though all her bones might shatter, the pain excruciating. Yet, she dared not linger in despair. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she forced down the agony, regaining her composure, and swiftly retrieved several precious healing herbs from her system space, unhesitatingly chewing them with fervor. This moment, Yichanga could hardly afford to be deterred by the bitter taste of the herbs. She desperately chewed while employing her agility to evade the relentless onslaught of the ghost-faced spider. However, now stripped of her weapon and forced to rely solely on her physical prowess to combat the armored behemoth, how could she possibly contend against the creature's overwhelming strength? Before long, she found herself at a disadvantage, and the spider seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful leg, pressing down upon her frail form like a mountain. Yichanga felt an immense weight upon her, and despite her struggles, she could not escape the crushing force pinning her to the ground, rendering her utterly immobile. Her lips were clenched tightly, and in her effort, they bled from the pressure. Yet, even in the face of such dire circumstances, she maintained a stoic demeanor, unwaveringly meeting the gaze of the ghost-faced spider, which was poised to deliver a fatal blow. The spider raised its razor-sharp leg, glinting ominously, ready to mercilessly plunge into her vulnerable body. Just as the moment of life and death hung in the balance, a brilliant flash of sword light surged forth from the distance. The radiant light, swift as lightning and imbued with unparalleled force, struck the massive form of the ghost-faced spider with unerring accuracy. With a muffled thud, the spirit sword pierced through the spider's formidable exoskeleton, driving deep into its innards, and the subsequent shockwave sent the creature hurtling away. In that instant, Night Chong-gu, oblivious to the identity of her savior, hastily stuffed a few healing herbs into her mouth. By the time she regained her bearings, a striking youth had already darted past her, standing beside the luminous plant as if oblivious to her presence. "Thank you." Night Chong-gu managed to utter those words with great difficulty, only to find her throat parched. She grasped the nearby tree trunk with trembling hands, attempting to lift her battered body from the ground. However, the youth seemed to disregard her expression of gratitude, merely continuing on with an air of indifference as he gracefully collected the glowing plant. Clad in a flowing black robe, he stood tall and straight like a pine, his hair gathered into a neat high ponytail that swayed gently with his movements, though he stood with his back to her. Night Chong-gu could not shake the premonition that such a striking figure must possess equally remarkable features. Indeed, when Su-bai slowly turned to face her, Night Chong-gu was instantly captivated by his stunning visage. Her gaze became fixated upon him, as if ensnared by a spell, and it took her some time to regain her senses. In her eyes, a trace of undeniable astonishment emerged. It was worth noting that before her arrival in this world, she had lived amidst the modern society, where she had encountered numerous so-called top-tier celebrities. Yet, even those with legions of adoring fans, whose looks were deemed exceptional, paled in comparison to the youth before her. He exuded an air of arrogance and defiance, his entire being radiating a sense of untamed freedom. Moreover, he possessed an exceptionally handsome countenance. His phoenix-like eyes were elongated and profound, with the corners slightly upturned, reminiscent of a phoenix poised to take flight. The hue of his irises bore a subtle trace of blue, akin to the clarity of pristine waters. His exquisitely sculpted features resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by an artist. His lustrous black hair was tied back in a high ponytail, enhancing his charm and elegance. Particularly when he was not smiling, he exuded a gentle warmth, as if a soothing spring breeze had brushed softly across her heart. Yet beneath this seemingly benign exterior lay an innate rebelliousness and an air of mischief that enveloped him, provoking an insatiable curiosity within her to uncover the mysteries that surrounded him. Night Chong-gu felt a flicker of anticipation arise within her. The daughter of fate. Could this striking young man truly be her destined partner? When Su-bai seemed to finally take note of her injured form in the corner, casting her a fleeting glance before proceeding to the corpse of the ghost-faced spider, extracting the embedded spirit sword, the creature let out a pained shriek before falling silent. After retrieving the sword, when Su-bai began to wipe the blade, his expression one of disdain, as if the sword had been sullied by something unclean. Night Chong-gu, trembling and leaning against the tree, summoned all her strength to stand upright. She gazed at the cold and imposing figure of the youth, her heart a tumult of emotions as she struggled to find the courage to speak, her lips parted and sealed repeatedly. Yet she could not muster the bravery to initiate a conversation. After all, this young man exuded an aura of aloofness, a demeanor that suggested he was not one to engage lightly in conversation. As she battled her inner turmoil, Night Chong-gu resolved to take the plunge, biting her lip and inhaling deeply. With newfound courage, she approached him, beseeching, "Friend, might I implore you for some healing elixirs? I promise to repay your kindness manifold in the future." With hope glimmering in her eyes, she gazed at him earnestly. Yet the youth appeared utterly indifferent to her plea, maintaining his aloof demeanor, not even sparing her a proper glance. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly lifted his eyelids, casting her a languid sidelong glance. That fleeting gaze sent a chill through Night Chong-gu's bones, making her feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Following this, he bluntly remarked, "You, a mere fledgling in the chi refinement stage, expect me to seek your repayment?" Under the relentless scrutiny of the youth, who ruthlessly unveiled the truth of her meager prowess with a single statement, Yi Chang'e felt her face flush with embarrassment, as if a multitude of fine needles were incessantly pricking her skin, and shame overwhelmed her heart. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, no longer daring to meet the boy's sharp, knife-like stare. Simultaneously, her hands clenched into tight fists, nails digging deep into her palms, as she silently vowed to herself, "One day, I shall diligently cultivate my skills, achieving a level of mastery that compels all to gaze up in awe." However, despite Wen Shubai's verbal assurances, his actions were swift and seemingly casual. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a petite jade vial soared through the air like a shooting star, landing precisely at Yichang's feet. This vial contained healing elixirs, which for Wen Shubai were far from precious treasures. They were merely the substandard wares distributed periodically by his sect. Given Wen Shubai's status and identity, such low-grade elixirs were in abundance. Rendering his act of tossing it aside as a mere gesture of goodwill, an act of charity to Yichanga, who had initially harbored some dissatisfaction and grievances, found all negative emotions evaporating the moment the vial appeared before her. In their place burgeoned a heart full of joy and uncontainable excitement. She hurriedly crouched down, carefully retrieving the elixir bottle and clutching it tightly in her hand. Raising her gaze, she looked at Wen Shubai with eyes that sparkled with newfound brightness. Imbued with sincere and profound gratitude, a subtle smile graced Yichanga's lips, illuminating her face as she softly addressed Wen Shubai. "Thank you, kind friend, for your assistance. My name is Yichanga, and should you ever require help in the future, simply let me know, and I shall do my utmost to assist you without hesitation." As her words fell, Yichanga seemed to remember something of significance, hastily inquiring, "May I ask how I should address you, kind friend?" Unfortunately, in response to her inquiry, Wen Shubai offered no reply. Such an inconsequential figure had never truly registered in his mind. Even before Yichanga could fully collect her thoughts, Wen Shubai's figure had already vanished like a wisp of smoke, transforming into a gust of wind, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, as if eager to extricate himself from a potentially troublesome situation, gazing in the direction of Wen Shubai's departure. Yichanga found herself unable to retract her gaze for a long while. Though she ultimately received no answer, the boy's handsome visage had etched itself deeply into her heart. She silently vowed that one day they would surely meet again. Chapter 32. Provocation. Once the youth had departed, Yichanga promptly swallowed several elixirs. Fortunately, his timely intervention meant that her injuries were not as severe as they appeared. Otherwise, she doubted she would have been able to rise at all at the same time. When Shubai happened upon the lost soul herb quite by chance, effortlessly dispatching the ghost-faced spider and inadvertently saving Yichanga's life. For those insignificant and inconsequential individuals, he never wasted a moment's thought to regard or remember. Thus, after parting with her, he swiftly erased her name from his mind as if she had never existed. Upon his swift arrival at the Spirit Mine Mountain, the scene before him caused him to pause in surprise that a group of unfamiliar faces had encircled Su Lin, and judging by their demeanor, they did not come in peace. He did not rush forward, but instead quietly positioned himself at the periphery, quickly scanning the area until he found a relatively concealed corner that was difficult to detect. He contemplated that since the matter did not concern him, it would be best to remain hidden and observe the unfolding drama quietly. Just then, a furious shout erupted from the crowd. "Humph! So you're the little brat who is still clinging to life." Accompanying this roar, a flamboyantly dressed man, his appearance a grotesque mishmash of finery, swaggered forth from the throng, his face twisted in a menacing scowl. And as his gaze fell upon Su Lin, the jealousy that surged from his depths was almost palpable. Faced with this scene, Su Lin's brow furrowed, and his previously busy hands came to a halt. He silently repositioned himself, subtly shielding Li Yunhe behind him, for the individuals before him were none other than the scoundrels from the Fan family, an affiliate of the Grand Clan that had mercilessly slaughtered his entire family years ago. Li Yunhe, unaware of the situation, leaned closer to Su Lin and whispered, "What is going on?" Su Lin shook his head. He could not explain everything at that moment, so he chose to remain silent. With an expression devoid of fear, he turned his gaze to the approaching individuals, though the clenched fist hidden in his sleeve betrayed the anger brewing within him. With forced composure, he stated, "The head of the Mo family has already granted me a reprieve. Do you dare defy his will?" In truth, he understood well that although the Mo family head had spared him, the man before him would not let him go so easily. Sure enough, the man burst into a loud, derisive laugh, his voice echoing ominously, before he fixed Su Lin with a disdainful glare, sneering, "Though the Mo family head has spared your life, he never said we couldn't take action against you. Even if we leave you half dead, as long as you live, I doubt the Mo family head would hold us accountable." Hearing this, Su Lin's expression remained unperturbed, and he calmly countered, "Are you planning to make your move here?" Simultaneously, he discreetly communicated with the elder residing in his mind. Old man Juan, what should I do? Haha, kid, rest assured and provoke them to your heart's content. The old fellows from the Mo family were indeed tricky, and I could hardly manage them. But these mere brats, if I can't handle them, then I might as well have wasted my years. Old man Juan's voice resonated with a seriousness that belied any hint of jest. With this assurance, Su Lin's previously anxious heart settled, as if he had been granted a calming elixir. Since old man Juan had declared there was no issue, he now felt entirely fearless. Thus, he straightened his back and faced the predatory group of enemies without flinching. The man, his anger reaching a boiling point, bellowed, "Humph, it's not just a simple matter of taking action against you. Today, I will beat you to the brink of death, rendering you a complete and utter cripple, with no hope of rising again." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously under the strain, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he longed to extinguish Su Lin's life on the spot. The memories of past grievances surged within him, intensifying his rage, especially the scene of being publicly humiliated by Su Lin, which played vividly in his mind as if it had occurred just yesterday. At that time, Su Lin was merely a wretched fool burdened with 5 spiritual roots, yet this seemingly inconsequential individual consistently outshone him in every aspect, be it cultivation speed, mastery of spells, or combat prowess. Su Lin had effortlessly surpassed him, trampling him beneath his feet. Before, Su Lin had been so arrogant solely because of the powerful support of his father, yet now, with the Su family utterly annihilated, Su Lin had lost his last bastion of support. As the saying goes, fortunes shift, and now it was his turn to seize control of the situation. With this thought, a triumphant smile crept onto the man's lips as he mused. Su Lin, as long as you wish to live, you will have to cast aside your pride and kneel before me, begging for mercy. Li Yunhe recognized the advantage held by their opponents. If a fight broke out, both she and Su Lin would surely be outmatched. Having resolved to team up with Su Lin, she understood that this meant standing by him without reservation, united against a common foe. Thus, she discreetly reached into her robe, carefully retrieving a communication talisman. Taking advantage of the distraction from the other individuals present, she swiftly and discreetly activated the communication talisman, lowering her voice to convey a message to her sister, who was far away. The reason for choosing to contact her sister rather than her senior brother, Wen Shubai, was glaringly evident. She was well aware of her senior brother's temperament. This usually composed individual would most likely refrain from intervening in such matters, opting instead to find a quiet corner to observe the unfolding drama. Indulging in the spectacle at hand at a tea that moment, Su Lin suddenly shifted his tone, a mocking expression crossing his face as he addressed his opponent. Your animosity towards me stems solely from the fact that I once captured the affections of your long-adored childhood sweetheart. But you cannot blame me for that. If blame is to be assigned, it can only fall upon your own lack of charm that failed to win her heart. These words left not only Li Yunhe, who stood behind Su Lin, momentarily stunned, but even his adversary wore a bewildered expression, utterly at a loss. At this juncture, a shared question arose in the minds of the onlookers. Had Su Lin completely surrendered to despair, resolved to embrace defeat and self-destruction? After all, the atmosphere was palpably tense, yet he seemed intent on provoking his opponent further. Li Yunhe shared in the confusion, unable to comprehend Su Lin's intentions, with no recourse. She could only stare in disbelief as the man opposite her turned crimson with rage, veins bulging at his neck. Chapter 33. Turning the tide. Ha! You dare to mention her? The man glared furiously at Su Lin. His face twisted in rage, a distasteful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he derisively remarked, She is nothing but a worthless woman, and you, too, are a shameless wretch. With that, his lecherous eyes darted maliciously toward the female cultivator standing behind Su Lin. He then brazenly raised his chin, adopting an arrogant posture, and leered, Ah, this must be your new sweetheart. She looks rather pleasing. I can only imagine the delightful experiences you must share with her. Shameless, Su Lin retorted, his body trembling with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity as he glared at the vile man before him. Meanwhile, he silently implored the ancient spirit in his mind. Wan Lao, this individual is utterly revolting. You must not show him any mercy. Rest assured, my boy. Wan Lao's voice echoed within Su Lin's mind, imbued with calm assurance. Just then, Yuling and the others hurriedly approached. Among them was a charming young girl whose features bore a striking resemblance to Li Yuna. She rushed forward and halted before Yuling, her expression wavering with uncertainty before she mustered the courage to speak. "Senior sister, I seek your assistance." That it turned out that she had just received alarming news from her sister, who was currently in peril. That in her desperation, she believed her senior sister might be able to help, prompting her to seek out Yuling without hesitation. Why Yuling and the others paused, observing the girl's anxious demeanor. With a gentle tone, she encouraged, "What is it? Speak to me slowly." Thus, the girl recounted her sister's message in detail. Ultimately, Yuling nodded solemnly, her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. "In that case, I shall hurry to her aid. How about you all follow me there?" "I agreed. Me too. Lives are at stake." Why Yu Shuang and Bai Piao chimed in, expressing their consent. With that, Yuling summoned her sword, and in an instant, she soared into the air, vanishing from sight. The others, unwilling to delay, hastened their steps toward the spirit mine. Just as the group of shameless ruffians raised their hands to initiate an assault. An invisible force erupted around Su Lin, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. The skies darkened as if the very world trembled in response. However, this astonishing transformation was imperceptible to the naked eye, within a realm beyond mortal comprehension. An ancient and powerful soul quietly descended, merging with Su Lin. This enigmatic presence was Wan Lao, whose arrival drastically altered the tide of events. That moment, Su Lin's youthful visage, once marked by a hint of boyishness, suddenly bore an unexpected maturity. His eyes shimmered with a chilling light, emanating a fierce and ominous aura, as if concealing boundless malice and schemes. This transformation evoked an unsettling illusion that the person before them was no longer the familiar Su Lin, but rather a wholly foreign and somewhat terrifying soul inhabiting his body. In the face of such an uncanny scenario, the would-be assailants remained oblivious to any shift in their eyes. Su Lin was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate them with a facade of strength. After all, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator exude such a terrifying aura? Yet, this heart-stopping spectacle did not escape the keen perception of Wen Shubai. An experienced practitioner, he swiftly discerned the unusual energy radiating from Su Lin. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What is happening? Why does it feel as though Su Lin has been possessed by another? Moreover, this formidable presence could not possibly belong to a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Just as Wen Shubai wrestled with his suspicions, he prepared to step forward to investigate. Unfortunately, before he could act, the reckless group lunged at Su Lin like famished wolves, their faces twisted with ferocity, intent on exterminating him without hesitation. Just as Su Lin readied himself to retaliate, an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent surged forth without warning, abruptly halting his impending strike. The onlookers gasped as a mysterious and fearsome sword materialized out of thin air. This sword shimmered with an eerie black-red glow, reminiscent of a weapon from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Simply gazing upon it caused many to tremble, some even faltering in their stance. With a mere flick of the sword, the wielder executed what appeared to be a casual strike, yet it concealed boundless might. The previously arrogant and domineering adversaries were instantly struck down, sent sprawling to the ground in disarray. Upon closer inspection, these individuals were merely a group of foundation establishment cultivators, with only a few golden core practitioners among them. Their strength paled in comparison to the golden core cultivators Yuling had faced earlier, rendering them no match for her. Thus, with a single sword strike, Yuling effortlessly repelled them that moment. Among the crowd of spectators, there were those well-versed in the ways of the world. Upon recognizing the familiar sword, one exclaimed in astonishment, "It is Yuling!" The cry resonated like a colossal stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, instantly stirring a tempest. Li Yuna, who had fought alongside Su Lin, felt a surge of joy at the mention of this name, her face blooming with a radiant smile. She realized that the reinforcements she had summoned had finally arrived. In the blink of an eye, a lithe figure materialized like a specter in the air. There hovered Yuling, adorned in a strikingly vivid red garment that billowed with the wind, resembling a blossoming crimson lotus. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes curved slightly, revealing a hint of mischief and vivacity. Her inky locks cascaded down her back like a waterfall, swaying in the breeze, adding an ethereal grace to her presence. Her skin, pure as freshly fallen snow, glistened under the sunlight, and her breathtaking visage seemed almost divine, captivating all who beheld her. The moment Su Lin caught sight of Yuling, he faltered, and in the next instant, Wan Lao fled from Su Lin's body, retreating back into the confines of the ring space. For reasons unknown, Wan Lao felt an inexplicable dread towards a woman of Yuling's caliber, prompting him to conceal himself to avoid detection. Once Su Lin regained control of his body, he too gazed at Yuling in midair, an ephemeral look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Chapter 34. The appearance of Wen Shubai. The arrival of Yuling underscored the fact that Su Lin and his companion had formidable backing. The few individuals who had initially approached Su Lin with malevolent intent instantly paled, their expressions betraying an unmistakable panic. They understood that without external assistance, they might have dared to confront Su Lin with sheer audacity. However, the presence of the sect master's elder sister from the Hehuan Sect standing by Su Lin's side signified that any act of defiance would equate to openly opposing the entire sect, a consequence far beyond their means to bear. These individuals, possessing a modicum of cleverness, wasted no time fleeing the scene in utter disarray the moment Yuling cast a mere glance in their direction, fearing that any delay could result in her wrath. Yuling maintained an air of casual indifference, as though the recent events were mere trifles. Yet, she alone understood the flicker of regret that arose within her upon recognizing Su Lin among those in need of her assistance. From the outset, her path had been destined to place her at odds with the protagonists. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend suggested that she ought not to extend her hand to Su Lin. She could have seized this opportunity to let him face some adversity. Yet, for reasons unfathomable, a force beyond her comprehension compelled her to protect him. However, since the deed was done, there was no point in dwelling on it. Yuling subtly shook her head, resolving to attribute her intervention to her affection for her junior sister, Li Yunyao. Were it not for Li Yunyao, she would never have made the effort to come to the rescue. And consequently, Su Lin would not have been saved. With this thought, Yuling gently waved her sleeve, retracting the dawn's sword into her space. Her gaze then shifted to the side, landing on Li Yunyao, whose features bore a resemblance to Li Yunyao. Once the crisis was averted, Li Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief, her entire demeanor visibly lightened. She approached Yuling with graceful steps, her exquisite face radiating sincere gratitude as she softly expressed, "Thank you for your assistance. My name is Li Yunyao, and I am Li Yunyao's elder sister." Aware that her sister might not have introduced herself adequately, she felt compelled to elaborate. "It is of no consequence. Merely a trifling matter," Yuling replied, a serene smile gracing her lips at that moment. Although Wen Shubai remained shrouded in darkness, his gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon Yuling given that Yuling possessed a similar cultivation level. She was certainly not oblivious to his presence. Thus, she cast a casual glance in his direction, her enchanting eyes sparkling with lively brilliance, playfully curving as if she could see through everything. "Could it be, Taoist one, that you are naturally averse to meddling in others' affairs?" she teased. Then, with a playful smile, she added, "If my memory serves me right, these two Taoists before me must be your junior brother and sister. Am I correct?" Upon hearing the term Taoist one, Li Yunyao instantly grasped the implication, deducing that this individual could only be Wen Shubai. An overwhelming curiosity surged within her, urging her to follow Yuling's gaze. However, to her disappointment, no matter how intently she peered, she could not catch a glimpse of her senior brother's figure. Just then, Yuling raised her slender eyebrows, her smile deepening as she continued to jest. "Stop pretending. You are clearly present, watching your junior brother and sister being bullied, and yet you remain indifferent, merely observing." As expected, in the next moment, when Shubai finally ceased to conceal himself, his figure appeared before Yuling like a wisp of wind. Standing tall at nearly 2 meters, exuding an air of elegance akin to a towering pine, clad in a flowing black robe that danced lightly in the breeze, his long ebony hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, with a crimson ribbon fluttering, accentuating his youthful flamboyance. When he turned his gaze upon Yuling, he slightly inclined his body, exuding an elegance that was both poised and dignified. His handsome visage resembled an intricately painted ink landscape. With deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and lips that bore a subtle curve that moment, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, though it carried an elusive quality, as if he were playfully scrutinizing Yuling. Stirring a sense of intrigue, in response to Yuling's challenge, he calmly retorted, I was merely taking this opportunity to train them. His demeanor betrayed not a hint of anxiety, though. Is that so? Yuling chuckled lightly, meeting his gaze with her own. When Shubai appeared remarkably composed, his expression devoid of any blush, his heartbeat steady as he replied nonchalantly, what other course of action is there? His voice was clear and cool, reminiscent of a mountain spring, inexplicably instilling a sense of tranquility and calm. That moment, the two stood together, one strikingly handsome, the other mesmerizingly beautiful, a pair seemingly crafted by the heavens themselves. Together, they formed a picturesque scene, captivating all who beheld them. Alas, due to their formidable prowess and commanding presence, none dared to openly admire their compatibility. Yunha spotted when Shubai, who stood upright like a verdant pine. Her eyes lit up like stars twinkling in the night sky, and she hastened her steps towards him, her face aglow with a smile. Senior Brother One, I see you have arrived. Yet, when Shubai merely cast her a fleeting glance, responding in a tranquil tone, not early. With that, he turned his attention elsewhere, as though the world around him held little relevance. Yunha was accustomed to when Shubai's aloof demeanor and did not take offense. She understood that he often presented himself as stoic and solitary, rarely engaging in light-hearted banter. The brief explanation he had just offered was likely intended for the ears of others. With this in mind, Yunha smiled gently, deciding not to press the matter further. She then turned to grasp Su Lin's sleeve, pulling him forward with enthusiasm, and introduced him warmly. Senior Brother One, this is our champion from the Foundation Establishment Competition. He has now become my new teammate. At that moment, Su Lin seemed to awaken from a dream, and upon recognizing that the figure before him was none other than the revered Wen Shubai he had long admired, he could not suppress a rush of excitement and nervousness. He hastily bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, Senior Brother One. Previously, he had only observed Wen Shubai's remarkable prowess from a distance during the competition, his grace and excellence leaving a lasting impression. Now, to be in such close proximity to this legendary prodigy filled him with both exhilaration and trepidation. In his view, knowing a powerful figure could only bring benefits, never detriments. Chapter 35. An invitation. Young man, I must tell you, your senior brother Wen is rather peculiar. Wan Lao's voice suddenly echoed in Su Lin's mind. Laced with a hint of suspicion, Su Lin's heart raced at this unexpected remark, prompting him to inquire, Why do you say that, Wan Lao? Wan Lao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. It is merely an instinct. The aura emanating from this senior brother Wen feels distinctly strange, as if he conceals some secret. Moreover, this aura, it seems oddly familiar, yet I cannot recall where or when I encountered it. Upon hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation, recalling the various details of his interactions with senior brother Wen. He seemed to find no faults in their exchanges. However, given that even the well-versed elder one had expressed such concerns, it was evident that there must be something amiss. He nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Thank you for the reminder, Elder One, that I shall certainly pay closer attention to his every move and proceed with caution. Just remember, do not let your guard down, Elder One advised earnestly, before falling silent. When Shubai's eyes were profound, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing Su Lin's overture, he merely nodded with indifference. He then shifted his gaze towards the location of Yuling. Striding forward without hesitation to meet her, with an expression that appeared casual yet nonchalant, he remarked, By the way, we truly ought to express our gratitude for your gallant assistance. Yet, in response to his words, Yuling's demeanor was as frigid as frost, her expression blank as she simply uttered two words, It's late. Clearly, she was indifferent to such expressions of gratitude, or perhaps she hadn't even considered them at all. Realizing that continuing this conversation would yield no fruitful outcome, Yuling swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, Is your visit to Ling Mine due to a shortage of spirit stones, fellow Taoist one? In Yuling's perception, Wen Shubai, based on his attire and daily necessities, hardly seemed the type to be troubled by a lack of spirit stones. Conversely, at this moment, his demeanor of nonchalance appeared more akin to someone merely here for the spectacle. At this juncture, Wen Shubai slowly raised his long, delicate fingers, idly tapping them against his arm, he stood slightly turned, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of detached observation, as if he were merely waiting for an entertaining show to unfold. Upon hearing Yuling's question, A hint of a mischievous smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "Not at all. I merely had some free time and figured there might be a marvelous spectacle here. So I came to join in the excitement that as he spoke, his elongated eyes narrowed slightly, glimmering with a blend of cunning and anticipation, as if he had already foreseen some thrilling events about to transpire. Unlike him, Yuling had a distinct purpose for being there, namely, to mine spirit stones, of which she could never have too many. Well then, take your time waiting. That I have no intention of lingering here with you. I must attend to other matters," she stated, tilting her head slightly, revealing a hint of impatience, clearly not wishing to engage further. Noticing her demeanor, when Shubai raised an eyebrow, a look of mild curiosity crossing his face. His deep, bright eyes seemed capable of discerning everything. "Don't rush off just yet. I know you intend to mine spirit stones. You are well aware of how challenging the excavation process can be, requiring vast amounts of effort and ultimately yielding little reward, a truly thankless endeavor." Hearing this, Yuling's displeasure surged, and she retorted with a scoff, "Tiske, meddlesome." Without hesitation, she turned away, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a figure appeared before her like a specter. Blocking her path, it was when Shubai, simultaneously, a snow-white storage ring, emanating a faint spiritual glow, materialized before Yuling, held out by Shubai himself. Her gaze instinctively gravitated towards the ring, first noting Shubai's long, slender fingers, their skin as pale as fine jade, warm and smooth. As her eyes slowly traveled upward, they landed on Shubai's astonishingly handsome face, akin to that of a celestial being, momentarily leaving her in a daze. Observing Yuling's momentary bewilderment, Shubai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he casually remarked, "I possess an abundance of spirit stones. All you need to do is stay and watch the show with me. What do you say? This deal is certainly profitable for you." With that, he gently shook the storage ring in his hand, seemingly enticing Yuling to make a decision. This moment, Yuling's gaze was fixed intently on Shubai's face and the alluringly glowing storage ring. Her mind engaged in contemplation. Faced with such generous terms and irresistible temptation, she found herself devoid of any rationale to refuse. Thus, without much deliberation, she decisively nodded in agreement to the transaction. "All right, deal," with an elegant motion. She extended her hand, akin to a graceful butterfly dancing through the air, gently grasping the storage ring from Shubai's palm. Subsequently, she carelessly tossed it into the air, as if it were a trivial object. However, this seemingly casual act was executed with precision. The storage ring traced a beautiful arc in the air before landing perfectly onto her wrist, where her storage bracelet awaited. Being of the heavenly ice spirit root, Yuling exuded an eternal chill to this moment, when her long, pale fingers brushed against Shubai's warm palm. It was akin to a block of ice being plunged into boiling oil, instantly creating ripples. Shubai felt a jolt as if a bone-chilling cold had invaded his hand. Yet, Yuling remained oblivious to the subtle reaction her touch had elicited in him. Instead, Shubai, although aware of her ice spirit root, was taken aback by the extent of her coldness. This unexpected sensation left him quite astonished, pondering its significance. Just then, Li Yunhe, who had been listening to their conversation from the side, could no longer contain her curiosity and stepped forward. Her bright, star-like eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, her tone lively yet slightly urgent. "Senior Brother One, what sort of spectacle is it? Please tell me." In response to Li Yunhe's eager question, Shubai appeared somewhat impatient. He furrowed his brow and replied dismissively, "How would I know?" With that, he turned away, disregarding her. In truth, even Shubai himself was unsure why he had impulsively stepped in to stop Yuling and invited her to witness the so-called spectacle. After all, he and Yuling were hardly acquainted, their interactions limited. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable impulse had compelled him to act as he did as for whether there was indeed a spectacle to behold. He doubted he could ascertain that himself. Chapter 36. The divine sword emerges. Time ticked away, and Yuling stood in place for an extended period, yet the anticipated spectacle that Shubai had spoken of remained conspicuously absent. Doubts began to creep into her mind, leading her to wonder if she had been played for a fool. Was he merely seeking companionship to alleviate his boredom? Despite her discontent, Yuling understood that having accepted his payment, she was obliged to fulfill her end of the bargain. Moreover, who could say whether there might be genuine surprises awaiting her later? Thus, She patiently continued to wait. Hey, when is this so-called spectacle going to arrive? At last, unable to restrain herself, Yuling turned her head, fixing her gaze directly on Wen Su Bai that moment. The youth was slightly bowed, silent, his once bright eyes now cast downward, his entire demeanor exuding an inexplicable gloom. Then, with a gentle sigh, when Shubai spoke slowly, it might still be coming. However, before he could finish his sentence, an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the heavens. The sound was deafening, as if it could tear the very fabric of the world apart. What was even more terrifying was that this tremendous rumble emanated from beneath their feet. Faced with such an unforeseen predicament, Yuling and Wen Su Bai exhibited astonishing reflexes, almost in the same instant. Their figures flickered, leaping forth with the swiftness of lightning, ascending into the air in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, those cultivators of lesser prowess were not so fortunate, in a state of panic. They scrambled chaotically towards open spaces, desperately attempting to evade the sudden calamity. Given that the terrifying sound evidently emanated from beneath the earth, it was only natural for them to surmise that a severe earthquake had struck the Ling Mine mountain region, causing the ground to collapse. As it turned out, their conjectures were indeed correct. With each resounding boom, the earth began to tremble violently, the once solid ground fracturing and sinking, giving rise to deep, unfathomable pits. Thick clouds of dust billowed skyward, obscuring the sun and enveloping the entire Ling Mine mountain in a shroud of gray mist. Just as the crowd had vacated their original positions, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The entire area of Ling Mine mountain began to sink slowly, without warning. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. What on earth is going on? Yuling stumbled, nearly engulfed by the swirling dust, cursing and lamenting. Once the haze began to clear, revealing the scene beneath, Yuling suddenly realized that this area seemed to harbor some unknown anomaly. Meanwhile, the young man standing nearby furrowed his brow slightly. His lips pressed into a thin line. He swiftly unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, striving to uncover the truth of this mysterious locale. In an instant, an indescribable sensation surged within him, as if his blood were igniting like a burning flame, instantly boiling. This intense reaction sent a jolt through his heart, for he understood that this was a resonance phenomenon unique to their dragon lineage. Only when the ancient bloodline powers of the dragon clan resurfaced could he, as a descendant with pure dragon blood, truly perceive it, reflecting on the solemn task entrusted to him by his father before his departure. The young man pondered. Could it be that the ancient divine sword, crafted meticulously from the bones of ancestors, was about to emerge? If that were indeed the case, then now was the moment for him to take action. Following the elusive mystical guidance within his heart, his figure flickered like a specter, changing direction in an instant and racing toward the rear of Ling Mine Mountain like an arrow released from its bow. In that fleeting moment, Wan Lao's voice suddenly erupted in his mind, calling out frantically, "Kid, your good fortune has finally arrived." Yet at that moment, Su Ling was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what was transpiring. With danger lurking all around, countless spirit minds howled from every direction, and any misstep could result in his annihilation. Thus, he had no time to ponder, instead dodging the oncoming spirit minds with all his might to ensure his safety, while concentrating intently on communicating with Wan Lao in his mind. "Wan Lao, what on earth is happening?" Su Ling asked anxiously. Before he could hear Wan Lao's full response, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. It turned out a massive spirit mind was hurtling directly toward him. Seemingly poised to crush him, in a moment of dire urgency, Su Ling summoned all his strength and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal spirit mine. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he was immediately met with Wan Lao's voice once more. "I always felt that your senior brother had an unusual aura about him. It turns out he is not human at all." Unfortunately, Su Ling could not hear what Wan Lao had to say next, for at that moment, several more spirit minds came crashing down relentlessly toward him. He gritted his teeth, focusing intently on evading these deadly assaults. Just now, I distinctly sensed an incredibly powerful fluctuation of energy. The legendary divine sword must be about to emerge. "Kid, hurry over there. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Wan Lao's voice grew increasingly urgent. The ancient divine sword forged from dragon bones was of unimaginable rarity and power. Should such a peerless weapon fall into the hands of another, the consequences would be dire. At this point, Wan Lao struggled to contain his own excitement, urging him incessantly, "Stop dawdling. Rush to the back of Ling Mine Mountain." Understood. Su Ling realized the urgency of the situation. Leaving no room for hesitation, he inhaled deeply, quickening his pace, his entire being moving like a flash of lightning toward the rear of Ling Mine Mountain. As Su Ling turned to leave, his footsteps were hasty, his expression anxious, as though pursued by malevolent spirits. His frantic, impatient demeanor caught Yuling's eye from a short distance away. Observing this scene, she couldn't help but feel perplexed. What could possibly provoke the usually composed and calm protagonist into such a state? Various possibilities flashed through her mind, and suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning. Could it be that the object of the protagonist's urgent desire was the very divine sword she had once seen in her dreams? Upon considering this, Yuling could no longer suppress her curiosity. Disregarding everything else, she flickered and stealthily followed him. However, when Yuling arrived at the rear of Ling Mine Mountain, she was met with an empty expanse, devoid of any trace of his figure. Initially believing she could quickly catch up to Su Ling, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Did he install an engine on his legs? How could he outpace me? Nevertheless, Yuling refused to give up easily. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and cautiously advanced forward. Just as she stepped into this area, the scenery around her suddenly warped and blurred. In the next moment, her figure inexplicably vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the mysterious entrance to the barrier that had remained hidden there also closed completely with her disappearance, leaving no trace behind. In truth, both Wen Su Bai and Su Ling had previously stumbled into this enigmatic realm under similar unsuspecting circumstances. Chapter 37. The Dragon Battles in the Wild in that distant ancient time. When heaven and earth were not yet separated, chaos reigned, and all things were birthed from the void. Among them existed a race of beings, immense in stature, their scales shimmering and their eyes like torches. They were the dragons. Born of strength, the dragon clan wielded the powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, soaring through the heavens, revered as the most noble of all beings. However, tranquility did not last long. As the spiritual energy of the world gradually thickened, some beings began to seek even greater power, the ancient demon cultivators. These demon cultivators, whether through chance or malevolent intent, embarked upon the path of demonic cultivation. They employed ruthless means, sparing no effort in their pursuit of supreme strength. Ultimately, a great war became inevitable. The Dragon Clan, as the most esteemed beings in existence, naturally became a thorn in the side of the ancient demon cultivators. They amassed their forces, vowing to erase the Dragon Clan from this realm. On that fateful day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Thunder roared, as if heralding the impending disaster. The Dragon Army, led by the Dragon King, faced off against the ancient demon cultivators. The two sides clashed fiercely in the skies, dragons unleashing torrents of flame, while the demon cultivators wielded their peculiar artifacts, filling the air with an atmosphere of slaughter. The Dragon Lord, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, possessed immeasurable strength, towering like a moving mountain. Each beat of its wings seemed capable of stirring up colossal waves. Its eyes, radiant as torches, pierced through the void, locking onto the leader of the demon cultivators, an elder draped in black robes wielding a demonic sword. Demon cultivators, how dare you challenge the majesty of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Lord's voice echoed like thunder, shaking the very air around them. The black-robed elder let out a cold laugh, replying, "Dragon Lord, you dragons pride yourselves on being the noblest beings in existence. Today, we shall shatter your myth." As the words faded, the elder cloaked in black wielded his enchanted sword, unleashing a streak of dark blade light that cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the Dragon Sovereign. The Dragon Sovereign deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike, and then opened his massive jaws to unleash a torrent of blazing flames towards the elder. The elder's form flickered as he evaded the fiery assault. Yet the surrounding demonic cultivators were far less fortunate, many being consumed by the flames, reduced to mere ashes. The battle raged on, shrouding the heavens in darkness and obscuring the sun and moon. The enmity between the Dragon Clan and the demonic cultivators seemed to reach its zenith in that moment. Both sides were expending every ounce of their strength, striving to obliterate the other. However, as time passed, the Dragon Clan began to find themselves at a disadvantage. The demonic cultivators wielded artifacts of unfathomable peculiarity, leading to the untimely demise of many dragon warriors in bewildering circumstances. Seeing this, the dragon sovereign's heart filled with urgency. He understood that if this continued, his kin would face annihilation. At that moment, a forgotten legend of the dragon clan resurfaced in his mind. The tale spoke of a hidden realm where the most formidable power of the dragon lineage, the might of the dragon god, lay concealed. If they could harness this power, the dragon clan would triumph over all foes. With renewed determination, the dragon sovereign resolved to dispatch a small team to the secret realm in search of the dragon god's might. This team consisted of his most trusted dragon warriors, each a paragon of strength and valor within their kind. Under the dragon sovereign's guidance, they traversed treacherous obstacles until they finally reached the entrance of the hidden realm. Before them loomed an entrance shrouded in dense mist, as if a mysterious force were impeding their entry. The dragon sovereign took a deep breath and cautioned his companions, "Be wary, for this place is rife with unknown dangers." The younger warriors nodded in understanding, closely following their leader as they cautiously stepped into the secret realm. Inside, the realm was a tapestry of extraordinary sights. Islands floated in the air, rivers flowed with liquid gold, and fields bloomed with colossal flowers, leaving the dragon warriors in awe. Yet, they did not forget their mission. Guided by the dragon sovereign, they delved deeper into the realm in search of the dragon god's power. At last, beside a shimmering lake, they discovered the source of the dragon god's might, a colossal dragon pearl radiating with a blinding luminescence, as if it contained boundless power. The dragon sovereign exclaimed with fervor, "This is the might of the dragon god. If we can obtain it, the dragon clan shall vanquish all adversaries." As he prepared to seize the pearl, a tremendous force erupted from within, sending the dragon sovereign and his warriors staggering backward. Alarmed, the dragon sovereign realized the overwhelming strength was beyond their capacity to wield. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. That he inhaled deeply and charged toward the pearl once more. This time, he eschewed brute force, instead seeking to connect with the power within the pearl through his spirit. It was as though he forged an extraordinary bond with the pearl, gradually mastering its strength. The dragon sovereign's grasp on the dragon god's might deepened. His own power surged, his scales grew more resilient, his eyes shone with heightened brilliance, and every beat of his wings seemed capable of rending the fabric of reality itself. Finally, he fully harnessed the dragon god's power, unleashing a thunderous roar that magnified his form several-fold, as if he would shatter the very realm itself. At that moment, the exit of the hidden realm burst open, and the dragon sovereign, accompanied by his warriors, surged forth. They returned to the battlefield, now a scene of devastation, with countless dragon warriors fallen. Enraged and sorrowful, the dragon sovereign unleashed the full extent of the dragon god's might. A blinding light erupted from him, illuminating the entire battlefield. The ancient demonic cultivators were momentarily blinded by the sudden radiance, horrified to discover their artifacts rendered feeble before such overwhelming power. The dragon sovereign swiftly appeared before the elder, cloaked in black. Opening his massive jaws to swallow him whole, he then spread his wings and launched a fierce assault against the remaining demonic cultivators. Empowered by the might of the dragon god, the dragon warriors felt rejuvenated, their strength magnified as they drove back the ancient demonic forces. Ultimately, in this brutal conflict, the dragon clan emerged victorious. The ancient demonic cultivators were utterly vanquished, though the dragon clan paid a steep price. Many valiant dragon warriors remained forever upon that battlefield, their names and deeds destined to be immortalized in the annals of dragon lore for generations to come. Yet, amidst the triumph, the dragon sovereign felt no joy. Gazing upon the ravaged battlefield, his heart was heavy with sorrow and resignation. That he knew that although this victory was hard won, the dragon clan had been gravely weakened and would require an extended period to recuperate. Henceforth, the dragon clan embarked upon a prolonged journey of rest and recovery. They chose to refrain from engaging in worldly strife, instead opting to dwell in secluded realms, silently safeguarding the balance of existence. The might of the dragon god became a legend within the dragon clan. Many have sought to uncover this power, yet all have invariably failed, for the might of the dragon god is not easily attained. It requires true warriors and heroes to wield it. Time flows on, and the tale of the dragon clan gradually transformed into myth and legend. Yet, regardless of the passage of time, the spirit of the dragon clan, undaunted, courageous, and unyielding, will forever be etched in the hearts of the people in their struggle against the ancient demonic cultivators. The Dragon Clan, though nearly obliterated, demonstrated the essence of true courage and dignity through their actions. They defended the honor and pride of their lineage with their very lives, becoming the most resplendent beings in the realm. All of this will be recorded as the most glorious chapter in the history of the Dragon Clan. Eternally enshrined in the river of time, whenever the Dragon Clan is mentioned, the fierce battle and the valorous warriors will be recalled, inspiring future generations to pursue ever greater aspirations. Chapter 38. The Ancient Battlefield. Upon entering this barrier, Yuling found his mind compelled to accept a narrative crafted by future cultivators. Yet, was this truly the case? Before Yuling could ponder further, an alternate version of the story unfolded in his mind like a vivid panorama. In the distant past, when the heavens and earth were yet unseparated, chaos reigned supreme, and gods and demons coexisted, their conflicts unceasing. It was an era teeming with heroes, marked by profound tragedy. Among the most resplendent stars of this age was the Dragon Sovereign, who, with his unparalleled powers and compassionate heart, safeguarded the tranquility and harmony of the world. The Dragon Sovereign, with his lithe form and scales shimmering like gold, descended upon the realm like a son of the sun. His eyes, deep and piercing, seemed capable of discerning all illusions and malevolence in existence. In ancient times, the demonic forces gradually expanded, yearning to conquer the land and place all living beings beneath their iron heel. In the face of this threat, the Dragon Sovereign rose to the occasion, acutely aware of the monumental responsibility he bore, understanding that this battle would be the final chapter of his life. On that day, the ancient battlefield was engulfed in swirling sands, dark clouds looming ominously, as if the very heavens trembled in anticipation of the impending clash. The Dragon Sovereign engaged in a desperate struggle against the demonic army led by the ancient demonic cultivator. The combat was intensely brutal, with each of the Dragon Sovereign's strikes infused with the might of thunder, scattering the demonic ranks. However, the demonic forces were also not without their own formidable warriors. Cunning and ruthless, employing various underhanded tactics to sap the Dragon Sovereign's strength and resolve. As the battle wore on, the Dragon Sovereign's energy began to wane, yet he steadfastly held his ground, unwilling to retreat even an inch. He knew that should he falter, this land would plunge into an abyss of darkness and chaos. Just then, the ancient demonic cultivator revealed his true form, cloaked in black, with a visage twisted in malice. His eyes glinted with a lust for power and a disdain for life itself. "Dragon Sovereign, today shall be your inevitable defeat," the ancient demonic cultivator roared, wielding his cursed sword to conjure swirling black winds that surged toward the Dragon Sovereign. Drawing a deep breath, the Dragon Sovereign concentrated all his might for a final confrontation with the ancient demonic cultivator. The two formidable forces clashed in the air, producing a deafening roar, ultimately, in a fierce exchange. The Dragon Sovereign was tragically pierced through the chest by the demonic sword, golden blood gushing forth, staining the ancient battlefield in crimson. "For the peace of this land, I shall die without regret." The Dragon Lord, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, before gradually collapsing onto the yellow sands. With the fall of the Dragon Lord, the demonic forces temporarily retreated. Yet, the scars wrought by this battle would linger, unable to heal for an eternity. The lifeless body of the Dragon Lord was interred beneath the sands of the ancient battlefield, becoming the eternal guardian of this land. Millennia later, as time flowed inexorably onward, transforming the world, the ancient battleground had long been buried and rendered unrecognizable by the relentless winds and sands. However, the remains of the Dragon Lord did not vanish. Instead, they were purified through the passage of time, coalescing into an ancient divine sword. This sword, resplendent and translucent, emanated a faint golden glow, its blade etched with intricate dragon patterns, seemingly embodying the boundless strength and wisdom of the Dragon Lord in life. Each nightfall, the divine sword would emit a deep, resonant dragon's chant, as though recounting that tragic history and reminding humanity to never forget the Dragon Lord's sacrifice and dedication. Upon receiving this memory, Yuling found herself inexplicably amused. The illustrious origin of this sword led her to ponder. Must the protagonist, with his golden finger, be so sanctified? Simultaneously, when Shubai and Su Lin also received this memory, They were situated in different regions of the ancient battlefield. As Yuling opened her eyes, she was greeted by swirling sands and a sky filled with palpable resentment. This was a land steeped in vengeful spirits, where even the heavens appeared shrouded in infinite sorrow, obscured by dark clouds that never allowed sunlight to penetrate. The sand swirled like the relentless passage of time, mercilessly eroding every inch of land and burying the valiant warriors' remains. These relics, in various postures of rest, seemed to narrate their undaunted struggles and tragic tales from life. In their eyes lingered a glimmer of yearning for victory and nostalgia for their homeland. Yet all had been frozen in the annals of history. Scattered across the battlefield were remnants of shattered spiritual artifacts. Once radiant treasures now lay dulled by the passage of time, their former glory obscured. They rested silently, as if lamenting their lost splendor and the desolation of the present. The entire space was cloaked in a suffocating darkness, devoid of life, with no birds singing nor insects chirping. Only an endless, oppressive silence prevailed. It seemed even the wind dared not traverse this battleground, fearing to disturb the slumbering spirits. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly lifeless battlefield that harbored boundless power and untold stories. It bore witness to the rise and fall of ancient times, encapsulating the joys and sorrows of countless spirits. During the stillness of night, echoes of distant war drums, battle cries, and the clash of weapons could almost be heard, as if the ancient battlefield were a tome of heavy history, chronicling the splendor and vicissitudes of an era long past. In a fleeting moment, amidst the tumultuous tide of her emotions, Yuling conceived a brilliant idea without warning. Despite Su Lin's status as the protagonist, what of it? Should all precious things naturally fall into his hands simply because he bore the halo of a main character? The answer was clearly no. The very act of allowing her entry here implied that she too was deemed worthy to possess it. Since fate had already guided her into this contest for treasure, why not boldly reveal the truth? At this moment, everyone had an equal right and opportunity to compete, including her. If destiny had decreed that she would stand in opposition to Su Lin, obstructing his path, then at any cost, she would not allow him to effortlessly seize this formidable golden finger. Thus, for this vitally important divine sword, she would either completely annihilate it, reducing it to a heap of worthless scrap, or, leveraging her own intellect and strength, claim it as her own. In any case, she must not permit Su Lin to hold it in his grasp. Before Yuling could contemplate further, a torrential wave of sword blades surged toward her, overwhelming in density. These blades were not of ordinary ilk. They were forged from the formidable sword intent left behind from that harrowing battle. Each blade shimmered with a chilling light, suffused with an indomitable aura of slaughter, exuding a bone-chilling essence akin to vengeful spirits from the netherworld, threatening with endless death. Nevertheless, Yuling was undeterred by this terrifying sight. With the grace of a swallow, she deftly navigated through the onslaught of blades, dodging and weaving with agility. Despite the increasing number of blades, falling like relentless raindrops, Yuling managed to respond with remarkable reflexes and nimbleness. Chapter 39. The High Priestess. An aura of chilling slaughter pervaded the air, instilling fear even in Yuling. As she surveyed her surroundings, she sensed lethal dangers lurking at every turn. Each step forward felt like a brush with death. Filled with suspicion, she marveled at how the protagonist had so successfully navigated this perilous terrain. Was it merely luck? If so, that would be truly astonishing, wandering aimlessly like a specter across the vast yellow sands. She felt utterly uncertain about how much longer she would continue on this path. However, faced with such dire circumstances, she had no other choice. Just then, magnificent desert palaces rose abruptly from the sands, appearing like divine miracles before her. Before she could react, the scene transformed dramatically. A resplendent palace, gleaming like a jewel amidst the desert, stood solitary at the heart of the ancient battlefield. Initially, Yuling felt a tinge of novelty at these bizarre sights. But as her gaze roamed, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. When her eyes finally settled upon the immense and imposing dragon totem atop the palace, she felt as if struck by lightning. Freezing in place, this ancient dragon totem seemed to embody the weight of countless years and mysterious power, captivating Yuling's attention and drawing her into its depths. Was this not the very palace of the Dragon Lord she had just envisioned? Yet, matters were far from simple. In an instant, The dragon clan members who should have vanished reappeared like phantoms before her. The rapidity of these events caught her completely off guard, as if a dream had suddenly materialized into tangible reality. The once silent and lifeless ancient battlefield was instantly infused with a mysterious and potent vitality. The wind howled, banners fluttered, and dust swirled, as if time were reversing, and the glories of yesteryear were poised to resurface. In the face of this unexpected upheaval, Yuling was utterly astonished, unable to react in time. Before she could recover from her astonishment, a soldier clad in golden armor, exuding vigor, approached her with steady, powerful strides. Upon reaching her, the soldier slightly bowed, addressing her with utmost reverence. "Esteemed High Priestess, the Dragon Lord requests your presence for an important discussion." Hearing this, Yuling felt utterly bewildered, her mind swirling with questions. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze to examine herself, discovering she still wore a strikingly vibrant red garment. She then lifted her hand to gently touch her face, the familiar sensation confirming her beauty remained unchanged. Yet, why would this unfamiliar soldier refer to her as High Priestess? After deep contemplation, Yuling speculated. Perhaps she had fallen into some sort of illusion, and her role here was that of the revered High Priestess of the Dragon Clan. If that were the case, it would be best to adapt and proceed, taking each step as it came. Moreover, having the opportunity to meet the legendary Dragon Lord, renowned for his might, was an experience not to be missed. With this thought, Yuling steadied herself and nodded to the soldier, saying, "I understand. Please, lead the way." Thus, under the guidance of the soldiers, Yuling slowly entered the magnificent palace, traversing through numerous corridors and halls, until she finally arrived at the chamber of the Dragon Lord. From the very first glance at the Dragon Lord, Yuling felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There stood the mysterious and imposing Dragon Lord, quietly standing with his hands clasped behind him, his broad back facing Yuling. Clad in an exquisitely ornate garment of platinum hues, the fine fabric seemed to shimmer with a subtle glow, perfectly accentuating the tall and upright figure of the man. His long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded like a waterfall, flowing smoothly over his broad back, gently swaying in the breeze, adding an ethereal quality to his presence. Although Yuling could only see the Dragon Lord's back at that moment, she could distinctly sense the chilling aura of terror emanating from him. Even though the Dragon Lord was making a concerted effort to suppress his own presence, the overwhelming pressure, rooted in ancient power, surged towards Yuling like an unrelenting tide, leaving her with no means of escape. Taking a deep breath, Yuling endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within her, and then spoke softly. Following suit, she imitated the gesture of the soldier from earlier, respectfully bowing to the Dragon Lord. Just as Yuling's words faded, the Dragon Lord, who had initially been facing away from her, slowly turned around in that instant, his deep, oceanic blue eyes locked onto Yuling, the sheer intensity of which momentarily stilled her breath. Were a common person to face the Dragon Lord's formidable presence, they would likely have crumpled to the ground in weakness. Fortunately, the Dragon Lord had deliberately tempered much of his aura. Otherwise, Yuling would have found it nearly impossible to withstand such overwhelming power. As the Dragon Lord fully turned to face her, his visage was finally revealed without reservation. His face radiated an infinite divine brilliance, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence in anyone who gazed upon it. Particularly striking were his gem-like blue eyes, which inexplicably reminded Yuling of another, when Shubai. Both sets of eyes were equally profound and captivating. However, the Dragon Lord's gaze bore an added chill and commanding presence. The Dragon Lord's complexion was as pale as mutton-fat jade, smooth and flawless. His features were exquisitely refined, each line perfectly etched, as if crafted by divine hands, presenting a beauty that was decidedly otherworldly. Fortunately, having frequently beheld Wen Shubai's stunning visage, Yuling was not rendered utterly entranced upon encountering the Dragon Lord, who possessed an equal level of beauty. However, what particularly caught Yuling's attention was the fact that the Dragon Lord, like Wen Shubai, bore a red mole at the corner of his eye. "Ling, what is your perspective on this battle?" the Dragon Lord inquired, lowering his gaze slightly. Locking eyes with Yuling, his voice was cool, echoing with a sense of distance. Upon hearing the name Ling, Yuling momentarily fell into a daze. The High Priest, it seemed, was using a single character ID, and how coincidentally it matched her name. Chapter 40. Increasingly absurd, Yuling understood that the battle he referred to was the cataclysmic clash between the Dragon Clan and the ancient demonic cultivators. Consequently, The scenes that had briefly flashed through her mind began to surge forth like a tidal wave. After a few moments of contemplation, Yuling's expression settled as she slowly articulated, "As long as the demonic cultivators persist. The dragon clan shall never know peace." In ancient times, the demonic cultivators rampaged unchecked, while the dragon clan rose to resist them, yet the outcome was one of mutual destruction. The ancient demonic cultivators were nearly eradicated, and the valiant dragon lord met with untimely demise. Was this not the tragic conclusion she had previously witnessed? At this moment, the dragon lord's eyes, as deep as the sea, coldly gazed ahead, his extraordinarily handsome face devoid of any expression. Resembling a frozen mountain, he inquired in a tone devoid of emotion, "Then, in your opinion, what method should be employed?" Yuling found herself engulfed in an unusual silence, for she was acutely aware that the only solution capable of swiftly resolving the issue would be for the dragon lord to sacrifice himself. However, such a cruel and heartless suggestion was one she found impossible to voice. After all, who could bear to urge another towards a path of inevitable demise? After much mental exertion, Yuling finally managed to utter a single word through clenched teeth: "Where?" Indeed, it seemed the only viable approach was to engage in a prolonged war of attrition, gradually depleting the strength of the demonic cultivators until the dragon lord would feel compelled to undertake that tragic act of self-sacrifice. In this way, the annihilation of the ancient demonic cultivators might truly become attainable. Yet, the words that followed from the dragon lord struck her like a bucket of ice water, plunging her heart into despair. He slightly tilted his head back, gazing at the sky while letting out a deep sigh, his tone imbued with boundless sorrow and helplessness. "Time is running out. The dragon clan cannot endure such prolonged delays and exhaustion." As he spoke, a hint of self-mockery appeared on his previously frosty countenance, revealing a flicker of despair and resignation. Yuling struggled to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. She could not fathom why the dragon lord believed time was so limited. Did he foresee his own end? However, the exalted and formidable dragon lord was acutely aware that the true force seeking to eradicate the dragon clan was not the wicked demonic cultivators, but rather the mysterious heavenly Tao that governed the order of existence. Since the dawn of their existence, the dragon clan's immense power and unique nature had fundamentally disrupted the heavenly Tao's established understanding of the world. They appeared as a host of uninvited guests from beyond the heavens, intruding upon this once serene and orderly realm. Moreover, should the dragon clan's development surpass a certain threshold or limitation, the heavenly Tao would exhaust all means to restore equilibrium to the world. This balance was of paramount importance to the heavenly Tao, as it represented order and stability. Just as Yuling had surmised, the dragon lord had long foreseen his ultimate fate, as the supreme leader of the dragon clan. The dragon lord's survival would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the heavenly Tao. After all, his very existence posed a challenge and threat to the authority of the heavenly Tao. Regrettably, Yuling could not comprehend the depths of the dragon lord's emotions, nor could she truly understand his thoughts and struggles at that moment. The conversation took an unexpected turn as the dragon lord shifted his gaze back to Yuling. In his eyes, she was an envoy of the heavenly Tao, intricately connected to it, distinct from the dragon clan. These envoys, from the moment of their birth, enjoyed the unwavering protection of the heavenly Tao, reaping endless blessings and privileges, perhaps in an attempt to bring closure to the lingering regrets within his heart. Or simply to hear another's perspective, the dragon lord posed a thought-provoking question to Yuling. "Ling, do you believe the heavenly Tao is truly fair?" As his words fell, the dragon lord waved his hand, and in an instant, Yuling felt herself transported to another realm, as if her connection to the heavenly Tao had been severed. Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly, silently contemplating the question. "Is it fair?" she murmured, her voice so soft that only she could hear. Yet those three words struck her heart like a hammer. How could it be fair? This is a world of novels. In such a world, the heavenly Tao seemed to favor those designated as protagonists. They possessed extraordinary talents, luck, and various enviable fortunes. In contrast, supporting characters or antagonists like Yuling often found themselves serving as stepping stones for the protagonists, subject to the whims of fate. Upon reflecting on this, Yuling could not help but shake her head in resignation, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. "Unfair," she sighed softly. At that moment, the previously silent dragon lord suddenly spoke. "Unfair? How intriguing. How would you explain that?" As he spoke, A rare flicker of amusement danced across the Dragon Lord's imposing features. Yuling met his gaze, slowly responding. Those favored by the heavenly Tao sail smoothly through life, even turning missteps into blessings, while those despised by the heavenly Tao suffer misfortune at the slightest deviation. The Dragon Clan, powerful yet devoid of malice, faces suppression merely for transcending the ordinary. Meanwhile, we, the envoys of the heavenly Tao, may be of mediocre talent, yet we bask in glory. This is indeed unjust. The Dragon Lord nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation sparkling in his deep, oceanic eyes, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky. Then, do you know how to contend with this lofty, omnipotent heavenly Tao? The words of the Dragon Lord resonated like a colossal stone cast into the placid surface of a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples that cascaded outward in concentric circles. Upon hearing this, Yuling was momentarily taken aback, but soon her countenance hardened with resolve as she proclaimed without hesitation, to confront this adversary, we must rally the collective strength of all realms and unite our efforts to shatter the shackles of existing rules. Yet, the simplicity of such a declaration belied the daunting challenge it posed in practice. Setting aside whether the various factions could genuinely align their thoughts and energies, the grave repercussions of defying the heavenly order alone were enough to instill trepidation and overwhelm. The Dragon Lord took measured steps toward Yuling, each stride seemingly imbued with boundless power, causing the very air around him to tremble as he drew closer. An overwhelmingly suffocating aura emanated from him, sweeping outward like tumultuous ocean waves. Should I, the Dragon Lord, lead the charge into battle, will you pledge your utmost assistance to me? His gaze pierced through Yuling with an intensity that conveyed undeniable authority. Stunned by the sudden inquiry, Yuling's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart surging with tumultuous emotions. She had never anticipated that the Dragon Lord would harbor such audacious thoughts and determination. Gazing at the resolute expression on the Dragon Lord's face, Yuling inhaled deeply, biting her crimson lip with silver teeth, and replied in a grave tone, since you, esteemed Dragon Lord, have made up your mind, I am willing to risk my life and follow you into this endeavor. Although the path ahead is fraught with thorns and peril, and the outcome uncertain, it is far preferable to passively await our fate, watching helplessly as others dictate our destinies. Instead, we shall rise in defiance, exerting every ounce of strength to seize a sliver of hope. Upon hearing Yuling's unwavering response, a subtle smile graced the Dragon Lord's lips, forming a barely perceptible arc. He then turned to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuling, both gazing into the vast and desolate horizon. In that moment, their figures appeared diminutive yet resolute, as the curtain was drawn on an adventure filled with uncertainty and thrilling rebellion against the heavenly order. Yet, in truth, Yuling remained utterly bewildered. She was astonished by how events had spiraled into such absurdity. Was the Dragon Lord truly intent on opposing the celestial decree? Chapter 41. The onset of war. Regardless of the tumultuous journey that led them here, Yuling ultimately found herself at the battlefield alongside the Dragon Lord on the vast and boundless battleground. The cacophony of battle cries and roars echoed to the heavens, deafening to the ears. Standing atop a vantage point, Yuling scanned the chaotic scene before her, where countless figures intertwined in a tumultuous and fierce spectacle. Whether it was the imposing Dragon Legion or the sinister forces of the Dark Cultivators, all that met her gaze were the glaring golds and oppressive blacks locked in confrontation. The golden radiance sprang from the shimmering scales of the Dragon Warriors, glistening under the sun, while the darkness emanated from the Dark Warriors, exuding an aura that seemed capable of engulfing all light. This marked Yuling's inaugural foray into such a brutal and bloody battlefield, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, filled with trepidation and unease. She could not help but ponder. If she were to perish here, would it signify her demise in the real world as well? The thought sent a chill coursing up her spine. However, fortuitously, her previous conversation with the Dragon Lord had unexpectedly garnered his favor. Thus, for this battle, the Dragon Lord had meticulously arranged a lavish palanquin for her. This opulent palanquin was unveiled before the crowd. It sparked a wave of astonishment, leaving the onlookers speechless, their jaws agape in disbelief. In the face of the myriad curious gazes and murmurs, Yuling remained unfazed. She cared little for others' opinions, so long as she could comfortably reside within the palanquin, savoring a moment of tranquility and ease. Nothing else mattered. This moment, a platter of vibrant, aromatic spiritual fruits lay beside her, precious treasures she had discreetly brought along. After all, no one could predict when this battle would conclude, and it was wise to prepare delectable snacks to stave off boredom during the lengthy wait. As for the notion of personally engaging in the fierce battle, Yuling had no such intentions. With her current meager cultivation, akin to a mere speck, should she rashly charge forth, she would likely be mercilessly obliterated by the formidable foes across the way, leading to a tragic fate of scattered souls and extinguished lives. Rather than venture into such peril, it was far more prudent to remain safely ensconced within the palanquin, observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord stood tall and proud, a majestic figure amidst the cosmos. His stature resembled that of a towering mountain, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing the weight of the world, his straight spine, akin to a pillar reaching for the heavens, embodied his resilience and indomitable spirit. The Dragon Lord's gaze was deep and piercing, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. His expression conveyed absolute confidence and a mastery over all. As if the very fabric of existence lay within his grasp, his garments billowed in the wind, producing a unique cadence, as if narrating his legendary tale. Every gesture exuded a natural regal demeanor. Leaving all in in all honesty, Yuling believed the Dragon Lord's persona was indeed magnificent. That it was no wonder that even the celestial order coveted him. With such a grand entrance, she too would wish to make a striking impression. Before long, a soldier approached Yuling, bowing respectfully and stating, "Esteemed priestess, this is what the Dragon Lord has instructed me to convey to you today." As soon as the words left his lips, a beautifully crafted and resplendent bow and arrow were presented to him with both hands. The moment the bow and arrow made their appearance, they captivated the spirit of you. The exquisite craftsmanship was simply irresistible. And this bow and arrow were known as Huafeng. The Huafeng bow and arrow, with its extraordinarily splendid exterior, featured a bow body with flowing lines resembling a lively serpent of flame, its surface shimmering with a searing red light. As if containing boundless power, the bowstring was taut, akin to a gentle breeze, resilient and elastic, faintly glowing with a hint of azure. The arrow shaft was elongated, with an exceptionally sharp tip that glinted menacingly. Intricate, mysterious patterns adorned the arrow shaft, swirling like eddies in the wind or the flickering of flames, adding an air of enigma. The Huafeng bow and arrow embodied both the fervor and ferocity of fire, as well as the agility and elegance of a gentle breeze, rendering one utterly enthralled. Why you deeply remembered the significant pact made with the Dragon Lord to wield this mysterious and formidable bow to slay the supreme Tao of heaven. They understood well that once the flames of war were ignited and the cataclysmic battle commenced, the Tao of heaven would undoubtedly descend upon the battlefield as the designated envoy of the Tao. Only she could witness the true visage of the Tao. Thus, this bow, burdened with profound responsibility, was naturally entrusted to her slender yet resolute hands. Whenever she recalled this matter, an immense pressure, as heavy as a mountain, would assail her. Although she was acutely aware that all she experienced was merely an illusory dream, even within such a phantasm, the thought of personally slaying the Tao, the master of all, filled her with trepidation, rendering her hesitant to act. After all, the Tao existed above all beings. However, at this moment, you found no room for retreat. Since events had unfolded to this extent, she resolved to treat it as an unprecedented, extraordinary dream. Perhaps within this dreamlike adventure, she would encounter unexpected opportunities and miracles. The scene shifted. The Dragon Lord stood proudly beneath the heavens, exuding endless majesty. His form began to undergo a wondrous transformation, muscles and bones twisting and reshaping until he morphed into a magnificent dragon. This dragon was colossal, adorned with dazzling scales that sparkled with an inscrutable light, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. At that moment, the Dragon Lord tilted his head and unleashed a deafening roar. This roar resonated like thunder from the heavens, reverberating through the clouds, its sound waves surging forth like tumultuous ocean waves, rapidly spreading in all directions. The sound was imbued with boundless fury and strength, as if it sought to consume the entire world. Naturally, the ancient demon cultivator would not easily yield, confronting the overwhelming might of the Dragon Lord. Dark, billowing smoke erupted around him. The smoke was as thick as ink, swiftly enveloping the area, exuding a nauseating and malevolent aura. The ancient demon cultivator's eyes gleamed with madness and greed, fixated on the Dragon Lord. Muttering incantations, clearly prepared for a life-or-death confrontation, in an instant, the Dragon Lord lashed out with his massive claws. In that moment, the heavens and earth were thrown into turmoil. Fierce winds howled, and lightning cracked. An unparalleled force erupted from the Dragon Lord's claws, tearing through the void and creating a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of existence. Following this, the Dragon Lord's powerful tail swept across, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to tremble, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The curtain had risen on this extraordinary battle. The Dragon Lord exhibited an overwhelming momentum, engaging the ancient demon cultivator in a breathtaking, relentless struggle to the death. The entire world was engulfed by this terrifying and awe-inspiring power, plunging into chaos and darkness. Chapter 42. Shattering the Tao of Heaven before the onlookers could regain their composure. An immense and boundless force of rules suddenly surged forth from nowhere. This power seemed to emanate from the depths of the universe, as if it had existed since ancient times, profound and mysterious. The legendary Tao of Heaven had manifested at this moment. Ordinarily, whenever the Tao of Heaven appeared, all things in the world would sense its presence. However, astonishingly, only you witnessed the magnificent form of the Tao. As for the reason behind this, you was well aware that it turned out that the Tao's arrival was not out of righteousness, but rather concealed ulterior motives. Although it had proclaimed the equality of all beings, it could not openly violate the rules it had established. Yet even the exalted Tao could not escape the clutches of its own selfish desires. The Tao of Heaven quietly materialized, shrouded in an enigmatic glow, resembling the most resplendent star in the night sky, dazzling and difficult to behold. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan exhibited an unparalleled grace and awe-inspiring might. Each of their attacks struck with the force of thunder, wielding the power capable of annihilating the entire world. However, in the face of such formidable dragons, the Tao of Heaven merely wielded its rule power with nonchalance. In an instant, an invisible yet weighty pressure descended upon the Dragon Clan like an avalanche. The members of the Dragon Clan felt as though they bore the weight of countless burdens, their once surging power severely suppressed, and their movements slowed. This moment, the ancient demon cultivators, having keenly sensed the subtle shift in the battle, seized the opportunity. They would not let this divine chance slip away. Thus, they launched a ferocious and relentless assault, their shouts and roars echoing through the skies, due to the evident bias of the Tao of Heaven. This once evenly matched battle began to tip towards the side of the demon cultivators. The ancient demon cultivators grew increasingly audacious, casting various wicked spells as they launched a frenzied assault on the Dragon Clan. Despite the Tao's oppression, the dragons remained resolute, striving to break free from this unjust force on the ancient battlefield. The roars of dragons intertwined with the incantations of the demon cultivators, creating a chaotic and brutal scene. This tableau, witnessed by you, left her heart icy cold. The Tao, with its selfish motives, was no longer worthy of its title. With a slender hand, she quietly grasped the bow and arrow, the huofeng bow radiating blinding red light, sending a chilling aura emanating from her to slay the Tao of Heaven. She could not bring herself to kill it, but she could provide the Dragon Lord with a clue. Why you firmly held the huofeng bow. Her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated all her strength into the bow and arrow in her hands. The bowstring was gradually drawn back, the blinding red light intensifying, as if it sought to devour everything around it. In the face of such overwhelming power, Yu's figure appeared minuscule, yet her spirit remained undiminished. She understood well the consequences that would follow once the arrow was loosed, but she had no other choice. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as the fiery wind bow and arrow transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing towards the celestial path. In that fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, with only that radiant light darting swiftly before the eyes of the onlookers. However, the celestial path, being what it is, was not so easily assailed. Just as the arrow was poised to strike its target, a mysterious glow suddenly enveloped the celestial path, completely thwarting the fiery wind arrow's assault. But Yuling's expression turned even colder. She had not anticipated the celestial path's defenses to be so formidable. Yet, she did not relent. Instead, she raised her bow once more, preparing to launch a new wave of attack. Concurrently, her mind raced with thoughts on how to breach the Celestial Path's defenses and provide the Dragon Lord with more valuable leads. The Dragon Lord, having observed that arrow, discerned the general position of the Celestial Path and charged forward without hesitation. As he surged towards the Celestial Path, his dragon scales shimmered with a dazzling golden light, and his whiskers danced like flames that he unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath, surging forth like a cascade of molten lava towards the Celestial Path. Although the mysterious glow around the Celestial Path had blocked Yuling's arrow, it rippled under the impact of the dragon breath. Seeing this, a portion of the demon cultivators turned to confront the Dragon Lord, attempting to impede his advance. However, with a sweep of his tail, the Dragon Lord sent several demon cultivators flying at that moment. Yuling seized the opportunity and released her second arrow, infused with her unwavering belief in justice. The arrow, entwined with tendrils of spatial power, pierced through the weak point of the Celestial Path's protective glow. The Celestial Path shuddered violently from the force of this blow, as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The overwhelming impact seemed to warp the very fabric of the surrounding space. The Dragon Lord, keenly aware of this rare opportunity, approached with the swiftness of lightning. Upon closing in, his claws, gleaming with a chilling light, struck with thunderous might towards the Celestial Path. His gaze radiated determination and resolve, as if this strike bore the weight of all his hopes and convictions. Upon witnessing this, the Celestial Path's fury ignited like a raging inferno, its rule power coalescing instantaneously into countless sharp spikes that rained down upon the Dragon Lord. These spikes shimmered with a sinister glow, exuding a sense of annihilation, as if intent on completely devouring the Dragon Lord. Yet, undeterred by the pain, the Dragon Lord's heart was consumed by a singular belief: to battle the Celestial Path to the bitter end. His silhouette darted like a specter among the spikes, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Celestial Path. Each exchange of attack and defense showcased his indomitable will and exceptional combat prowess. At that moment, the Celestial Path's form fully materialized before the crowd. Towering and majestic, it emanated an oppressive aura that rendered the air heavy with dread. Its gaze, cold and profound, seemed to pierce through all. The powerful presence enveloped the surroundings, instilling in the onlookers a profound sense of fear and reverence. Yet the Dragon Lord was unperturbed. He understood that this was his singular opportunity. That Yuling, observing the scene, felt a flicker of doubt. Something about this Celestial Path seemed fabricated, as if it had been weakened within this illusion. The Dragon Lord, emboldened by battle, shed and regenerated his scales in the heat of conflict. Spotting an opening, he lunged forward, his enormous maw snapping towards the Celestial Path. The latter, unable to evade in time, found itself caught by a corner. With a powerful tug, the Dragon Lord tore away a piece of the Celestial Path's form. The Celestial Path roared in fury as its rule powers surged wildly. Yet, after the Dragon Lord consumed the fragment, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, and his strength surged exponentially. Seizing the moment, he unleashed both claws, carving two deep gashes into the Celestial Path's chest. The demon cultivators were taken aback. What they had deemed an assured victory for the Celestial Path now seemed to be turning in the Dragon Lord's favor. Some began to retreat, quietly inching away. Yuling clenched her fists, acutely aware that the Dragon Lord was pushing his limits. At that moment, the Dragon Lord felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He let out a primal roar, wrapping his entire form around the Celestial Path. With a dazzling explosion of light, he channeled all his remaining strength into the Celestial Path. That a resounding crash echoed, and the Celestial Path began to fracture, its rule power dispersing chaotically. The Dragon Lord, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Yet he had triumphed. He had utterly shredded the Celestial Path, stamping it beneath his feet, thereby annihilating the ancient rule power. Thus, the Celestial Path perished, its rule power shattered, heralding a golden age for the Dragon Clan. Chapter 43. The encounter was it a dream of the Dragon Lord? Surely it could not be a dream of Yuling. In any case, the Dragon Lord had fulfilled his long-held wish over millennia. In that breathtaking moment, the Celestial Path shattered as if it were fragile glass, collapsing without warning. Alongside this heart-stirring spectacle, the dreamlike world seemed to lose the very foundation that sustained its existence, crumbling into chaos. What was once a breathtaking and intoxicating illusion now resembled delicate petals blown away by a tempest, falling helplessly into the void, one after another. The once vividly visible opulent palaces shattered into countless tiny fragments, streaking across the sky like shooting stars, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Amidst this chaos, Yuling felt the world spin around her. Everything around her becoming a blurred haze. She desperately grasped for something to steady herself, only to find herself utterly powerless. When her vision finally cleared, she realized she had returned to the familiar yet strange realm of reality. When Shubai had a protracted dream, wherein he lost his memory and occupied the body of the ancient Dragon Lord, collaborating with the priest to create a dream for the long-deceased Dragon Lord, helping him resolve his inner turmoil. In the dream, he, as the Dragon Lord, alongside the priest, tore the celestial path apart. Outside the dream, it was merely an illusion. Upon awakening from this dream, all would cease to exist. As when Shubai slowly opened his heavy eyelids, the first sight that greeted him was Yuling's enchanting visage, strikingly beautiful, accompanied by a scrutinizing gaze that bore curiosity. In truth, long before when Shubai regained consciousness, Yuling had gradually awakened and collected herself. Upon discovering that when Shubai lay beside her, she was genuinely taken aback, a look of surprise involuntarily gracing her features. At that moment, Yuling's astute mind began to whirl rapidly, contemplating the curious situation before her. With a gentle arch of her willow-like brows, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wen Shubai, her tone laced with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "How did you come to be here?" Wen Shubai, exhibiting remarkable composure, smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I am naturally here to seek treasures." As he spoke, his deep and luminous eyes crinkled into a crescent shape, akin to a crescent moon twinkling in the night sky, while his gaze towards Yuling held a subtle, almost imperceptible scrutinizing intent. That he smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Wen Shubai's response, Yuling displayed no sign of panic. Clearly, she had already prepared a plausible explanation in her mind for this inquiry. Thus, with a calm demeanor, she replied, "As for me, I am here for the same reason as you." Subsequently, the two exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes meeting in the air, seemingly able to penetrate one another's hearts. Yet it was evident that each harbored skepticism regarding the other's words. Neither truly trusted the other. Why Yuling, tall and graceful, stood resplendent in her vibrant red attire, akin to a blazing flame, radiating brilliance. This striking crimson garment perfectly accentuated her snow-white skin, smooth and delicate like mutton-fat jade, captivating all who beheld her. A faint fragrance wafted from her, subtle yet enchanting, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley, causing Wen Shubai, standing beside her, to momentarily lose his train of thought. For a time, an unusual silence enveloped the two. This silence was neither awkward nor devoid of conversation. Rather, countless thoughts churned within their minds, entangled yet unexpressed. Why Yuling broke the stillness first, her keen gaze sweeping over their surroundings. However, what greeted her was a thick, white mist, dense and heavy, obscuring everything and rendering the secrets hidden within utterly indistinguishable. "Do you know where this place is?" Yuling turned her gaze toward Wen Shubai, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of curiosity. In this moment, she was eager to learn his thoughts and speculations about this locale. "Just another illusion," he replied. Wen Shubai's response was succinct and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, his tone as tranquil as still water, although he himself was uncertain of what schemes that ancestor was concocting. His profound understanding of various mystical arts allowed him to glean certain insights from the myriad phenomena before him. Upon hearing this answer, the young maiden paused momentarily, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a brief interval, she was suddenly overcome by a sense of bafflement by all logical standards. At this juncture, the legendary divine sword ought to manifest. After all, this sword had been in relentless pursuit of its rightful master. And both she and Wen Shubai were renowned paragons of their realms, celebrated as the chosen ones. How could it remain silent until now? Were there other conditions yet to be fulfilled, or had it already been bound by Su Lin? As the thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable wave of despondency washed over her. It was crucial to note that the male protagonist was the fated child of this realm. Such enigmatic ancient artifacts were typically delivered directly into his hands by the will of the heavens, as if everything were predestined. Observing the shift in Yuling's emotions, Wen Shubai perceptively noted the subtle darkening of his deep-set eyes before gently inquiring, "What troubles you?" In response to Wen Shubai's concerned question, Yuling shook her head softly, yet could not suppress a sigh. saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly feel that perhaps I shall not find my fortune here." Having uttered this, she let out another resigned sigh, her expression clearly indicating her readiness to accept her fate. However, only when Shubai understood that the reality was not as grim as Yuling presumed. He could distinctly sense that the legendary divine sword had yet to forge a contract with anyone. Curiously, despite this awareness, he found himself unable to discern its precise location, even when invoking the power of his own bloodline. After a moment of contemplation, when Shubai placed his hand reassuringly on Yuling's shoulder and softly encouraged, "Do not lose heart so soon. Perhaps the timing simply has not yet ripened. If we wait a little longer, we may soon discover a turn of fortune. At his gentle touch, Yuling instinctively withdrew slightly, feeling an unsettling intuition about his intentions. Nevertheless, in the face of Wen Shubai's consolation, she could only muster a bittersweet smile. After all, for one who possessed a fated sword like herself, even if she were to locate this divine blade, forming a contract with it was utterly out of the question. More importantly, it mattered not who ultimately claimed this sword, but it must never fall into the hands of the male protagonist. This was the true purpose behind Yuling's arduous journey to this place. Chapter 44. Born for him. Meanwhile, upon stepping into this mysterious barrier, Su Lin was enveloped by an indescribable sensation. It was as if an invisible force was guiding him onward, compelling him to delve deeper into the unknown. Before long, he arrived at an exceedingly concealed nook, in this secluded corner, apart from a solitary sword standing in the center. There was nothing else. The sword stood quietly, its blade resembling exquisitely carved jade, emitting a gentle, lustrous glow. Upon the hilt were meticulously engraved two archaic characters, Wen Shao. Yet, this beautiful sword starkly contrasted with its name. Around it swirled a dense, inky aura, as dark and potent as the breath of a ferocious beast, clawing outward with palpable menace. Merely casting a glance at it sent shivers down one's spine and an icy chill through the bones. Was it calling out to me? Su Lin murmured, his gaze inadvertently becoming dazed and unfocused. As if under a spell, he found himself moving uncontrollably toward the sword, his heart brimming with curiosity and yearning for this peculiar blade. With each step, he drew closer, even beginning to feel the chill emanating from its blade. Just as he extended his hand to touch the frigid steel, a thunderous voice erupted in his mind. "Do not approach." This outburst struck him like a bolt of lightning, jolting Su Lin back to reality. That he trembled, abruptly halting his advance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was only then that he realized he had completely succumbed to a trance-like state. Had it not been for the timely warning from Wan Lao, the consequences would have been dire. "Wan Lao, what just transpired?" Su Lin inquired, his voice tinged with tremors, still reeling from the experience, confused and fearful. He felt immense gratitude for Wan Lao's intervention. "You were almost ensnared by that sword's allure. Had you recklessly approached, it could have consumed you entirely," Wan Lao explained, his demeanor grave. Upon hearing this, Su Lin instinctively placed a hand on his forehead, a flush of shame coloring his features as he confessed, "But I truly felt a sense of guidance emanating from it that moment." Wan Lao, situated within the ethereal space, furrowed his brows tightly, slowly shaking his head as he murmured, "Something is amiss." He then turned to Su Lin, stating, "You must understand that this sword did not subject you to any trial. Logically, it should not have directed you toward forming a bond with it." Upon hearing this, Su Lin silently pondered the notion of a trial. Reflecting carefully, he realized that, indeed, as Wan Lao had asserted, he had not undergone any form of assessment. Suddenly, a dazzling golden apparition materialized out of thin air without warning. Concurrently, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, its intensity so oppressive that it left one breathless. Even Wan Lao, existing in the spatial realm, could distinctly sense the formidable pressure. "What on earth is happening?" Wan Lao exclaimed urgently. However, as he could not visually perceive the specific circumstances outside, he was left to deduce the situation based solely on his perceptions. Faced with such an unfamiliar and terrifying aura, he found himself at a loss. Unable to conjecture what was unfolding, Su Lin, though silent, involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating the perilous and dire state of affairs. He knelt, his body rigid. As the apparition drew nearer, this ethereal figure radiated a blinding golden light, so resplendent that it was nearly blinding. Strangely, however, its visage bore no discernible features. merely a vague outline that flickered in and out of focus. Yet, the overwhelming and imposing aura surged forth like an unstoppable tide, instilling an instinctive reverence. The figure stood tall and slender, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that seemed capable of freezing the very air around it. Just as it came within a mere step of Su Lin, it unexpectedly halted. A voice, frigid and laden with authority, echoed, "How dare you come here?" Logically, this individual should not have been able to locate this place. Having never undergone the prescribed trials. In response to the inquiry, Su Lin slowly lowered his head, rendering him virtually unreadable to any onlookers. His voice trembled slightly as he stammered, I merely stumbled in by accident." It was undeniable that the pressure emanating from this apparition was overwhelmingly potent, leaving Su Lin devoid of the strength to rise and engage in an equal dialogue. Upon hearing his words, the man merely scoffed coldly. Internally, he speculated that this was likely yet another scheme orchestrated by the will of the heavens. In his prime, he had been unable to conquer this heavenly force. And now, after eons of wear and tear, only this faint remnant of a shadow remained. Was it possible that even the ultimate fate of his dragon bone was to be dictated by the will of the heavens? With this thought, the man snorted disdainfully. "Absolutely not. You are unworthy of it." The man's words struck Su Lin like a weighty stone, heavy upon his heart, causing a sharp pang of anguish to wash over him. A pain that surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. He felt as if his heart were sinking, plummeting into an abyss of despair, the oppressive darkness and hopelessness tightening around him. His hands, resting at his sides, unconsciously clenched into tight fists, the sheer force causing his knuckles to whiten as his nails dug deep into his palms, as if this was the only way to alleviate the torment within. "Why?" Su Lin murmured, his voice low, brimming with resentment and fury. He could not comprehend why others claimed he was unworthy of this divine sword. Did those so-called paragons truly possess a greater right to it? By what authority? For reasons unbeknownst to him. Ever since the moment Su Lin first laid eyes on the sword radiating an enigmatic glow, a voice deep within his heart has echoed incessantly, proclaiming that this sword was inherently his, and that no one possessed the right to wrest it away from him. Yet, at this moment, reality proved to be merciless, as he witnessed the very treasure that belonged to him slipping away. How could Su Lin resign himself to such fate? Gradually, he lifted his head, his once handsome visage now contorted by profound unwillingness. He gazed intently at the indistinct shadow before him, his resolve as steadfast as rock. Unyieldingly demanding, "Senior, please enlighten me as to why this is so." The man before him clearly registered the intense frustration etched upon Su Lin's face, yet instead of extending any semblance of understanding or sympathy, he revealed a hint of disdain, accompanied by a derisive scoff. Coldly, he retorted, "Humph, to desire to reap without sowing. One must first consider whether one possesses the requisite ability." In the face of the man's mockery, Su Lin did not succumb to anger or despair. On the contrary, he inhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions, and then earnestly and resolutely stated, "Senior, if it is possible, may I undergo an assessment now? I genuinely wish to demonstrate to you that I am certainly not one to seek unearned rewards." Yet within his heart, he remained convinced that this sword was destined for him, crafted for his very being. Chapter 45. The acquisition of the contractual right. After a brief silence, a chilling aura inexplicably emanated from the man's otherwise featureless face. It was as if an invisible force of darkness was gradually radiating from him, instilling a sense of dread. He was acutely aware that this young man before him was the child of destiny, favored by the heavens. Should he fail to meet the young man's demands and provide him with a suitable sword, the one who wielded the treasured Wenxiao sword would eventually find themselves at odds with the heavens, becoming a thorn in their side. Thus, it was inevitable that this individual would be mercilessly trampled underfoot by the child of fortune, serving merely as a stepping stone on another's path to ascendance. However, this man possessed an indomitable spirit, resolutely opposing the will of the heavens, unwilling to acquiesce to their desires. The smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly stated, "Very well. Since you are so determined, I shall grant you this opportunity." No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly swung his powerful hand. In the blink of an eye, Su Lin felt a flash before his eyes. His body suddenly losing control, vanishing without a trace. The man had invoked his domain, casting Su Lin into a small trial ground within the secret realm of the celestial realm. Within this trial, another sword lay in wait, but it was merely a replica of the Wenxiao sword, devoid of its true power. Having completed this maneuver, the man let out a cold laugh. He then raised his arm, Beckoning the true divine sword at the center with a gentle gesture, in an instant, the divine sword, as if drawn by an unseen force, soared toward him like a streak of light that he grasped the hilt firmly. And at that moment, his aura surged dramatically, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Lowering his gaze, he tenderly regarded the blade in his hand, as if gazing upon his most treasured possession. Simultaneously, he extended his other hand, gently caressing the sword's surface, savoring its icy smoothness. Although at this moment he was but a fleeting shadow, not his true self present in this realm, his reverence for the divine sword forged from his very dragon bone remained undiminished. How could a sword crafted from his own essence be easily relinquished to another, even if he currently existed as but a remnant? The next instant, the man's elongated figure similarly dissipated from sight. Following his departure, the surroundings collapsed instantaneously. As Yuling meditated, a sudden awareness struck her, an indescribable, hauntingly familiar presence intruded upon the tranquil space without warning. This sensation was akin to long-dormant memories being gently awakened. Elusive yet palpable, evoking an ungraspable sense of recognition. Concurrently, when Subai also keenly sensed the familiar yet unsettling power surging through his bloodline, his heart trembled, and instinctively, he edged closer to Yuling's position. As if proximity would allow him to better discern the source of this mysterious force. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, a slender and resplendent golden figure materialized before them like a specter. The brilliance was so blinding that Yuling, caught unawares, instinctively narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes against the glare. As her vision adjusted, she focused intently, instantly recognizing the familiar silhouette. Although merely a phantasmal image without distinct features, the formidable aura that radiated from it was unforgettable, instilling both fear and reverence within her. To date, she had only encountered such earth-shattering pressure emanating from the Dragon Lord within the realm of illusion. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she ventured to speculate, Dragon Lord? Her voice, though soft, resonated with clarity in the stillness of the space. At that moment, the man's gaze fixated intently upon the figure playing the role of the priestess within the illusion. Although Yuling could not discern the emotions and depths hidden within his gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude emanating from his penetrating stare. Could it be that this exalted Dragon Lord was expressing gratitude towards her? Standing to the side, when Subai was taken aback to discover that Yuling was acquainted with this enigmatic figure, surprise washed over him as he raised an eyebrow, casting a dubious glance at the apparition. Murmuring, Dragon Lord. Given his current desire to conceal his identity, he could only frown and continue the charade. His purpose for this journey was to bring the ancestral figure home, and he was certain that the elder would understand. When Subai surmised that the man had recognized his predicament, aware that the younger generation harbored their own burdens, thus refraining from exposing him, with a calm demeanor, the man slowly began to elucidate. You two are the candidates I have personally selected, both having successfully passed my rigorous trials. According to protocol, you possess the right to forge a contract with this mysterious treasure upon reaching this point. He paused momentarily, fixing his gaze intently upon one of them. However, from my observations, it seems you have already acquired your own destined spirit sword. This seemingly inquisitive statement was, in truth, an undeniable assertion that his words echoed. His gaze returned to Yuling with piercing intensity. Why Yuling had never intended to forge a contract with this spirit sword. Her true intention lay in thwarting the male protagonist's success and forming a bond. Who ultimately claimed the spirit sword was of little consequence to her. In response to the man's words, Yuling nodded without hesitation, softly affirming, indeed. Observing this, the man inclined his head slightly, indicating his comprehension. Without delay, he transferred the contractual rights he held into the hands of Wen Subai, speaking gently. In that case, the rights shall be entrusted to him. As he concluded, the man's gaze settled upon Wen Subai. The latter, tall and strikingly handsome, exuded an undeniable allure, reminiscent of a celestial being, radiating an aura that was impossible to overlook, evoking a sense of uncanny similarity to the man in his prime. Yuling exhibited a remarkable nonchalance towards this arrangement, even casually shrugging her shoulders and smiling as she remarked, I have no objections to this. It was as if this matter were but a triviality to her. At that moment, the previously silent man suddenly lifted his head, gazing upwards at the boundless sky above. For reasons unknown, his tone turned chillingly cold. In this illusion, thanks to both of you, I have finally unraveled the entangled knots within my heart. With this, I shall bear no regrets in my lifetime. As he spoke, the man's penetrating gaze fell upon Wen Subai. Though the Dragon Lord you portray lacks his own memories, His demeanor and actions closely resemble my own from years past. Truly, you are my descendant. This last sentiment he did not vocalize, but rather conveyed telepathically to Wensubai, brimming with affirmation. Wensubai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes dimming slightly. Dragon Lord, you mentioned that the contractual rights rest in my hands. If I choose not to forge a contract, will you then not vanish? Wensubai inquired, for his aim was to bring the ancestral figure home, not merely to reclaim the divine sword. Upon hearing their exchange, Yuling deduced that the Dragon Lord within the illusion was indeed portrayed by Wensubai. Could it be that the birthmark served as a distinguishing mark? Chapter 46. The dispersal of the Dragon Lord. It is futile, for the tale you have traversed within the illusion is precisely what I desired. In truth, I have succumbed to the will of the heavens. The man let out a light chuckle, seemingly amused by Wenshubai's innocence. What you see before you is but a fleeting shadow, he stated calmly, his words imbued with a sense of detachment. Both Wenshubai and Yuling fell into a heavy silence, as if their quietude could somehow slow the Dragon Lord's departure. Noticing the despondency in the two younger ones, the man unusually began to console them. However, you need not dwell too much on this, that I was born of the heavens and the earth, and upon my death, I merely returned to them. His tone was casual, yet both Yuling and Wenshubai understood all too well that for a cultivator, death meant complete obliteration from this world. Just as his words hung in the air, a sword unexpectedly materialized before him, appearing without warning. This sword was precisely the divine blade that Wenshubai had long sought. And it was the same sword that Yuling had once glimpsed in her dreams. The sword's appearance was as stunning as ever, its blade shimmering like exquisite jade, yet astonishingly, it emanated a dense aura of darkness. This dark essence did not render the sword terrifying. Rather, it bestowed upon it an enigmatic allure. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an inexplicable resonance between this sword and the one possessed by Yuling. As though they were destined companions, echoing each other. That moment, the spiritual energy surrounding the sword began to surge violently, as if imbued with life, churning restlessly. Simultaneously, faint sounds of a melodious hum could be heard emanating from the blade. A sound as clear and enchanting as a dragon's roar, reminiscent of ancient calls. The sword was named Wenshao, the man introduced in an unremarkable tone. However, just as his words concluded, something miraculous unfolded once more. The Wenshao sword, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, shot towards Wenshubai with incredible speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, piercing directly into Wenshubai's heart in the blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Wenshubai barely had time to react, letting out a muffled groan instead. His slender fingers instinctively pressed against his chest, attempting to alleviate the searing pain. At that moment, he appeared both pained and somewhat bewildered. Yet, the instant the Wenshao sword fully embedded itself within his heart, an extraordinary energy rapidly spread throughout his body. In an instant, he felt as though he and the divine sword had become one. Inseparable. As the sword completely entered his body, a fateful contract was officially sealed. Almost simultaneously, Wenshubai distinctly sensed a powerful resonance of the soul with the sword. This resonance seemed to arise from the deepest recesses of his being. A primal yearning that captivated him, drawing him into an inescapable trance. The so-called fateful contract would remain in effect as long as the soul endured. When one dies, the sword perishes. Yuling could not help but marvel at the astonishing speed of this contract. Far beyond her expectations. Typically, the process of forming a contract is intricate and time-consuming. Yet this divine sword completed it with such remarkable swiftness that it left her utterly astounded. Indeed, it was a legendary sword. And such efficiency was to be anticipated. The very moment the contract was finalized, the man, who had been tense, finally appeared to exhale a deep sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He understood that once the fateful contract was successfully established, even the mighty heavenly laws could not alter the established truth. After confirming that Wenshubai exhibited no signs of distress, the man shifted his gaze to Yuling. His eyes now brimming with unabashed admiration. With a slight smile, he opened his palm to reveal a dazzling ice blue gem, radiating a captivating glow. He then spoke softly to Yuling. This is the ice condensation pearl. A rare treasure. It contains an abundance of pure and potent ice elemental energy, which will significantly aid your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yuling hurriedly accepted the ice condensation pearl. Not only did it harbor ice elemental energy, but it also had the ability to gather it. Clearly, this was far more suitable for her, as an ice elemental root, compared to ordinary spiritual condensation pearls. After expressing her sincere gratitude, Yuling turned her gaze toward Wen Shubai, who stood a short distance away at this moment. Although his complexion appeared unchanged, a closer look revealed subtle clues. His eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, and within their depths lingered a shadowy hue, as if veiled by a shroud of gloom, leading one to speculate that his current mood was likely quite melancholic and troubled. Do you not wish to say anything? Yuling gently approached Wen Shubai, extending a slightly pale, delicate hand to lightly poke his side. Taken aback by this sudden gesture, Wen Shubai initially froze, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He opened his mouth, eager to speak, yet words failed him, leaving him only able to utter a simple syllable, I. After a brief moment of silence, Wen Shubai finally summoned his courage to lift his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed on the lofty dragon lord, expressing profound sincerity and clarity as he declared, we will undoubtedly do our utmost to seek justice for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the unexpected occurred. The previously serious man burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha, good child, he chuckled, shaking his head lightly. Yet, there was one phrase he ultimately refrained from uttering in the presence of others, in the eyes of the heavenly loss. It alone is the supreme sovereign, and all it deems worthy is the essence of justice. Just as the two were enveloped in the man's inexplicable laughter, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The man's figure became indistinct, as if shrouded in a ghostly haze, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a wisp of ethereal smoke, swiftly dissipating into the boundless expanse, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the Dragon Lord vanished entirely from this world. Chapter 47. The imitation sword in the trial grounds. After parting ways with the youth, Yichanga pondered deeply and resolved to find a secure location to cultivate diligently. Given her current level of cultivation, she was but a mere speck in the vast and competitive realm of immortal cultivation, insignificant and inconsequential. Thus, leveraging her exceptional intellect and the unique skills and rich experiences accumulated from her past life, she swiftly and accurately located a remarkably concealed cave. She stood before the seemingly unremarkable entrance of the cave. She did not rush in, but instead cautiously bent down, picking up a moderately sized stone from the ground littered with pebbles. With a gentle flick of her arm, the stone shot forward into the cave as swiftly as lightning. Moments turned to minutes, yet the cave remained eerily silent, devoid of any unusual sounds or movements. Once assured of safety, Yichanga finally relaxed and stepped into the cave. Upon entering, she began rummaging through the original owner's storage bag, thanks to her clear memories of the original owner's past experiences. She quickly located the cushion used for meditation. At this moment, she cared little for niceties. Seizing the cushion and sitting down without hesitation, she closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and entered a state of deep meditation. Truth be told, parting with the potential treasures hidden within this celestial realm did evoke a twinge of regret within her. However, after careful consideration, Yichanga understood that preserving her own life was of paramount importance above all else. Furthermore, another critical factor filled her with confidence about the future. She had successfully transformed into a singularly attributed fire elemental root bearer. It is worth noting that such a rare and powerful talent was indeed an extraordinary existence. With such an extraordinary advantage at her disposal, she firmly believed that, given time, it was only a matter of days before she could catch up to those so-called prodigies. The mere thought of this filled her with an invigorating zeal. As was her custom, she called upon the system in her mind, but upon receiving no response, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her and proceeded to meditate and cultivate. Meanwhile, Su Lin was unceremoniously thrust into the trial grounds by an overwhelming force. In an instant, he felt the world spinning around him, as if everything had been turned upside down. Once he managed to steady himself, a sense of panic surged within him, prompting him to urgently call out for Elder Wan. At that moment, Su Lin's complexion was as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his gaze darting around in fear and unease. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, fearful of any terrifying monsters or traps that might suddenly appear. After a considerable time had passed, confirming that no immediate danger was nearby, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Though his heart continued to pound like a drum, after calming himself down, Su Lin composedly addressed the air, saying, Elder Wan, that person unceremoniously transported me here. According to him, if I can successfully pass this trial, I shall obtain what rightfully belongs to me. As he spoke the last few words, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Elder One did not display much surprise. After all, Beings of great power who reside in hidden realms often design various arduous trials to select suitable successors. While such methods may be somewhat harsh, they are undeniably reliable. Thus, Elder One encouraged him earnestly. Well done. Since you have arrived here, make sure to seize the opportunity. You must concentrate on facing the challenges in the trial, and should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to call for my assistance. Understood, Elder One. Subsequently, Su Lin severed the connection with Elder One as he feared that the individual who had transported him might be observing him in secret, so it was wise to remain cautious. The area known as the trial grounds was indeed limited in size. And for the vast majority of cultivators, its challenges were quite manageable. Even Su Lin, who was merely at the foundational stage, felt a surge of confidence upon entering, believing he could deftly navigate the various trials. It was as if this trial ground had been tailor-made for him, with every step and every phase seemingly under his control. As he wielded the heavy iron sword and deftly severed the nearest thick vine. Something utterly unexpected occurred. The entire space underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant that Su Lin, who had been standing still, was suddenly drawn by an unseen force and instantaneously transported to a completely unfamiliar location. Thick fog enveloped him, shrouding the surroundings in such low visibility that he could scarcely discern the terrain beneath his feet. Yet, amidst this chaos, a peculiar sense of safety surged from the depths of his heart. Could it be that he had effortlessly passed this arduous trial? This thought involuntarily crossed his mind, prompting him to ponder the nature of this place. Su Lin whispered softly, his voice like a wisp of smoke. Where exactly is this? Although he appeared calm on the surface, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, fully aware that human intuition is not always reliable. Thus, in this unknown environment, he dared not let his guard down, remaining ever vigilant against potential dangers and unforeseen changes. However, contrary to his expectations, no threats lurked within the mist. Instead, a light gradually illuminated the path before him. Su Lin hurriedly followed this strange beam of light, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. When the light finally came to a standstill, he was astonished to find himself standing before a mysterious sword. This blade stood silently, emanating an aura that sent chills down his spine. It bore a striking resemblance to another sword he had encountered earlier, yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences became evident. The blade was forged from an incredibly hard black iron, glinting with the cold, sharp light. In contrast, the previous sword had a smooth, jade-like sheen, yet was shrouded in dark energy, evoking a sense of the uncanny. Moreover, both swords were enveloped in a formidable presence, albeit with slight variations, each radiating an extraordinary essence. Could this be the fated treasure meant for me? Su Lin mused internally. Unable to contain his impulse any longer, he trembled as he reached out to touch the sword hilt. However, the moment his fingertip brushed against the blade, a torrent of sword energy erupted violently. With a thunderous crash, Su Lin was sent hurtling 3 meters away. Like a kite severed from its string, he landed heavily on the ground, a sweet taste filling his throat, forcing him to cough. Despite sustaining such a blow, the excitement in Su Lin's eyes only intensified. Struggling to rise, he gazed at the sword still radiating immense energy, murmuring, "Truly, it is a divine sword." A boundless desire surged within him, as if this sword could bestow upon him the power and glory he had always yearned for. That moment, countless questions raced through Su Lin's mind. Why were there two such similar yet immensely powerful divine swords appearing in this place? What secrets lay hidden within? Yet, these queries were swiftly cast aside, for the most pressing matter at hand was to claim this divine sword that had seemingly presented itself to him. Drawing a deep breath, Su Lin's figure flickered, propelling him like an arrow towards the divine sword once more. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as he was predictably repelled once again. However, Su Lin showed no signs of discouragement, repeatedly rising from the ground and pressing forward with unwavering determination. Thus, he tirelessly attempted time and again, his clothes in tatters and his body marred with wounds, yet his relentless pursuit of the divine sword never wavered. At long last, he succeeded. He forged a contract with the sword, binding it as his destined spirit weapon. In that fleeting moment of success, the trial grounds began to collapse, a myriad of sword lights enveloping him entirely. Su Lin felt a warm current flowing through his body. Chapter 48. A clash of wits regarding the source of the imposter sword. After the Dragon Lord's catastrophic defeat in the monumental battle against the Heavenly Path, he, being the astute strategist he was, had already anticipated that the Heavenly Path would not relent, but rather devise cunning schemes to humiliate him further. Thus, before transforming his indestructible dragon bones into an unassailable ancient divine sword. He had prudently crafted an imitation sword using the abundant black iron of ancient times that in this manner, even if the heavenly path resorted to underhanded tactics to seize his divine sword. It would only be misled by this counterfeit and ultimately fail. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Lord's foresight proved prophetic. The Xiantian sword, forged from ordinary black iron, paled in comparison to the unparalleled divine sword crafted from his dragon bones. However, as time passed and countless ages rolled by, this once unremarkable black iron sword, imbued with a trace of his dragon breath, gradually developed its own sentient wisdom. Even more astonishing was that, over time, this ordinary sword not only gained intelligence but also increasingly resembled the legendary Wan Shao sword in both appearance and demeanor. Upon reflecting on this, the Dragon Lord couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for that young man. Yet, he remained unaware that in this era of scarce resources, a sword forged from black iron was indeed a rare treasure. It seemed that the heavenly path never failed to reward its favored children. After the Dragon Lord slowly dissipated before their eyes, it felt as though he had taken with him all the vitality in the surroundings, leaving behind a stifling silence. Both Yuling and Wen Shubai wore expressions of undeniable disappointment. At this moment, each was lost in their own thoughts. Yuling pondered her chances of succeeding against the supreme heavenly path, while Wen Shubai was filled with regret, realizing that the task he bore had utterly failed. After a moment of silence, Yuling broke the stalemate, seemingly casually asking, "So, what do you plan to do next?" As she spoke, she gently swept aside the slightly disheveled strands of hair blown by the wind. This seemingly inadvertent gesture exuded a unique charm. Yet, her gaze merely drifted intermittently towards Wen Shubai, as if she held little expectation for his response. Wen Shubai raised his hand, lightly brushing his forehead, and the once bright, star-like beauty of his eyes now appeared somewhat dimmed. He let out a soft sigh and murmured, "Perhaps I shall seek a tranquil place to delve into my cultivation, until this journey into the secret realm concludes." Upon hearing this, Yuling couldn't help but giggle, her laughter clear and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. With a teasing smile, she remarked, "If that is the case, wouldn't it be rather dull?" Suddenly, as if struck by an amusing thought, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she extended an invitation. "Why not accompany me to Wang Guanya?" Wen Shubai raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar name. Clearly at a loss, he inquired curiously, "What exactly is this Wang Guanya?" "It is, in fact, an exceptional place for sword practice." Yuling pondered to herself, considering that both of them were primarily sword cultivators, rather than squander precious time here. It would be far more beneficial to seize the opportunity to hone their skills at that location. The younger disciples were in dire need of various trials, and if she remained by their side, she might inadvertently hinder their growth. Thus, it seemed more prudent to let them venture forth and face the storms of experience on their own. As for Wen Shubai, Yuling speculated that his arrival in this enigmatic locale was chiefly motivated by the legendary sword before them. With a clear objective in mind, he certainly need not scavenge for treasures like the others, and he likely found himself with little to occupy his time. In light of this, the two could indeed join forces to practice their swordsmanship. With that thought in mind, Yuling proposed to Wen Shubai, "It is a splendid place for sword training. Shall we go together?" However, upon hearing her suggestion, a hint of helplessness flickered across Wen Shubai's face. In that moment, he felt the immense pressure of sharing the same generation as Yuling. One must understand that among their peers, a presence like Yuling, who could be deemed the embodiment of competitive excellence, made it exceedingly difficult for him to indulge in a leisurely pursuit of his own. The subject shifted abruptly, and Wen Shubai's previously serene expression suddenly bore a hint of contemplative complexity. Akin to a flash of lightning across a calm sea, his deep-set eyes, resembling tranquil pools, curved slightly, revealing a subtle smile, as he spoke with a teasing undertone, "For a sword cultivator as relentlessly competitive as you, I must say, venturing to a place like Hehuan Sect would truly underutilize your extraordinary talents. In my opinion, it would be far more fitting for you to join us at Hehuan Sect." After a brief pause, the brilliance of his smile intensified, and he continued, "If you wish to become a member of our sect, I could certainly speak favorably of you before my master, perhaps, in a moment of good humor. He might even take you as his disciple. As for me, I would begrudgingly agree to be your senior brother." However, just as Wen Shubai finished his sentence, Yuling cast him a disdainful and scornful glance. It is important to note that in Yuling's mind, she never believed there was anything amiss with a sword cultivator joining Hehuan Sect. On the contrary, compared to the myriad and convoluted rules of Hehuan Sect, Her free-spirited and carefree nature clearly favored the unrestrained style of Hehuan Sect. After all, in Yuling's view, sword cultivators were a breed of courageous individuals who pressed forward, battling alone. They merely needed to uphold the principles of righteousness deep within their hearts. For no matter where they found themselves, their innate talents could never be easily extinguished. Thus, Yuling scrutinized the dashing figure before her with her bright, piercing gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as she retorted. Honestly, it is your refusal to join Hehuan Sect that truly squanders your gifts at this juncture. Yuling's eyes unmistakably conveyed her genuine admiration for the youth before her, compelling her to once more extol. I must say, your striking handsomeness is such that failing to join us at Hehuan Sect would indeed be a lamentable loss. When Shubai merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Yuling. Truth be told, her unparalleled beauty in the realm of cultivation left him without retort. Chapter 49. Parting all right, it is time for us to depart, with a gentle lift of her delicate hand. A dazzling radiance flashed, summoning a sword imbued with a fierce aura, the Dawn's sword. Seemingly out of thin air, in the next instant, she vanished like a specter, her crimson attire fluttering through the air like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Accompanying her movements, the Dawn sword soared into the sky as if it possessed consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from view. Within mere seconds of Yuling's departure, when Shubai, who had been standing at a distance, came to his senses as if awakening from a dream, he inhaled deeply, forming a hand seal to summon his own sword, the Wenshao sword. Following this, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Yuling had vanished. Once the two successfully exited the formidable barrier enveloping the Spirit Mind Mountain, an astonishing scene unfolded in an instant. The vast expanse behind the Spirit Mind Mountain seemed to have been erased by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a hint of its prior existence. The entire spectacle was eerily bizarre, as if the rear mountain had never existed at all. Senior sister, cousin, two voices of surprise rang out simultaneously. It turned out that even before Yuling and when Shubai had made their appearance, Yuling, Bai Piao, and others had been waiting eagerly at the forefront of the Spirit Mind Mountain. At this moment, upon catching sight of that familiar and breathtaking red figure, their joy was palpable. In truth, prior to Yuling and when Shubai's emergence, the other cultivators who had remained at the Spirit Mind Mountain had sensed the unusual fluctuations emanating from the rear mountain. Consequently, many had rushed to investigate. However, upon their arduous arrival, they were stunned to discover that the entrance to the barrier had inexplicably sealed shut, rendering their efforts to enter utterly futile. With no other choice, most had to abandon their pursuit and seek new opportunities elsewhere. Yet, Yuling and Bai Piao remained steadfast in their belief that their senior sister, cousin, would undoubtedly return safely, thus resolutely waiting at their post. Unexpectedly, unbeknownst to everyone present, a shadowy figure lurked quietly behind Yuling. This silhouette, akin to a specter in the night, was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. As the shadow gradually approached, the onlookers finally discerned its form, a young man clad in pure black, standing tall and upright like a pine tree, exuding an air of cool elegance, resembling a celestial being stepped from a painting. His features were strikingly handsome, his exquisite countenance seemingly sculpted by the heavens themselves. Especially captivating were his delicate, phoenix-like eyes, with their slightly upturned corners hinting at a touch of charm and nonchalance. Most striking of all were his pale blue eyes, deep and oceanic, as if harboring infinite secrets, ensnaring anyone who gazed into them, rendering them utterly entranced. It turned out this mysterious youth was none other than Shubai, the illustrious chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect. At that moment, Yuling, observing the scene, immediately donned a mischievous expression, eager to witness the unfolding drama. She swiftly approached Yuling, her lively eyes darting between Yuling and when Shubai, curiosity radiating from her very being. Cousin, are you about to abandon us? Yuling feigned a pitiful demeanor, her voice sweet and soft as if it could draw tears, portraying a sense of helplessness as though her very existence hinged on Yuling's presence. Yet, in the face of Yuling's playful antics, Yuling remained unfazed. She raised her hand and playfully flicked Yuling's forehead, seizing the opportunity to impart some earnest advice to those present. On the path ahead, you must rely on your own strength to forge your way. I cannot forever serve as your protector. Yuling's gaze swept over each face in attendance, ultimately resting on Yuling, her expression growing increasingly solemn. Especially you, Yuling. understood. Yuxuang initially intended to rely on her cousin to effortlessly triumph in the secret realm. But alas, her father proved to be exceedingly capable and had anticipated this outcome long before. There she stood, her delicate toes listlessly tracing circles on the ground, her gaze occasionally darting towards her cousin, who was engaged in earnest conversation with others not far away. After much hesitation, she contemplated approaching her cousin as she usually would, to affectionately embrace her arm. However, a strange man lingering behind her cousin cast an intimidating shadow, causing her to hesitate and refrain from making any rash movements. Just then, Yuling had finished imparting all necessary instructions and, having bestowed upon those present precious artifacts capable of preserving their lives in dire moments, smiled and nodded towards Wen Shubai beside her. Before both turned to leave, their figures gradually receded until they vanished entirely from the sight of the onlookers. Once Yuling and Wen Shubai's silhouettes had completely disappeared, the previously tranquil atmosphere among the gathering erupted into a cacophony of chatter, as if some invisible restraint had been lifted. Everyone began to voice their opinions, igniting a lively atmosphere. Such a perfect match of talent and beauty. Bai Piao exclaimed with a radiant smile, while playfully patting Yuxuang's shoulder, seemingly intent on ensuring her words reached her. Upon hearing Bai Piao's remarks, Yuxuang couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her mind. Her adorable cheeks puffed up in dissatisfaction, resembling a miffed little pufferfish. Then, in a tone tinged with acidity, she muttered, "Humph, in my eyes, no one is worthy of my cousin." Yet, Bai Piao appeared entirely unfazed by Yuxuang's clearly emotional retort. She mischievously winked at Yuxuang before quickly covering her mouth with her hand, bursting into a peal of melodious laughter. After a considerable time, her laughter gradually subsided. That moment, Bai Piao stifled her amusement and gently remarked, "Hee, I was merely teasing you. Don't take it so seriously. In my heart, our senior sister is truly one of a kind, unmatched in her beauty." With that, she lifted her gaze towards the horizon, where the vibrant sun was slowly descending. At that moment, her eyes appeared somewhat dreamy, as if her thoughts had drifted far away with the fading sunlight. Chapter 50. Different paths of the sword gazing into the distance as far as the eye could see. The mountains rolled in undulating waves, presenting a breathtaking panorama without a single detail overlooked. The towering peaks, some soaring into the clouds, pierced the sky, while others twisted and turned like a mighty dragon coiling. Wisps of mist encircled the mountains, and ethereal energy ascended, as if cloaking the entire range in a veil of mystery. It was a realm of tranquil silence, with only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze and the occasional chirp of birds providing a harmonious response. Looking towards the horizon, a wash of orange and red illuminated half the sky, resembling a vibrant tapestry unfurling gradually. The fiery glow of the sunset resembled a blazing inferno, or blooming flowers in all their resplendence. It contrasted beautifully with the azure sky, creating a stunning tableau that captivated the soul and rendered one spellbound. The sword intentions of Yuling and Wen Shubai were starkly different. Yuling held a heart for the world and aspired towards the righteous path, while Wen Shubai was solely concerned with his own interests, embracing the path of slaughter. Clad in a vivid red attire that shone like a blazing flame, Yuling stood out, her grip firm on the sword named Dawn, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. In stark contrast, Wen Shubai donned dark robes, his countenance austere and his eyes glimmering with a cold, lethal intent, with the sound of a clear sword cry echoing. The two sprang into action, their forms intertwined. Sword shadows danced as they countered each other with a flurry of strikes, each move imbued with boundless power, dazzling to behold. Yet, at this moment, they both consciously chose to refrain from employing spells to suppress one another, relying solely on their exquisite sword techniques to determine the victor. With a sharp sound piercing the air, Yuling deftly twisted her wrist, and the Dawn sword sliced towards the side of Wen Shubai's face like a bolt of lightning. Her movements were as swift as the wind, flowing with the sword, leaving graceful arcs in the air, akin to a stunning masterpiece. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Wen Shubai appeared momentarily taken aback, but he quickly tilted his head, narrowly evading the sword's tip, yet his cheek was still grazed by the fierce sword energy, leaving a faint trace of blood. Wen Shubai raised an eyebrow, a hint of resignation crossing his features as he weakly remarked, "Could you refrain from targeting my face all the time? At least spare me a bit of dignity." Hearing this, Yuling let out a light huff, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied. "TSK, who told you to look so bothersome? However, since you've begged for mercy, I shall temporarily spare that handsome face of yours." With that, as she launched her next attack, she indeed made an effort to control the force of her sword, carefully avoiding Wen Shubai's strikingly attractive visage. For a time, neither could claim victory, yet both were immersed in their respective swordplay, unable to extricate themselves from its depths, if their past interactions had been characterized by misunderstandings. Now there was a burgeoning appreciation for one another. Long Mountain. After Su Lin acquired the sword, he was swiftly repelled from this place, despite the profound sorrow and regret he felt for losing that divine sword. A sense of indescribable satisfaction welled up within him as he tightly grasped this newly acquired divine blade that it was as if all his previous disappointments were remedied in that moment. Justifying his arduous journey to seek this treasured sword, he decided to name this sword Jiuyo. Su Lin gazed at the blade, lost in contemplation for a considerable time before solemnly endowing it with a name. This title seemed to resonate with the sword in a mysterious manner, immediately suggesting that it was no ordinary object. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Wan Lao, who had been silently watching from within the ring, harbored a sense of unease. For reasons unknown, he felt that this sword named Jiuyo possessed certain peculiarities. Yet, he could not pinpoint what seemed amiss. Judging solely by its appearance and quality, it was undoubtedly a rare and exceptional sword, albeit somewhat inferior to the one Su Lin had initially encountered and missed. However, Wan Lao refrained from voicing his concerns to Su Lin, seeing the boy's face brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. He couldn't bear to utter anything that might dampen his spirits and disrupt this splendid atmosphere. Su Lin took a moment to calm his exhilaration, then turned to Wan Lao and suggested, "Elder Wan, I believe we should take advantage of the remaining time to explore further opportunities. We might discover even greater rewards." His eyes sparkled with anticipation and yearning, clearly eager to embark on a new adventure. His current circumstances were not as favorable as before. Without the backing of his family, he had to rely solely on his own abilities. Although he belonged to a sect, he was not a core disciple, and thus the resources available to him paled in comparison to those of the favored few. Wan Lao naturally considered this, and thus they proceeded onward. After leaving Long Mountain, Su Lin's journey was remarkably fortuitous. He encountered predominantly low-ranking first- and second-tier beasts along the way. However, since acquiring the mysterious and powerful Jiuyo sword, everything had changed dramatically. This divine blade seemed to resonate with his intent, each swing unleashing fierce sword energy that rendered the once formidable beasts utterly helpless. Consequently, Su Lin's efficiency in dispatching these lower-tier beasts had significantly increased. At that moment, a familiar, steady voice echoed in Su Lin's mind. "Kid, I just recalled something. Where is that girl named Li Yunhe now?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin paused momentarily, then began to reflect. After a moment, he replied, "Now that you mention it, I realize that since we emerged from the trial grounds, I haven't seen her at all." "Oh, could it be that she left before us?" Su Lin speculated with a furrowed brow. However, Wan Lao shook his head, expressing skepticism about this notion. Given his understanding of Li Yunhe's character, she had been more than willing to lend them assistance and support during their time together. Logically, if she intended to leave, she would have said her goodbyes, not simply vanished without a trace. Reflecting on this, Wan Lao let out a soft sigh, stating, "Well, since we can't find her, we might as well let it go. Perhaps she truly has pressing matters to attend to. We should continue our journey." Once the words were spoken, Wan Lao ceased to mention the matter, and Su Lin nodded, resuming his stride forward. Chapter 51. Unplayable. Engaging in ambush. Meanwhile, after Yuling and her entourage had departed, the atmosphere around the spirit mine grew heavy and desolate. Li Yunhe stood alone, her gaze fixed longingly on the path from which Su Lin had vanished. As seconds turned into minutes, her anxiety compelled her to pace restlessly, her delicate footsteps akin to flowers swaying in the wind. Yet still, Su Lin's figure remained elusive. What could be the reason? Why had he not returned after such a prolonged absence? Li Yunhe's brows knitted slightly, her heart racing with unvoiced concerns, her luminous eyes, akin to twinkling stars, brimmed with confusion and worry, leading her to entertain dark thoughts. Had Su Lin encountered some misfortune along the way? Or perhaps he was ensnared by a formidable foe from which he could not escape. In reflection, Li Yunhe recalled how she had previously followed by Pia Piao and her sister's group, their camaraderie filled with laughter and mutual support. dispelling any feelings of solitude or fear. Yet now, they had departed, leaving her to await Su Lin in solitude. The abruptness of this stillness left her feeling somewhat helpless. However, unbeknownst to her, danger lurked nearby. Gradually closing it turned out that those individuals, frightened off by Yuling earlier, had not truly retreated but lay in ambush, biding their time. They had originally intended to strike once Yuling and her companions were gone, eager to teach Su Lin a harsh lesson for his audacity. Yet, after waiting in vain for his appearance, their collective gaze fell upon the solitary Li Yunhe. The leader's eyes glinted with a cunning light, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he lowered his voice, issuing orders to his compatriots. Seize her. Do not let that little girl escape. And no sooner had he spoken than the brutal band surged towards Li Yunhe like wolves drawn to the scent of blood, encircling her with a ferocity that left her no room for escape. Upon realizing the familiar yet loathsome faces before her, a chill of indifference filled her gaze, with a tone as frigid as the frost of winter. She demanded, "What do you want this time?" Without hesitation, Li Yunhe unsheathed the sword at her waist, the cold light flickering as a fierce aura enveloped her. Yet, deep down, she understood that her strength was insufficient to contend with this band of rogues. Nevertheless, she braced herself, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Since you were so steadfastly allied with that fellow named Su Lin, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Today, you shall pay the debt he owes. The leader glared at Li Yunhe with a vicious expression, his eyes seemingly ablaze with hatred as he spoke. He scrutinized her from head to toe with a gaze brimming with malice directed at Su Lin. Hearing his words, Li Yunhe suppressed her fear and anger, striving to maintain her composure. She swiftly devised a counter-strategy, retorting, "This is utterly preposterous. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their creditors. What do you have against Su Lin that you would take it out on me?" At that moment, Li Yunhe recalled that Yuling was not present with her sister's group, rendering it nearly impossible to seek help. Was it true that today she would fall into the clutches of these men? As this thought crossed her mind, cold sweat began to form in her palms. Nevertheless, her instinct for survival urged her to continue seeking an escape. "We may not find him, but as long as you are in our grasp, he will surely come for you." The man seemed determined to abduct her. With a swift motion, he raised his powerful hand, and the surrounding thugs, like wolves sensing blood, surged forward eagerly. In an instant, cries of battle and the clashing of weapons reverberated throughout the area. Faced with such overwhelming and aggressive foes, Li Yunhe stood undaunted, wielding her sword with all her might in fierce resistance. She moved with the grace of a swallow, her swordplay sharp as the wind, each strike imbued with resolute intent. Yet, despite her valiant efforts, she ultimately found herself outnumbered as moments dragged on. Fatigue began to weigh heavily upon her. However, she gritted her teeth, persevering for what felt like an eternity. Regrettably, without reinforcements arriving, the solitary Li Yunhe was ultimately unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of her adversaries. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the air. Her sword, held tightly in her grasp, was struck from her hands during the fierce melee, clattering to the cold, hard ground. This sudden turn of events shifted the tide against Li Yunhe dramatically. Almost immediately after her sword fell, several shadowy figures darted before her, seizing her arms and shoulders, binding her tightly and rendering her immobile. At this moment, the leader stepped forward, a repugnant smirk plastered across his face. He lifted a slender finger, tilting Li Yunhe's delicate chin with a casual air, and spoke in a tone dripping with mockery. "Tiske, look at this little beauty. Quite striking indeed. If that fellow named Su Lin continues to delay his arrival, you shall have to stay here to adequately compensate us for our troubles." Haha. Upon hearing such disrespectful remarks, Li Yunhe's brows furrowed fiercely, her eyes widening in indignation. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully shrugged off his hand and turned her head defiantly. Glaring at him, simultaneously, she bit her lip and boldly retorted, "Do not speak such nonsense. My master is a venerable elder of the sword-seeking sect. Should you dare lay a finger on me, you shall reap the consequences." The man's lips curled into a derisive smile, his mockery unrestrained as he scoffed. "Humph, merely a lowly elder. What is so impressive about that? We are backed by the illustrious Mo family, one of the 5 great clans. Do you think we fear retribution from insignificant beings like you? How laughable." His words dripped with arrogance and hubris. At that moment, a dull thud resonated, and Li Yunhe found herself compelled to kneel on the cold, hard ground. This unforeseen humiliation surged within her, igniting a fire of indignation. She squeezed her eyes shut, her fury burning like an uncontrollable blaze. At this instant, she wished nothing more than to charge forward and tear these despicable men apart to assuage her wrath. For Li Yunhe, as a sword cultivator, her pride was paramount. Yet today, she faced such a profound disgrace. If this matter was not handled properly, it would become an indelible demon within her heart, severely impacting her future path of cultivation. Li Yunhe clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her emotions, yet tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks like crystal droplets, each one embodying her grievances and resentment. Even so, she resolutely lifted her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on her foes. At this juncture, the man, reveling in his triumph, gestured to his companions and issued a cruel command. "Take her away." Chapter 52. Arrival of the latecomer. Despite having ventured some distance away, Su Lin could not entirely relinquish his concerns for Li Yunhe. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. As he progressed halfway, he could no longer restrain himself and halted, turning to gaze back, his brow furrowed in deep thought as he murmured, "I truly cannot put my mind at ease regarding her." Images of the malevolent faces of those individuals flashed through his mind. He understood all too well that they would not rest until they had exacted their revenge. If they could not find him, they would likely unleash their fury upon the innocent Li Yunhe. After a tumultuous inner struggle, Su Lin resolutely decided to retrace his steps. With hurried strides, he advanced along the path, his heart aflame with urgency, longing to soar to Li Yunhe's side and protect her. Fortunately, the return journey proved to be smooth, devoid of any hindrances. However, just as he reached the midway point, a group of figures appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the very individuals with whom he had crossed paths before. Su Lin, undeterred, boldly approached the menacing group alone. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning the scene. And soon he spotted Li Yunhe, held captive by several burly men. She appeared pale, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness, her once orderly hair now a tangled mess. Seeing this, Su Lin's heart tightened, and he instinctively pressed his lips together, his expression darkening as a surge of unnameable fury surged within him. At that moment, the man at the forefront of the group noticed Su Lin's arrival. His eyes gleaming with malicious delight, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed at Su Lin, "Ah, you wretched brat. We've been searching high and low for you. Today marks your demise." Laughter erupted, echoing with derision. "Ha, do you see? This is the fate of those who offend us." The man, reveling in his triumph, yanked Li Yunhe towards him with a brutal grip, as if she were a mere chicken. He continued with a voice as cold as ice, "Open your eyes wide and behold. She is now in our clutches. If you wish to spare her suffering, you had best surrender obediently. Release her, or you shall not leave this place alive today." Su Lin thundered, unsheathing his sword from his waist, its blade glinting ominously. He stood tall and unwavering before them, his stature as straight as a pine tree, radiating an air of defiance and disdain, as though these men were no more than insignificant ants. The leader's face betrayed a profound scorn at Su Lin's audacity. With a slight smirk, he sneered, "How brazen! Today is your last day." With that, he ceased his taunts, swiftly gesturing with his hand, commanding, "Charge." At his command, a horde of ruffians surged forward, weapons raised, ready to assault Su Lin. A cacophony of shouts and clashing blades filled the air. Yet, the leader did not join the fray. Instead, he retreated to the back of the group, arms crossed, coldly observing the impending bloodbath. Just then, Su Lin suddenly closed his eyes, and in that instant, a formidable aura erupted from within him. When he opened his eyes again, the once clear depths had transformed into a chilling gaze, as if a different soul inhabited his body. At this moment, the hidden master, Wan Lao, had taken control of Su Lin. His gaze was as frosty as winter, and his sword danced like the wind, each strike swift as lightning, leaving onlookers breathless. Each thrust was accompanied by a fierce sword energy, mercilessly denying the enemies any chance to breathe or retaliate. The air was filled with the wails of the fallen, as those who charged forward found their throats pierced before they could comprehend their opponent's moves, blood spraying as they collapsed lifelessly. The remaining assailants, gripped by fear, attempted to persist in their assault, yet their strikes barely grazed Wan Lao, akin to mere tickles, inflicting no harm whatsoever. On the contrary, Wan Lao's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. His swordplay a tempest that left no avenue for escape. Li Yunhe, still restrained, witnessed Su Lin's prowess, her admiration for him deepening even as she sought an opportunity to retaliate, seeing the tide turn against him. The leader carelessly loosened the binding ropes that held Li Yunhe, intending to intervene. Seizing the moment of distraction, Li Yunhe swiftly evaded the grasp of her captor and snatched a sword, with unwavering determination. She charged towards the back of the leader. The man, focused solely on Wan Lao, was blindsided by Li Yunhe's sudden attack. Her blade drove into his back, and as he felt the sudden shift, it was too late to evade. The sword pierced through flesh, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the blade protruding from his chest. As he fell, the remaining ruffians scattered in panic. Fleeing like frightened animals, Wan Lao gradually retracted the overwhelming aura that had enveloped him, like a tide receding. With the withdrawal of Wan Lao's presence, Su Lin regained control over his body. Yet he felt an overwhelming weakness, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. That he swayed slightly, the world around him spinning into a blur. Meanwhile, Li Yunhe dispatched the remaining feeble opponents with swift efficiency. Anxiously, she hurried to Su Lin's side, extending her hands to steady him as he wavered. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with worry and concern as she urgently inquired, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Su Lin mustered a weak smile and placed a hand gently on her arm. He reassured her, "Do not worry. I am fine now." Yet, deep within, he acknowledged that had it not been for his own inadequacies, they would not have found themselves in such peril, and he had unwittingly dragged Li Yunhe into danger alongside him. Overcome with guilt, he gazed sincerely into her eyes and admitted, "This is all my fault. I have implicated you that if not for me, you would not have encountered such troubles." His self-reproachful words. Li Yunhe quickly shook her head. Her voice soft as she replied, "Do not say that. This is not your fault. Helping each other in times of danger is only natural." As they spoke, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. And in that instant, Li Yunhe felt her heart race, as if struck by an unseen force. A wave of fluster washing over her, a delicate blush crept up her fair cheeks, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring. One must admit, Su Lin possessed an enviable appearance. His sharp brows and starry eyes radiated an otherworldly charm. Especially in this moment, with them so close, there was an unavoidable sense of physical intimacy. This proximity stirred ripples within Li Yunhe's previously tranquil heart, the depths of her feelings remaining a mystery known only to her. Chapter 53. Departure of Yuling. Time flew by, and before long, more than a month had passed since the opening of the Fantiang secret realm. Now, it was on the verge of closing. One by one, all participants emerged from the realm. After bidding farewell to Wen Shubai, Yuling rejoined by Pia Piao and the others, and together they departed from the Fantiang secret realm. Throughout this time, Yuling had not seen Su Lin again. Although she was puzzled by the protagonist's lack of significant action, she ultimately could not monitor him incessantly, so she chose not to dwell on it. On the journey back to their sect, Bai Pia Piao and Yu Shuiying were particularly exhilarated, showing no signs of fatigue. Bai Pia Piao eagerly approached Yuling, her face alight with excitement and joy, unable to contain her desire to share their astonishing discoveries from the past few days. "Senior sister, we have been incredibly fortunate this time," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "We stumbled upon a vast medicinal herb field, yet it seems that prior to our arrival, it had been ravaged by others, leaving much of it in disarray. Nonetheless, our harvest is still rather impressive." Upon hearing this, Yuling was initially taken aback, but then scrutinized Bai Pia Piao closely. When she confirmed that Bai Pia Piao's previous injuries had completely healed, the weight that had been pressing upon her heart finally lifted, and she let out a long sigh of relief. That a smile of contentment graced Yuling's lips as she replied gently, "That is splendid news." She then turned her gaze to Yu Shuiying, inquiring softly, "Shuiying, how was your experience?" At the mention of her name, Yu Shuiying's heart skipped a beat, her eyes flickering slightly with a hint of apprehension as she answered, "Well, I also gained quite a lot. This outing has proven to be an excellent opportunity for training." As her words fell, she seemed determined to substantiate her claims, her face alight with pride as she retrieved her broken 9-section whip from behind her. Raising it high to display to Yuling simultaneously, she could not resist boasting, "Cousin, look, even my 9-section whip has been forcefully shattered, which is ample evidence of how hard I have fought and how diligently I have strived." However, as Yuling gazed at the fractured whip, her brows instinctively knitted together. Her beautiful eyes scanned Yu Shuiying from head to toe, concern evident in her expression. The whip being broken is not a significant issue. It can be repaired. But have you sustained any injuries? Although Yuling could not discern any apparent severe wounds, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. That of course not. Don't worry, Yu Shuiying replied. Hehuan Sect, after traversing a considerable distance, they finally returned to the sect. Yet before Yu Shuiying could catch her breath, she received an urgent message from her father, instructing her to return to the family immediately. With a special envoy dispatched to escort her, despite her profound reluctance to part from Yuling, Yu Shuiying was acutely aware that her father's command was not to be defied. She muttered in complaint. Cousin, my father is being too excessive. Why is he calling me back in such a frantic manner? As she spoke, her delicate face betrayed her difficulty in concealing her sorrow. Her large, glistening eyes fluttered, refusing to stray from Yuling's presence, as if the moment she looked away, the person before her would vanish. Noticing this, Yuling smiled gently and extended her delicate, jade-like hand to softly stroke Yu Shuiying's head. In my opinion, your father is likely eager to assess the results of your recent training excursion. Really? Upon hearing this, Yu Shuiying gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared skyward in terror. Muttering softly, this is too frightening. My father is simply a devil. Meanwhile, Yuling merely smiled mischievously, responding casually, well, you'll have to face that yourself. Good luck, no. Yu Shuiying felt she needed rest, not merely to toil away like a beast of burden. In truth, she was profoundly saddened and forlorn at the thought of parting from Yuling, though she had not explicitly voiced it. Ever since she learned she had to depart early, she had clung to Yuling like a shadow, scarcely leaving her side, wishing to remain in her company at all times. Let us go. Gather your things, Yuling said leisurely, lifting her teacup and savoring the fragrant brew, after setting the cup down gracefully. She stood and gently instructed Yu Shuiying to in response. Yu Shuiying appeared as if she had lost her spirit, dragging her seemingly leaden body to her belongings with great difficulty, mechanically organizing her items. Before long, both had packed their necessities. They then made their way to where Bai Piao was, greeting her before preparing to depart for the sect's entrance at this moment, though Bai Piao said little. Her face was filled with an unmistakable expression of reluctance. Silently, she took out a collection of small, charming, and intriguing trinkets from her bosom, gently placing them in Yu Shuiying's hands. With a smile, she said, these are for you. I hope they will preserve our friendship. I will miss you. As they prepared to part, Yu Shuiying embraced Bai Piao tightly, her eyes brimming with affection and sorrow, her voice slightly choked. Bai Piao reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor, tenderly replying, so will I. After a heartfelt farewell, Yu Shuiying reluctantly followed Yuling away, glancing back 3 times. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, Yuling halted, her gaze fixed on the dejected Yu Shuiying, who had kept her head bowed. After a prolonged moment of silent observation, a flicker of compassion stirred within Yuling's heart. She sighed gently and offered words of comfort. All right, do not remain so downcast. Rest assured, before long, I shall need to return to the clan myself. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Yu Shuiying's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her features, her words laced with surprise, yet predominantly filled with skepticism. After all, Yuling was an extremely busy person, having not returned to the clan for years. Why Yuling smiled slightly, lifting her right hand to playfully flick Yu Shuiying's forehead. Her expression sincere, yet serious as she stated, why would I deceive you? This return is partly due to pressing matters, but it is also specifically to see you. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuiying's doubts gradually dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile of elation. All right, I will wait for you. Yu Shuiying grasped Yuling's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, her large, glistening eyes brimming with anticipation and reliance, as if the moment she released her grip, the person before her would vanish. Why Yuling raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze drifting past Yu Shuiying to the 2 imposing guards stationed behind her. These guards were tall, with stern expressions, exuding an air of authority. Noticing Yuling's glance, they promptly bowed respectfully. Very well, you must take your leave, Yuling said, though a tinge of reluctance lingered in her heart as she slowly released her hand from Yu Shuiying's grasp. Those words fell upon Yu Shuiying like a bucket of cold water, instantly dampening her previously exuberant spirits. Yu Shuiying replied softly, her tone melancholic, as though she bore an immense grievance. Nevertheless, she obediently turned away. casting glances back as she made her way toward the spirit vessel. Seeing their young mistress departing, the two guards stepped forward and bowed once more to Yuling, greeting her respectfully. Young Mississippi. They then turned to Yu Shuiying, addressing her in unison. Third Miss To the guards' greetings. Yu Shuiying seemed oblivious, continuing forward without a backward glance. Why Yuling, however, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. As Yu Shuiying approached the carriage, Yuling could not help but admonish the two guards. Take good care of the third miss on the journey. Absolutely no mistakes must occur, and be sure to prioritize her safety. The guards straightened at once, responding in unison, yes, please rest assured, young miss. After receiving a positive response, Yuling finally felt a slight sense of relief. Chapter 54. Yangyang City. Regarding her promise to Yu Shuiying, Yuling was not jesting. It was indeed necessary for her to return to her clan, with her master currently in seclusion, to recuperate from serious injuries and given the possibility of a wounded soul. As a dutiful disciple, she naturally had to consider her master's well-being. This return to her clan was primarily to seek her father's assistance in concocting a soul-nourishing pill. Yuling had always maintained stringent standards for the quality of elixirs, and throughout the realm, only her father's creations could attain the effects she desired. Yangyang City. After leaving the valley, Yuan Ji did not hasten to find Yuling out of both sentiment and propriety. It would be somewhat inappropriate to visit unannounced. Moreover, he currently had no means to contact Yuling. Should he approach recklessly, he might be mistaken for an opportunist and driven away. Thus, Yuan Ji could only take the token given to him by his master and proceed to Hehuan Sect to fulfill the task assigned to him. Hehuan Sect was located in a remote area on the western outskirts of the cultivation world, requiring passage through numerous cities to reach. However, these cities had strict regulations. No one was permitted to fly over them on a sword or spirit vessel. Consequently, Yuan Ji's travel speed was inevitably hindered on this journey. Yuan Ji bore the heavy responsibility of relieving a certain individual from the affliction of cursed poison. Before his departure, his master had earnestly instructed him not only to successfully dispel the poison, but also to unearth the perpetrator secretly inflicting harm upon the innocent. Although this task was not insurmountable, considering the various intricacies and potential variables, it would still take a considerable amount of time to accomplish. At present, Yuan Ji was traversing a bustling thoroughfare, clad in distinctive attire from the Miao region. His flowing garments lent him an enchanting allure. The youth's features were exquisite, with deep-set eyes shimmering like black jewels. Adorning his ears were a pair of delicate feather earrings that danced lightly with his every step. Adding an element of grace to his appearance, the cascade of silken hair fell freely over his shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze, while a resplendent silver ornament rested upon his brow, glinting in the sunlight and captivating the gaze of passers-by. Such a striking demeanor made Yuan Ji stand out conspicuously in the crowd. However, he seemed oblivious to the curious and scrutinizing glances directed his way. Continuing his leisurely stroll to others, the youth appeared as an oddity. Yet within, Yuan Ji paid no heed to worldly judgments, focusing solely on his own path. Having spent many years secluded, he held a profound fascination for the outside world, pausing at various stalls to purchase an array of exquisite and intriguing trinkets. These items were not for himself, but rather gifts for Yuling. Observing the youth's keen interest in their wares, the vendors perked up like cats sensing a fresh scent, eagerly displaying their skills in persuasion, attempting to entice him into parting with more silver for items that were hardly worth their price. Nevertheless, despite his seemingly naive demeanor, the subtle yet unmistakable aura of spiritual energy surrounding him could not be concealed. Most of the merchants present, possessing even a modicum of discernment, understood that a person with such latent power was not to be trifled with. Thus, the majority of vendors were astute enough to read the youth's expressions. Upon detecting even the slightest hint of displeasure or impatience, they would immediately fall silent, refraining from further attempts to hawk their goods. Once he had acquired the items he desired, Yuan Ji made his way without hesitation to a nearby tea house. He remembered Yuling's fondness for tea, and thus sought to savor various fragrant brews, hoping to cultivate more shared topics for future conversations with her. Upon finding a spacious, well-lit seat, Yuan Ji settled in. Mimicking the elegant and tranquil manner in which Yuling typically enjoyed her tea, he gingerly lifted the exquisite teacup before him, bringing it to his lips, and took a delicate sip. Just as he prepared to relish the lingering aroma of the tea, he was suddenly startled by a cacophony of noise emanating from the entrance of the tea house, with the sound growing increasingly louder, as if a crowd had gathered to watch something. However, Yuan Ji, being inherently languid, felt no inclination to investigate, barely lifting his eyelids as he continued to savor his fragrant tea. The entrance of the tea house. Yi Chang'e donned a flowing white robe, her beauty now striking in contrast to her haggard appearance a month prior. She had evidently transformed into a captivating figure since leaving the Fandy secret realm. Her cultivation had surged, and she had now reached the foundation establishment stage. Shortly after successfully breaking through, she began plotting revenge for the original owner. The circumstances that allowed the original owner to enter the Hehuan Sect as a mere servant were complex. To trace back to the root of the issue, one must start with the original owner's avaricious parents. In the past, they had been blinded by wealth, heartlessly selling their daughter to the Hehuan Sect, condemning her to a life of servitude. For those truly yearning to embark on the path of cultivation, becoming a servant disciple typically signified a life increasingly distant from the realm of cultivation, relegated to serving others and living in subservience. Yet, the original owner's parents showed no concern for her future or fate. Their only preoccupation was with the original owner's younger sister. Yi Qingyan, the family to which the original owner belonged, was not an ordinary household, but a reputable cultivation family in Yangyang City. While their strength may not rival that of renowned sects, they were far from destitute enough to require their daughter to serve as a servant disciple at Hehuan Sect for survival. Thus, various signs indicated that the original owner's unfortunate demise was intricately linked to her parents, who played a crucial role in this tragedy. Now that she had attained the foundation establishment stage, and with Yi Qingyan potentially lacking her prowess, her return was solely to make them see her in a new light and to strike back fiercely. Before reaching home, she encountered her original sister, Yi Qingyan, at the tea house entrance. The moment she laid eyes on Yi Qingyan, memories of the original owner's childhood bullying flooded her mind. The original owner's mother was her father's first wife, who had passed away early due to illness. The woman who remarried was Yi Qingyan's mother. In truth, Yi Chang'e was the legitimate daughter, while Yi Qingyan was merely the daughter of a concubine. Chapter 55. Dreaming madly upon seeing Yi Chang'e, an expression of utter astonishment instantly crossed Yi Qingyan's beautiful face. Likewise, Yi Chang'e began to scrutinize Yi Qingyan from head to toe. Why, Yi Qingyan truly embodied the delicate pearl cherished by her parents. Her figure was graceful, and her beauty bloomed like the peach blossoms of spring. Her pink robe shimmered with hues that bespoke its superior fabric and considerable worth. The storage pouch at her waist was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate floral patterns, subtly emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. "Sister Yi Chang'e," Yi Qingyan called out, her voice trembling with disbelief and astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Her eyes widened, fixating on Yi Chang'e with an expression that blended shock with a hint of accusation and doubt. The gaze she directed at Yi Chang'e felt sharp, as if probing into the depths of her soul to uncover secrets. Yet, the figure before Yi Qingyan was no longer the inconspicuous, dusty girl she remembered. Though Yi Chang'e still wore modest clothing, her visage, strikingly similar to her mother's, exuded an ethereal beauty that was utterly captivating. Just a single glance sent a jolt through Yi Qingyan's heart, an indescribable emotion swelling within her. "How is this possible?" Yi Qingyan murmured to herself, filled with confusion and disbelief. As far as she knew, hadn't Yi Chang'e already gone to Hehuan Sect to become a lowly servant disciple? Why, then, was she suddenly here? In response to Yi Qingyan's inquiry, Yi Chang'e merely chuckled coldly, retorting, "Why can't I be here? Is this place somehow owned by your family?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyan quickly shook her head in denial. "No, it's not." Her voice was soft and melodious, evoking a sense of poignant vulnerability. Gradually, she lowered her head, nervously pressing her lips together, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two became exceptionally tense. A palpable standoff poised for eruption. The surrounding cultivators, initially drawn by mere curiosity, sensed the charged air thick with anticipation, drawing closer to encircle the two women at the center of the crowd. Whispers circulated among them, each eager to uncover the cause of this fierce confrontation. But Yi Chang'e had no desire to engage in unnecessary dialogue with Yi Qingyan. Her mind was singularly focused on one thought: to deliver a resounding slap to Yi Qingyan's face. Quelling her brazen arrogance, Yi Qingyan appeared somewhat flustered, mumbling incoherently. After a lengthy pause, she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Sister, did you not go to the Heart Inquiry Sect?" "Huh. Thanks to you. After being sent to the Heart Inquiry Sect, I unexpectedly found myself fortunate enough to cultivate," Yichanga replied, a sly smile gracing her lips as she deliberately provoked Yi Qingyan to in truth. Her words were merely a ploy to ignite the flames of jealousy that simmered within Yi Qingyan. After all, remnants of the original owner's memories revealed that Yi Qingyan's every harsh word and humiliation stemmed from a deep-seated jealousy. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of shock as she exclaimed, "Impossible! This is absolutely inconceivable," she muttered, staring intently at Yichanga, as if searching for any sign of weakness. However, a sense of dread gripped her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not discern the true extent of Yichanga's current cultivation. In her heart, Yi Qingyan pondered. Her mother had explicitly told her that Yichanga was nothing but a worthless waste. Yet, how could it be that this once disdained individual had begun to cultivate? And what of her cultivation? "Sister, have you perhaps mastered some sinister technique?" Yi Qingyan's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes glinting with malice. Her words spilled forth as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. The term sinister technique struck the air like a thunderclap, resonating in the ears of those present, in the realm of cultivators. Any mention of demonic practices would incite a wave of uproar. Such so-called sinister techniques were typically the domain of those with ill intentions, practitioners who had fallen into the path of darkness. Instantly, the crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Countless eyes, filled with suspicion and doubt, converged upon Yichanga. These gazes pricked her like needles, as if any hint of association with sinister cultivation would render her the target of their ire. Yichanga mused silently. Yi Qingyan's tactic was ruthlessly effective. With but a baseless slander, she had thrust herself into the eye of the storm. However, the Yichanga of today was no longer the weak and malleable original. After enduring myriad trials and tribulations, she now understood the principle of an eye for an eye, that grievances must be repaid. Calmly, she lifted her head to meet Yi Qingyan's provocative gaze. Slowly, she spoke, "Sister, if I may say, you seem rather well acquainted with this sinister technique. I have yet to even cast a spell, yet you can assert with such certainty that I practice it. Could it be you are an expert in this field yourself?" Upon uttering these words, Yichanga could not suppress a cold laugh, the sound crisp and chilling, reverberating through the air and sending shivers down spines. Yi Qingyan's brow furrowed at this remark, her expression darkening. She opened her mouth, as if to retort, but ultimately chose silence, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yichanga, as if attempting to penetrate her facade and uncover her true thoughts. She seemed eager to convey to the onlookers, "Behold, Yichanga is nothing but a deceitful sorceress." Yet, the crowd was not foolish. They possessed their own discernment regarding the truth. In the next moment, Yichanga ceased her words and lunged forward, drawing her sword. Though the weapon was of modest quality, she wielded it with utmost determination, intent on rendering Yi Qingyan incapacitated. However, Yi Qingyan would not remain passive. In a flash, she evaded the fierce strike with the grace of a wraith, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. Though Yi Qingyan had always been the cherished jewel of her family, she was far from superficial. The carefully nurtured successor of her clan. She possessed genuine talent and exceptional skills. As Yichanga's strike missed its mark, surprise flickered in her eyes. Without hesitation, she reached for a sharp dagger from her storage pouch, charging at Yi Qingyan like a ravenous tiger. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them closed, igniting a breathtaking close-quarters battle. It is worth noting that in her previous life, Yichanga had been a battle-hardened operative, while she was not a master of the long sword. Close combat was undoubtedly her forte. Compared to the sword, the compact and agile blade allowed her to leverage her strengths more effectively. Yi Qingyan clearly did not anticipate such a tactic, facing the tempestuous onslaught of Yichanga. She found herself momentarily flustered and struggling to respond. Yet, even in a disadvantaged position, Yi Qingyan refused to concede. She dodged left and right, avoiding Yichanga's strikes while pleading earnestly, "Sister, you cannot entirely blame our parents for sending you to the Heart Inquiry Sect. After all, they are our elders." "Nonsense, spare me your hollow platitudes," Yichanga spat vehemently, her fury igniting further. They have sold me off like a mere commodity. Should I not harbor resentment? Must I thank them instead? With that, she wielded the dagger with increasing ferocity, as if aiming to dismantle the pretentious woman before her. Deluded fool! You deserve to perish. Yi Chang'e pressed on with her assault. Chapter 56. Yuling takes action. Stop. With a terrified scream, Yi Qingyan fought valiantly against Yi Chang'e's iron grip, her petite form and feeble strength appearing utterly insignificant in the face of her sister's might. Despite her every effort, she could not escape the ironclad hold that Yi Chang'e had on her. Just then, a figure stepped forward from behind Yi Qingyan, unable to restrain herself any longer, and quickly inserted herself between the two, forcibly separating them. This individual was none other than Yi Qingyan's close friend, Fu Qianqian. Fu Qianqian possessed a captivating beauty, her visage reminiscent of a flower blooming in the spring. Though she referred to Yi Qingyan as her friend, she maintained a neutral stance regarding the conflict between the Yi sisters, recognizing it as a family matter. Yet, seeing Yi Qingyan gradually faltering, the situation becoming increasingly dire, Fu Qianqian could no longer stand idly by and felt compelled to intervene. Yi Chang'e, cease this at once, she exclaimed, pulling Yi Qingyan protectively to her side. With her wide, expressive eyes now narrowed in discontent, she fixed her gaze on Yi Chang'e, indignantly questioning, even if there is a colossal misunderstanding, you should resolve it privately, away from prying eyes. How can you resort to violence here? Such a spectacle will only bring disgrace upon your family. Upon witnessing the intervention, Yi Chang'e was reluctantly compelled to halt her assault. However, her hostile gaze remained fixed on Fu Qianqian, glaring as if to pierce her with her eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyan seized the moment, adopting a gentle yet slightly aggrieved tone. Sister, perhaps we should discuss this at home. In the crowd, many had already recognized their identities, and murmurs rippled through the audience. Indeed, since it was a family matter, it would be best resolved at home. Why seek attention here? Yet, there were also those who wished to witness the unfolding drama. However, Yi Chang'e was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Return home? Huh. I have no home. Tio return to the Yi family is merely to be bullied once more by them at this critical juncture. Yi Chang'e exhibited not a hint of hesitation. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, and in her hand, the short blade glimmered with a chilling light as it sliced toward Yi Qingyan, who stood behind Fu Qianqian. With astonishing swiftness, upon witnessing this, Fu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a portrait of shock. She barely had time to utter a single word before the unfolding events left her utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyan had no opportunity to evade. Terror-stricken, she could only widen her eyes in horror, watching helplessly as the razor-sharp blade approached her face at an alarming speed. In an instant, a soft whoosh echoed through the air. A fine crimson line appeared on Yi Qingyan's delicate, snow-like skin, drawing immediate and disconcerting attention. Overwhelmed by a searing pain on her face, she found herself frozen in place, unable to move. Yet Yi Chang'e was undeterred, her movements as swift as lightning. Seizing the moment while Yi Qingyan was still in shock, she raised the short blade once more, this time aimed directly at Yi Qingyan's slender, alabaster neck. Clearly, Yi Chang'e had now resolved to take a life, intent on ending Yi Qingyan's existence in one fell swoop. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the blade was poised to make contact with Yi Qingyan's neck, an overwhelming pressure, potent enough to suffocate, surged through the space, crashing upon the gathered individuals like a tidal wave. This aura seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, imbued with an endless chill and a terrifying presence, sending shivers down the spines of all present, rendering them breathless. It was the formidable pressure of the nascent soul stage. Among the crowd, someone gasped in astonishment, and others quickly echoed this sentiment, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Simultaneously, alongside this overwhelming force, a cool, yet slightly chilling youthful voice rang out. How noisy! Though the tone was somewhat icy, it harbored a unique allure that compelled one to listen further to that moment, standing quietly by the window on the second floor. Yuling furrowed his brow slightly. The clamor from below disrupted his tranquility, preventing him from savoring his cup of fragrant tea. Just then, as the boy's words fell, the individuals downstairs instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Their attention was instantly drawn to the window of the tea house above, where sat a young man. Sunlight cascaded upon his extraordinarily handsome profile. outlining a captivating silhouette. His attire was markedly distinct, adorned in peculiar Miao clothing. With enigmatic runes embroidered on the sleeves, an exquisite feather earring dangled from his ear, swaying gently in the breeze, adding an ethereal quality to his presence. The young man's demeanor was strikingly elegant and composed, his long fingers delicately cradling a finely crafted teacup, treating it as a precious artifact, effortlessly toying with it. The cup spun and twirled in his grasp, the motion fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation. In truth, Yichanga was reluctant to provoke trouble, yet the opportunity before her was too rare to dismiss lightly. After careful contemplation, she resolved to take the risk. Drawing a deep breath, she addressed the window respectfully. I humbly beseech the esteemed elder to refrain from interfering with my endeavors. This matter is of utmost importance to me, and I must see it through. Nevertheless, the young man paid no heed to Yichanga and her companions. Continuing his own pursuits, he did not even lift his gaze, his attention fixated on the teacup, manipulating it as if the world around him held no significance. At this moment, Yi Qingyan felt a surge of elation. Perceiving this as an excellent opportunity to showcase her prowess, she began to sway her body delicately, feigning a pitiful demeanor in an attempt to elicit sympathy from onlookers. Then, in a voice so soft it seemed to drip with sweetness, she implored Yuanji, "I beg of you, esteemed elder, please show mercy and save this humble girl. Should you lend your aid, once I overcome this tribulation, I vow to repay your kindness manifold." No sooner had she spoken than the young man casually swept his arm, casting the teacup aside. With a thunderous crash, the cup shattered into countless shards, scattering like petals in the wind. Following this, he slowly lowered his gaze, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance over the crowd. His eyes were deep and shadowy, inscrutable and imbued with an icy chill that sent a shiver down the spine. At last, he spoke in an unhurried manner. "I said it's noisy. Now, be quiet." In that instant, everyone present was taken aback by his actions, utterly unprepared for such a merciless display of indifference to others' feelings. The atmosphere became suffocatingly awkward. Meanwhile, Yichanga was consumed by resentment and fury, her fists clenched tightly, the veins on her hands standing out prominently. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the window, as if wishing to pierce through the barrier to glimpse the figure who had humiliated her so thoroughly. After a moment, Yichanga gritted her teeth, resolutely turning on her heel and striding purposefully towards the Yi family residence. Seeing that the instigator of the turmoil had departed, the onlookers quickly lost interest. After all, one of the main characters in this farce had exited the stage. Remaining here held little appeal. Thus, the crowd began to disperse in small groups, and soon only a handful remained. At this juncture, Yi Qingyan, who had been silent all along, slightly parted her lips, seemingly about to speak. However, before she could utter a word, the young man merely cast a cold glance in her direction, his eyes devoid of warmth, before shifting his gaze back to the outside world, refusing to look at her again. Faced with such a scenario, Yi Qingyan exhibited little dissatisfaction or anger. Instead, she deliberately adopted a feeble and pitiable faade, gently wiping the blood from her cheek. The crimson stain upon her fair, delicate skin was strikingly vivid. "Thank you, Qianqian," Yi Qingyan said in a soft voice, casting a grateful glance at Fu Qianqian beside her. Upon hearing Yi Qingyan's gratitude, Fu Qianqian's lips twitched involuntarily. But she quickly regained her composure. She smiled and nodded at Yi Qingyan, indicating that it was of no consequence. Subsequently, Fu Qianqian gently advised, "Qingyan, you should return home quickly. Perhaps your sister has truly gone back." "All right," Yi Qingyan replied obediently, then slowly turned to leave. The moment she pivoted, no one noticed the fleeting glint of malice in her eyes, nor the slight upturn of her lips that revealed a chilling smile. In that instant, Yi Qingyan was no longer the fragile figure she had previously portrayed. It was as though she had transformed entirely. In her heart, she thought, Yichanga is nothing but a waste. Days later, at the Yu family estate, the Yu family, renowned and formidable, stood as one of the 5 great clans, their influence akin to an expansive and tightly woven net, spanning across various domains. Countless cultivation families willingly sought refuge beneath the towering canopy of the Yu family, yearning for protection and collaboration. Gazing into the distance, the grand architectural ensemble of the Yu family resembled an impregnable fortress, both defensive and offensive in nature. This massive stronghold sprawled endlessly, its vastness beyond comprehension. The structures within were a dazzling array, breathtakingly exquisite, their opulence nothing short of astonishing. Palatial halls adorned the landscape, countless in number, some radiant with golden splendor, while others exuded an air of solemnity. Steeped in ancient mystery, when Yuling returned home, dozens of highly trained servants awaited her at the entrance, ready to welcome their esteemed third Mississippi. Each servant bore a solemn expression, their movements synchronized in perfect unison. Third Miss, they raised their voices in unison, resonating with both fervor and reverence. At that moment, a sharp-eyed servant swiftly turned and dashed off to notify the head of the Yu family, conveying the news of his beloved daughter's return. In response to such a grand welcome from the servants, Yuling merely tilted her head slightly, acknowledging them with a haughty demeanor. She then hastened her pace, darting towards her father's study like a gust of wind. As Yuling gently pushed open the heavy door of the study, the hinges emitted a soft creak, as if whispering the tales and memories held within that space. The instant the door swung fully open, her gaze locked onto the figure of Yu Tianxing, the family patriarch, who was preparing to rise in search of her while Yu Tianxing sat upright at his desk, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a breathtaking tableau upon him. His youthful and handsome features resembled blooming peach blossoms in spring, leaving one incredulous that he was already the father of 2 children, dressed in a deep blue robe adorned with exquisite patterns that shimmered faintly. He exuded an air of elegance and solemnity. However, despite his striking appearance, his expression was serious and dignified, radiating an innate authority. Observing this, Yuling quickly restrained her usual mischievousness, standing obediently like a well-behaved little rabbit and respectfully calling out, "Father." Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a warbler emerging from the valley. Upon hearing his daughter's call, Yu Tianxing lifted his head, his deep, pool-like eyes appraising the little girl before him, whom he adored yet found troublesome in equal measure. Clearly, he felt a sense of helplessness regarding Yuling's fiery and reckless nature. He gently raised a hand, pinching the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Ah, you are always so impetuous. When will you learn to be as composed and steady as your sister?" His tone was tinged with both reproach and a barely perceptible hint of indulgence. Upon hearing her father's words, Yuling pouted defiantly, murmuring, "Humph, I'm just worried you might need me for something important. What if I delayed you?" With that, she stuck her tongue out at Yu Tianxing. Witnessing his daughter's playful demeanor, Yu Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in resignation that he waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to take a seat. He then slowly settled into his chair, facing her. Once they were both seated, Yu Tianxing idly twirled the jade-like ring on his thumb and inquired, "What did you gain from your recent training expedition?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he sought some satisfactory revelation from her reply, while Yuling proudly produced a 9-section whip from her side, and, with a beaming expression, presented it to him, declaring, "Of course, look, this is the fruit of my arduous training." While Yu Tianxing frowned slightly, expressing concern, "You weren't injured, were you?" "Not at all. I'm perfectly fine," Yuling replied, raising her chin with enthusiasm. My cousin said she would return in a while. Yu Tianxing raised an eyebrow, his tone inadvertently softening. "That girl finally remembers home. Her father has missed her dearly. My second uncle still in seclusion refining pills." Upon mentioning her second uncle, Yuling casually inquired. "Indeed, he is," came the reply. While Yuling sighed. As expected. Chapter 58. Taking on a task. After bidding farewell to Yuling, Yuling turned resolutely back to her cave dwelling, firmly closing the door behind her. Embarking on a prolonged and arduous journey of closed-door cultivation, time flew by, and before she knew it, over a month had elapsed. At this point, Yuling had already attained profound cultivation at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Yet she understood that advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul would be no easy feat initially. She had hoped to gain some insight upon exiting the celestial realm, thus facilitating a smooth breakthrough. However, reality had not unfolded as she wished. Despite her tireless contemplation and relentless attempts, the crucial breakthrough remained elusive. While Yuling was acutely aware that the leap from the initial to mid-stage of the nascent soul was a formidable chasm for most cultivators, often necessitating the expenditure of substantial time and effort for cultivation and accumulation. Yet, for someone as gifted and diligent as she, once the mysterious opportunity arrived, the breakthrough would be a natural progression. After all, She had always prioritized a solid foundation in her cultivation, holding herself to stringent standards and exerting efforts beyond ordinary imagination. Finally, after over a month of dedicated training, Yuling slowly opened her eyes. Concluding her retreat, almost simultaneously, she sensed a message from Yu Yifei. Upon opening the message, she discovered Yu Yifei expressing his gratitude for the powerful sword intent she had generously bestowed upon him in the celestial realm. According to Yu Yifei, it was thanks to this sword intent that he was able to preserve his life during a critical moment. Coincidentally, Yuling had not encountered Yu Yifei during her time in the celestial realm, and thus remained unaware of the circumstances that had placed him in such jeopardy, nor how the sword intent had come into play. However, these matters seemed inconsequential now, as long as Yu Yifei was safe. Everything else paled in significance. After concluding her retreat, she proceeded, as usual, to the Patriarch's secret chamber. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed her hair, bringing with it a refreshing chill, yet her heart remained tethered to the person within the secret chamber, her master. Upon finally reaching the entrance to the Patriarch's secret chamber, the heavy door remained tightly shut, seemingly isolating the outside world's clamor and turmoil. She stood quietly before the door, straining to listen. However, the chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence. Devoid of any sign that her master was about to emerge, adorned in a vibrant red robe, Yuling resembled a fiery blossom blooming in darkness. This moment, she slightly lowered her eyelids, her gaze falling to the ground, her once bright eyes dimmed with concern. Ever since learning of her master's injury, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of her master's condition, yet felt utterly powerless at present. A weighty sense of helplessness pressing upon her heart. Alas, she sighed softly, contemplating, I must hasten to concoct a soul-nourishing pill. I hope this medicine can aid my master in recovering swiftly. With this thought, she turned away from the entrance to the Patriarch's secret chamber and hurried toward the task hall. Upon arriving at the task hall, she found it bustling with activity. Disciples were either engaged in hushed discussions about the difficulty of various tasks or intently selecting suitable assignments for themselves. Yuling paid little mind to these distractions, making her way directly to the task board for a thorough review. She contemplated that this outing would provide an excellent opportunity to undertake a sect mission, allowing her to cultivate her skills while contributing to the sect, a splendid twofold benefit. Task hall. Senior sister. A young disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement upon spotting Yuling from afar, as if ignited by a sudden flame. Brimming with admiration, his gaze was filled with boundless reverence, as if he had encountered his most esteemed idol, the profound respect and admiration nearly spilling forth from his eyes. Noticing the eager glint in the young disciple's eyes, Yuling offered a slight nod and a smile, gently inquiring, are there any tasks related to the western regions of the cultivation world? Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain stream cascading through the valleys. The young disciple's face lit up with surprise as he blurted, Senior sister, are you going home? Clearly, for the usually dedicated and seldom absent senior sister to suddenly mention the western regions, the young disciple had easily connected this to the Yu family's location in the western part of the cultivation world. Yuling nodded gently, confirming his assumption. Understanding her implication, the young disciple was aware of the Yu family's status and influence within the cultivation world and recognized that her journey likely pertained to family matters. With his confirmation, the young disciple hurriedly responded, yes, indeed, there are. As he spoke, he quickly flipped through the thick record book in his hands, rapidly recalling the recently documented task information. After all, as the disciple responsible for organizing and distributing tasks, he needed to be well-versed in every assignment. Suddenly, the young disciple's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed excitedly, I found it. His finger paused on a particular page, and with palpable enthusiasm, he continued, Senior sister, recently, a cultivator stumbled upon a remarkably eerie village in the western regions. However, every cultivator who entered that village mysteriously vanished without a trace. At this point, the young disciple furrowed his brow, a look of concern crossing his face. The difficulty level of this task is exceptionally high, to the extent that no disciple has dared to take it on lightly. Very well, I accept it. As one gazes upon the delicate visage of Yuling, there is not a trace of hesitation to be found. Her ruby lips part gracefully, responding with a clarity that suggests no contemplation was necessary. Standing by, the young disciple witnesses this display with a burgeoning admiration. Truly, She embodies the resolute spirit of our esteemed senior sister from the Hehuan Sect. Subsequently, the disciple raises his right hand, deftly marking a hook in the corresponding section of the task list. This simple gesture signifies that the task is now claimed, no longer available for others to undertake. With her decision made, Yuling shows no inclination to delay. She turns and returns to her quarters, methodically organizing her storage ring to prepare for the impending journey. Once everything is in order, Yuling strides toward a courtyard within the sect. There, Bai Piao sits serenely on a stone bench, reveling in the vibrant blossoms that adorn the garden. Upon noticing Yuling's approach, Bai Piao rises with a warm smile to greet her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuling entrusts Bai Piao with certain matters and requests her assistance in managing any minor affairs that may arise during her absence. Bai Piao readily agrees, assuring her that she will not let her down. After bidding farewell to Bai Piao, Yuling makes her way to an open space. She tilts her head slightly, her enchanting eyes fixated on the sky, then extends a hand as pale and delicate as jade, murmuring incantations to eye in an instant. A glimmer of cold light bursts forth, and a sword of ancient design, the renowned Dawnbreaker, materializes at her command. As the Dawnbreaker emerges, it radiates an overwhelming aura that quickens the heart. The blade gleams with a chilling, shadowy light, as if it could consume all existence. Its fierce energy intertwines, rendering the surrounding air seemingly frozen. With a gentle tap of her foot, Yuling gracefully leaps onto the sword. Immediately, she forms hand seals, channeling her energy. Accompanied by a crisp melody of the sword's hum, the Dawnbreaker darts forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, transforming into a fleeting streak of light before vanishing into the horizon. Although Yuling possesses the ability to soar through the skies effortlessly, given her current nascent soul cultivation, she refrains from doing so as it would deplete her spiritual energy excessively. Thus, she typically reserves such a dazzling yet energy-intensive skill for critical moments. In contrast, during her daily travels, she prefers to ride the Dawnbreaker, savoring the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely between heaven and earth. Chapter 59. The Sovereign of a City. Hehuan City, Lord's Manor. Hehuan City is widely recognized, ruled by the infamous Lord Song Xianyu. Known for her hedonistic lifestyle, she harbors a particular fondness for handsome men. Spending her days ensnared in their allure as night descends, the entire Hehuan City is shrouded in darkness. Yet the Lord's Manor remains ablaze with light, as bright as day. Soldiers patrol with torches, their footsteps synchronized as they traverse every corner of the estate in a continuous flow. Upon entering the bathing chamber of the Lord's Manor, one is greeted by layers of sheer fabric wafting like smoke, mesmerizing the senses. Through the gossamer veil, one can glimpse Song Xianyu clad in a thin white gauze dress, subtly outlining her enchanting figure. This moment, she reclines languidly in the pool, one hand delicately grasping a crystalline glass, while the other playfully stirs the water. Her gaze is infused with seduction, her cheeks slightly flushed, reminiscent of indulgence in fine wine. Her cascading obsidian hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, further enhances her captivating charm. In the center of the pool, a group of tall, handsome men clad in light, flowing garments dance gracefully. Their movements are ethereal and exquisite, akin to celestial beings descending to earth, each motion imbued with an irresistible allure. Song Xianyu sits at the edge of the pool, her eyes glazed with rapture as she watches the mesmerizing dancers, her face aglow with satisfaction and delight. When a dancer's performance strikes a chord within her, she cannot help but exclaim in delight, "Wonderful! Wonderful!" Her voice, melodious and clear, reverberates throughout the bathing chamber. Among the array of handsome men, one in red attire stands out particularly. His dance resembles a blazing flame, exuding fervor, while his elongated, fox-like eyes possess an enchanting power, capable of ensnaring one's very soul with a mere glance. His beauty is striking, with features as flawless as jade and lips as red as cherries, embodying a natural allure. As the dance commences, Song Xianyu's gaze becomes fixated on the man in red, her attention entirely captivated by the exquisite performance. Observing her rapt focus, the other handsome men nearby grow discontented, each vying for her attention. The red-clad dancer, entranced, gazes longingly at Song Xianyu. His cheeks flush crimson, akin to ripe apples, and he clings to her side, as if spellbound. Amidst this, one shy figure in the crowd whispers softly, Zhe. However, this whisper fails to capture Song Xianyu's attention. Her autumn water-like eyes remain steadfastly locked on the captivating red-clad dancer. She gently raises her alabaster hand. Her slender fingers quivering slightly, in the blink of an eye. A startling scene unfolds. The red-clad dancer, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, is propelled swiftly to Song Xianyu's chest. She delicately lifts his chin with her long fingers. Her gaze becoming hazy and unfocused, her luscious lips curving into a teasing smile as she murmurs a tantalizing phrase. Tonight, it shall be you. Faced with such a scenario, the red-clad dancer remains silent, merely gazing intently at the enchanting woman before him. Noticing his reticence, Song Xianyu emits a soft, questioning hum. She then probes further. Do you not find me appealing? Before he can respond, she leans in without hesitation. Her lips parting to meet his full, inviting mouth with precision. Simultaneously, her hand does not falter. Rather, it intensifies its grip, her fingers pressing sharply against the back of his neck, while the red-clad dancer's expression remains placid. His slightly hurried breath betrays the turmoil within. Slowly, he lowers his head, attempting to mask his gaze, striving to present an image of willing submission. Song Xianyu, with a playful bite, clamps down on his soft, resilient lips, the pressure just enough for him to sense her dissatisfaction and possessiveness. After releasing him, she contentedly licks her lips and softly remarks, "Now, that is more obedient." No sooner had she spoken than the scene shifted abruptly. And in an instant, they found themselves in the Lord's bedroom. Song Xianyu, adorned in light gauze, gracefully leaps onto the grand bed, decisively pinning the red-clad dancer beneath her. Yet, as her eyes meet his deep, pool-like gaze, she is inexplicably drawn into its depths that a peculiar red light suddenly erupts from his pupils, akin to a blazing inferno, sending shivers down her spine. That he smirks slightly, his gaze lingering on Song Xianyu's exquisite features. Yet beneath lies a chilling indifference that in that mere exchange of glances, Song Xianyu feels as though all her strength has been siphoned away, her body collapsing languidly onto the bed, her once clear mind gradually clouding over. At that moment, her gaze becomes dazed and vacant, fixated on the red-clad dancer as she murmurs dreamily, "Master." Her voice, soft and melodious, resembles a gentle lullaby. Hearing this, the red-clad dancer cannot help but let out a light, melodic laugh, yet it carries an undercurrent of frost. He leans closer, whispering into her ear, "From this day forth, in the presence of others, you shall call me Do you understand, my little pet?" With that, he caresses her smooth, delicate cheek with his long, jade-like fingers, treating her as if she were a rare treasure. "And I am your master, do you understand?" At that moment, Song Xianyu's beautiful visage appears somewhat bewildered and dazed. As if she has lost her sense of self, she nods faintly, responding softly, "Yes, master." Her voice is as gentle as a breeze caressing the strings of a zither. Yi, devoid of expression, rises slowly from the bed, his eyes betraying a palpable disdain. Were it not for his desire to resurrect his beloved by Chiu, he would never permit this woman even the slightest contact with his garments. Subsequently, as per the original plan, Yi intended to compel Song Xianyu to relinquish the city's treasured artifact, but to his astonishment, the woman he believed to have complete control over shook her head and replied, "I do not know." The response struck like a thunderclap in the ears of Yi, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. It appeared that obtaining the coveted treasure would not be a simple task. Considerable effort would be required. Yi took a deep breath and turned his gaze once more towards Song Xianyu. He observed a subtle movement in her eyes, deep and tranquil like a still pond. And in that fleeting moment, her body shuddered violently, as if her previously muddled consciousness began to awaken. However, despite this resurgence, Song Xianyu remained ensnared by the mental shackles imposed by Yi. Though she had regained a semblance of her own awareness, her subconscious continued to execute each command from her master without hesitation. At this moment, Song Xianyu appeared as if she had returned to a time before she was ensnared, making it less likely to arouse suspicion from others. Chapter 60. Arrival at the city lord's mansion. Subsequently, numerous disappearances plagued the populace of Hehuan City, catching the attention of many cultivators, yet no sect dispatched anyone to investigate. It was not until this task was assigned to Wen Shubai, a disciple venturing out for training, that the matter gained traction. The youth, clad in an ink-black robe, stood tall like a pine, as if he had emerged from an ink-wash painting. His exquisite countenance was breathtaking, captivating all who beheld him. The high bridge of his nose, his thin yet rosy lips, and his sharply defined chin all showcased his unique allure, particularly striking were his pale blue eyes, reminiscent of a profound lake, emanating a chilling luminescence that seemed capable of piercing one's soul, rendering others hesitant to meet his gaze. His long, lustrous black hair was tied high, adding an air of nonchalance and freedom. Exuding an aura that deterred approached, he quietly manifested in Hehuan City. He drew no attention from the denizens. This was not due to their ignorance of his presence, but rather his skillful concealment of his aura. Moving like a specter, yet, even with such flawless disguise, when Shubai's keen instincts soon revealed the city's peculiarities, narrowing his eyes slightly, he observed a thick veil of dark mist swirling ominously above Hehuan City. As if alive, ebbing and flowing in the air, the demon race. A cold smile crept across when Shubai's lips. For him, the demon race was not an unfamiliar entity, having not encountered them in a long time. Their presence here piqued his interest. Upon entering the city, the odd sensation intensified. The streets, which should have been bustling and vibrant, now appeared eerily desolate, devoid of the flourishing scenes he had witnessed in other cities. Puzzled, when Shubai casually approached a passerby to inquire about the situation, through his inquiries, he learned that many residents, fearful of the strange occurrences within the city, had chosen to flee Hehuan City in search of safety. When Shubai made his way directly to the city lord's mansion, evidently intent on swiftly resolving this task, however, en route to the mansion, he encountered not a single living soul. This only fueled his curiosity, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon arriving at the grand and solemn entrance of the city lord's mansion, he stood expressionless, not bothering to utter even a superfluous word. With fluid precision, he produced an exquisitely carved identity token from within his garments, raising it nonchalantly for the scrutinizing guards to see. Once the guards confirmed its authenticity, their demeanor shifted instantly to one of utmost respect, promptly assigning a servant to escort Shubai to the lord's reception room. Throughout the journey, the servant maintained a humble and cautious demeanor, slightly bowing as he led the way, often saying, "My lord, please follow me this way." When Shubai followed at a leisurely pace, navigating through the courtyard's pavilions and winding corridors until he reached the intended destination, the city lord's reception room. However, just as he was about to step through the door, a faint sound reached his ears. The voice sounded excessively affected, as if the speaker were deliberately suppressing their tone. "A distinguished guest has arrived." Immediately following, a slightly breathless female voice echoed. For some reason, the woman's breathing appeared hurried and disordered. Upon hearing this, when Shubai raised an eyebrow, pondering what might have transpired, without hesitation, he pushed open the tightly shut door and strode inside. In an instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A graceful woman reclined in the embrace of a bare-chested man, one shoulder exposed, exuding an alluring charm. She had initially nestled languidly against him, but suddenly turned her head, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at Shubai. Upon locking eyes with him, a flicker of astonishment flashed within her gaze. Her ruby lips parted, revealing an enchanting smile as she gently said, "It must have been quite a journey for you, esteemed guest. Please, make yourself comfortable." As she spoke, she playfully cast a beguiling glance in Shubai's direction. He frowned slightly and took a step back, choosing to exit the room. He had heard tales of Song Xianyu, the lord of Hehuan City, being infatuated with handsome men, yet this first encounter had truly exceeded his expectations. Song Xianyu maintained her composure, showing no sign of embarrassment over the somewhat ambiguous scene. With a graceful wave of her hand, she dismissed the man behind her. Then, elegantly draping a gossamer garment over her shoulders, she glided out of the room. "I presume you are Shubai, the esteemed chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Meeting you today, you certainly live up to your reputation," Song Xianyu said with a smile, her eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. Her gaze remained fixated on the extraordinarily handsome youth, the astonishment in her eyes only growing deeper. However, when Shubai seemed utterly disinterested in the pleasantries, he furrowed his brow and directly confronted her, saying, "There have been numerous reports of disappearances in Hehuan City recently. Yet you, the city lord, appear remarkably unfazed. Are you not concerned about this matter?" Upon hearing this, Song Xianyu's lips curved into a slight smile. forming a captivating arc as she replied, "While I may hold the title of City Lord, I am equally at a loss regarding these disappearances. It would be wiser to await assistance from esteemed experts rather than exerting myself in vain." With that, when Shubai regarded the enchanting woman before him with a nonchalant demeanor, scrutinizing her from head to toe, suddenly, he seemed to sense something amiss. His gaze sharpened as he asked Song Xianyu, "Have you encountered anyone unusual lately?" Song Xianyu chuckled softly at this question. With her arms crossed over her chest, she retorted with a teasing smile, "As City Lord, I meet a myriad of men daily. Are you suggesting that I should recount every trivial encounter, my dear friend Wen?" When Shubai appeared to finally grasp her implication. Indeed, Song Xianyu's eyes remained fixed on the striking youth, her heart secretly astonished. This young man possessed sword-like brows and starry eyes, a visage akin to jade, with a perfectly sculpted nose and slightly upturned lips accentuating his extraordinary features. Every contour seemed meticulously crafted, flawless to an astonishing degree, aligning perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. Unable to restrain herself, Song Xianyu parted her ruby lips, extending a sincere invitation to the young man. "Wen Daoyu, I propose that you consider staying in the City Lord's mansion for the time being. This way, you may conduct your search for what you seek with greater ease, without the need for haste." As her words fell, when Shubai hesitated for a brief moment, yet merely a second later, he nodded without reservation, replying, "That would be acceptable." As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, warm as the sun in spring. Yet, his striking eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an imperceptible air of detachment and indifference, as though he held no regard for Song Xianyu whatsoever. Witnessing this, Song Xianyu felt no trace of anger or displeasure. She promptly turned to the servant behind her, instructing, "Quickly prepare a fine guest room for this esteemed Wen Daoyu, ensuring that he is comfortable and satisfied." Chapter 61. A Fever, Scheduled Sweetness. When Shubai smirked slightly and turned to leave, Song Xianyu cast a lingering glance at the youth's retreating figure, her expression inscrutable. The next moment, she returned to the room. Upon catching sight of that silhouette, her pupils widened in shock as she murmured, unbeknownst to her, a crimson figure had appeared in the room. The very same Yi from that night. His expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes dark and cold as he uttered, "Hehuan Sect." When Shubai, Yi lowered his gaze, twisting the skull bracelet on his wrist, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "You arrived just in time. Just a few more days, and I shall be able to revive Bai Chio. Alas, some are determined to thwart my plans. I shall have to deal with them accordingly. Keep a close watch on him," Yi commanded. "Understood." Subsequently, Yi vanished from the room. After leaving Hehuan Sect, Yuling journeyed westward and only realized something was amiss upon passing through Haoyu City. The demonic aura above the city had almost solidified into a tangible form. She gracefully lifted her jade hand, elegantly sheathing the shimmering dawn sword, clad in a vibrant crimson robe that danced with the wind. She resembled a blooming manjusaka in the night, exuding an enigmatic and captivating charm. In the blink of an eye, Yuling descended gracefully into Haoyu City. "How troublesome," she murmured, her ruby lips parting slightly as she exhaled coldly. Immediately, she turned her delicate wrist and retrieved a monster-seeking plate from her exquisite storage bracelet. The plate was adorned with various peculiar gemstones, and the central needle rotated leisurely. Before long, the needle seemed to be guided by an invisible force, steadily pointing towards a specific direction. Observing this, Yuling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered for a brief second before decisively stowing the plate away. Then, she flickered and transformed into a streak of red light, swiftly dashing toward that direction. The city evidently radiated an air of strangeness and peculiarity, enveloped in an unsettling atmosphere. However, for Yuling, who was naturally drawn to excitement and possessed a curious spirit, such circumstances only ignited her desire for exploration deep within her heart. With swift movements, she formed intricate hand seals and chanted incantations, instantly enveloping her entire being in a faint, ethereal glow. Not only did this conceal her presence flawlessly, but it also rendered her petite figure indistinct, as if she had merged with the surrounding environment. Consequently, passers-by were largely oblivious to her existence. Thus, Yuling sped along until she arrived at the Lord's Manor. Gazing at the imposing and solemn main entrance, as well as the palpable demonic energy lingering above the manor, she couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Clearly, The situation was dire to ensure her safety and avoid detection. Yuling cautiously concealed herself in a secluded corner, shrouded in dim light and heavy shadows that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Holding her breath and concentrating, she fully concealed her form within the boundless darkness. Then, she gently parted her ruby lips, muttering incantations, as an invisible force surged from within her, swiftly expanding. This mysterious power was her formidable spiritual consciousness, now cautiously enveloping the surrounding area, every inch of space. Every subtle fluctuation was subject to her scrutiny. After a thorough search, her consciousness, akin to a precise arrowhead, firmly locked onto a white cat. This cat was entirely snow-white, as pure and flawless as the first snow of winter. Devoid of any blemish, its striking emerald eyes were captivating, resembling a crystal-clear lake, deep and enchanting to eye in the next moment. An astonishing scene unfolded, while Yuling's consciousness instantaneously attached itself to the white cat's body. With a mere thought, the once quiet cat suddenly leaped, agile and swift, like a flash of white lightning racing across the night sky, heading directly towards the Lord's manor. However, no one anticipated that at the very instant Yuling released her consciousness. When Su Bai, who was inside the room, sensed her presence with his extraordinary perceptive ability. Logically, after successfully concealing her aura, even if she released her consciousness to investigate, she should have been undetectable, yet, contrary to her expectations. This time Yuling encountered when Su Bai, who was all too familiar with her presence at that moment, when Su Bai lounged leisurely in the grand armchair at the center of the room. Appearing relaxed and unhurried, the young man, with his red lips and white teeth, boasted striking features, and his long black hair cascaded down his shoulders. He slightly narrowed his beautifully shaped eyes, exuding an air of a carefree, roguish gentleman. The curve of his lips hinted at a touch of amusement. Evidently, he not only sensed Yuling's sudden arrival, but also displayed keen interest at that moment. Yuling nimbly leapt onto a rooftop with an unobstructed view. Upon glancing down, she spotted an exceptionally opulent room compared to others. Taking note of its location before jumping down from the rooftop, Yuling surmised that this room might belong to the city lord. However, she overlooked the fact that the lord's chamber would not be situated amidst the numerous guest rooms. Nevertheless, Yuling paid it little mind and leaped towards the window of that extravagant room. Just as she pondered how to stealthily enter without being detected once more, the tightly shut window was unexpectedly pushed open by a pair of long, slender hands. Suddenly, a face she recognized all too well appeared before her. When Su Bai. At that moment, the young man wore a slight smirk, his lips forming a teasing curve, as he casually crossed his arms over his chest, observing her with great interest. More precisely, he was fixated on the entirely snow-white, fluffy little cat. Faced with such a situation, Yuling was filled with confusion, but unfortunately, as she had transformed into a white cat, her questions could only be expressed through the adorably bewildered expression on her feline face. Thus, the white cat blinked its round eyes, gazing blankly at Su Bai, as if inquiring, "What on earth is happening?" Before Yuling could recover from this sudden turn of events, she found herself uncontrollably meowing, a clear and melodious sound escaping her lips. Hearing the cat's call, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, pretending not to recognize her, and feigned surprise as he remarked, "Where did this white cat come from?" As he spoke, he unhesitatingly extended his hands, gently cradling the white cat in his embrace. The moment Yuling was tightly held in his arms, a peculiar sensation surged within her heart. She could distinctly feel the solid contours of his physique beneath his somewhat thin clothing. Had she been in her human form at that moment, she would likely have blushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Su Bai had originally been resting in the room, with his outer robe already shed, leaving him in a thin inner garment. The inner garment was also black, featuring a V-neck that revealed his fair neck and part of his chest. However, Su Bai paid little heed to this. His focus was solely on the warm white cat in his arms. What is going on? Why is it suddenly so hot? Like a boiler? Is it feverish? That shouldn't be the case. Chapter 62. Partners. Although Yuling is from Hehuan Sect, she has never engaged in intimate relations, remaining relatively innocent in the early stages. However, things change later on. Additionally, some readers who see too many instances of the faux female lead in the early stages believe there are two female leads. I want to assert, and I swear, that the author only loves the main female lead. The earlier writing is merely a setup for later developments. The female lead may have her burdens, but they must be reasonable. Remember, this is a romance novel for female readers, where the female lead enjoys herself, and the readers find joy in it as well. I understand this principle. Please, don't rush. I am diligently brainstorming. Just as Yuling intended to flee, when Subai restrained her by pressing down on her spine, rendering her immobile. How vexing to at this moment. She found herself at a loss for words, as all she could produce were meows, when Subai's lips curved slightly. A hint of playful mockery in his expression as he gently ran his long, fair fingers through the soft, silky fur of the white cat. This tender touch sent an electric thrill coursing through the cat, causing it to tremble involuntarily. Have you been heartlessly abandoned by your cruel master? When Subai's thin lips parted, his words sounding like nonsensical ramblings, he casually lifted his gaze, his narrow eyes lazily squinting. Yet his seemingly indifferent gaze was fixed intently on the cat's eyes, as if he could peer through those clear pupils and uncover all secrets. The young man exuded a chilling aura, akin to a solitary winter plum blossom, standing apart from the world. His skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, emanating a faint, intoxicating fragrance. As the white cat, Yuling, heard his words, a surge of indignation ignited within her. Yuling thought, "Excuse me?" The white cat widened its eyes, glaring fiercely at this oblivious individual before her. Yet, before Yuling could explode in fury, when Subai's slender fingertip lightly tapped the delicate nose of the white cat, he smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I shall graciously accept the role of your new master. Now, call me master and let me hear it." Having spoken, when Subai's face broke into a triumphant smile, seemingly quite pleased with his actions. Fully aware of his intentions, he could easily envision Yuling's indignant expression, which made him chuckle. However, before he could finish his thought, Yuling swiftly raised her paw, launching a sudden and fierce strike towards the boy's vulnerable neck. The sharp claws sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind. A sharp hiss echoed as the boy, caught off guard, was struck by the cat's paw, drawing a sharp breath in pain. Suddenly, a long crimson line marred his fair, snow-like neck, and bright, glaring blood surged forth, resembling a slithering red serpent that slowly trickled down his nape. The vivid scarlet contrasted starkly with his previously flawless white skin, creating a strikingly intense and alarming visual juxtaposition. Yet, in the next moment, Yuling found herself utterly stunned, when Subai's lips curled slightly, revealing a smirk that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. Subsequently, with astonishing swiftness, he reached out and seized the white cat's sharp claw, deftly using the hair tie that had been on his wrist to bind her paw tightly. Yuling, meow? The bound white cat appeared bewildered, first expressing her confusion with a questioning meow, then beginning to struggle vigorously. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not free herself from the seemingly delicate yet remarkably resilient hair tie. After several futile attempts, the white cat finally resigned to her fate, though her large, round eyes brimmed with fury as she glared fiercely at the culprit. When Subai, faced with the cat's fierce gaze. When Subai was unfazed, even grinning more brightly, his elongated peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight, as if he found the scene before him immensely entertaining. Watching the white cat's futile struggles, he couldn't help but laugh, his eyes narrowing in amusement, presenting an image both handsome and cunning. Eventually, perhaps having had enough fun or feeling a pang of sympathy for the poor little white cat, when Subai gently waved his hand, releasing the hair tie from the cat's paw. Meanwhile, a gentle smile lingered on his face as he softly said, "All right, I won't tease you any longer." However, before when Subai could utter another word, the liberated white cat sprang from the bed like an arrow released from a bow. Dashing toward the door without a backward glance, in the blink of an eye, the white cat vanished at the doorway, leaving only a faint breeze in its wake. Yuling hastily fled when Shubai's room. She inwardly lamented, "I miscalculated." When Subai is indeed not to be trifled with. Once she successfully exited the room, Yuling immediately employed her magic to detach her consciousness from the white cat's body, returning to her original form. When Shubai's presence here likely indicated he had sensed the unusual occurrences in Hehuan City. Given his presence, Yuling thought it might be advantageous to make use of him. She raised her hand to communicate telepathically with Wen Shubai, informing him that she had sensed his aura while passing through Hehuan City and had detected the city's anomalies. She then inquired whether he would be interested in collaborating to address the peculiarities of this city. Given the current circumstances, Yuling felt that when Shu Bai might struggle alone, prompting her benevolent offer of partnership. Within moments, when Shu Bai responded affirmatively, Yuling's figure gradually materialized as she exited the shadows, heading straight for the main entrance. Upon arrival, she found Wen Shubai clad in dark robes, his ink-black hair cascading lazily over his shoulders, casually glancing in her direction that a surge of frustration welled within Yuling, akin to a blockage in her chest, leaving her feeling stifled yet uncertain of how to articulate her discontent. Reluctantly, she suppressed her anger and approached the boy steadily. When she stood before him, Yuling made a concerted effort to maintain a serene faade, as if the previous grievances had never transpired. She cast a nonchalant glance at Wen Shubai, her eyes betraying an inscrutable expression. Meanwhile, Wen Shubai feigned ignorance of her demeanor, though he too felt a slight unease beneath his composed exterior. Nevertheless, his years of experience and calm disposition enabled him to mask his inner turmoil, presenting an air of nonchalance. Thus, when Shubai led Yuling into the city lord's residence with an unhurried demeanor. Prior to this, he had already informed Song Xianyue that his companion for handling the city's matters had arrived. Consequently, when Yuling stepped into the city lord's abode, she was greeted by the sight of a throng of servants following closely behind. Yuling surmised that these individuals were likely sent by the city lord to oversee their activities. Given the crowded surroundings, direct conversation was impractical, compelling Yuling to continue utilizing her telepathic abilities to inquire about the situation. "Have any leads been uncovered?" she asked. When Shubai responded through their mental link. "After some investigation, I discovered that the densest aura of malevolence emanates from the city lord's chamber, thus confirming that this matter is inextricably linked to him." Upon hearing this, Yuling rolled her eyes internally, mentally scoffing. "So predictable. I could have guessed that without any investigation." "Yet," she replied, "very well." Noticing Yuling's apparent dissatisfaction, when Shubai hastily reassured her, "Don't fret. Come nightfall, we shall investigate together." Although Yuling remained somewhat reluctant, she acknowledged that there was no better alternative at present, ultimately nodding in agreement. "All right then, it seems we have no choice." Chapter 63. Deceived finally, after the entourage had departed. Song Xianyue arranged for Yuling's accommodation, conveniently located near Wen Shubai's quarters. Prior to the arrival of night, Yuling intended to return to her room for some rest, just as she was about to turn and leave with a flourish. A slender, bony hand suddenly obstructed her path. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wen Shubai, who wore a mischievous grin as he languidly spoke. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still have questions for you." Hearing this, Yuling furrowed her brow, inwardly muttering, "What scheme does he have up his sleeve now?" Yet, she maintained her composure and replied, "What do you wish to ask?" At that moment, when Shubai's signature languid demeanor was fully on display, he leaned against the doorframe, a slight smile curving his lips, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with playful mischief as he fixed his gaze upon Yuling. He then inquired, "What brings you to pass through Hehuan City? Could it possibly be?" Here, he deliberately paused, creating an air of suspense. Before Yuling could respond, when Shubai eagerly interjected, crossing his arms and adopting a thoughtful expression as he said, "Could it be that you have a secret crush on me, hence your deliberate detour to see me?" With that, a smug smile spread across his face. This declaration ignited a surge of irritation within Yuling. She was perplexed, wondering when these two had become so familiar as to joke so brazenly. Choosing silence, she regarded Wen Shubai with a scrutinizing gaze, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his true intentions. However, in the face of Yuling's piercing stare, Wen Shubai showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, he maintained his relaxed demeanor. At this moment, Yuling could no longer contain her rising anger, and she took deliberate steps closer to Wen Shubai. With each step, her aura intensified, becoming increasingly imposing. When she was an arm's length away, she tilted her head to meet Wen Shubai's gaze, then, without hesitation, swung a powerful punch that landed squarely on the boy's waist. "Ouch, I was just joking," Wen Shubai gasped, taken aback. Realizing that Yuling was genuinely angry, he hastily conceded. Yuling merely retorted, "You're insufferable." Subsequently, they turned and departed. It was night, in the profound stillness of the deep night. Yuling and Wen Shubai appeared at the doorway of the city lord's chamber like phantoms. Both of them had attained the Yuanying stage, surpassing Song Xianyue, who remained utterly oblivious to the formidable auras surrounding them. Moonlight cascaded like water upon the ground. Casting shadows of the two figures, they exchanged a glance, instantly achieving a wordless understanding. Following this, they simultaneously formed hand seals, invoking the art of invisibility, and seamlessly concealed their forms within the boundless darkness. It seemed that Yuling had come well prepared. She gently raised her jade hand, and at her slender fingertips, a pulsating sphere of icy blue spiritual energy gradually took shape. Under her command, this energy slowly morphed into a breathtakingly beautiful, translucent icy blue butterfly. In the blink of an eye, the delicate creature darted through the closed door like a bolt from a crossbow, fluttering gracefully into the room. Its elegant form resembled a shooting star gliding through the air, vanishing in an instant. Before long, the icy blue butterfly completed its task and returned to Yuling's fingertips. At that moment, Yuling's expression turned grave. She furrowed her brow and communicated through thought transmission to Wensu Bai, saying, "She is not inside." Upon hearing this, Wensu Bai raised an eyebrow. Pondering silently, he was acutely aware of Zhang Xianyu's lascivious nature, and it was reasonable to deduce that at such a moment, she was likely indulging herself in some form of revelry elsewhere. With this thought, Wensu Bai decisively transmitted to Yuling, "Let us proceed inside and take a look." Thus, without hesitation, they pushed open the tightly shut door. Once within the room, they cautiously closed the door behind them to avoid unnecessary complications. The interior of the room was nothing short of opulent. Exquisite carved furniture was arranged with meticulous precision, each piece exuding a unique sheen. The soft silk drapery of the bed swayed gently, as if narrating the lavish lifestyle of its owner. From these details, it was evident that the occupant of this room possessed a profound understanding of enjoyment. However, at that moment, Yuling had no inclination to admire these luxuries. Her sole desire was to locate her target swiftly. She turned to Wensu Bai and softly remarked, "I do not wish to squander too much time and energy here. You assist me in providing cover." Without waiting for Wensu Bai's response, Yuling closed her eyes and scanned the room with her spiritual sense. This exploration indeed revealed an anomaly. Upon opening her eyes, Yuling made her way directly to a corner beside the bed. Wensu Bai followed closely behind, observing as she tapped against the wall. In that moment, Yuling's hand inadvertently brushed against an unassuming spot on the wall. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the previously smooth and unblemished surface of the wall seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a wide entrance. Yuling explained to Wensu Bai earlier. "While probing the surrounding environment with my spiritual sense, I discovered that only this spot could completely shield my detection. Therefore, I surmised that something significant might be concealed here." Wensu Bai nodded slightly, indicating his understanding and agreement. Subsequently, they cautiously approached the mysterious entrance. Out of prudence, they decided that Wensu Bai would lead the way while Yuling followed closely to provide support. Thus, step by step, they ventured into the enigmatic secret chamber. However, just as they crossed the threshold, a sudden and intense tremor reverberated beneath their feet. Looking down, they saw the once dim floor now radiating with a dazzling red light. As an enormous crimson formation was instantaneously activated, Yuling quickly focused her gaze, observing the intricate and ancient patterns of the formation, its lines intertwining like a meticulously constructed colossal altar. Not far ahead of them stood a square blood pool, seemingly bottomless, its contents roiling like boiling water, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood. Simultaneously, the air was thick with a medley of pungent herbal aromas, a scent both acrid and bizarre that sent chills down their spines. Yuling's pupils constricted as she instinctively glanced at Wensu Bai, that he remained composed, stating, "This is a sacrificial formation that it appears he is quite astute." Yuling also regained her composure and slowly approached the edge of the formation, only to discover that they seemed trapped within it, unable to escape. "Is he intending for us to be the sacrifices?" Yuling speculated, returning to Wensu Bai's side. Their expressions were surprisingly calm. In the face of danger, their level of composure was remarkably similar. Wensu Bai chuckled coldly. "Indeed, TSK, it seems Zhang Xianyu deliberately chose not to be in the room." Upon further reflection, Yuling realized that Zhang Xianyu's absence was a calculated move to lure them into a trap. Chapter 64. The Silver Knight emerges. With the adversary's intentions unveiled, how could these two individuals remain foolishly idle as they awaited their fate? After exchanging a knowing glance, both Yuling and Wen Su-bai's lips curled upward in unison, as if they shared an unspoken bond, each intuitively grasping the other's thoughts. Very well, allow me to take the first step. Yuling spoke softly, her voice crisp and melodious, yet laced with a hint of coldness. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes arched slightly upward, shimmering with a glacial light, reminiscent of the biting chill of winter's ice and snow. In her view, the one who had crafted this formation merely dabbled in trivial and unorthodox practices, wholly unworthy of consideration at this moment. Disdain filled the depths of her gaze with a delicate motion. Yuling raised her hand, summoning her life-bound spirit sword, Dawnbreaker. As she moved, a flash of cold light erupted, and the Dawnbreaker manifested from thin air, accompanied by an overwhelming spiritual pressure. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes and leaped into the air, her crimson figure soaring gracefully. The Dawnbreaker was firmly grasped in her hand, its blade emanating waves of chilling aura. The once obsidian blade suddenly erupted with dazzling crimson radiance, weaving together to form a breathtaking spectacle. Simultaneously, this brilliance illuminated Yuling's snow-white visage, accentuating her otherworldly beauty, akin to a bewitching specter from the abyss. Yuling tightened her grip on the hilt, her gaze resolute and piercing, an unending chill swirling deep within her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she thrust the Dawnbreaker downward toward the sacrificial array below. The instant the blade made contact with the formation, a resonating cry of the sword echoed, causing the very fabric of space to shudder. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, rapidly radiating outward from the array's core. In a fleeting moment, a flash of red flickered in the depths of the girl's eyes. It seemed the Dawnbreaker sensed its master's intent. In an instant, the entire formation appeared to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, just as the Dawnbreaker shimmered with blinding light, poised to obliterate the array with a thunderous force, an unforeseen event unfolded. A thick, ink-like black mist surged forth from the center of the array, resembling a ferocious beast. This black fog advanced with alarming speed, enveloping the Dawnbreaker in an instant. Yuling felt an unfamiliar force crashing against her arm, akin to a mountain colliding with her, sending a wave of numbness and excruciating pain coursing through her. She nearly lost her grip on the hilt, had it not been for her indomitable will. The Dawnbreaker would have surely slipped from her grasp in this critical moment. When Shubai keenly sensed Yuling's predicament, he flickered beside her like a specter. Without delay, the youth formed intricate and enigmatic seals with his hands, unleashing powerful streams of spiritual energy that flowed unceasingly into the Dawnbreaker, now shrouded in black mist. The mist, seemingly imbued with sentience and intelligence, struggled fiercely upon sensing the threat from Wen Shubai. Nevertheless, despite its frantic resistance, it could not withstand the onslaught. With a piercing wail of defiance and fury that resonated through the heavens, the once arrogant black mist gradually dissipated, freed from its constraints. The Dawnbreaker radiated brilliance anew. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of the Dawnbreaker, the once seemingly indomitable sacrificial array could no longer bear the immense pressure, erupting in a deafening roar before collapsing in ruins. In an instant, lights surged around them, so bright that it nearly blinded the onlookers. The dark forces that had relied on the array for existence were now violently rebuffed, surging back like a tidal wave, creating terrifying torrents of energy that rampaged through the air. Yuling's figure descended gracefully, and upon landing lightly, she waved her right hand to summon the Dawnbreaker back. Although her expression appeared calm, her heart was tumultuous. After all, the preceding battle had been exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for Wen Shubai's timely intervention, she could have been overwhelmed. When Shubai turned to Yuling, admiration evident in his gaze, impressive upon hearing his praise. Yuling merely huffed lightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Not bad, merely the means of unorthodox evildoers. Yet, deep down, she was acutely aware of the true danger they had just faced, reflecting on the sudden emergence of the black mist. Yuling inquired of Wen Shubai, what was that black mist? The weight of the words hung heavily in the air as Wen Shubai replied gravely, his gaze settling on the blood pool before them, glowing ominously with a scarlet hue and exuding a nauseating stench. Those who have gone missing have likely become sacrifices, offered up to Ati that moment. Inue, initially in seclusion, seemed to sense the collapse of the trap he had devised. His mood shattered instantly, a dark glint flickering in his eyes as blood trickled from his lips, and a crimson haze began to swirl in his gaze, in the blink of an eye. Inoue appeared at the scene with ghostly swiftness, his speed so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible. Yuling and when Shubai felt a sudden, unfamiliar presence in the air, accompanied by a thick, familiar aura of malice. Alarmed, they immediately adopted a defensive stance. The source of this aura manifested before them, a vibrant, flame-like red figure materializing without warning. The man was clad in an exquisitely flamboyant red robe, its fabric billowing as if caught in a tempest. His features were hauntingly beautiful, with lips that appeared drenched in blood, sending chills down the spine that in an instant. The man's eyes flickered with a crimson glow, and a massive, ethereal silhouette began to take shape behind him, a colossal crimson nine-tailed fox. Its formidable form and 9 tails flickered like burning flames in the air, radiating an aura of immense and enigmatic power. When Shubai looked up, and upon seeing the man's striking red attire, a sharp pain pierced his eyes, as though that color had embedded itself within. Unaccountably, a wave of displeasure surged within him, causing his expression to darken. Before Yuling could react, when Shubai shot forth like an arrow toward the adversary. The young man brandished his sword, standing resolutely in the void, his demeanor as frigid as ice, akin to a blade freshly unsheathed, glinting with lethal brilliance. Inoue smirked, seemingly aware of something, and deliberately cast a seductive glance at Yuling. Then his eyes grew cold, his tone turning menacing. "Since you are so uncooperative, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you." With that, he slowly extended his tongue, delicately licking the blood that lingered on his luscious lips. The stark contrast of the crimson blood against his alabaster skin rendered the scene all the more eerie and terrifying. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, his fingernails elongated at a visible pace. As if manipulated by some mysterious force, in the blink of an eye, those elongated, sharp nails gleamed with a chilling light, resembling deadly blades, exuding an aura of death. Chapter 65. Fox Immortal Village. When Shubai's eyes hardened, and with a swift swing of his sword, murderous intent enveloped the space. His strikes were quick and ruthless, emphasizing a swift resolution. Yuling, having already expended considerable spiritual energy, appeared somewhat pale. She strained to form seals, casting ice magic to assist him. Sensing her struggle, when Shubai proactively spoke, "Rest, I will handle this." The tone of the youth was one that brooked no refusal, and Yuling did not feign strength. Instead, she sought a prime vantage point to observe his combat. Silver Knight's vicious claws narrowly missed injuring when Shubai on several occasions, yet he adeptly parried them with his sword. Realizing that close combat was futile against when Shubai, Silver Knight swiftly altered his strategy. The ethereal 9-tailed apparition behind him began to solidify, appearing as tangible as fleshed in an instant. The 9 tails lashed out at when Shubai with the swiftness of lightning. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, when Shubai's gaze sharpened, his footwork shifted, becoming remarkably agile, as he moved with the speed of a specter, leaving behind a series of illusory afterimages in the blink of an eye. He successfully evaded the oncoming tails. However, despite when Shubai's deft maneuvering, the sheer force of the tails left deep, unfathomable gouges in the unyielding walls, scattering debris and creating a terrifying spectacle. Seizing the brief moment when Silver Knight had just completed his attack, exhausted and yet to regain his strength, when Shubai wasted no time that he lunged forward with his sword, its tip gleaming coldly, aiming directly at Silver Knight's throat with astonishing speed. Silver Knight's heart sank in shock, his expression etched with terror in a life-and-death moment. He exerted every ounce of his strength to twist his body, attempting to evade the lethal strike. Though he ultimately avoided a fatal blow, his shoulder was still unfortunate enough to be slashed by the sword, blood gushing forth and staining his crimson attire even more vividly. The excruciating pain elicited a furious roar from Silver Knight as he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. In an instant, the surrounding temperature surged, as if the air itself were on the verge of ignition. Yet, when Shubai remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic, with a subtle twist of his wrist, he maneuvered his sword, creating a powerful gust of wind. This fierce wind swept through, effortlessly dispersing the raging flames into mere sparks that flickered away into the ether. That moment, Silver Knight seized a fleeting opportunity. extending his claws and lunging toward Wen Shubai's chest with tremendous force. The suddenness of the attack caught Wen Shubai off guard, and he could not evade in time, suffering a deep gash from Silver Knight's razor-sharp claws. This unexpected blow ignited a fury within Wen Shubai. Disregarding the searing pain from his own injury, he summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, transforming him into a dazzling streak of brilliance, hurtling towards Silver Knight with unparalleled momentum and speed. Silver Knight had no time to react, and in the blink of an eye, Wen Shubai's sword had ruthlessly pierced through his abdomen. Upon being struck, Silver Knight transformed into his true form, that of the nine-tailed fox spirit. With a piercing scream, he summoned all his strength to wrench free from the sword and dissipated into a plume of black smoke. Fleeing towards the chamber's exit, Yuling, witnessing this, swiftly summoned the Dawn's sword, intent on pursuing and finishing him off. However, she was intercepted by Wen Shubai, who shook his head and explained, "Do not rush. I have left something on him." The young man, seemingly unfazed, had tousled hair and still radiated a powerful aura of spiritual energy, indicating that he had retained some reserves. Yet, Yuling's gaze fell upon the wound on Wen Shubai's chest, and she paused, casually expressing concern. "Are you all right?" "Fortunately, I won't die," Wen Shubai replied with a nonchalant smile. He carelessly removed the hair tie from his wrist and casually tied back his disheveled black hair. Finding it somewhat bothersome during their earlier skirmish, Yuling nodded, retrieving spirit-gathering pills and spring revival pills to hand to Wen Shubai, while she also consumed a spirit-gathering pill herself. After accepting them, Wen Shubai expressed his gratitude. Once both had regained their strength, Wen Shubai produced a talisman, inscribing intricate symbols with spiritual energy, crafting a tracking talisman with ease. Yuling was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing Wen Shubai's talisman drawing skills. Clearly, he had many hidden talents. As the tracking talisman was activated, Wen Shubai dripped a drop of blood onto it. In that instant, a crimson thread slowly emerged from the talisman, guiding their path. It turned out that Silver Knight's claws bore Wen Shubai's blood, enabling the tracking. The two hastily pursued, effortlessly soaring through the air on their swords until they reached a village 10 miles away. Just as Wen Shubai was about to enter the village, Yuling halted him. She explained, "Many cultivators have vanished from this place. None have returned after entering." Wen Shubai raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "How do you know?" Yuling gestured toward the ominous aura hovering above the village, nearly palpable. "This is the mission I took on." Understanding, Wen Shubai withdrew his foot, fixing his gaze upon the young woman's face. "Then what do you suggest we do?" "We should prepare more before investigating further," Yuling replied, casting him a sidelong glance. The youth shrugged, seemingly quite willing to heed Yuling's counsel. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuling produced a multitude of pills, including detoxification pills, phantasm-dispelling pills, and calming pills. The phantasm-dispelling pills explicitly declared their effectiveness in dispelling illusions, while the calming pills emphasized the importance of clearing one's thoughts to maintain a lucid mind. After handing a bundle of these to Wen Shubai, she consumed a pill herself. After expressing his gratitude, he followed suit. "You really are a veritable treasure trove of pills," Wen Shubai remarked casually. "If you had a father skilled in alchemy, you could easily follow in his footsteps." Yuling replied in a flat tone, and as if struck by a thought, Wen Shubai suddenly grasped Yuling's wrist. His elegantly defined hand abruptly intruded into Yuling's view, leaving her momentarily flustered. Furrowing her brow, Yuling felt unaccustomed to the gesture. "What are you doing?" Wen Shubai raised his other hand, revealing a vibrant crimson ribbon delicately held between his long, fair fingers. He proceeded to wrap the red ribbon around Yuling's wrist. The contrast between her pale wrist and the vivid ribbon created a strikingly beautiful sight. "This is the mixed heaven ribbon, to prevent you from being separated from me," Wen Shubai explained patiently. However, with each word he spoke, Yuling felt increasingly uneasy, unable to pinpoint what fell off. "Forget it. It doesn't matter." Subsequently, the two stepped into Fox Immortal Village. Chapter 66. Ungratefulness. Fox Immortal Village, as the name suggests, is a settlement protected by fox spirits. Upon entering, a wave of decay engulfed Yuling and Wen Shubai. They beheld dilapidated walls and crumbling roofs, with structures teetering precariously, as if a mere gust of wind could bring them down. The surroundings were overrun with weeds, and the trees stood withered and yellowed, exuding an aura of desolation. Villagers ambled about with expressionless faces, their movements slow and rigid, resembling soulless husks, mechanically following some irresistible command to fulfill a specific task at the moment the two arrived. The previously aimless villagers suddenly froze, as if overtaken by some mysterious force. Their gazes turned vacant, and they began to shuffle slowly toward Yuling and Wenshubai. Witnessing this bizarre scene unfold, the villagers drew closer, and if action was not taken soon, the two would surely find themselves besieged. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yuling acted decisively, hastening her steps to vacate their original position. Wenshubai, not wanting to lag behind, closely followed her, simultaneously tugging at the mixed heaven ribbon wrapped around his wrist. With a slight smile, he asserted, "In my view, these villagers have long since lost any sign of life. They are most likely being manipulated by that fox." Upon hearing Wenshubai's words, Yuling felt a flicker of doubt. She scrutinized the villagers more closely, and her heart sank further. Not only were their complexions as pale as parchment, but what was far more horrifying was the complete absence of blood vitality within them. Through their thin skin, she could distinctly see their hollow skeletal forms, devoid of any flesh. Realizing this, Yuling's expression hardened, and she let out a cold huff, stating, "These people are merely corpses. Their blood has been drained by that fox and siphoned into the so-called blood pool." Wenshubai nodded in agreement upon hearing those words. Originally, upon entering the village, the two should have been enveloped in an illusion, witnessing the once thriving scene of Fox Immortal Village. However, due to the effect of the breaking illusion clear spirit pill, they were directly expelled from the illusion, revealing the current desolation of Fox Immortal Village. Wenshubai's eyes flickered as a red line appeared before him, indicating the direction that he tugged at the Muntian silk and, accompanied by Yuling, proceeded toward a particular direction. When they arrived before a well-preserved courtyard, the once closed gate seemed to swing open suddenly at their arrival. After exchanging glances, they hesitated no longer and stepped into the courtyard. In a sudden shift of the scene, the memories of the courtyard's owner materialized before them. Decades ago, although Fox Immortal Village had fallen into decline, it had not yet reached its current state of ruin. There existed a temple dedicated to the worship of the Fox Immortal, albeit long abandoned. Within the temple, which was in a worse state than any other part of the village, the once pristine statue of the Fox Immortal had become dilapidated after being forgotten by the people. One day, an unheeded white fox intruded into the temple. Observing the state of the forsaken statue, the white fox felt a deep sense of injustice and vowed silently to revitalize the temple. In the following days, the villagers noticed that the once ruined Fox Immortal temple had suddenly been rejuvenated. They speculated that the Fox Immortal had descended, and word spread rapidly, prompting the villagers to resume their offerings to the Fox Immortal. However, the white fox was dissatisfied with the situation. Although the villagers were making offerings, they remained skeptical of the Fox Immortal's genuine protection. To rectify this, the white fox transformed before the villagers at the statue's foot, ensuring that they wholeheartedly believed in the Fox Immortal's descent. With her goal achieved, the white fox was obliged to pay a corresponding price. She was compelled to exhaust her spiritual power, utilizing her demonic blood to assist the villagers. Yet, her selfless devotion bore fruit. The villagers lived significantly improved, and each household enjoyed a prosperous and stable existence. During this busy and fulfilling time, by chance, the white fox encountered a severely injured red fox. Seeing this pitiable and helpless creature stirred a profound sympathy within her heart. Without hesitation, she cast her spells and exerted her utmost efforts to heal the red fox. Under the white fox's meticulous care, the red fox's condition gradually improved day by day. They relied on each other, sharing countless warm and beautiful moments together. Unbeknownst to them, a special bond quietly blossomed between the two foxes, growing ever stronger. Ultimately, this burgeoning connection transformed into a deep love, bringing them tightly together. However, this bliss was short-lived. As the villagers witnessed their lives improving, their inner desires surged like a flood, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Those once content became dissatisfied with what they had, and the selfish among them cast greedy eyes upon the Fox Immortal, who possessed extraordinary powers. After the red fox departed from Fox Immortal Village, this greed erupted completely. The villagers, under the pretense of ridding the village of malevolent spirits, summoned a renowned immortal master from the nearby Hehuan City. using treasures formed from the fox immortal's demonic blood. This master, known for his benevolence, upon learning of the villagers' peril and observing the lingering demonic aura upon them, fully believed their claims. Upon arriving at Fox Immortal Village, he devised an intricate trap to capture the demon. The white fox, pure of heart and kind in spirit, had always quietly safeguarded the villagers. Whenever a villager was injured or ill, she would selflessly offer her own flesh and blood to restore their health. However, such self-sacrifice rendered the white fox exceedingly weak, diminishing her once formidable powers. Thus, the immortal master quickly perceived her frail state and effortlessly captured her. Initially, he intended to deal with the fox demon personally. But in the face of the villagers' indignant pleas and fervent demands, he relented. Under intense persuasion from the villagers, the immortal master decided to hand over the injured and defenseless white fox to them, allowing them to exact their revenge. Upon receiving the white fox, the villagers immediately lost their previous reverence for her. They imprisoned the white fox, ruthlessly extracting the last remnants of value from her. What was once a revered being, akin to a deity in the villagers' eyes, had now been reduced to a mere object of exploitation. Yet, the greedy villagers showed no signs of abating. They continued to torment the white fox until the very end. Ultimately, the white fox succumbed under the unbearable weight of oppression, meeting a tragic demise at the hands of these callous villagers. With the white fox rendered useless, the villagers, in a fit of madness, dragged her corpse back to the village, boiling her original form to concoct a so-called immortal broth. This broth was then distributed among every villager in Fox Immortal Village, driven by the belief that consuming it would cure all ailments. They forgot the Fox Immortal's benevolence toward them. However, not long after, the returning red fox discovered this horrific reality. Upon witnessing the tragic fate that befell his beloved white fox, an overwhelming tide of hatred and fury surged within him. In that moment, the red fox had completely lost his reason, consumed by a singular desire to resurrect his deceased love. Thus, a bloody massacre erupted in Fox Immortal Village. Blinded by rage, the red fox showed no mercy to those who had harmed the white fox. The entire village descended into chaos, with people fleeing in all directions, yet none could escape the wrath of the red fox. Betrayal and greed reigned supreme. In the face of opportunity, the ugliness of humanity was laid bare. Hypocrisy and treachery lurking in every shadow. Chapter 67. Inner turmoil. Yuling and Wen Shubai both comprehended the situation. They admired the red fox's courage to avenge love, yet they knew this did not justify his indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Yuling summoned the dawn sword, holding it with a cold demeanor, addressing the hidden figure of Yi. You are indeed a lovesick demon, but that does not excuse your wanton massacre of the innocent. The two had nearly fully restored their spiritual powers, ensuring that this time, the red fox would not escape. Wen Shubai's gaze darkened as he too gripped the Wen Shao sword tightly. You have slain so many innocents. It is time for you to pay the price for your actions. His tone was flat, merely stating the facts. Yi, still lurking in the shadows, bore wounds and blood at his lips. Should he confront the two today, he would surely meet his end. He was willing to sacrifice himself, yet his heart was unwilling. Why should he die? They perished, yet my Bai Chio will never awaken again. All I desire is to resurrect her. What have I done wrong? Yi felt a surge of indignation. Despite the blood flowing from his wounds, he seemed impervious to the pain. His expression remained tranquil, as if he had lost all sensitivity to suffering. However, no matter how excruciating the wounds, they could not compare to the agony within his heart the moment he saw Bai Chio being turned into immortal broth by the villagers she had devotedly protected. His heart, too, perished in that instant, and no longer was there a Yi, only a madman desperate to bring back his beloved. Yi's words, cold and piercing as if from the depths of hell, struck like knives into the ears of the two. Each word carried an unfathomable chill and resolution, as if intent on tearing their very souls apart, inducing a suffocating pain that made it hard to breathe. In that moment, a flicker of compassion welled up within Yuling. Yet, despite her sympathy, she knew she was powerless to effect any change. In stark contrast, when Shubai appeared exceedingly indifferent, he resembled a block of millennia-old ice, unwavering amidst the ever-changing world, consistently maintaining his cold and unfeeling heart. He had always disregarded the feelings of others, for he perceived this world as one governed by the law of the jungle. where only the strong survive. Even so, when Shubai was not without his principles, he steadfastly adhered to the righteousness he held within. However, when the notion of resurrecting, those two potent words, reached their ears, even the iron-hearted Wen Shubai could not help but tremble slightly. Yuling was taken aback, a ripple of astonishment crossing her beautiful peach blossom eyes. You've lost your mind. In this world, where is there any resurrection? Why not? Yi countered, his gaze deep and resolute, as if he had already determined that he could bring back his beloved. I have scoured ancient texts of the demon clan. It is not something that a fool like you can dismiss with a mere phrase. Yuling, unwilling to engage further with Yi's nonsensical claims, sought a swift resolution, for she had matters to attend to. Come out. We will not harm you, she stated lightly. Not harm me, but you will hand me over to the Immortal Alliance, where I cannot escape the celestial prison, unable to do anything. What difference does that make from killing me? He laughed mockingly, seemingly intent on dragging the two into a final standoff. Just give me a little more time. Once I resurrect Bai Qiu, I will submit to your punishment. Yi did not wish to miss the opportunity to resurrect Bai Qiu, and he made every effort to seize it when the time came. He would willingly offer his heart for Bai Qiu's revival. With his heart belonging to Bai Qiu, what did it matter if his body was surrendered to the Immortal Alliance? He had never feared death. Each time Yi spoke, he amplified his voice with demonic power, ensuring that when Su Bai and Yuling could hear him clearly. Whenever Yuling listened to his words, she would pay attention to the direction of the fluctuations in demonic energy around her. Unfortunately, she ultimately lacked the ability to sense the precise location, as she was not of the demon race that moment. Yuling inexplicably retorted, "Then what gives you the right to decide for Bai Qiu?" The girl's eyelashes fluttered, her grip tightening around the Dawn's sword as she continued, "What will it matter if Bai Qiu is revived? You have permanently left her. It is likely that you shall never meet again in this lifetime. In a world without you, does she truly wish to live?" Her voice was light and airy, each word seeming to strike a chord deep within the heart. Yi fell into an unusual silence, the weight of Yuling's question echoing in his mind, a world without him. Yet, from the very beginning, Yi had only desired for Bai Qiu to live. He let out a bitter laugh. Slowly rising from the ground, his hair disheveled, his face smeared with grime and blood, he closed his eyes, seemingly reluctant to confront this dilemma. His absence was inconsequential. What mattered was that the kind-hearted Bai Qiu should not meet such a fate. She deserved to thrive in this world. Finally, he opened his eyes, revealing a profound desolation. A single tear glistened at the corner of his eye. As for me, a villain, if I die, so be it. Yuling remained silent. She did not comprehend love, yet in this moment, she was deeply moved by the words of one who possessed such profound affection, which also unsettled her inner resolve. For a fleeting moment, the hand that had tightly grasped the sword relaxed slightly, and her tense body began to ease. When Su Bai sensed the wavering in Yuling's heart and cast a sidelong glance at her, suddenly noticing that her eyes were tinged with a hint of redness, his pale blue pupils contracted, a bittersweet sensation stirring within him. Aware that Yuling might not speak again, when Su Bai took a step forward and addressed the hidden Yi, "You have killed so many. What will you do if you cannot revive Bai Qiu?" It sounded like an accusation, yet it was more of an inquiry, as if he were asking Yi which he would choose. Life or death. To accompany her in death, so she would not have to depart in solitude. Yi hardly hesitated. He had already taken lives and had no room for regret. When Su Bai positioned himself in front of Yuling, standing tall, his inky hair billowing in the wind, as his strands brushed against Yuling's face, she lifted her gaze to the boy's back. That why? Yuling asked. Are you shielding her from the wind? Upon hearing this, when Su Bai smirked, his eyes deepening with intensity, and posed the question, "What do you intend to do?" It seemed that Yi understood that both of them had wavered. Hence he seized the opportunity. "I wish to try. Rest assured, I will no longer take any lives. Once I have let go, I will put an end to my own existence that I in the next moment." Yi's figure appeared suspended in midair, his form frail and diminished, no longer exuding the arrogance he once displayed at that time. "You can bring my demon core to fulfill your duty. Very well." When Su Bai nodded slightly, not inquiring about Yuling's response, for he understood that her thoughts aligned with his own. However, Yuling stepped out from behind him, her expression cool and her brows elegantly arched. Her originally enchanting visage exuding an inexplicable air of reassurance at this critical juncture. She furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern, as if something weighed heavily on her heart, preventing her from fully settling down. After a moment's hesitation, Yuling turned her head slowly, her gaze landing on the handsome youth beside her. "May I borrow your Hehuan silk for a moment?" She spoke softly, her voice melodious yet laced with an undeniable authority. When Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded without hesitation, signaling his consent. After receiving permission, Yuling extended her fair, cool fingertips, reminiscent of sheep fat jade, gently resting them upon the boy's wrist. In that instant, a subtle chill emanated from her fingertips, coursing through Su Bai's arm and enveloping his entire being. However, when Su Bai paid no heed to the coldness, instead observing Yuling's subsequent actions with quiet anticipation, that while Yuling's fingers moved with grace, akin to a celestial maiden dancing elegantly in a short while, she successfully untangled the end of the Hehuan silk that had been wrapped around Su Bai's wrist. With utmost care, she grasped the silk, preparing to present it to the suspended Yi. Yuling explained, "To prevent you from making further mistakes, I must supervise you at all times. You have no objections, I trust?" Yi showed no hesitation as he descended and accepted the Hehuan silk, binding it to his wrist before stating, "I will do as promised." The Hehuan silk was a divine artifact, not easily broken free from, and could only be unraveled with the owner's consent. Thus, with the Hehuan silk in place, Yuling could finally feel at ease. When Su Bai, who had been forced into silence, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene, his temples throbbing with frustration, he stepped forward, blocking Yuling's line of sight. Gently grasping her wrist, and, under her bewildered gaze, he personally unraveled the Hehuan silk from her wrist. His gaze remained fixed on Yuling as he casually remarked, "Such matters are best left to me." The last three words carried a weighty tone that why Yuling acquiesced, for after all, it was his artifact, and it was indeed inappropriate for her to hold it. "Very well," she replied. Yi seemed to grasp the situation. Yet he remained silent, quietly observing as the other end of the Hehuan silk was entwined around Su Bai's wrist. When Su Bai finally raised his gaze to meet Yi's, declaring, "I will give you 3 days at most. After 3 days, regardless of the outcome, I will claim your demon core." Yi nodded in agreement before departing from Fox Immortal Village. With his departure, when Su Bai and Yuling also left Fox Immortal Village, upon their return to the Lord's Manor in Hehuan City, they were greeted by the now rational Tsang Xianyu, who had specifically come to apologize to them. Having regained her senses, she still retained the memories of her prior actions in aiding Yi to kill, so upon their return, she approached without hesitation. Tsang Xianyu's complexion was poor, likely due to having been under the control of the demon for too long. She stepped forward, her tone sincere. "My previous actions were not my true intent. I was under the control of that demon, which compelled me to commit such heinous acts." When Su Bai had already sensed this earlier, so he bore no grudge against Tsang Xianyu, that he lifted his chin, signaling that he understood the situation and would report it truthfully. When Tsang Xianyu's gaze fell upon Yuling, her eyes brightened, filled with astonishment. Having heard of the beauty of the first maiden in the cultivation world, she was now struck by Yuling's ethereal allure. Truly a breathtaking beauty. Tsang Xian, you did not hesitate to compliment Yuling, her words laced with a hint of flattery. That why Yuling, unperturbed by such flattery, graciously accepted the compliment. "Thank you," she said with a slight smile. The girl's demeanor was like a picturesque scene, deeply captivating the eyes of the young man beside her. When Su Bai observed this moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, noticing Tsang Xianyu's lingering gaze upon Yuling, he felt a tinge of displeasure that he spoke directly. "Song City Lord, we will be staying in Hehuan City for 3 more days. I hope for your understanding that." As soon as he spoke, Tsang Xianyu readily agreed. However, a hint of confusion clouded her expression as she inquired, "Has that demon still not been dealt with?" When Su Bai, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, replied lazily, "Are we not addressing it now? We just need 3 more days." Tsang Xianyu's demeanor was calm as water. She nodded slightly, expressing her approval and trust, softly stating, "Very well. I believe what you say is true." At that moment, a flicker of contemplation crossed her autumn water-like, deep eyes. As if she suddenly recalled something significant, she then parted her ruby lips and inquired softly, "Tomorrow marks the annual Dao Viewing Festival. I wonder if you two would be interested in attending?" Upon hearing this, when Subai displayed no overt emotional response, merely shaking his head in indifference, as though this so-called festival had little relevance to him. However, Yuling exhibited a starkly different reaction. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Eagerly, she pressed on. "What is the Dao Viewing Festival? I have not heard much about it." Her words brimmed with anticipation and a desire to explore this unfamiliar celebration. The Dao Viewing Festival could be regarded as one of the few festive occasions in Hehuan City, as every year on this day, many outsiders would come to participate. It was somewhat akin to a competition among the immortal sects. Yet this particular day as contests were freely organized by the cultivators, with no restrictions on participation. Anyone who wished could showcase their skills on stage. Song Xianyu elaborated extensively, displaying not the slightest hint of irritation. She has always been quite patient when it comes to beauties. After listening to Yuling, she felt a lukewarm interest. However, the prospect of attending the Dao Viewing Festival in the city of Bright Moon seemed far more appealing than aimlessly cultivating in her room. Thus, with a delicate and slender jade finger, she gently poked the figure of Wensu by beside her. Immediately thereafter, she slightly tilted her head back, her enchanting eyes, as clear and captivating as autumn waters, gazed directly at Wensu Bai that moment. Her charming peach blossom eyes curved slightly, resembling the crescent moon adorning the night sky, a sight of extraordinary beauty. Just then, her crimson lips parted softly as she suggested, "I believe we might as well join in the festivities." Her gentle words floated like a spring breeze, imbued with a hint of expectation. Upon hearing this, Wensu Bai nodded without hesitation, replying, "Sure, why not?" The boy's gaze was tender as water, fixated on Yuling's face, a fact he himself remained oblivious to. This matter was soon left unresolved. Subsequently, Wensu Bai turned to Song Xianyu, crossing his arms and speaking with a hint of impatience. "It's getting late, and we are both a bit weary. Surely, City Master Song should also retire for the night." Song Xianyu shot him a strange look upon hearing this, then lifted her foot to depart. If one must drive others away, why resort to such convoluted phrasing? How blind I was to think he was handsome back then. Ever since Song Xianyu left, her inner monologue of complaints had been incessant. After her departure, Yuling also bid farewell to Wensu Bai and returned to her own room to rest. Wensu Bai shrugged, and upon returning to his room, he appeared languid, his gaze somewhat dazed as he lay upon the soft bed. What has been troubling him lately? His heart felt a bit disordered. Forget it, I shall not dwell on it. The following day, Yuling and Wensu Bai were prepared early, yet the daytime was spent idly resting at the city master's residence. It was only by night that the two finally met. Upon encountering Yuling, the girl had rarely donned a white attire, her ink-black hair secured with a single jade hairpin, her figure tall and graceful. Her visage still radiantly beautiful, her brows and eyes painted like exquisite art, lips red and teeth white. Wensu Bai, clad in dark attire, had merely altered the patterns on his sleeves. The boy's form was striking. His features handsome as an ink painting, his hair bound by a golden crown, and the red mole at the corner of his eye accentuated his alluring charm. Truly, it echoed the phrase, "The young master is best seen in paintings. Only I know the depths within." After writing about the boundless waters and skies, he must be no mere mortal among the dust. The two exchanged glances filled with admiration for each other's beauty. Yet neither would admit it. Chapter 69. Epiphany. Wensu Bai wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, stepping forward with a light-hearted gait. As he approached, the boy raised an eyebrow slightly, curiosity and teasing glimmering in his eyes, as he remarked, "It is indeed a rare sight to behold you in white today." Yuling, upon hearing this, lifted her head, her clear eyes gliding over him. Her lips, blooming like a delicate flower, parted gently, her voice melodious as a nightingale emerging from the valley. "I often wear red, for bloodstains are less detectable on crimson fabric. However, white is different. Any trace of blood becomes exceedingly conspicuous." After speaking, she slightly lowered her eyelids, seemingly deep in thought. Following this exchange, they shared a smile, walking side by side as they exited the residence on the eve of the Dao Viewing Festival. The city of Bright Moon was abuzz with excitement. Adorned with lanterns and decorations, displaying an even greater prosperity than usual, the bustling streets echoed with the sounds of vendors calling out and the joyous laughter of the people, weaving together a lively symphony. Upon looking around, one could see various competition stages surrounded by crowds. Throngs of spectators eagerly gathering to partake in the merriment, they whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on the performers, erupting into applause at their extraordinary displays. When Su Bai and Yuling strolled leisurely, casually selecting a competition stage to observe from the periphery, intrigued by the spectacle, as night descended, the stars sparkled like exquisite gems embedded in the vast expanse of the sky. Shining brightly, lanterns hung high along the streets, illuminating the city as if it were day. Such a beautiful scene and splendid time evoked a sense of tranquility, despite the surrounding clamor and chaos. Within the space occupied by Yuling and Wen Su Bai, an invisible barrier seemed to form, shielding them from the external disturbances. For a moment, only the serenity and harmony between the two remained. Akin to a tranquil and beautiful painting, the young girl stood elegantly, clad in snow-white garments, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, her unparalleled beauty drawing the admiration of all around her, eliciting gasps of awe. Meanwhile, the dark-clad youth beside her exuded a remarkable charm, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Both were blessed with striking features, a perfect match of male and female beauty, truly a pair destined for one another. After a long while, when Su Bai broke the silence, "What kind of person can be considered a good person? And what about a bad person?" Yuling paused for a moment, then realized he was inquiring about her views on the infatuated demon. Tilting her head in contemplation, she eventually responded, "In this world, the line between good and evil is often blurred. Some may appear benevolent yet commit heinous acts, while others, despite their malevolence, may still harbor a flicker of goodness within their hearts.